Chapter 1. Luo Chen is a university student hailing from a family of modest means. Despite this, he remains filled with aspirations for the future. Upon graduating, he anticipated that with his diligent efforts, he could carve out a niche for himself in the world. However, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. Why? Haven't we always been good together? Luo Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his girlfriend. Lin Yuexian bit her lip and lowered her head, stating, "I can no longer endure this impoverished life. I have had enough." "Is that your reason?" Luo Chen felt as though his heart were pierced by needles. "I'm sorry, Luo Chen, but life is unforgiving." With that, she turned and departed, leaving him standing there in a daze. Luo Chen felt a sharp pang of anguish. He had never imagined that the woman he loved so dearly would leave him for financial reasons. He clenched his fists and silently vowed to rise above his circumstances, ensuring she would one day regret her decision. At that moment, the stillness of the room was abruptly shattered by the urgent ringing of a phone. His heart raced as he hastily set aside his tasks and strode towards the phone. Upon answering, he saw the screen displaying Mom. Without hesitation, he quickly picked up. His mother's voice came through, slightly choked with emotion as she tremulously informed him that his father had been diagnosed with liver cancer, and it was already in the advanced stages. Currently, his father lay in a public hospital, surrounded by cold medical equipment, emitting beeping sounds that seemed to narrate the gravity of his condition. After receiving the call from his mother, Luo Chen was consumed by anxiety. He immediately requested leave from work and rushed to the hospital. As he made his way, countless thoughts flooded his mind. He remembered how his father had tirelessly shouldered the burdens of the family throughout his childhood, while he felt utterly powerless. Now, with his father ailing, it was time for him to assume that responsibility. Upon arriving at the hospital, Luo Chen beheld his father's frail form on the hospital bed, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. He grasped his father's hand tightly, assuring him that everything would be all right. In the midst of this heavy and oppressive atmosphere, the door to the ward creaked open, and a doctor clad in a white coat entered slowly. The physician's expression was grave as he approached Luo Chen, holding a stack of medical records and a bill. He cleared his throat and softly informed him that the treatment had already incurred significant expenses, and the hospital's financial procedures required family members to settle the medical fees promptly to ensure the continuation of treatment. "But I have no money right now." Luo Chen gritted his teeth, as he had only recently begun working and had no savings. "Then you must think of a solution quickly. Perhaps you can borrow some from relatives or friends," the doctor suggested helplessly. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Luo Chen felt as though his very soul had been siphoned away, standing there in silence. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting helplessness and despair. After a brief moment of silence, he seemed to snap back to reality, slowly retrieving his phone from his pocket. His fingers glided across the screen as he searched for the contact numbers of relatives, taking a deep breath before beginning to make calls for financial assistance. With a hoarse voice, he conveyed his father's illness and the daunting medical expenses he faced, each call imbued with anticipation and resignation. However, the responses he received were predominantly evasive and laden with excuses. Only a handful of relatives, perhaps out of sympathy or a sense of familial obligation, agreed to lend him a small sum. Yet, as he gazed at the meager amounts he had managed to procure, juxtaposed against the towering mountain of medical fees, he realized that it was merely a drop in the ocean, far from resolving the pressing dilemma. Frustration etched itself across his face, and the weight of his predicament grew heavier. Yet reality loomed before Luo Chen like an insurmountable wall, offering no alternatives. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to sell every item of value within his home. He began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, unearthing possessions that still held some worth. Each piece of old furniture and cherished trinket, steeped in memories of his family, now became a painful reminder of what he must sacrifice to save his father's life. Through the sale of these belongings, Luo Chen managed to gather a portion of the medical fees and made the initial payment to the hospital. However, he understood that this was merely a fraction of what was needed, as the ongoing treatment costs remained a vast chasm. Consequently, he decided to take on a part-time job delivering food. He quickly registered as a delivery rider on his phone, donned the distinctive delivery uniform, and rode his somewhat dilapidated electric bike through the bustling streets of the city. Regardless of the scorching heat of summer or the biting cold of winter, he dared not slacken, hoping to complete one more delivery, earn a little extra, and contribute to his father's medical expenses. On this particular day, Luo Chen busied himself, as usual, weaving through the streets with delivery orders. The sun blazed overhead, beads of sweat forming on his brow, soaking his delivery uniform. While waiting for an order outside a bustling shopping mall, a brand new BMW X5 glided past, its shiny exterior reflecting the sun's brilliance. As the car came to a halt and the door swung open, he instantly recognized the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of his ex-girlfriend, Luo Chen. She stepped out elegantly, adorned in fashionable, expensive designer attire, exuding an air of sophistication. Shortly after, a well-dressed man wearing sunglasses emerged, and she affectionately looped her arm through his. When their gazes met Luo Chen's, a smirk of disdain graced Luo Chen's lips. With a light-hearted demeanor, she approached him, her current boyfriend in tow. Standing before Luo Chen, she surveyed him with an air of superiority, then mockingly remarked, "Oh, isn't this Luo Chen? Reduced to delivering food now, huh? Just look at you, all disheveled. Breaking up with you is indeed a wise decision. Someone like you will only ever be confined to this kind of menial work." Her boyfriend joined in with laughter, the sound grating on Luo Chen's ears. Just as Luo Chen was about to retort, his chest heaving with anger and his lips trembling with indignation, his phone rang unexpectedly in his pocket, the shrill tone cutting through the tense atmosphere. Frowning, he pulled out his phone to see a call from a customer inquiring about their delivery. The voice on the other end was impatient and anxious. "Delivery rider, where are you? I've been waiting forever. If you don't arrive soon, you'll leave a bad review." Panic gripped Luo Chen. He knew that a negative review would render his efforts futile that morning. Remembering his father still in the hospital, he cast a fierce glare at his ex-girlfriend and hastily mounted his bike, racing off to complete the order. As he sped along, thoughts of the earlier encounter consumed his mind. Luo Chen's cutting words and condescending laughter replayed like a relentless film in his head. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, his gaze fixed ahead, but his thoughts lingering on the entrance of the mall. His emotions swirled chaotically, a tempest of anger and humiliation clouding his focus. Vehicles whizzed past him, their sounds fading into the background. Suddenly, a large truck surged from a side street, the driver seemingly oblivious to Luo Chen's presence. Despite slamming on the brakes, the truck's massive momentum propelled it toward him. Luo Chen heard the screeching of tires and blaring of horns as he widened his eyes in terror, attempting to evade the impending collision, but it was too late. With a deafening crash, the truck struck him violently, sending him hurtling through the air like a feather, crashing heavily to the ground. His delivery box was flung far away, its contents scattered across the pavement, mingling with blood and remnants of food in a gruesome scene. As his consciousness began to fade, Luo Chen felt his body grow lighter, as though he were shedding weight. He slowly lowered his head, witnessing his still form lying on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood that was a shocking sight. He attempted to move, but found himself utterly incapable of controlling his own body. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, and two figures materialized in the air. As they became clearer, he recognized them as the black and white impermanents. They floated gracefully, exuding an eerie aura. The white impermanents, clad in white, appeared ghostly pale, with a long tongue protruding. The black impermanents, draped in black robes, bore a stern and sinister countenance. They drifted toward Luo Chen, the black impermanents intoning in an emotionless voice, "Luo Chen, you are deceased. Do not struggle in vain, come with us." Luo Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart brimming with resentment. There were still so many things left undone. He had yet to gather the funds for his father's medical expenses. How could he possibly meet his end like this? Yet, as he opened his mouth, no sound emerged, and he could only allow the manifestations of yin and yang to carry him toward the boundless abyss. The long-slumbering supreme being of freedom resembled a star buried beneath the sands of time. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes burst open, illuminating the darkness with the brilliance of two radiant orbs. His consciousness surged like a tumultuous tide, traversing countless realms of existence. As he navigated the vast and enigmatic multiverse, he keenly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura. Following this scent, he mused, could it be the primordial sacred body? A flicker of uncontrollable excitement flashed in his profound gaze, and he contemplated. This primordial sacred body is a peerless constitution rarely encountered over millennia. To discover it today is indeed divine providence. Thus, the supreme being of freedom swiftly began to weave intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. As he performed the gestures, a mysterious and resplendent light surged forth from him like a tidal wave, imbued with the power to transcend time and space, shooting straight into the infinite void. Moments later, a phantasmal figure gradually materialized within the brilliance. It was none other than Luo Chen's soul. Appearing somewhat disoriented, his eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Upon encountering the supreme being of freedom, who exuded an aura of unparalleled authority, an inexplicable reverence welled up within him, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Young one, do you grasp the immense value of the primordial sacred body you possess? The voice of the supreme being resonated in Luo Chen's ears like a resounding bell, carrying an undeniable gravitas. Luo Chen shook his head, his expression filled with confusion. He cautiously replied, I am but a novice, and I humbly ask for your enlightenment, supreme being. The supreme being of freedom lifted his gaze slightly, nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he spoke slowly. This primordial sacred body is born from the purest essence of the cosmos since the dawn of creation. Those who possess this constitution find their cultivation efforts yield exponential results, capable of harnessing the powers of the universe for their own. Such a constitution appears only once in a million years. It is truly a rare and unparalleled gift. Listening to the words of the Supreme Being, Luo Chen felt a profound shock resonate within him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he queried, Supreme Being, such a precious constitution, why have I never realized it before? The Supreme Being chuckled softly and replied, You were merely immortal, untouched by the path of cultivation, and thus you remained unaware. Furthermore, before awakening, the primordial sacred body is indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. As Luo Chen absorbed this revelation, a spark of hope ignited within him. His eyes glimmered with desire as he inquired, Supreme Being, how may I harness this primordial sacred body? The Supreme Being of freedom nodded with satisfaction and said, Do not rush. Are you willing to become my disciple? I shall impart to you unparalleled techniques specifically tailored for the primordial sacred body, maximizing your potential and guiding you to the pinnacle of your journey. With diligent practice, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Upon hearing these words, Luo Chen was overcome with gratitude. He immediately knelt, reverently bowing to the Supreme Being of freedom. Thank you for your benevolence, Supreme Being. I am willing and shall endeavor with all my might to live up to your expectations. Excellent, excellent. I finally have a disciple. The Supreme Being exclaimed with joy, gently raising his hand, a soft power lifting Luo Chen's soul. Very well, Luo Chen. Now that you have joined my ranks, you must understand that the path of cultivation is fraught with countless challenges. You must possess an unwavering heart to achieve success. Luo Chen respectfully responded, I understand, and I shall not be hindered by difficulties. I will forge ahead with determination. The Supreme Being of freedom nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve, causing the surrounding space to ripple. A magnificent palace gradually emerged, resembling a colossal beast sprawling across the cosmos, its scale beyond comprehension. The palace doors towered like two towering peaks, each panel seemingly forged from the cores of stars, shimmering with dazzling light that felt like a convergence of all cosmic rays, stinging the eyes. The walls of the palace were constructed from countless massive, mysterious jade stones, each resembling an independent miniature world, within which nebulas seemed to swirl and life flourished. Intricate and complex runes were engraved upon the jade, radiating brilliant colors, as if embodying the very laws of the universe. Merely gazing upon them felt as if one's soul were being drawn into the depths of that profound power. The ceiling of the palace resembled an inverted sky, encrusted with gems more densely packed than the stars themselves. These gems emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining to create an ethereal light curtain. Within that curtain, it seemed as though the entire saga of the universe from birth to annihilation was being depicted, every fleeting moment imbued with cataclysmic power and boundless mystery. The columns of the palace are as robust as the arms of a galaxy, each intricately carved with lifelike mythical beasts that seem almost animated, their eyes sparkling with a vibrant luminescence. It appears as though they could leap from their pedestals at any moment, stirring a tempest within the cosmos. The interior of the palace is boundless, vast enough to encompass the entirety of the universe. Each corner is suffused with an almost palpable aura of spiritual energy, coalescing into ethereal mists that drift gracefully within, resembling flowing rivers of vitality. Within this palace, even a gentle breath feels like a surge of power, as if one's soul has been cleansed by the purest holy water, becoming exquisitely transparent. This is the sacred ground of my master's cultivation, where you shall devote yourself to profound practice in the days to come. As Luo Chen gazed upon the palace, he felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy wash over him, filling his heart with awe and anticipation. Upon entering the palace, the celestial sage led Luo Chen to a serene hall adorned with numerous gemstones and ancient scrolls, each radiating a peculiar glow. These gemstones contain pure spiritual energy, available for your daily absorption to strengthen your foundation. The scrolls are a compilation of cultivation techniques amassed by your master over the years. You may begin with the basics, and once your foundation is solid, delve into the unparalleled techniques created for the Hongmeng sacred body. Standing in the grand hall of the magnificent palace, the celestial sage's countenance turned solemn as his voice resonated like a thunderous bell. Luo Chen, having entered my tutelage, you must comprehend the hierarchy of this world. IT is the fundamental order governing the operation of the cosmos, and it is crucial to your understanding. Luo Chen stood respectfully to the side, his gaze fixed intently upon the celestial sage, fully absorbed in his words. This world is divided from low to high, beginning with the realm of mortals. The mortal realm comprises 9 levels of cultivation. The first is the initial stage of the mortal body, where individuals merely possess a sound physique, their understanding of the world limited to what is visible. The second is the burgeoning vitality stage, where the body gradually strengthens and one can engage in more strenuous physical labor. The third is the awakened spirit stage, during which mortals begin to develop a keen perception of their surroundings, their minds beginning to open. The fourth is the steadfast will stage, where one can overcome difficulties through sheer determination, marking the onset of an extraordinary journey. The fifth is the awakening of spiritual perception, where one can vaguely sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world, albeit unable to harness it yet. The sixth is the nascent true energy stage, where the body begins to cultivate faint true energy. Although one cannot yet wield any extraordinary abilities, a distinction from ordinary mortals has begun to emerge. The seventh is the minor accomplishment of true energy, where true energy circulates within, endowing the individual with strength and endurance far superior to that of an average person. The eighth is the transcending mortal stage, where one initially possesses the ability to surpass mortality, with a slight extension of lifespan. The ninth is the half-step to cultivating immortality stage, where one is on the verge of breaking through the limits of mortality, having one foot in the threshold of cultivation. Although the mortal realm is weak, it is the genesis of all, akin to the smallest speck of dust in the universe, yet it forms the foundation of all existence. After a brief pause, the celestial sage continued. Above this is the realm of cultivation. The practitioners in the realm of cultivation begin to explore the path of the extraordinary, also divided into 9 levels. The initiation into cultivation is the chi refinement stage, during which practitioners start absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into their own refined chi, allowing them to perform simple spells. The second is the foundation establishment stage, where the refined chi solidifies, forming the foundation of one as cultivation, akin to the cornerstone of a grand edifice, enabling one to fly short distances. The third is the core formation stage, where the spiritual energy within coalesces into a core, significantly enhancing one's power and allowing for the manipulation of magical artifacts. The fourth is the nascent soul stage, where the core breaks and transforms into a nascent soul that can venture beyond the body, granting the practitioner myriad divine abilities. The fifth is the spirit transformation stage, where the nascent soul merges with the individual's spirit, allowing for a rudimentary understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, endowing one with the power to wreak havoc. The sixth is the void refinement stage, where one begins to cultivate their ethereal form, enabling traversal between different spatial rifts. The seventh is the integration stage, where one begins the initial merging with the forces of heaven and earth, elevating their power further. The eighth is the great ascendant stage, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, just one step away from transcendence. The ninth is the tribulation crossing stage, where one must undergo the trials of heaven. Successfully passing leads to ascension into the celestial realm, while failure results in obliteration of the soul, in the realm of cultivation. Sects abound and countless techniques exist, with various factions endlessly vying for resources and territory. This realm is rife with opportunities and dangers, with every practitioner striving diligently for higher realms, hoping to ascend to the celestial domain one day. At this juncture, a glimmer of aspiration flickered in the celestial sage's eyes. Above lies the celestial realm. The 9 levels of the celestial realm progress in a similar manner. Initially, there is the celestial immortal, who has just ascended to the celestial realm, possessing relatively weak power, yet surpassing the cultivators of the great ascendant stage. The second is the profound immortal, who has become more adept at wielding celestial power and begins to grasp some of the laws of the celestial realm. The third is the golden immortal, capable of creating small celestial realms for personal cultivation or entertaining guests. The fourth is the great Luo golden immortal, regarded as a formidable figure within the celestial realm, capable of effortlessly shifting stars and altering the landscape of small star systems. The fifth is the primordial golden immortal, whose celestial power is immensely profound, possessing a deeper understanding of the laws of the celestial realm, enabling the creation of unique celestial techniques. The sixth is the Tai golden immortal, who can participate in high-level affairs within the celestial realm and has a certain comprehension of fundamental cosmic rules. The seventh is the quasi-saint immortal, whose strength is nearly indistinguishable from that of the saint realm, able to rewrite the rules of the celestial realm within a limited scope. The eighth is the saint immortal, characterized by possessing traits of the saint realm, holding immense status within the celestial realm. The ninth is the celestial emperor, the supreme ruler of the celestial realm, controlling all resources and power, with strength capable of shaking the entirety of the celestial domain. In the celestial realm, the concept of time differs vastly from that of mortals, with the lifespan of celestial beings extending to nearly infinity. Yet the celestial realm is not devoid of conflict. Various celestial domains and factions vie for dominance and scarce resources, leading to frequent skirmishes among the celestial beings. Luo Chen listened intently, his eyes shimmering with longing. The celestial sage continued, "Above the celestial realm lies the divine realm. The 9 levels of the divine realm are even more profound and enigmatic. The initial entry into the divine realm is as a divine being, having just transcended the celestial realm, establishing a preliminary foothold. The second is the spiritual deity, who begins to explore the unique divine powers within the divine realm, gaining a more refined control over their own divine strength. The third is the might deity, renowned for immense strength, capable of lifting colossal celestial bodies with a single hand. The fourth is the wisdom deity, focusing on comprehending the wisdom of the divine realm, capable of unraveling some of its mysterious powers through intellect. The fifth is the law deity, who can create their own divine laws, wielding immense power capable of affecting vast regions of the divine realm. The sixth is the honored deity, who holds a significant position within the divine realm and manages a domain of deities. The seventh is the master deity, who can participate in critical decisions within the divine realm, possessing enough divine power to reshape a small star system. The eighth is the divine king, second only to the divine emperor, whose influence can alter the rules of the entire divine realm. The ninth is the divine emperor, the supreme sovereign of the divine realm, wielding authority over life and death, with power sufficient to create or annihilate celestial bodies, even rewriting the rules of a small segment of the universe. The divine realm space is shrouded in mystique, filled with wondrous locales such as the forbidden grounds of the gods, which harbor forces potent enough to shake the very fabric of the universe. The deities, generally exalted, oversee the celestial and cultivation realms, maintaining the order of existence. Finally, the celestial sage's voice grew solemn and reverent, and above all these realms lies the saint realm. The 9 levels of the saint realm surpass imagination. The lowest tier is the saint disciple, who has just entered the saint realm. Although the weakest presence there, they still far exceed the pinnacle of other worlds. The second is the saint scholar, who begins to engage with the core powers of the saint realm, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the application of sacred power. The third is the saint teacher, capable of instructing others within the saint realm, disseminating knowledge and strength. The fourth is the lesser saint, whose sacred power has become substantial, allowing for effortless navigation through different cosmic spaces. The fifth is the Saint Lord, who governs a territory within the saint realm, determining the rules and order within. The sixth is the Great Saint, a pivotal figure in the saint realm, whose power can create an entire universe. The seventh is the Saint Ancestor, an elder statesman of the saint realm, profoundly influencing its development. The eighth is the Saint Sovereign, second only to the Saint Emperor, possessing supreme authority within the saint realm. The ninth is the Saint Emperor, the absolute dominator of the saint realm, the embodiment of the rules, capable of creating or annihilating countless lower worlds with a mere thought. The power of the saint realm represents an ultimate mastery over the essence of the universe. Every being therein serves as a beacon of light, radiating infinite brilliance, their every action shaping the trajectory of the cosmos. Upon hearing the account of the esteemed Xian Yao Shengzun, Luo Chen gained a lucid understanding of the hierarchical divisions within this world, and simultaneously a profound anticipation for his future path of cultivation blossomed within him. He committed to memory the classifications of realms elucidated by Xian Yao Shengzun, well aware that they would serve as a guiding beacon on his journey of self-improvement, necessitating a steadfast and deliberate approach. Observing the resolute glint in Luo Chen's eyes, Xian Yao Shengzun nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Luo Chen, you must remember that each step in cultivation is akin to traversing upon fragile ice. Complacency is not an option." Luo Chen replied earnestly, "Disciple understands." Xian Yao Shengzun continued, "You presently exist in a state of spirit that I shall prepare to send you to the lower realm for your training, to experience life more fully, enabling you to better comprehend the great principles which will greatly aid your future cultivation." With a gaze imbued with warmth and boundless expectation, he gently raised his hand, revealing a ring radiating a dazzling brilliance, which gracefully materialized in his palm. The ring was enveloped by mysterious runes, and as the light ebbed and flowed, it seemed to encapsulate the secrets of the universe itself. This was the illustrious Yin Yao Shengjie. Luo Chen, your journey ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with peril that I present to you this Yin Yao Shengjie, hoping it will lend you strength on your path. Xian Yao Shengzun's voice was deep and solemn. Luo Chen lifted his gaze, filled with astonishment and gratitude, as he respectfully extended his hands to receive the ring, imbued with the profound affection of the Shengzun. As Luo Chen's spiritual essence delicately probed the ring, he was immediately astounded by the sight before him. The interior space of the ring resembled an immense, boundless treasury, brimming with countless spirit crystals. These crystals shimmered with a gentle glow, each containing an exceptionally pure essence of spiritual power, akin to a multitude of miniature worlds condensed together. Peering deeper, he beheld immortal crystals that twinkled like stars scattered throughout. Their radiance was even more resplendent, with their spiritual fluctuations resembling tumultuous waves. Each immortal crystal seemed inscribed with the laws of the celestial realm itself. Merely approaching them allowed one to feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the immortal realm. Even more astonishing were the divine crystals. While fewer in number, each divine crystal resembled a slumbering deity, exuding an aura of reverence. The power contained within them seemed capable of forging new worlds and reshaping the cosmos, embodying a force that transcended mortal comprehension. What left Luo Chen utterly astounded, however, were the rare sacred crystals. These crystals radiated a sanctified brilliance, their light flowing as if it were tangible, seemingly birthed directly from the laws of the great Tao. Each sacred crystal was a priceless treasure. Even a mere trace of their spiritual energy escaping could induce extraordinary distortions in the surrounding space. Moreover, the ring housed a plethora of artifacts of various ranks. There were foundational artifacts suited for novices, intricately crafted yet practical, whether shields to enhance defense or small swords capable of delivering fierce attacks, each glimmering with a faint spiritual light. The intermediate artifacts possessed a degree of sentience. Some could transform into nimble beasts to aid their masters in battle, while others could unleash formidable restraints, ensnaring foes in the unseen. The advanced artifacts dazzled the eyes. Most possessed unique abilities, such as boots of teleportation that allowed one to traverse vast distances in an instant, or cloaks that concealed one's presence, making it difficult for even formidable adversaries to detect. As for the top-tier artifacts, each was a legendary masterpiece. They emanated an aura of cataclysmic power, seemingly possessing a will of their own. Some could summon ancient divine beasts to serve the wielder, while others could manipulate the forces of time and space, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them, in addition to the artifacts. The ring also contained a vast array of tomes, from the most fundamental cultivation techniques, detailing the journey from an uninitiated mortal to a practitioner, including methods for absorbing spiritual energy and refining the body, to the profound immortal scriptures that demanded exceptional insight and a robust foundation in spiritual power for mastery. The powers unleashed by these scriptures, once invoked, could draw upon the celestial forces of the heavens and manifest extraordinary spells, such as summoning celestial spirits or creating immortal realms. There were also the enigmatic divine techniques, transcending the understanding of ordinary cultivators. The execution of these techniques often came at great cost, wielding earth-shattering power, such as the divine judgment capable of obliterating star systems or the creation techniques that could reshape the order of the universe. Finally, there existed the legendary sacred techniques, a form of practice that directly communicated with the laws of the great Tao. Each sacred technique was an interpretation of the Tao. Once mastered, the practitioner would embody the very essence of the Tao, wielding the power to alter reality itself. As Luo Chen's gaze traversed the seemingly endless treasures within the Xian Yao Shangjia, his eyes shimmered with astonishment and delight. Upon fully comprehending the spiritual crystals, immortal crystals, divine crystals, sacred crystals, and the myriad artifacts and tomes of various ranks housed within, his heart was instantly filled with an overwhelming emotion. His lips trembled slightly, and tears began to well in his eyes. It was an indescribable feeling of gratitude, akin to a warm and surging tide flowing freely within his heart. Luo Chen understood that these treasures were not merely a collection of precious items, but rather a profound expression of Xian Yao Shengzun's deep care and earnest expectations for him. Each crystal, whether spiritual, immortal, divine, or sacred, shimmered like a star brimming with power and hope. The artifacts and tomes represented the dreams of countless cultivators. Xian Yao Shengzun had selflessly bestowed them upon him, a gesture of unparalleled generosity and greatness. Luo Chen lifted his head, his eyes filled with reverence and gratitude as he gazed at Xian Yao Shengzun, his voice choked with emotion. Sage, your kindness towards your disciple is beyond my ability to repay. This is truly invaluable. I vow not to disappoint your expectations and will strive relentlessly on my path of cultivation. As he spoke, tears finally spilled over, cascading down his cheeks. He was acutely aware that this gift bore the weight of Xian Yao Shengzun's trust and nurturing. It was the most solid support he could possess on his journey of cultivation. This sense of gratitude stemmed not only from the intrinsic value of the treasures, but also from the sage's fatherly love and unwavering support. In that moment, Luo Chen silently vowed that no matter how arduous the path of cultivation ahead might be, he would not bring disappointment to Xian Yao Shengzun, that he would utilize these treasures in his own efforts to become a practitioner of whom Xian Yao Shengzun could be proud. With a heart full of compassion, Xian Yao Shengzun gazed at Luo Chen and gently shook his head, stating, "Luo Chen, between us, there is no need for gratitude that I regard you as my successor. These are merely aids on your path of cultivation. Your nature is pure, and your determination is extraordinary. I hold great expectations for you. The road ahead is long. You must exercise caution in the lower realm and not allow the allure of these treasures to cloud your judgment. Always remember the essence of your cultivation." Luo Chen respectfully clasped his fists, his expression resolute as he replied, "Yes, Master, I shall diligently heed your teachings, never forgetting the essence of my cultivation, and I will make good use of these treasures, not failing to honor your earnest efforts." Xian Yao Shengzun nodded slightly. His eyes filled with satisfaction, he raised his hand, the wide sleeves of his robe fluttering gently in the breeze, and with a subtle wave, the surrounding space began to warp dramatically to a vortex emanating mysterious light slowly manifested, within which 6 distinct rays of light could be seen swirling. This was the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Luo Chen felt an immense and irresistible force enveloping him, and before he could utter another word, his body was involuntarily drawn towards the vortex of the 6 paths of reincarnation. His gaze bore no trace of fear, only a serene acceptance of the unknown and unwavering trust in his master. Just as he was about to be consumed by the vortex, Luo Chen deeply bowed once more in the direction of Xian Yao Shengzun, then was engulfed by the luminous energies of the 6 paths, vanishing without a trace in a grand and majestic courtyard. Luo Yuanxian, the formidable Grand Marshal of the Xingyao Kingdom and a noble hereditary duke, stood before the delivery room, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. He paced outside the room, awaiting the birth of his 3rd child. His wife, a delicate elven woman, had suffered greatly from the previous 2 births and was now in a weakened state. Yet, her yearning for new life compelled her to persevere in bringing this child into the world. Luo Yuanxian's emotions were a tumultuous mix. He eagerly awaited the arrival of the new life, yet feared for his wife's frail condition. He recalled how she had nearly exhausted all her strength during the prior deliveries, and now she appeared exceedingly fragile. At last, the delivery room door swung open once more, and the midwife emerged. Luo Yuanxian rushed forward, urgency etched upon his face as he inquired, "How is it? Are both my wife and child safe?" The midwife smiled reassuringly and replied, "Grand Marshal, rest assured. Both mother and child are safe. It is a healthy little boy." Upon hearing this news, Luo Yuanxian exhaled a sigh of relief. He stepped into the delivery room, where he beheld his wife, although weary, adorned with a contented smile. Gently clasping her hand, he tenderly murmured, "You have worked hard, my dear." Turning around, he caught sight of the tiny, rosy little life peacefully resting. His eyes widened with curiosity and astonishment as he gazed upon this unfamiliar being, his heart swelling with love and anticipation that he understood that this small life would become the pride and hope of their family. Luo Yuanxian meticulously examined the infant's condition. He observed the baby's smooth skin and sturdy muscles, indicating robust health. Additionally, he noticed a band-like birthmark adorning the child's wrist, exuding an air of mystery. Reminiscing about tales he had heard regarding birthmarks, he recalled that they were said to be imprints of past lives, potentially foretelling one's future destiny. Oh my, he is truly adorable, albeit a bit frail. He does not seem cut out for leading battles. Luo Yuanxian couldn't help but chuckle. "What nonsense are you spouting?" his wife chided playfully. "He is our son, and I believe he will grow to be an extraordinary person." At that moment, Luo Chen's grandfather entered the room, his face radiant with joy, gazing at the swaddled infant. His eyes brimmed with affection and expectation. "This child will undoubtedly achieve great things," he whispered softly. Luo Chen's parents nodded in agreement. their hearts filled with confidence regarding their child's future. Luo Chen's elder brother, Luo Yu, and sister, Luo Xian, upon hearing the commotion in the room, hurriedly rushed in. The moment Luo Yu laid eyes on the swaddled Luo Chen, his expression was filled with wonder and affection. "Wow, this is my little brother! How adorable!" he exclaimed, gently stroking Luo Chen's tiny hand. His face aglow with warmth. With a resolute tone, he declared, "Brother, I will protect you, always by your side, ensuring you never face any bullying." Sister Luo Xian approached as well, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her voice soft and filled with love. "Brother is truly so small and precious. I will take care of you, and we will all love you dearly." She carefully adjusted Luo Chen's little blanket, as if handling an immensely treasured possession. "Let us name the child," grandfather proposed. "Indeed, father, do you have any good ideas?" Luo Chen's father inquired. After a moment of contemplation, grandfather replied, "I hope he can be as humble yet resilient as dust. Let us name him Luo Chen." Luo Chen's father nodded slightly, saying, "Father, that name carries profound significance. Dust may seem insignificant, yet it is omnipresent and possesses a tenacious spirit." Luo Chen's mother smiled, adding, "Father, I find this name splendid. In a world rife with temptation, I hope our child embodies the modesty and resilience of dust." Grandfather responded with a smile. "Indeed, this child has a long road ahead, encountering various circumstances. May this name serve as a constant reminder." Luo Chen's father continued, "Precisely, we must educate him well, instilling in him the meaning of this name." Luo Chen's mother gently stated, "Then we must convey to him the heartfelt intention behind this name, so he understands his grandfather's hopes." Thus, the name Luo Chen was firmly established. Upon hearing Luo Chen, he chuckled softly, reminiscent of a past life. His laughter drew the attention of his family, who regarded him curiously. "Why is this child laughing so joyfully? Does he perhaps favor this name?" Luo Chen's father exclaimed in surprise. His mother wore a look of delight, indicating that he seemed quite content. Grandfather, stroking his beard, smiled and remarked, "This child may possess a unique spirit. His laughter seems to carry a sense of foresight." Yet, only Luo Chen himself knew that this name bore not only the family's expectations, but also the memories and destiny of his past life. He silently vowed to carve out his own legendary narrative through effort and wisdom. Grandfather Luo Jingxian gazed kindly at AI Lunya, who had just given birth, and expressed his concern. "All right, AI Lunya, you have just born child. You must be exhausted. Nurse, please carefully take little Luo Chen down to feed him and allow him to rest in a warm, comfortable place." The nurse respectfully approached, gently cradling little Luo Chen, saying, "Yes, my lord. I will take young master down at once. Rest assured, I will care for him diligently." With that, she slowly made her way toward the door. Grandfather then turned to the others, waving his hand, and said, "Everyone else, please step back and allow AI Lunya to rest well. Today is a momentous occasion, and my heart is filled with joy." Subsequently, he looked toward the steward and commanded in a booming voice, "Steward, please inform everyone in the household that each person shall receive a gold coin as a reward. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins, with the purchasing power of 1 copper coin equating to 1 yuan in the previous life, so that all may share in this joy." The steward bowed respectfully, his face brimming with joy. "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it at once." He turned and swiftly made his way to the courtyard, where those in the servant quarters or laboring nearby paused their tasks upon hearing the news. A young servant leaped up in excitement. 1 gold coin. The Lord is truly generous. Nearby, a maid chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, this will allow us to acquire quite a few things." Everyone's faces glowed with surprise and gratitude as they bowed respectfully toward the room where grandfather was, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, head of the family. Your generosity is truly grand." After hearing grandfather's words, the others bowed and orderly withdrew, leaving the room in tranquility, with AI Lunya resting on the bed, exhausted yet blissful. After little Luo Chen finished his feeding, the nurse gently patted his back, as if soothing the most delicate of chicks. Lowering her gaze upon the young master, she noticed his tiny mouth had ceased its movements, and his eyes were slowly closing. She assumed he had drifted off to sleep. Carefully, she placed little Luo Chen in his soft, comfortable crib, tucking in the edges of his blanket, then cautiously retreated, fearful of making any noise that might disturb him. Once the nurse had withdrawn, Luo Chen's consciousness seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, quietly entering the sea of his own awareness. This sea of consciousness was vast and boundless, resembling a mysterious and expansive universe. Within it lay numerous gifts bestowed by the celestial sage, each radiating brilliant hues, each embodying endless mysteries and formidable power. Luo Chen's consciousness, akin to a small sprite, flitted among these treasures. His gaze flitted over the various artifacts, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Eventually, his eyes settled upon a tome that emitted the most dazzling glow, as if it were the sovereign among all treasures. The cover of the tome bore the 4 characters Hong Meng Sheng, inscribed in an ancient and mysterious script, exuding a powerful aura from the primordial era that a strong intuition surged within Luo Chen. This must be the most formidable tome among the gifts from the celestial sage. Without a moment's hesitation, his tiny consciousness extended a beam of light, gently touching the Hong Meng Sheng that in an instant, the tome transformed into a stream of light, melding into his consciousness, and thus, Luo Chen commenced his practice of the Hong Meng Sheng. A month passed in tranquil serenity, and tomorrow marked little Luo Chen's full moon celebration. During this nearly month-long period, though still a swaddled infant, Luo Chen gradually gleaned a preliminary understanding of the world around him through the idle chatter of the servants. He learned that the vast continent he inhabited was called the Holy Radiance Continent, a realm steeped in mystery and legend. Upon the Holy Radiance Continent lay a unique and intricate cultivation system, primarily divided into the branches of martial energy and magic, akin to 2 resplendent stars illuminating the cultivation sky of this land. Martial energy was categorized into bronze, silver, gold, sword saint, and sword god, while magic was divided into novice mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, mage scholar, mage tutor, law saint, and law god. In this mysterious and expansive Holy Radiance Continent, the distribution of human power resembled a vibrant and distinctly layered tapestry. Foremost among them were the 3 great empires, akin to the 3 most luminous stars upon the continent, holding high positions among the myriad forces that be classified as an empire. One must encompass over 50 provinces. Each of these 3 empires possessed unique characteristics, inscribing their own glorious chapters in the annals of the continent's history. The citizens of the Yaoyang Empire were born with a valiant and combative spirit flowing through their veins. Their territory is vast and boundless, comprising numerous provinces, far exceeding 50 in number. Across this expansive land, vast stretches of plains serve as a natural stage for warfare. Whenever conflict arises, the entire empire operates like a finely tuned war machine. Countless soldiers gather from towns and villages across the provinces, clad in heavy armor and wielding glinting blades, forming a formidable and orderly legion. Upon those flat plains, they stand ready, their disciplined ranks seemingly capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The architectural style of the Radiant Empire is aptly named, exuding a grandeur akin to the blazing sun. Majestic palaces rise high, as if striving to pierce the clouds. The continuous towering city walls coil like a great dragon resting upon the earth. Every intricate detail of their structures, be it the exquisite carvings, the magnificent arches, or the soaring towers, silently proclaims the unmatched majesty of the monarchy, narrating tales of the Radiant Empire's prosperity and glorious splendor. Another empire, the Azure Empire, also boasts an expansive territory, with more than 50 provinces distinguished by its proximity to the sea. The ocean serves as an inexhaustible treasure trove for the Azure Empire. Here, maritime trade flourishes, with merchant ships from every corner of the continent, and even distant islands, flitting between the myriad ports of the Azure Empire like weary birds returning to their nests. Next is the Gale Empire, another colossal realm with over 50 provinces, nestled between vast plateaus and numerous valleys. The environment here is unique, characterized by powerful winds that howl year-round. The citizens of the Gale Empire have honed their agility in such conditions and possess a remarkable and acute sensitivity to the elemental forces of wind. In addition to the 3 great empires, the continent is home to 10 formidable kingdoms. These kingdoms, though slightly smaller than the empires, encompass territories ranging from 30 to 50 provinces. They wield significant influence across the continent, each with its own distinctive culture, traditions, and governance, flourishing within their respective domains. Following the kingdoms are the duchies, whose territories span 10 to 30 provinces, while smaller in scale compared to the empires and kingdoms. Duchies possess their own unique characteristics and advantages, playing pivotal roles in regional affairs and maintaining intricate relationships with neighboring powers. Then come the principalities, which encompass territories of 5 to 10 provinces. These principalities hold a notable position within the power dynamics of the Radiant Continent, featuring their own localized governance systems and existing in a state of interdependence and competition with other factions. Finally, there are the lordships, with territories consisting of fewer than 5 provinces. Despite their smaller size, lords wield considerable authority within their domains, overseeing the populace, land, and resources, thereby playing a distinctive role in the continent's multifaceted power structure. Now, let's speak of the continent's most renowned organization, undoubtedly the Radiant Church, which stands as the most powerful force upon the land. The composition of the Radiant Church is exceedingly intricate and vast. Resembling a colossal pyramid with distinct hierarchical layers, at the pinnacle resides the Pope, regarded as the earthly representative of the Radiant God, endowed with supreme authority. Surrounding the Pope are esteemed cardinals, the Church's advisory council, assisting the Pope in managing ecclesiastical matters and participating in significant decisions shaping the religious direction of the entire continent. Beneath the cardinals are numerous archbishops and bishops, who oversee churches and monasteries scattered across the continent. The Radiant Church also boasts a formidable order of paladins, elite warriors selected from among the devout and skilled fighters, clad in resplendent armor radiating divine light, wielding weapons imbued with the power of the Radiant God. These paladins are both adept in combat and fiercely devoted to their faith. In addition to the paladin order, the Radiant Church is home to a mysterious organization of inquisitors composed of clergy. The inquisitors are tasked with monitoring all heretical activities across the continent. Upon discovering any actions or individuals that contravene the tenets of the Radiant faith, they are empowered to investigate and impose penalties as granted by the Church. Below the Radiant Church, the Mercenary Guild is another significant organization on the continent. Formed spontaneously by mercenaries, the Guild unites individuals from various regions, each with differing motives. Mercenaries earn their livelihoods by completing a variety of tasks, including but not limited to escorting caravans, exploring ruins, and hunting magical beasts. The Mercenary Guild provides a platform for task posting and acceptance while establishing a set of regulations to ensure orderly industry development. The Swordsman's Guild serves as a haven for swordsmen. Within this guild, practitioners of various styles and schools converge. From fledgling young swordsmen to seasoned swordmasters, they exchange insights and hone their skills, striving for breakthroughs. The Mages Guild also holds a vital position on the continent. It serves as the sanctuary for all magic users, encompassing novice mages, intermediate mages, advanced mages, as well as sorcerers, archmages, and grand sorcerers of various skill levels. Though the Thieves Guild does not enjoy the same level of acclaim as the aforementioned organizations, it wields considerable influence within the continent's shadows. The Thieves Guild attracts a diverse array of adept individuals skilled in stealth, thievery, and lockpicking. They possess a unique survival strategy, frequently operating in the underground realms of cities and within enigmatic ruins that on this vast and boundless continent. Myriad races twinkle like stars, each radiating its unique brilliance and crafting its own legendary tales. The elves, akin to ethereal sprites within the forest, dwell deep within the dense and enigmatic elven woods. Their features are exquisitely graceful, seemingly sculpted by nature itself, with pointed ears resembling tender leaves and eyes shimmering with lively light. They evoke the image of stars falling into a cerulean lake. The elves excel in archery and nature magic, a testament to their wisdom cultivated through harmonious coexistence with the forest over ages. Their archery skills are unparalleled, allowing them to navigate the dense woods with ease, shooting arrows that fly with the precision of shooting stars. Furthermore, their innate nature magic enables them to converse with trees, harness vines for their purposes, and wield the forces of nature to protect their homeland or confront adversaries. Elven society is governed by a queen or an elder council, with the queen radiating a noble and enchanting aura, leading her people through various matters. The elder council comprises the wisest elders of the race, safeguarding elven traditions and knowledge, ensuring that ancient skills, magic, and tales are passed down through generations. The dwarves, guardians of the mountains, are deeply rooted in the undulating ranges, stocky and robust. Their bodies are as solid as the very rocks of the mountains, with skin that is rugged and resilient, akin to the mountain surface. The dwarves are renowned for their forging skills, a craft that has earned them fame across the continent. Within the depths of the mountains, they construct formidable underground fortresses, akin to impregnable bastions. Inside these strongholds, the forges burn continuously, their clanging echoing like thunder throughout the subterranean chambers. With their rough yet nimble hands, the dwarves transform into exquisite weapons and sturdy armor. In combat, their prowess in melee is formidable, wielding heavy battle axes or maces, each strike imbued with earth-shattering force, as if intent on shattering both their foes and the very ground beneath them. The centaurs gallop across the vast grasslands, their upper bodies human and their lower bodies those of powerful steeds. This unique physique grants them an innate affinity with the plains. Centaurs excel in mounted archery, raised upon horseback in perfect harmony with their steeds. The centaur riders can accurately shoot arrows while galloping at high speeds, the projectiles soaring like howling winds toward distant targets. They coexist harmoniously with the creatures of the grasslands, respecting the existence of every being. Centaur society is tribal, with each tribe led by a chief, who guides their people across the plains in search of water and grazing, safeguarding their traditions and territories. The berserkers hail from the cold and expansive northern wastelands. Towering and robust, they resemble the colossal boulders of the plains. In battle, berserkers can unleash a fury from within, a primal power seemingly drawn from the depths of the wilderness. When this rage is awakened, their eyes blaze crimson, muscles bulging, and their strength multiplies. Wielding heavy weaponry, such as colossal two-handed swords or formidable spike clubs, they charge into enemy lines like a tempest, instilling fear in all who stand in their path. They revere strength, as it symbolizes status and glory among the berserker clan. The mightier the warrior, the greater the respect bestowed upon him within the tribe. The goblin race, diminutive yet cunning, resides in the depths below, akin to the sly spirits of the underground realm. Despite their petite stature, their minds are brimming with ingenious ideas. They excel in crafting machinery and setting traps, skills honed through survival in their harsh subterranean environment. The goblins are led by their most astute members, endowed with sharp intellects and unique perspectives, capable of directing their kin in excavating intricate underground passages and devising cunning mechanical traps within the goblin territory. Peculiar machines abound, some serving daily needs, while others stand as defenses against intruders. Should an enemy trespass, they would find themselves ensnared in the labyrinthine traps meticulously laid by the goblins. The orcs inhabit desolate regions, their appearances rugged and wild. The orc tribes possess a strong sense of communal identity, each tribe forming a tightly knit collective. Their robust physiques and well-developed muscles make them adept in close-quarters combat. Orcish warriors charge fearlessly into battle, wielding sharp weapons such as broadswords and battle axes, advancing relentlessly toward their foes. In orc culture, tribal honor reigns supreme, with every member willing to fight, even sacrifice their lives. For the tribe's welfare, the winged ones dwell atop lofty mountains, where swirling mists serve as their natural barrier. They possess a pair of wings that resemble the soft, white clouds of the sky, light and beautiful. With these wings, they soar freely through the heavens, akin to cherished children of the firmament. Their weapons consist of lightweight spears or magically enhanced darts, and when they dive from the heights to launch their assaults, they appear as divine emissaries descending from the sky. They exploit their aerial advantage to launch surprise attacks, leaving their adversaries defenseless. Moreover, the continent harbors four perilous regions deemed forbidden: the Beastmaster Forest, the Abyss of Death, the Endless Sea, and Dragon Island. The Beastmaster Forest is shrouded in potent magic and inhabited by mysterious creatures, a place that adventurers and explorers often avoid. Within this forest dwell myriad formidable magical beasts, roaming its corners and filling the air with unknown dangers. The Abyss of Death, a cursed valley, is suffused with an aura of despair and death, inhabited by countless undead beings that haunt every inch of its land, creating a chilling atmosphere. The Endless Sea is a vast and boundless expanse of water, home to colossal water-based magical beasts and aquatic races. Additionally, it conceals many undiscovered islands, rendering it a realm of endless peril and mystery. Dragon Island serves as the dwelling place of the dragon race, known for their immense power and pride, wielding formidable magical abilities and unparalleled strength. The island is not only home to adult dragons, but also to powerful guardians of dragon eggs and hatchlings. Intruders are met with fierce resistance from the dragons, compounded by the potential existence of defensive magics or treacherous terrains set by the dragonkin, marking it as an extremely dangerous forbidden zone. The Luo family, where Luo Chen resides, stands as the most formidable family in the Xingyao Kingdom, second only to the royal Lin family. The Luo family boasts a plethora of skilled individuals, steeped in profound heritage, possessing abundant cultivation resources and powerful martial arts tomes. However, this very strength has made them the object of suspicion from the royal family. After all, in the game of power, any formidable force poses a double-edged sword to the rulers, serving as both a valuable ally and a potential threat. Furthermore, the geopolitical landscape surrounding them is far from optimistic that on the third day following Luo Chen's birth, his father was compelled to rush to the front lines. Across the continent, masters abound, exemplified by the four sword gods. The Church of Light claims one sword god, a figure clad in a white robe, wielding a sword radiating with sacred light, revered by the church as a guardian deity who often rises to the occasion in times of crisis. Each of the three great empires also boasts a sword god, their pillars of strength, instilling fear in their enemies. There are a total of 10 sword saints on the continent. The Church of Light possesses 2 sword saints, typically responsible for safeguarding the church's sanctuaries and vital secrets. Each of the 3 empires has 1 sword saint. In the Xingyao Kingdom, aside from Luo Chen's grandfather, there's another sword saint. Additionally, a mysterious dark sword saint operates as a lone assassin, his presence akin to a ghost in the shadows, elusive and deadly, with many unaware of his true identity and origins. The east of the Xingyao Kingdom lies the Dawn Kingdom, which also has a sword saint renowned for his speed and agility, his sword striking like lightning in the morning light. Another sword saint serves as the president of the Swordsman's Guild, for the mage gods. None have yet emerged on the continent. However, the establishment of the 3 great empires owes much to the historical assistance of mage gods, with a saying circulating that those who gain the favor of mage gods will conquer the realm. There are 7 mage saints. The Church of Light has 1, a master of various holy magics capable of casting powerful healing and purification spells, an essential figure within the church. Each of the 3 empires also has 1 mage saint. Xingyao Kingdom possesses 1 who specializes in fire magic, unleashing astonishingly powerful fire spells on the battlefield. There is another mage saint who serves as the head of the mage guild, while the last prefers solitary pursuits. Luo Chen reached the foundation establishment stage in merely a month of cultivation. It is noteworthy that this stage is equivalent to the golden period of the Qi combat phase and the mage mentor level within a magical realm, and Luo Chen excels in both martial and magical arts, a level of prowess that is truly astonishing if others were to learn that someone who had only cultivated for a month, akin to an infant just beginning their journey, achieved such a lofty status. Their jaws would surely drop in disbelief, especially in this brutal world, where the law of the jungle prevails and competition is fierce. Strength equates to power and the right to exist. Luo Chen's presence is akin to a blinding flash of lightning in the darkness, shattering the delicate balance among various factions. Should those opposed to him become aware of his remarkable pace of advancement, they would undoubtedly feel an acute sense of unease, as if sitting on a bed of nails. In the eyes of these hostile factions, Luo Chen appears as a rapidly growing and dangerously threatening tumor, one that must be eradicated before it reaches full strength. After all, achieving the Foundation establishment stage in just a month, equivalent to the golden phase of Qi combat and the Mage Mentor level, is a feat beyond comprehension. Should he fully mature, he would become an insurmountable obstacle in their pursuit of ambition. They would resort to any means necessary, whether dispatching elite assassins in secret or devising nefarious plots, to eliminate Luo Chen swiftly, ensuring no future repercussions at that moment, with the sound of gentle footsteps. His mother, Elunia, gracefully entered. Her figure was elegant and light, reminiscent of a fairy stepping out from a painting. Her tender gaze fell upon me, a loving smile gracing her lips, as she softly said, "My dear son, do you know, tomorrow marks your first month. It is indeed a grand occasion, and many esteemed guests will come to celebrate you. These visitors hail from various places, our family as close friends and notable figures from the surrounding regions. They are all filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to meet our little treasure who has just reached his first month." That I slightly curled my lips, emitting two soft, childlike giggles that sounded like silver bells gently chiming in the breeze. Subsequently, I waved my chubby little arms in response to my mother's words. Though I appeared merely as an infant, my eyes seemed to convey a depth of awareness beyond my years, as if to tell my mother that I was already aware of the grand event approaching. Upon hearing my bell-like laughter, my mother's smile grew wider, her eyes filled with affection and joy. She turned and called out, "Nanny, come quickly." Upon hearing the call, the nanny hurriedly approached, slightly bowing in respect. As my mother gently stroked my tiny hand, she addressed the nanny, saying, "Nanny, please take the young master to wash up, that we must ensure he is clean and fresh for the occasion today. And about the new clothes, please have him try them on to ensure they fit well. We cannot have him uncomfortable tomorrow." The nanny bowed respectfully, a humble smile gracing her face, and replied in a gentle, compliant tone, "Yes, madam, the old servant will now take the young master to wash up, ensuring that every detail is attended to with utmost care, and will delicately assist him in trying on his new garments. Madam, you need not worry." As dawn broke the following day, the Luo household was adorned with colorful decorations, a vibrant celebration unfolding in full swing to commemorate the arrival of a new member to the family. The first guests to arrive were predominantly minor nobility and some low-ranking officials from the court. With ulterior motives, they seized the occasion to ingratiate themselves with the illustrious Luo family. Their faces adorned with forced smiles, their eyes glinting with cunning, they surrounded the venerable grandfather Luo like sycophantic hounds. They ransacked their minds for flattering phrases, showering grandfather Luo with insincere praise. The minor nobles boasted of the Luo family's illustrious achievements as though they illuminated their own paths, expressing profound admiration for the Luo lineage. While the court officials extolled grandfather Luo's sagacity and the family's influence in the court, it seemed as if the Luo family status served as a safeguard for their political ambitions. Such nauseating flattery did not faze grandfather Luo, who maintained a genial demeanor, engaging them in cheerful conversation. After all, he reasoned, although their intentions were not pure, their collective support could be advantageous for the Luo family. Much like the pieces on a chessboard, each holds its own purpose. When utilized wisely, they can provide unexpected assistance in the grand scheme of the family's advancement. Moreover, these individuals had come under the pretense of celebration. As the old adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Their cheerful expressions and festive words made it unseemly to confront them with their hidden agendas. This exemplified the Luo family's diplomatic wisdom. In the intricate web of social relations, maintaining a facade of harmony often helps avoid unnecessary troubles, fostering a relatively stable environment for the family's growth. Before long, the Luo family steward, Luo Chen, approached with measured strides. His voice booming, "Master Sun and Master Yu, when have arrived with generous gifts." Luo Chen held a position of immense significance within the Luo family. In his youth, grandfather Luo, while traveling across the continent, fortuitously encountered him. Back then, he was known as Zhao Huan, hailing from a prosperous family. However, fate turned cruel when, in a moment of youthful arrogance, he inadvertently offended a narrow-minded minor noble, seizing the opportunity to exact revenge. That noble ruthlessly annihilated Zhao Huan's family. After the tragic demise of his kin, Zhao Huan fled like a lost dog. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he was fortunate enough to be rescued by Grandfather Luo. Not only did Grandfather Luo save his life, but he also leveraged his influence and connections to exact vengeance on Zhao Huan's behalf. From that day forth, Zhao Huan, filled with gratitude, resolutely changed his name to Luo Chen, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the Luo family. His loyalty was unwavering, akin to a guardian spirit of the Luo clan. Within the Luo family, he shared a close bond with Grandfather Luo, referring to each other as brothers. Furthermore, he had watched over Grandfather Luo's father as he grew up, treating him with the same care a father would bestow upon his own child. In the Starry Kingdom, there existed 4 prominent families. Apart from the Luo family and the lofty royal family, the Sun and Yuan families constituted the remaining 2. These families held significant sway within the Starry Kingdom. Their influence vast. The presence of both family heads today, bearing lavish gifts, would undoubtedly elevate the Luo family's celebratory feast to new heights. Upon hearing the steward's announcement, Grandfather Luo Jingxian quickly approached with a beaming smile. With both hands clasped in a gesture of respect, he greeted the heads of the Sun and Yuan families with a hearty laugh. Brother Sun, Brother Yuan, your esteemed presence today truly brings glory to our humble abode. Master Sun, Sun Chuan, promptly returned the gesture, his face adorned with an appropriate smile. Luo, old brother, you flatter us. The arrival of your new son is indeed a momentous occasion, and we brothers naturally must come to convey our congratulations. Master Yuan Zhengxiong, echoed in agreement. Indeed, Luo, old brother, we have eagerly awaited this day. Your family has always flourished, and with the addition of a new child, its prosperity will surely continue to grow. Grandfather Luo Jingxian chuckled heartily, his eyes filled with satisfaction. You are both too kind. Today a celebration is meant for your enjoyment, so please indulge yourselves. Sun Chiwen smiled in response. We have complete faith in your arrangements. Luo, old brother. However, we have yet to lay eyes on the newly born young master. Wai Yu and Zhengxiong nodded in agreement. Yes, old brother, we are all eager to see this young master, who must surely be as adorable as a little lucky star. Grandfather Luo Jingxian, brimming with pride, remarked, Indeed, my little grandson is exceptionally handsome, destined to become an extraordinary individual in the future. With that, Grandfather Luo Jingxian slightly turned, directing his gaze toward the wet nurse nearby, and called out with a warm yet authoritative tone, Nurse, please check if the young master is ready. If so, bring him out to meet our esteemed guests. The wet nurse respectfully inclined her body, placing her hands together before her, her eyes filled with submission, and softly replied, Yes, master, I shall go and see. With that, she hurriedly made her way to the young master's chamber. Upon reaching the door, she paused momentarily, then gently raised her hand to knock softly, whispering, Madam, it is the wet nurse. The master has sent me to check if the young master is ready. If he is, the master wishes to have him meet the guests. From within, the gentle voice of Luo Chen's mother, Elenia, responded, Yes, wet nurse, the young master is ready. We shall come right away. Elenia, graceful in her demeanor, approached Grandfather Luo Jingxian, respectfully kneeling in greeting. I pay my respects to father. Grandfather Luo Jingxian quickly raised his hand, a warm smile gracing his face. Elenia, please rise. You have just completed your confinement. Your health is still fragile, and there is no need for such formalities. Straightening herself, Elenia expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Father, I am feeling much better now. With distinguished guests at home, it is my duty to welcome them. Grandfather Luo Jingxian nodded in satisfaction. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. At that moment, Sun Chuan and Yuan Zhengxiong, along with several minor nobles, approached. Among the minor nobles were Zhao Lu, the steward of the city's granary, Qian Yong, responsible for city security, and Sun Li, in charge of ceremonial affairs. Sun Chuan was the first to speak, gazing at the swaddled Luo Chen with affection in his eyes. "Luo, old brother, your little grandson is truly blessed with a noble countenance. Just look at his auspicious features. He is destined for greatness." Yu and Zhengxiong nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the child's visage exudes intelligence and composure. He will surely become a remarkable figure." "Luo, old brother, your family is truly fortunate." Zhao Lu quickly chimed in, slightly bowing. "Master, this child's appearance heralds a stroke of good fortune. Just observe his cherubic face, radiating auspiciousness. He will undoubtedly bring endless glory to the Luo family." Qian Yong followed suit. "Master Luo," the young master's eyes shine like stars, hinting at a cleverness that may one day make him a legendary general, a protector of the realm. Sun Li interjected, "Master, the birth of this young master is a momentous occasion for the Luo family. Judging by his appearance, he will surely be a person of virtue and talent, destined to uphold the family's legacy." Each guest took turns extolling Luo Chen, as if he were the most perfect child in existence. Though merely an infant swaddled in blankets, Luo Chen seemed to possess an extraordinary awareness, listening to the insincere flattery. His small eyes reflected a sentiment far removed from that of an infant, filled instead with disdain to him. These so-called nobles were utterly hypocritical, their praise mere superficial niceties devoid of sincerity, particularly when his gaze fell upon Sun Quan. He discerned a glimmer of greed and calculation lurking behind that seemingly gentle facade. It felt as though Sun Quan regarded him as a delectable morsel, longing to devour him whole. This sensation deepened Luo Chen's aversion towards Sun Quan. Suddenly, a shrill voice from outside rang out. "His Majesty the King has arrived. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived." The sound reverberated through the air, instantly transforming the previously boisterous atmosphere into one of solemnity and reverence. Upon hearing these words, Grandpa Luo Chen, Luo Jingxian, hurriedly adjusted his attire and, accompanied by family and esteemed guests, hastened towards the entrance. The assembly gathered in the courtyard, standing in an orderly fashion according to their ranks and statuses. With utmost respect, Luo Jingxian bowed and announced in a resounding voice, "I pay my respects to your Majesty and Her Royal Highness the Queen. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! May he live for countless ages! Long live the Empress! May she live for thousands of years!" Among the attendees, aside from Grandpa Luo Chen, Luo Jingxian, the head of the Sun family, Sun Quan, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Zhengxiong, and Luo Chen's mother, Elenia, the rest knelt in deference. This was due to the esteemed position of the three prominent families in the kingdom, granting their patriarchs the privilege of facing the king without bowing. While Luo Chen's mother, Elenia, being a princess of the Elven race, held an equally noble status, King Lin Xiao, surrounded by his entourage, gracefully entered the courtyard, adorned in a resplendent robe and crowned with a tiara. The gemstones glimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight, exuding an air of majesty and authority. The queen stood gracefully at his side. Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. "All my loyal subjects, please rise." In unison, the crowd replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Luo Jingxian stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty graces our humble abode today. It truly brings glory to our modest dwelling. Might I inquire if Your Majesty has come for any significant matter, or if there is something amiss that necessitated your personal visit?" King Lin Xiao gently waved his hand, a subtle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Luo Iching, you worry too much. I have heard of the new addition to your family and came to pay a visit, as well as to gather with you and the other esteemed guests." Luo Jingxian quickly bowed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Your Majesty's concern for my family fills me with overwhelming emotion. My grandson, Luo Chen, has just been born, and to have Your Majesty's favor is an immense blessing for him, as well as an honor for the Luo family." Lin Xiao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before he continued, "I have always valued the contributions of your family, as well as those of Sun Iching and Yuan Iching, to the kingdom. This newborn child may one day become a pillar of our realm. I hope you will nurture him well and not disappoint my expectations." Luo Jingxian bowed once more, resolutely affirming, "Your Majesty is wise. We shall do our utmost to educate our descendants, instilling in them the duty to serve your Majesty and contribute to the prosperity of our kingdom." Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction and added, "I have also brought some modest gifts today, a token of my regard for the young master." With that, he gestured to the eunuch beside him to present the prepared gifts. The eunuch stepped forward, clearing his throat, and proclaimed in a high-pitched, sharp voice, "His Majesty, in his boundless grace, bestows upon the Luo family 1,000,000 gold coins as resources for the young master's upbringing. His Majesty also grants a third-tier baron title, hoping the young master will uphold noble virtues and serve the kingdom. Additionally, 10 Grade 7 magic cores, which are exceedingly rare and imbued with formidable magical power, will greatly benefit the young master's future magical studies, along with various other grade cores. 10,000-year-old spirit ginseng, grown in the kingdom's frigid lands, which absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, providing exceptional nourishment and enhancing magical foundations. 5 magical amulets crafted from high-grade magic crystals, capable of withstanding powerful magical attacks to protect the young master. 3 royal tomes of magical knowledge, containing long-lost magical techniques for the young master's study. A magical ring crafted by a mysterious artisan, embedded with a gem that amplifies magical power, adjustable to the young master's growth. A rare Grade 6 magical beast pup, a star feather beast, which can become the young master's flying mount when grown. Its feathers possessing unique magical properties suitable for crafting top-tier magical cloaks. A splendid magical outfit, meticulously tailored by royal seamstresses and master alchemists. Not only exquisite, but also equipped with basic magical defense capabilities. And finally, 5 vials of precious magical recovery potions, which can swiftly restore the young master's magic during times of depletion, ensuring his safety in critical moments. Upon hearing the eunuch's lengthy announcement of such dazzling rewards, the assembled guests were rendered speechless. Sun Chuan, the head of the Sun family, pondered privately. The Emperor's generous gifts to this young Luo child are excessive. The Luo family will undoubtedly gain even more influence in the future. It seems we, the Sun family, must hasten our efforts to expand our own power. The Yuan Zhengxiong, head of the Yuan family, wore a similarly astonished expression, reflecting, "This young Luo child is honored with such distinction right at birth. The Emperor's favor for the Luo family is beyond imagination, though we must consider the Luo family's interests in our future endeavors." The guests were similarly caught in a whirlwind of envy and admiration. Acknowledging the Luo family's fortune in receiving such bountiful gifts from the Emperor, Grandpa Luo Chen, Luo Jingxian, was the first to regain his composure and hurriedly responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty." King Lin Xiao smiled in return. "Marshal Luo, your lifetime of service on the battlefield has greatly contributed to the stability of my kingdom. It is only fitting that I bestow these gifts upon your family during this joyous occasion." With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Xiao continued, "Today is a momentous day for the Luo family. It is a celebration filled with joy. Let us all relax and not be hindered by formalities. In this Luo residence today, there are no distinctions between ruler and subject. Let us treat this gathering as a reunion of friends and family." That moment, King Lin Xiao turned to the crowd, smiling as he remarked, "I have heard that the Luo family has prepared a feast filled with many delicacies, along with the renowned Luo family wine. I have come today with great anticipation to indulge." Luo Jingxian promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the delicacies and wines of my humble abode are but a fraction of what you would find in the palace. However, they have been prepared with great care, and if it pleases your Majesty, I shall arrange for them at once." With that, Luo Jingxian signaled the steward to make the necessary arrangements. Hearing the king's words, the guests gradually relaxed, engaging in quiet conversation as the atmosphere transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie. Sun Chuan, the head of the Sun family, smiled at the king, saying, "Your Majesty, today's banquet at the Luo residence promises to be a grand affair. It is indeed a blessing for us all to celebrate together." King Lin Xiao laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I too wish to experience the joys of a banquet among the common folk. I'm certain it will offer a unique flavor." Just then, Luo Chao's clear voice resonated once more in the hall. The esteemed Archbishop's son Yaoyang has arrived. Sun Yaoyang, the Archbishop, entered with measured strides, his attendants respectfully carrying a gift box behind him. Luo Chen announced loudly. Archbishop Sun Yaoyang comes to offer his congratulations, presenting a generous gift of 100,000 gold coins and a level 5 healing scroll of the light element. This Archbishop Sun Yaoyang held considerable significance. He was the younger brother of the head of the Sun family and held a prominent position within the clan. Upon hearing Luo Chen's announcement, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. The king, seated upon his resplendent throne, had his previously gentle smile suddenly freeze, replaced by a barely discernible frown. The other guests exchanged knowing glances, understanding the underlying tension. In their minds, the king's gifts had been meticulously prepared, showcasing the royal family's prestige and underscoring the importance of this gathering, both in value and sentiment. In stark contrast, the Archbishop's offering of merely 100,000 gold coins and a level 5 healing scroll paled significantly in comparison to the Emperor's generous gifts. What further incensed the crowd was the Archbishop's late arrival, his haughty demeanor suggesting he held a higher status than even the king himself. However, everyone could only grumble silently in their hearts. After all, in this land, the power and influence of the church loomed like an unassailable mountain, casting a vast shadow over all. No nation or family dared to provoke it lightly. Offending the church was akin to courting one's own demise, even for a monarch as esteemed as the king, who had to tread carefully around it. Thus, despite any dissatisfaction they harbored, they could only swallow their grievances in silence. Subsequently, the king's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk, and he spoke slowly. Archbishop's son, you truly are a busy man. The feast is nearly halfway through, and we thought you would miss it entirely. The king's voice echoed through the hall, and the guests recognized the subtle sarcasm in his words. They lowered their heads, refraining from speaking, yet discreetly observing the expressions of both the Archbishop and the king. The Archbishop inclined his head slightly, a trace of arrogant amusement on his face as he replied nonchalantly, Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness as you know, in this world, spreading the faith of the great God of light is of utmost importance. As Archbishop, I bear the expectations of many believers. Thus, I must personally oversee numerous matters to ensure they are attended to properly. This has caused a slight delay, for which I hope your Majesty will not hold it against me. Upon witnessing the scene, Her Majesty the Queen hastily inclined her body with grace, a poised smile adorning her visage, and promptly remarked, Your Excellency, the Archbishop, your efforts are truly commendable. Look around this world. The radiance of the God of light shines so widely, and it is all thanks to dedicated individuals like yourself. You toil tirelessly, attending to even the most trivial of matters without a hint of complaint. Such devotion and commitment truly exemplify the most fervent of believers in the light. With your presence, the teachings of the God of light are bound to spread even further, allowing more of our people to bask in his divine glow. The Archbishop replied with a smile, Your Majesty, you flatter me excessively. As you are aware, the faith in the God of light is as vital to us as life itself, that I am indeed privileged to serve as the Archbishop under his grace, and thus I must do my utmost to disseminate his brilliance. These tasks are merely my duty. I do not deserve such praise from you. Old Master Luo slightly lifted his eyelids and casually spoke, Archbishop's son, your busy schedule is well known, yet you have graciously taken the time to attend my grandson's full moon banquet today. It truly illuminates our humble abode. The Archbishop nodded subtly, his smile not quite reaching his eyes as he replied, Old Master Luo, you are too kind that I would naturally come to congratulate the full moon celebration of your grandson. Old Master Luo waved his hand dismissively and continued, Your presence alone grants us great honor. You must have traveled far. Please do not stand. Take a seat promptly, for the festivities should resume with the arrival of the king and the Archbishop. The previously light-hearted atmosphere, filled with laughter and joy, dissipated as if swept away by a chilling breeze. Upon the king's arrival, he briefly exchanged pleasantries with old Marshal Luo before taking his designated seat. His expression was solemn, and the air around him seemed to grow heavy with tension. The banquet proceeded under an oppressive atmosphere, with guests refraining from indulging in their merriment. After a while, the king rose, prompting old Marshal Luo to hastily step forward. The king spoke coolly. "Old Marshal Luo, this full moon banquet has been quite enjoyable, but I have pressing state matters to attend to and must return to the palace." Old Marshal Luo bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, with your busy schedule, I am immensely grateful for your visit. Please take care on your journey." Once the king departed, the Archbishop and the head of the Sun family exchanged glances before approaching old Marshal Luo together. The Archbishop slightly inclined his body and said, "Old Marshal Luo, today's banquet has been quite successful, yet I have matters to attend to at the church, so I must take my leave." The head of the Sun family followed suit, clasping his hands and stating, "Old Marshal Luo, I too have some affairs to arrange at home and must depart." Old Marshal Luo smiled and nodded. "Please take care." After the Archbishop and the head of the Sun family left, the head of the Yu family also rose and approached old Marshal Luo respectfully, saying, "Old Marshal Luo, your full moon banquet has been meticulously arranged. However, I have distinguished guests at my residence who require my attention. I must excuse myself." Old Marshal Luo responded, "Head you are too kind. Please return and attend to your guests." Finally, when the time for feasting and revelry arrived, the guests seemed to find relief. Rising from their seats, an elder guest approached old Marshal Luo. Bowing respectfully, "Old Marshal Luo, I am grateful for your hospitality today. The dishes and wines were the finest quality. I should have stayed longer, but I have matters to attend to at home. I hope for your understanding as I take my leave." Old Marshal Luo smiled in acknowledgement, conveying his understanding. Another younger guest stepped forward with a hint of regret. "Old Marshal Luo, today's full moon banquet was truly splendid, but I have urgent matters to attend to early tomorrow that I must return to prepare. Thank you for your generous invitation. Until we meet again." Subsequently, the guests exchanged relieved glances before quietly departing from the stifling atmosphere. The guests gradually left. Old Marshal Luo, accompanied by Luo Chen's father, mother, and Luo Chio, returned to the study. The room was thick with a sense of oppression, as if even the light had dimmed considerably. Luo Chen's father broke the silence first, his face flushed with indignation that he stomped his foot heavily and exclaimed, "This is infuriating. Today was meant to be my son Luo Chen's joyous day. Yet this banquet has turned into such a disarray." His eyes blazed with anger as he paced. Once those high-ranking figures arrived, the entire atmosphere shifted. The laughter vanished, and everyone became fearful. This is hardly the spirit a celebration should embody. Luo Chen's mother gently tugged at her husband's sleeve and softly said, "Darling, this may not be entirely negative. Did you see how arrogant the Archbishop was today? The king must have noticed. His behavior will only draw the king's attention towards the Sun family, potentially alleviating the pressure on us." Luo Chio, listening intently, quickly nodded in agreement. "What Madam says is correct. The Archbishop's display of arrogance will not be tolerated by the king, and the Sun family may soon find themselves in trouble." Old Master Luo, seated behind the desk, exuded a depth of wisdom in his gaze as he slowly began, "In all matters of the world, there are always advantages and disadvantages. Consider this. In recent years, the Sun family has become rather formidable. Leveraging their ties to the church, their power has burgeoned like bamboo shoots after rain. This is not a favorable omen. Once the balance of power within the kingdom is disrupted, chaos is sure to follow." He paused momentarily before continuing. "However, from our perspective, today's events may represent a turning point. The Sun family, emboldened by their alliance with the church, will undoubtedly raise the king's suspicions. The king is no fool. He will not idly watch the Sun family expand their influence unchecked. Meanwhile, we, the Luo family, have been under pressure from the king. But perhaps after today, the situation will change." Old Master Luo's gaze became resolute. "Following today's incident, it is highly probable that the king will lift the pressure on us. He may even seek our alliance. After all, our Luo family has deep-rooted foundations in this kingdom. The king may wish for us to unite against the Sun family, restoring equilibrium to the realm. The lavish gift from today's guests are a testament to this shift. If the king intended to continue suppressing us, those guests would not have dared to present such generous offerings. This indicates that they too sense a potential transformation in our fortunes." Luo Chen's mother was the first to respond respectfully. Father, your foresight is truly remarkable. Your analysis has illuminated the intricate web of pros and cons within this situation. Your perspective is always so insightful. While we only saw the banquet as disruption, you discern the hidden opportunity. Luo Chen's father chimed in. Father, indeed. Your words have cleared the fog from our minds, revealing the underlying complexities that I was initially filled with rage, believing this joyous banquet had been ruined. But I had not anticipated the multitude of intricacies hidden within. It appears that this seemingly disastrous situation may indeed serve as a catalyst for our Luo family's resurgence. Luo Chen nodded vigorously and respectfully added, Master, your wisdom and strategy are beyond our reach. Every word you utter is profoundly reasonable. This is indeed a favorable opportunity for altering our family's circumstances, and we must seize it diligently. Old Master Luo furrowed his brow slightly, a gentle reproach in his gaze as he turned to Luo Chen, saying, Luo Chen, how many times have I told you? In private, you need not refer to me as master. There is no need for such formality between us. We are brothers. We have known each other for many years, sharing numerous experiences together. I have always regarded you as family, as my brother. It feels overly distant for you to continually address me as master. Luo Chen stood respectfully, bowing slightly, with a serious expression as he replied, Master, I appreciate your kindness. However, one must not discard etiquette. Your esteemed position within this family is revered, and I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Should I neglect decorum, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Traditional etiquette holds a sacred place in my heart, akin to a creed that should not be easily disregarded. Old Master Luo shook his head helplessly. A mixture of affection and mild exasperation in his expression. He spoke slowly. Very well, Luo Chen, you are truly obstinate. Even after all this, you remain steadfast in your beliefs that I cannot seem to sway you. Alas, I shall let you be. Subsequently, Grandfather Luo turned his gaze towards Luo Chen's father, his expression turning grave as he solemnly spoke. My son, do not concern yourself with the affairs of the capital any longer. Tomorrow, prepare your belongings and set forth to our Iron Blood stronghold. As you are aware, the situation on the continent has become increasingly unstable in recent years. The neighboring nations lurk like a pack of ravenous wolves, watching intently and poised to strike. In such circumstances, the outlook is far from optimistic. The prices of food and various strategic resources are soaring like rockets. Grandfather Luo gently patted Luo Chen's father's shoulder and continued earnestly. Upon your return to the Iron Blood stronghold, you must dedicate yourself to training the troops, that a strong army is our foundation for safeguarding our homeland. Only with a robust military can we confront the impending crises. Furthermore, you must not neglect your own strength. You have attained the golden level for quite some time now, and you cannot afford complacency. Seize the opportunity to break through to the Sword Saint level. It is no simple feat once you achieve this. Our family will have an additional layer of security amidst the forthcoming turmoil. Remember, in this turbulent world, strength is the greatest currency. Only by becoming formidable can the Luo family secure its foothold in these chaotic times. Luo Chen's father straightened his back and resolutely replied, Yes, Father, that I am acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities I bear, and I shall not allow even the slightest lapse in diligence during these tumultuous times. Upon returning to the Iron Blood stronghold, I will wholeheartedly immerse myself in the training of our soldiers, ensuring they become valiant warriors capable of battle. Simultaneously, I shall diligently work on enhancing my own cultivation. I understand that my strength is of paramount importance to the family. Only through relentless effort can I hope to advance to the Sword Saint level. In doing so, I will create a haven of peace for our family amidst the potential storms ahead. Safeguarding our honor and tranquility in the heart of the capital, a magnificent edifice, the royal palace, stood proudly, symbolizing the apex of power and status in the kingdom. The palace, grand in scale and imposing in presence, shimmered in the sunlight, with its golden glazed tiles radiating brilliance akin to twinkling stars fallen to earth. The towering, robust palace walls, constructed from massive stones, were adorned with intricate carvings, each line seemingly narrating the rich history and cultural heritage of the nation. The walls extended endlessly, encircling the palace like a regal dragon, safeguarding the majesty and dignity within. The palace gates, soaring several dozen meters high, were embedded with colossal brass studs, each polished to a gleaming shine, exuding an ancient yet solemn aura. Flanking the gates were two colossal stone statues depicting mythical beasts from ancient lore, their fierce eyes wide open, exuding an imposing presence that seemed to warn any would-be offenders against the palace's grandeur. Upon entering the palace, the architecture unfolded in a harmonious arrangement. Pavilions and towers, adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, showcased the artisan's unparalleled craftsmanship. Inside the palace, towering columns supported the lofty dome, each column embellished with vibrant murals depicting scenes from mythology and the glorious achievements of emperors throughout the ages. Immersing one in the river of history, the palace gardens were a visual feast where rare flowers and exotic plants vied for attention amid craggy rocks and trickling streams that produced melodious sounds. Creating an ethereal paradise, this palace had witnessed countless significant events in the nation, serving as the core of power and a concentrated embodiment of the kingdom's dignity and glory. However, within this solemn and regal atmosphere, an unexpected, thunderous bang resonated. King Lin Xiao, his face contorted with fury, violently hurled the delicate teacup that the eunuch had cautiously brought forth, shattering it to pieces on the floor, the tea splattering everywhere. Mirroring the king's barely contained rage, King Lin Xiao trembled with indignation, exclaiming, "This nearly drives me to madness. That Archbishop and the Sun family are utterly lawless, abusing the so-called influence of the church, growing ever more audacious right under my nose, increasingly disregarding my authority." The sudden outburst left the eunuchs and palace maids present in shock, their faces paling as they involuntarily shivered. Without hesitation, they dropped to their knees with a thud. Trembling in unison, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." I could see that moment. The queen gracefully emerged from the inner chambers, her demeanor composed and her face reflecting concern. Upon observing the scene before her, she gently waved her hand, signaling the maids and eunuchs to withdraw. Then, she approached the king's side and spoke softly. "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath as the ruler of the nation. Your well-being is of utmost importance. You must take care of your health. Do not let these petty individuals disturb your peace, for what good would that do?" Seeing the queen approach with grace, the king's simmering anger dissipated like a passing breeze. He looked up at her, his tone softening considerably as he spoke. "Today, I bestowed such a precious gift upon the Luo family after much contemplation. The Sun family, emboldened by their connection to the church, has become increasingly reckless, challenging my authority to an intolerable degree. Meanwhile, the Luo family holds considerable prestige and power within our nation, particularly with their command of 2 significant legions and the esteemed sword saint status of Old Master Luo, who now serves as the headmaster of the Royal Academy of Martial Arts, with disciples scattered throughout the realm and occupying many important positions in the military. My intention in presenting this lavish gift is to forge an alliance with the Luo family. With Old Master Luo's astute intellect and cunning, he will undoubtedly perceive my true intentions." The queen slightly inclined her head, a look of understanding gracing her features as she respectfully replied, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. I must admit, I was puzzled as to why you would present such an extravagant gift today. Now, hearing your reasoning, I comprehend your intentions. This move is truly astute. Should the Luo family agree, it would provide us with formidable support against the Sun family." The king furrowed his brow, a hint of remorse flickering in his gaze as he slowly spoke. "I have recently heard that concubine Sun has been quite active in the inner palace. She has been leveraging the Sun family's influence outside the palace to act with impunity, repeatedly affronting you, my queen, and I have also heard that she has made you lose face before others, causing you considerable distress. This inner palace should rightfully be under your control. Her actions are utterly unconscionable." The queen gently shook her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied with calm composure, "Your Majesty, I am untroubled. I fully understand my position and responsibilities. Minor skirmishes are inevitable in the inner palace. You are currently preoccupied with state affairs, contending with the troubles posed by the church and the Sun family. While also balancing various factions as the mistress of the inner palace, I cannot allow these trivial matters to distract you. Everything I do is for the greater good, as long as you can focus on national matters. I will manage these petty issues appropriately. The king grasped the queen's hand gently, deeply moved as he said, "It is indeed a blessing for me to have a queen so insightful. I shall not permit concubine Sun to continue her reckless behavior. The stability of the inner palace is a matter of national importance, and I will not allow you to suffer in silence." The queen slightly bowed, her voice soft. "I am profoundly grateful for your consideration, Your Majesty. However, now is not the time to sever ties with the Sun family completely. You must prioritize the larger picture and not let my grievances disrupt your plans." The king nodded, affirming, "Your foresight is commendable. I shall take heed." Within the majestic inner city of the capital, an extraordinarily grand residence stood quietly, its entrance adorned with a gilded plaque that gleamed brilliantly. Inscribed with the two characters, Sun Mansion. This residence spanned an extensive area, its towering walls constructed from meticulously selected blue bricks, each exuding a uniform hue and sturdy texture, with mortar so tightly packed that not even a sliver of paper could be inserted. Every so often along the walls, exquisite stone carvings depicted majestic mythical creatures, seemingly guarding the residence's peace, while elegantly poised birds added a touch of vivacity to the forbidding architecture. The gates of the Sun Mansion were crafted from premium redwood, heavy and resilient, embellished with rows of brass studs that gleamed with an antique luster under the sun's rays. Flanking the entrance stood two formidable stone lions, their mouths agape in a fierce roar, their penetrating gazes radiating an aura that could intimidate any would-be intruder. As one stepped through the gates, a broad stone pathway unfolded, its surfaces polished to a smooth sheen, flanked on either side by a profusion of rare flora and trees. Centuries-old cypress trees stand tall, their trunks robust and their foliage lush, resembling vast green parasols. Exotic flowers and rare plants, transplanted from distant lands, bloom vibrantly, their intoxicating fragrance wafting throughout the courtyard. The architecture of the Sun residence is a sight to behold. With pavilions and towers arranged in delightful disarray, the eaves of the towers arch gracefully, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Each horizontal beam is engraved with exquisite motifs, depicting either mythical creatures of legend or scenes of earthly wealth and splendor. The windows are designed with delicate latticework, showcasing lifelike carvings of flora and fauna. Peering through the windows reveals a lavish interior, replete with precious porcelain and a dazzling array of silk hangings. The pavilion in the courtyard is uniquely charming, topped with a magnificent pearl that emits a gentle glow at night, while stone tables and benches invite residents to relax and enjoy the scenery. In the rear courtyard of the Sun residence lies a vast pond, its crystal-clear waters revealing playful fish swimming joyfully. Adjacent to the pond is an artificial hill, its rugged stones and meandering paths and caves reminiscent of a miniature mountain range. The entire Sun residence exudes an air of opulence and power. Within the exquisitely arranged study of the Sun family, the air is imbued with a faint scent of ink and wine. The patriarch of the Sun family and his younger brother, Sun Yaoyang, leisurely recline in intricately carved mahogany chairs, sipping wine and quietly discussing the events of the day. The family head gently swirls his wine glass, the clear liquid glistening enticingly in the candlelight. After sipping a small mouthful, he speaks slowly. "Second brother, it seems that the king harbors some dissatisfaction towards our Sun family after today's events at the Luo residence." His gaze upon us felt like it concealed hidden daggers. Sun Yaoyang, also known as the second patriarch, scoffs dismissively, placing his wine glass down with a hint of disdain. "Patriarch, that king is merely posturing. He is wary of the alliance between our Sun family and the church, yet he dares not act against us. Though he may express discontent today, what can he truly do?" The family patriarch furrows his brow, pondering deeply. "True, but we must remain vigilant. The king has grown close to the Luo family, even bestowing them with lavish gifts. I fear he intends to unite with them against us." Upon hearing this, Sun Yaoyang pauses momentarily before regaining his composure. "The Luo family? They are but a band of warriors, if it were not for their command over 2 legions, the Imperial Guard of 1.5 million. Plus each legion comprising 500,000, and with Luo Jingxian being a master swordsman, your prowess as a master swordsman, coupled with my standing in the church, would easily enable us to eliminate them. Even if they ally with the king, our Sun family is not to be trifled with. Our influence in the church is not merely for show. A slight pressure from the church would make the king reconsider. The patriarch nods, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. You speak wisely, second brother. However, we must proceed with caution. Let us instruct everyone in the residence to temper their behavior, especially concubine's son in the palace, so she does not provide the king with any leverage. Sun Yaoyang agrees. Rest assured, patriarch, I will speak with the concubine. The king also mentioned some new policies in court today. Could they be directed at our Sun family? The patriarch takes another sip of wine, pausing in silence before responding to, "It is difficult to say that we must send more people to gather intelligence, that if these policies are indeed aimed at us, we must find a way to thwart them before they come into effect." As they sip their wine, they continue their hushed plotting, the atmosphere in the study appearing tranquil yet fraught with hidden tumult. Time swiftly passes, and it has been 3 years since I arrived in this realm. During these years, I have devoted my solitude to the cultivation of the Hongmeng sacred scriptures, deliberately controlling the pace of my breakthroughs to solidify my foundation. Yet even so, last month, my cultivation level unexpectedly ascended to the void refinement stage. If others were to learn that I achieved this in merely 3 years, they would surely scorn me, that in this world, the hierarchy of cultivation levels is uniquely intricate. Early foundation establishment golden level, mid-foundation establishment golden peak level, late foundation establishment sword saint level, early core formation sword deity, late core formation 4-winged angel, nascent soul stage 6-winged angel, god transformation stage 8-winged angel, void refinement stage 10-winged angel, body integration stage 12-winged angel. The 12-winged angels are also referred to as divine kings. However, this divine king differs from those in the divine realm, representing a unique classification of power in this land. As for other levels, they shall be described in due course. To facilitate my nighttime cultivation, I proposed to my parents the notion of sleeping independently as soon as I turn one, that while most children of my age still enjoy the tender care of their parents, sharing their beds. My request was met with understandable reluctance. Nevertheless, I did not yield easily that a clever excuse came to mind. I told my parents, "You two always shake the bed at night, making it difficult for me to sleep." In truth, this was merely a fabricated reason to achieve my desire for solitude. Upon hearing this, my parents blushed, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately relented. Throughout these 3 years, others have regarded me as an exceptionally gifted prodigy. By the age of 1, I could articulate clearly and walk steadily like a miniature adult. Accomplishments that most children do not achieve until they are older to be Y2, my astonishing learning ability emerged. Complex characters transformed from incomprehensible symbols into recognizable forms, and my literacy grew at an astonishing rate. Time passed quietly, and by the age of 3, I could recite numerous texts, effortlessly reciting the poems and essays infused with ancient wisdom. Despite my remarkable abilities, I have carefully concealed the secret of my cultivation. I am acutely aware of the complexities of this world. Revealing my prowess too early could invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, I chose to bury this secret deep within, presenting myself merely as an exceptionally intelligent child. The reason for my continual concealment of my cultivation is primarily to fully experience the simplicity of life and cherish the bond with my family. I'm aware that outside the mountains, there are greater mountains, and beyond humanity, there are extraordinary individuals. What I possess may astound others, but is not something to flaunt. Prematurely revealing my cultivation would render me a freak in others' eyes, an outcast. Moreover, this vast world holds dangers. If I were to inadvertently attract the attention of celestial beings, it could spell disaster. They possess formidable power, and should they take notice of me, it could lead to endless troubles for both myself and my family. Therefore, for the sake of a peaceful life and my family's safety, I must conceal my cultivation. In this tranquil moment, the door gently swings open, and my mother, Elenia, enters with a light step. Her face radiates the usual warmth of her smile, and her eyes brim with affection for me. She approaches my side, kneeling down gently, and softly says, "Little Luo Chen, do you know, tomorrow is your birthday. I've been pondering whether you have any special gifts in mind." I lift my gaze to meet my mother's beautiful, loving eyes and reply sweetly, "Mother, you know that I will cherish any gift you give me, and no matter what it is, as long as it comes from you. It will be immensely precious." Upon hearing my words, my mother's eyes glisten with tears of joy, and she reaches out to stroke my head, her smile brightening further. "Little Luo Chen, you truly are a wonderful son. Your thoughtfulness brings me such happiness that I grasp my mother's hand and, with a playful tone, say, because you are the best mother in the world. Your love is the finest gift of all. Why mother embraces me, whispering, "What a good baby you are." She then continues gently, "Little Luo Chen, I have specifically prepared several new clothes for you. Since tomorrow is your birthday, you must dress beautifully. Come, darling, let's try on these outfits to see if they fit well and look good, so you can wear them directly tomorrow." I leap up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, new clothes! Mother, you are so wonderful." With a buoyant skip, I approach my mother. She produced a garment, held it up against me, and, smiling, remarked, "This blue dress, my dear, instantly struck me as perfectly suited for you, my little Luo Chen. The color blue, reminiscent of the pure sky, will make you look like a little angel." And my eyes sparkled with excitement as I replied, "Mother, the blue dress must look wonderful. I love blue, just as I love you." Gently, she tapped my nose and said, "What a sweet little mouth you have. Now let us try it on." Obediently, I stretched out my arms, allowing her to dress me, and then inquired, "Mother, do I look good in it?" As she meticulously arranged the folds of the dress, a smile of joy graced her face. "And why, little Luo Chen is the most handsome child in the world. This dress seems tailor-made for you. However, there are a few more outfits to try. Shall we?" I nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. I want to try on all the clothes you prepared, Mother." After trying on several outfits, I looked around and, filled with delight, ultimately chose the blue dress. Seeing my choice, my mother beamed with satisfaction and gently said, "All right, little Luo Chen, you've chosen your outfit, that you've been busy today, so now it's time to rest and gather your energy for tomorrow's birthday celebration. Father will return from the front, and your siblings will come home from school to celebrate your birthday. It's a rare occasion for our family to gather." I nodded obediently and replied, "Okay, Mother, you've worked hard too. Please take care." Watching her figure slowly exit the room, I gently closed the door. Yet, I did not rest immediately. Instead, I picked up a book that lay beside my bed. It was filled with intriguing tales from across the continent. I lost track of time as the sky gradually darkened. Carefully, I placed the book on my bedside and climbed onto my bed. Lying there, I closed my eyes, appearing to drift into slumber, but in reality, I was in deep contemplation. The following morning, while dawn was still breaking, I awoke with excitement and quickly prepared myself, like a joyful little rabbit. I dashed to the front hall. Upon arrival, I discovered that my grandfather, father, mother, brother Liu, and sister Luo Chen were already gathered there. Grandfather sat at the head of the table, his wrinkled face radiating a warm smile. Father stood beside him, tall and imposing, his gaze conveying both authority and affection. Mother remained as gentle and beautiful as ever, engaged in quiet conversation with my sister. Upon seeing me enter, my brother mischievously winked. Grandfather's eyes lit up with joy at my arrival, and he boomed, "Ha! Our little star has arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you. Since there is nothing else to do, let us quickly have breakfast. Today is little Luo Chen's birthday. Once we finish eating, I will take you to see the birthday gifts we have prepared, all chosen with great care." My eyes sparkled with anticipation as I replied, "Yes, yes, grandfather." The thought of seeing my birthday gifts made my heart leap with joy. Consequently, I hurriedly grabbed my bowl and chopsticks, my gaze fixed hungrily on the delicious spread before me, devouring the food like a famished little glutton. My cheeks bulging like a squirrel hoarding its treasures. Grandfather, witnessing my voracious appetite, paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. His laughter was hearty and affectionate, his eyes crinkling with delight as he looked at me with indulgence. "Slow down, little Luo Chen," he gently advised, There is plenty of food. No one is going to take it from you. Eating too quickly might lead to choking, and you wouldn't want that. Savoring your meal will allow you to truly appreciate its flavors. With my mouth stuffed, I mumbled in response, okay, grandfather. Nevertheless, I continued to shove food in my already full mouth, chewing without slowing down, my cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Grandfather, observing my antics, shook his head in bemusement, smiling affectionately without saying another word. After all, he understood that my childish excitement over the birthday gifts made me somewhat impatient. Once breakfast was finished, I gazed at Grandfather Luo Chen with eager anticipation. He smiled mysteriously and slowly retrieved the gift he had prepared for me. His eyes sparkled with affection as he said, "Little Luo Chen, I know how much you love reading. Thus, I've gone to great lengths to find you a variety of books." As he spoke, he placed a thick stack of books on the table. Here, we have a comprehensive history of our continent, detailing its development from ancient times to the present. Each story and character within is like a brilliant star in the river of history. I believe that once you read it, you'll gain a deeper understanding of our continent's past. And this book on military strategy, a testament to the wisdom of the ancients, contains numerous tactics and strategies that will aid you in becoming a wise and strategic person. Furthermore, there is this alchemy book filled with fascinating knowledge about the transformations of elements and the crafting of magical potions. It's truly intriguing. Additionally, I found an illustrated guide to magical creatures, showcasing a variety of wondrous beings, their habits, characteristics, and legends. My eyes sparkled with excitement as I beheld the exquisite books, and I exclaimed, "Wow, grandfather, these books look amazing. You are so kind. I've always wanted these." "Thank you," grandfather's smile widened at my enthusiasm, and he affectionately ruffled my hair, saying, "Since little Luo Chen loves reading so much, I must support you that I hope you gain much knowledge from these books." Soon after, father silently took my hand and led me to the courtyard. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the flowers and grass. Once we reached a stop, father looked at me with a serious expression and slowly said, "Little Luo Chen, our Luo family has strict ancestral teachings that in our family, all male descendants must serve in the military upon reaching adulthood. This rule has been passed down for generations and cannot be broken." As he spoke, he walked toward the stable, soon leading out a small creature. It was a foal of a legendary steed known for its remarkable speed, its coat shimmering like satin in the sunlight, and its large, bright eyes radiating vitality and intelligence. Handing me the reins, father spoke earnestly, "Son, I know you have a strong sense of responsibility. Today, I present you with this foal. You must care for it well. This is no ordinary horse. It will be your most loyal companion on the battlefield. When you grow up, it will fight alongside you, and together, you will strive for the glory of our Luo family." Listening to father's words, I felt a twinge of hesitation and softly asked, "Father, must I really serve in the military?" Father sighed deeply, his expression revealing a hint of resignation as he earnestly replied, "Yes, son, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Your uncle was expelled from the family for refusing to serve, defying our ancestral teachings. Your great-grandfather held family rules above all else. And your uncle's actions greatly angered him, leading to a decline in his health, and he passed away prematurely. This is a heavy history for our family." Shocked by father's revelations, I had never considered such a hidden history within our family. I lifted my head, looking resolutely at father, and said, "I see. I didn't know our family had such a past. Do not worry, father. I understand. I will abide by our family's teachings." Father nodded with relief and gently patted my shoulder, saying, "Good. Remember, son, your uncle's story is a scar in our family. Keep it buried in your heart and do not speak of it." I nodded emphatically and replied, "Okay, father, I will keep it a secret." Just as I finished speaking, mother approached gracefully. Extending her right hand, a soft light flickered, and a finely crafted inner armor resembling a vest appeared in her grasp. The inner armor exuded a faint halo, with mysterious runes subtly flowing across its surface, presenting an extraordinary appearance. My mother wore a gentle smile on her face and continued, "Little Luo Chen, this is no ordinary inner armor. It has been specially sent to you by your grandmother, the Elf Queen. The capabilities of this armor are manifold, It can withstand attacks from golden level masters. You must understand, in the outside world, golden level masters are immensely powerful beings. With this armor, you gain an additional layer of formidable protection. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect is that it can grow along with you, and no matter how tall or large you become, it will perfectly conform to your body, shielding you from harm. My eyes widened in astonishment as I gazed at this suddenly appeared magical armor. My heart brimming with curiosity and delight, I feigned ignorance, my eyes sparkling with mischief, and asked inquisitively, "Wow, Mother, is this the legendary space ring? How can it suddenly produce items?" Upon hearing my words, my mother chuckled softly and patiently explained, "Yes, my son, this indeed showcases the wondrous ability of the space ring. This ring, you see, was part of the dowry your grandmother gifted me when your father and I wed. Such space rings are exceedingly rare in the outside world, worth a fortune, and not something just anyone can possess. Your grandmother's gift of such a precious item to us, along with this exquisite inner armor for you, clearly reflects her affection for you." Overjoyed by my mother's words, my eyes sparkled with admiration for this gift as I excitedly exclaimed, "How marvelous! Thank you, Mother, and thank you, Grandmother, for such a splendid present." Just as my mother was about to say something, my elder brother Liu and sister Luo Chen eagerly interjected, "It's our turn now, little brother." Their eyes shimmered with excitement, and their faces radiated anticipation. My brother, bubbling with joy, jumped a few times while my sister nodded enthusiastically beside him. Then, my brother Liu called out to a servant standing nearby, "Quickly bring over the gift we prepared for the young master." Upon hearing the command, the servants hurriedly scurried away. Moments later, one of the servants approached, gently carrying a birdcage. The cage appeared remarkably exquisite, constructed from sturdy yet aesthetically pleasing metal bars, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to form a miniature palace tailored for the mysterious creature within. As the cloth covering the cage was delicately lifted, my brother and sister proudly proclaimed, "Little brother, look what we have. This is a young shadow-wing eagle. Do not underestimate it. Once it grows, it will become incredibly powerful. Its speed will be akin to a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky, leaving only a shadow in its wake. In the future, if you miss us, let it deliver messages for you. It is exceptionally clever, capable of accurately delivering messages no matter the distance." Upon seeing the eagle, its unique appearance and sharp gaze ignited other thoughts within me. However, I quickly donned a cheerful smile and casually remarked, "Thank you, brother and sister. I truly love this gift." My eyes sparkled with genuine delight, and upon witnessing my happiness, my brother and sister exchanged satisfied smiles. Next came the gifts from distant relatives. However, these presents were sent through others, as they lived far away and could not attend in person. The gifts from these relatives varied widely, including exquisite handcrafted items, such as delicate carvings made from precious wood, showcasing the artisan's superb craftsmanship, rare medicinal herbs rumored to greatly enhance physical health, and luxurious fabrics, soft to the touch and vibrant in color, reminiscent of the colorful clouds at dusk. Yet, compared to the gifts from family, these lack the emotional ties and stories behind them, so I shall refrain from elaborating on them here. After meticulously examining all the gifts, my grandfather cleared his throat and slowly said, "All right, little Luo Chen, you have received all your presents. Look, these gifts are expressions of everyone's heartfelt intentions. You should return to your courtyard and organize these gifts properly." After my grandfather spoke, he glanced around at everyone and added, "And for the rest of you, it's time to disperse. Today is a rare occasion where our family is gathered. It is indeed a good omen. In the evening, let us all enjoy a family feast together to celebrate." Upon hearing my grandfather's words, everyone respectfully responded, "Yes, father, grandfather." And my brother Liu cheerfully patted my shoulder and said, "Little brother, go ahead and sort out your gifts. I'll see you tonight." My sister Luo Chen gently added, "Little Luo Chen, don't forget to share any fun items with sister." Subsequently, everyone began to turn and leave, that I remained, still pondering the thoughts that arose when I first laid eyes on the young shadow-wing eagle. I then took my gifts back to my courtyard. Once there, I eagerly set the gifts aside, preparing to validate my thoughts. Please place the shadow-winged eagle in my room, but be careful not to startle it. As for the blood-sweating horse, put it in my stable. The other gifts can be stored in the warehouse beside my room. I instructed the servants methodically. The servants respectfully replied in unison, "Yes, young master." They then began to transport the items with great efficiency. One servant carefully carried the cage containing the shadow-winged eagle, taking deliberate steps towards my room, each movement cautious to avoid startling the creature. Meanwhile, several other servants led the blood-sweating horse towards the stable, its hooves creating crisp sounds as they trod upon the ground, echoing in the quiet courtyard. The remaining servants carried a variety of gifts towards the warehouse adjacent to my room. After they placed everything in the designated spots, I looked at the busy servants with a warm smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Here, each of you may have a silver coin." Upon hearing my words, the servants' eyes sparkled with surprise, and they joyfully replied in unison, "Thank you, young master." I waved my hand and said, "All right, you may leave now." The servants bowed respectfully and responded in unison, "Yes. We take our leave." I watched the departing figures of the servants. I turned and returned to my room, immediately locking the door behind me. Taking a deep breath, I calmed my mind completely, then plunged my consciousness into the vast and profound sea of awareness. My consciousness, akin to a vibrant flicker of light, swiftly drifted towards the immortal ring, which floated quietly in the depths of this sea. Upon entering the immortal ring, I was astounded by the scene before me. It appeared as a mysterious treasure space, separate from the world, surrounded by a myriad of dazzling lights, each corresponding to a singularly exquisite treasure. These treasures varied in form. Some radiated a searing flame, others were enveloped in a chilling frost, while some emanated an enigmatic natural power. I eagerly and meticulously searched among these treasures, my gaze sharp and unyielding, leaving no corner unexplored. At last, I have found you!" I exclaimed, my voice trembling with excitement as I tightly grasped the dragon pearl. The pearl felt warm to the touch, almost alive, gently pulsating within my palm. Its surface appeared to have been meticulously polished by the most skilled craftsman, perfectly round and smooth without a single flaw. A soft blue halo, like a flowing stream, gracefully coursed across its surface, within which mysterious runes seemed to flicker in and out of visibility, as if recounting its ancient and enigmatic origins. Carefully, I took the dragon pearl and slowly exited the sea of awareness. The moment I emerged, it felt as though I had returned from a mystical realm to the reality of the world. Yet the dragon pearl in my hand maintained a connection to that mysterious world. I held the pearl as if it were a rare treasure, my eyes filled with wonder and anticipation, murmuring to myself, "Not too big, not too small, just perfect." The size of this dragon pearl was precisely as I had envisioned, as if it were crafted specifically for my plan. Subsequently, I solemnly settled into a meditative position. I first adjusted my breathing, allowing it to become long and even, and then began to channel the mysterious and powerful magical energy within me. My hands swiftly formed seals, intricate and orderly patterns emerging as I manipulated the energies at my fingertips. As the incantation progressed, the magical energy surged forth from my palms like a relentless tide, continuously flowing outward. This ethereal force swiftly coalesced in the air, forming runes that emitted an enigmatic glow. These runes appeared to possess a life of their own, dancing joyfully in the atmosphere before elegantly darting towards the shadow-winged eagle. It seemed that the majestic creature sensed this mysterious and formidable power. Its previously fluttering wings abruptly stilled, sharp eyes fixating intently on the approaching runes. It exhibited no inclination to resist, standing there quietly as if awaiting the arrival of a sacred ritual. The magical runes gradually entwined with its essence, like vibrant threads enveloping its soul. Subsequently, these runes extended towards the dragon pearl in my hand, creating a mystical web of energy around it. Thus, I successfully forged a connection between the soul of the shadow-winged eagle and the dragon pearl. My heart swelled with joy and pride. This plan had finally taken a pivotal step toward success, that I felt a surge of delight at the thought that I could transmit the scenes observed by the shadow-winged eagle to the dragon pearl. What a brilliant idea! I mused, in this tumultuous world, where war could erupt at any moment, this wondrous combination would enable me to ascertain enemy troop deployments and movements should I ever find myself on the battlefield. As the shadow-winged eagle soared through the skies, its wings produced barely a whisper, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the heavens. Its vision was remarkably acute, capable of perceiving distant vistas, akin to a natural scout. Nay, even more adept than the finest reconnaissance agent, IT served as my all-seeing eye on the battlefield, enabling me to discern every enemy movement. Next, I proceeded to bind a contract with the shadow-winged eagle. Following the arcane rituals recorded in ancient texts, I drew forth a piece of ancient, fragrant hide from my bosom, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. After pricking my finger, I let a drop of blood fall upon the hide, and recited an ancient and obscure incantation. As the words resonated, the patterns on the hide began to shimmer with a crimson light, which gradually spread to envelop the shadow-winged eagle. Its eyes mirrored this same red luminescence. And at the moment the contract was sealed, I felt an extraordinary connection akin to a shared bloodline between us. Rising to my feet, I approached the door and took a deep breath, commanding it to take flight with my formidable will. My intent wove an invisible thread, binding the shadow-winged eagle to my command. That I gazed intently at the dragon pearl, my eyes unwavering, lest I miss a single moment. Gradually, visions of the landscape the shadow-winged eagle beheld emerged. The mountains and rivers, trees and houses, all vividly discernible. The outlines of the mountains appeared as if delicately sketched by the finest brush, while the rivers glimmered like sparkling ribbons winding through the terrain. And the details of the houses were rendered with clarity. I observed the results with great satisfaction. The transmission was seamless, devoid of any lag. A wave of elation washed over me. This union was undeniably more perfect than I had ever imagined. I then summoned the shadow-winged eagle back to me. Upon receiving my call, it flapped its wings and soared swiftly towards me. In no time, it had returned to my side, gracefully alighting upon my shoulder. It nuzzled my cheek affectionately. As if expressing its fondness, I gently stroked its feathers, which were both soft and resilient, offering a delightful tactile experience. What shall I name you? I pondered aloud. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck me, and I declared, I shall call you Lingmu, for you are like my eyes, able to see all that lies beyond, possessing a sentience that allows you to scout the movements of this world. The shadow-winged eagle seemed exceedingly pleased with this name. Its keen eyes sparkled with excitement as it chirped joyfully, the melodious sound echoing through the room, as if conveying its affection for the name. It then flitted about me with delight, circling repeatedly, reminiscent of a child reveling in a beloved new toy, brimming with uncontainable joy. That a gentle smile graced my face, my gaze filled with affection as I softly remarked, How wonderful that you are so fond of your name. I shall henceforth refer to you as Lingmu. As night fell, the darkness enveloped the earth like a delicate veil. The lights of home flickered to life, their warm glow spilling from the windows and casting a cozy hue upon every corner. The family gathered in cheerful camaraderie, the dining table laden with an array of delectable dishes, each exuding an irresistible aroma that beckoned everyone to partake. Grandfather sat at the head of the table, his face radiating warmth as he spoke. Today, our family is together, a rare blessing indeed. We are all busy, so let us truly savor this meal. Mother, her eyes twinkling with joy, added, Indeed, I have put considerable thought into today's feast, and the chefs have lent their expertise. So please, everyone dig in. Eagerly, I picked up a piece of meat and exclaimed, Wow, this is exquisite. Mother's cooking is always the best. Sister teased from the side, You always praise Mother, but her cooking truly is irresistible. Brother nodded in agreement. Absolutely. It feels wonderful to have the whole family gathered like this. Father gazed at us with warmth, saying, Being together like this, safe and sound, is the greatest happiness. That I hope we can share more moments like this in the future. Gradually, I set my chopsticks down, and the smile that had adorned my face faded like a fleeting breeze. Replaced by a solemn expression, the tumult of emotions surged within me. Reminiscent of a bottle of mixed flavors upended, I took a deep breath, attempting to dispel the heaviness lodged in my chest, striving to calm the tumultuous feelings swirling inside. With a quivering voice, I gently inquired, "Grandfather, I have not seen grandmother in the past 3 years, nor have you ever spoken of her. What has become of her?" Upon hearing my words, grandfather's expression momentarily faltered, his previously cheerful demeanor shrouded in a veil of melancholy. He slowly set down his utensils, the gentle clink resonating in the now silent atmosphere. Grandfather remained silent for a long moment, as if lost in profound reminiscence, his gaze vacant, yet seemingly struggling to sift through the tangled thoughts in his mind. Noticing grandfather's demeanor, mother interjected anxiously, "Children should not pry too deeply. Some matters will become clear when you grow older. For now, just enjoy your meal." Grandfather sighed deeply in response to Mother's words, a breath laden with the weight of years gone by. He shook his head and slowly stated, "Very well, the children have grown. It is time to share these truths with them. They will learn of them eventually." After a moment of contemplation, grandfather, as if resolute, spoke once more, "Your uncle, he is quite the libertine. His martial talents are remarkable. Had he applied himself, he could have achieved great things within the family. Yet he is wild at heart, akin to a stallion released from its reins, indulging in pleasure and refusing to focus on responsibilities. Truly a man of little learning. He dreams of wandering through the lands, relishing in a life of freedom. The family has urged him to return and assume his responsibilities, but he disregards our pleas, responding with empty words before resuming his reckless lifestyle. Ultimately, his defiance incited your great-grandfather's wrath at a man who esteemed family honor and duty. He could not tolerate your uncle's wanton behavior, and, in a fit of anger, expelled him from our home." At this juncture, grandfather paused, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features, before continuing, "Yet your uncle, instead of feeling the shame of his expulsion, took pride in it. Becoming even more reckless, he believed that his martial prowess would grant him freedom in the world, forgetting that without the backing of family, one is truly insignificant. During his wanderings, he fell prey to his enemies, who meticulously plotted his downfall. Alone and vulnerable, devoid of familial protection, he was utterly defenseless at last. He not only suffered a complete disgrace, but also lost his life." That my grandfather's voice was somewhat somber, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Your grandmother has blamed me for this incident all along. She believes I failed to exert my utmost in persuading your great-grandfather and did not come to your uncle's aid when he was in peril. She holds me responsible for your uncle's death. Ever since then, she has divorced me and returned to her parental home, disheartened that a trace of helplessness and bitterness flickered in my grandfather's gaze as he continued slowly. Moreover, your grandmother and I are both exceedingly strong-willed individuals. She is quite obstinate. Once she has made up her mind, it is challenging to alter her thoughts. As for me, I too possess a resolute nature, and for many years I have felt I have my own grievances, unwilling to easily concede that my grandfather slightly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mists of time, lost in reminiscence. For all these years, we have been like two stubborn mountain peaks, neither willing to take the first step to reach out to the other. Each time I have contemplated contacting her, the memories of past events resurface, igniting that fierce determination within me, leading me to believe that conceding first would equate to defeat. I imagine your grandmother feels similarly. In truth, deep down, how could I not miss her? After all, we spent so many years together. Those shared memories cannot simply be forgotten. Yet this stubborn disposition acts as an invisible chasm between us, leaving us in this stalemate for all these years. As I listened to my grandfather recount these past events, my gaze instinctively fell upon my father's face. I sensed something amiss in his expression. His eyes darted about, as if concealing a secret. I promptly inquired, "Grandfather, who is my grandmother, and where is she now?" After a moment of silence, as if weighing how best to respond, he slowly said, "Your grandmother is the continent's only female sword saint. Ling Shuwei of the Ling family, one of the 5 great families of the Kanglan Empire." Excitement and reverence sparkled in my eyes as I exclaimed, "Wow, grandfather, I never imagined that the continent's only female sword saint is actually my grandmother. Please do not be sad. When I grow up and become extraordinarily powerful, I will bring her back, and our family will reunite." Upon hearing my words, my grandfather's face broke into a smile of contentment. He gently patted my head, his gaze filled with affection, and said softly, "Very well, my dear grandson. This important task shall be entrusted to you, that I believe you will accomplish it." I straightened my chest, confidence radiating from my face as I declared without hesitation, "Grandfather, you can rest assured. I promise to complete the task." My grandfather, observing my unwavering confidence, smiled even brighter. "All right, today is a rare occasion for our family to gather together. Let's put aside our troubles and rejoice. Come, let us continue this reunion feast." As time flowed gently, the warm aroma of the meal gradually succumbed to the serene embrace of the night. Everyone had eaten their fill, a sense of contentment spreading through each heart. My father was the first to set down his chopsticks, stretching lazily before slowly rising. He addressed everyone. "I am quite full. This meal has been delightful." With that, he ambled towards his room, his steps somewhat languid, as if burdened by the weariness of the day. My mother also gently patted her stomach, smiling at those around her. Indeed, today's dishes were quite delectable that I should return to my room to tidy up and prepare for bed. With that, she gracefully stood up and followed my father towards their room that I, having just finished my meal, let out a satisfied burp. Feeling my belly round and full, I jumped off my chair, excitedly saying, "I am done too, grandfather. I want to go play with my toys for a while before and my grandfather nodded with a smile, and I skipped joyfully toward my room. My brother and sister exchanged glances before retreating to their respective chambers. My grandfather sat alone in contemplation, and the house gradually fell silent, save for the faint sound of footsteps as everyone returned to their rooms to tidy up and enter the realm of sweet dreams. The following day, before dawn had fully arrived, the soft morning light began to seep through the gaps in the window, and I quickly rolled out of bed. After a quick wash, I eagerly rushed to the front hall. Upon entering, I found my grandfather and mother already seated. With a beaming smile, I chimed, "Good morning, grandfather. Good morning, mother." Curiously glancing around, I noticed that my father and siblings were absent and asked my grandfather, "Grandfather, where are father and my brother and sister?" My grandfather set down his teacup, his expression turning somewhat serious. "The Iron Blood Legion sent urgent military news early this morning. As you know, such matters cannot be delayed." Your father, upon hearing the news, did not even have time for breakfast and rushed directly to the Iron Blood Fortress that as for your brother and sister. Their school had originally planned a training activity. They had postponed a day to celebrate your upcoming birthday. But this morning, the school suddenly notified them that they must depart for the training event. Thus, they hurried off to school. Though I felt a tinge of disappointment at my grandfather's words, I understood that they all had their important duties. I sat beside my grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, when will they return?" He patted my head affectionately and replied, "That is hard to say. Your father's time handling military affairs depends on the complexity of the situation, while your brother and sister's training activity will also depend on the specific arrangements. It could take anywhere from half a month to several months." I lowered my head slightly and responded softly, "All right." After a pause, I looked up, my eyes shining with curiosity and anticipation, and added, "Grandfather, I would like to go out for a stroll. I have never left the estate to play." My grandfather's face showed a hint of hesitation. His weathered features furrowed slightly, as if weighing something. After a while, he finally spoke. "Very well." He then turned to the maid beside him and instructed, "Call Luo Chen over." The maid respectfully bowed and responded brightly, "Yes, sir." After that, she gracefully retreated. Shortly thereafter, the steward Luo Chen arrived in a hurried manner. His strides were steady and powerful. Despite his age, he exuded an air of competence. Luo Chen bowed respectfully before my grandfather and inquired, "Sir, you summoned me?" My grandfather looked at Luo Chen with a calm gaze and said earnestly, "Select 1 gold level, 2 silver level, and 3 bronze level guards to accompany the young master out of the estate. Ensure the young master's safety." Luo Chen immediately replied, "Understood, sir." I smiled politely at Luo Chen and said, "Thank you." Luo Chen, he waved his hand dismissively, his face beaming with a warm smile, and replied, "Young master is too kind. This is what I ought to do." With that, excitedly followed Luo Chen to select the guards who would accompany me on my outing. That I felt like a cheerful little bird, joyfully trailing behind Luo Chen towards the front courtyard. Upon entering, a lively scene unfolded before my eyes. Numerous guards were gathered, each busily engaged, some immersed in focused training, while others fervently sparred. I weaved among the guards, my eyes sparkling with excitement. Without much thought, I randomly selected 6 guards and promptly led them out of the estate, secretly contemplating. With my current formidable strength, having reached the void stage, there likely exists no one on this continent who could rival me. However, out of concern for my family, I decided to choose 6 guards. This not only reassured my family, but also alleviated their worry about my safety. After all, at this moment, I did not wish for them to know the true extent of my power. Once information leaks, it may incite unnecessary troubles or lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, he prefers to temporarily conceal his strength, revealing it only when the opportune moment arises. Not long after departing, Grandfather waved his hand, signaling everyone nearby to withdraw. Although the crowd was somewhat puzzled, they swiftly and quietly dispersed. Once the surroundings were clear, Grandfather suddenly raised his voice, calling out, "Luo Ing." The sound reverberated through the still air. Imbued with an undeniable authority, as soon as the words left his lips, a remarkable scene unfolded. But a figure appeared before Grandfather like a ghost, then knelt on one knee, respectfully responding. Present that Grandfather's expression turned grave, his eyes reflecting profound concern, and he continued, "Young master is out and about, and I remain quite anxious. Select 3 top experts from the Shadow Guard to follow him discreetly, ensuring his safety at all costs." Luo Ying's voice was low and resolute as he replied without hesitation, "Understood." With that, his figure flickered slightly and vanished as if he had never existed, seemingly merging with the very air around him. The Shadow Guard is no ordinary group. They are a meticulously trained cadre of loyal assassins, each member having undergone rigorous training, devoted solely to the Luo family's commands as the leader of these assassins. Luo Ying's capabilities are unfathomable, akin to a shadow lurking in darkness, ever ready to undertake perilous missions for the Luo family. With those guards accompanying me, I stepped out of the estate with a light heart. Not long after my departure, my keen senses detected something amiss. Slightly tilting my head, I caught a glimpse of several figures stealthily trailing from the estate. Their movements were exceedingly furtive. Had I not possessed formidable strength, I might have overlooked them entirely. However, I did not take this matter to heart. After all, Grandfather has always been deeply concerned for my safety, and I immediately surmised that these individuals were indeed sent by him to protect me. I couldn't help but think Grandfather was being overly cautious that I am in the capital, surrounded by several guards. What danger could possibly arise? I shook my head, a faint smile gracing my lips, and continued my leisurely stroll forward. With a heart full of curiosity and excitement, I walked down the bustling street, where the cacophony of vendors' calls rose and fell like a lively symphony. Freshly steamed buns, thin-skinned with generous fillings, fresh fruits. Sweet and juicy, beautiful hairpins, making any girl look like a celestial being. These calls intertwined, as if engaged in a silent competition to capture more attention, that I felt like a child who had never seen the world. My eyes sparkling with wonder, and my head bobbed like a rattled drum, turning left and right, eagerly scanning the myriad stalls and the diverse throngs of people. On my left, an elderly artisan performed astonishing juggling acts, while to my right, a group of children clustered around a vendor selling sugar paintings, chattering excitedly. Each scene filled me with an exhilarating sense of novelty. That moment, my gaze was drawn to a hairpin displayed on a stall. It lay quietly on a soft cloth, radiating an enchanting luster in the sunlight. Unable to resist, I approached with eager anticipation and gently lifted the hairpin. Cradling it in my palm, I examined it closely. The material appeared smooth and warm, with intricate carvings that seemed to tell an ancient and beautiful story. The flowers were so lifelike that one could almost inhale their delicate fragrance that I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is quite lovely. I'll get it from Mother. She will surely adore it." With that, I raised my head, my eyes sparkling as I looked at the vendor, asking, "Sir, how much for this?" The vendor, a simple and honest man, beamed and replied, "Young master, this is merely 76 copper coins." Hearing this, I felt quite pleased, thinking what an honest man he was. He did not attempt to deceive me by inflating the price simply because of my fine attire and youthful age. I then turned to my guard beside me and whispered, "Give him a silver coin." Facing the vendor again, I added with a touch of generosity and kindness, "Here is a silver coin. No need for change." Upon hearing this, the vendor's smile widened even more, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, young master." Just as he reached out to accept the silver coin, a sudden shout pierced the air like thunder. "Hold on." I was startled and quickly turned toward the source of the voice that a group of children, seemingly around 10 years old, approached, flanked by a cadre of guards. Each guard stood tall and serious, clearly well-trained. Among them, one child in splendid silk attire advanced with an arrogant demeanor. Striding confidently closer, he spoke in a condescending tone. "You little brat, I have taken a liking to what you hold. Hand it over if you know what's good for you." I found his words both amusing and infuriating, deliberately retorting, "Who are you calling a little brat?" Without hesitation, the child replied, "I'm calling you a little brat." Unable to contain my laughter, I chuckled. "Indeed, a little brat is calling me." Initially confused, he soon realized the implication in my words, his face flushing crimson with rage. "How dare you mock me?" His eyes seemed to blaze with fury, and his fists clenched tightly. In that moment of tension, my guards, trained for such scenarios, swiftly sprang into action. They stepped forward, forming a protective arc around me, establishing a formidable barrier. Seeing my guard's rapid response, his guards wasted no time in rushing to shield him as well. Tension crackled in the air as both sides faced off, akin to tightly drawn bowstrings, ready to snap. In this charged atmosphere, one of his guards extended an arm, firmly halting the boy, and respectfully stated, "Your Highness, the other party is the grandson of Marshal Luo. It would be unwise to provoke a conflict." The boy furrowed his brow in confusion, retorting, "You know him?" The guard answered with utmost respect, "I've seen the guard around him. They belong to the Luo family." Given his age, I could deduce his identity. Upon hearing this, the boy turned his gaze toward me, slowly stating, "You are Luo Chen." His tone carried a hint of certainty, intertwined with an undercurrent of something else. That I straightened my neck, slightly lifting my chin, and replied indifferently, "I am Luo Chen, and I shall not alter my name." Hearing my response, the boy snorted coldly, but then seemed to recall something, saying, in deference to Marshal Luo, "I shall let this matter go today." With that, he waved his hand to his entourage and guards, instructing, "Let us depart." Seeing them about to leave, a mocking smile crept on my lips, and I called out, "So, you're just leaving like this?" One of the boy's attendants, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in indignation, retorting, "How dare you? His Highness is magnanimous and chooses not to stoop to your level, yet you still persist in your insolence." I scoffed, rolling my eyes dismissively. "You're barking like a mad dog. Yet your master hasn't even spoken." The attendant, furious at my words, shouted, "You impertinent fool! Do you know who I am?" I crossed my arms, feigning annoyance, and replied, "I have no interest in knowing who you are." His anger flared, and he declared loudly, "Sun Chuan is my grandfather." Sun Chuan. I feigned surprise, exclaiming, "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just the grandson of the Minister of Personnel." The attendant swelled with pride. "So, are you afraid now?" I couldn't help but burst into laughter. I was wondering who was so arrogant. Turns out it's just the minister's grandson. How utterly disrespectful. The lackey assumed I was intimidated and, with an air of smugness, declared, "It's good that you know fear. From now on, be a bit wiser. Kneel down and apologize to me, and we shall consider this matter settled." I retorted with a cold laugh, "I am not afraid of you. I merely find this amusing. You believe that your grandfather's status as a minister makes you exceptional. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a debauched scion, living off the remnants of your ancestors' glory." The lackey, pointing at me, was so enraged that words failed him. "What? Do you wish to fight?" I glared at him, challenging, "Go ahead, try to lay a hand on me." Seeing the situation deteriorate, the third prince quickly interjected, "Enough of this bickering." That he glanced at me, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes, and continued, "I have matters to attend to today, so I shall not hold this against you. However, you would do well to remember your words." With that, he prepared to turn away. "Hold on," I bellowed, Did I grant you permission to leave? The third prince halted, turning back to face me, his expression dark and foreboding. What do you intend? He asked through clenched teeth. That I smiled faintly and replied, I merely wish to impress upon you that some individuals are not to be trifled with. The third prince's gaze sharpened, his eyes boring into me as if seeking to penetrate my very being. Very well, he said, his lips barely moving as he spat out each syllable, his voice icy enough to send shivers down one's spine. In an instant, he pivoted sharply and barked at his guards. Give him a thorough lesson. Any consequences will be mine to bear. His voice reverberated through the air, infused with an undeniable authority and ferocity, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension, as if a tempest were about to erupt. Upon receiving this ruthless command, his guards wasted no time, each one lunging at me like ravenous wolves. Their eyes glinted with malice as they kicked up clouds of dust with their advance. My own guards reacted with remarkable swiftness. Two agile protectors positioned themselves in front of me, shielding me from the oncoming assailants, their vigilant gazes fixed on the approaching threat. The remaining guards charged forward without hesitation. Like arrows released from ABOW'd, in an instant. Chaos ensued as the two factions clashed. One of my guards was the first to engage with an adversary at the forefront. He deftly sidestepped a fierce punch, then retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the foe's midsection. The enemy let out a muffled grunt and staggered back a few paces, but quickly regained his footing and lunged forward once more. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with a force that stirred the very air around them, which became stiflingly hot from the fervor of their struggle. Another of my guards found himself entangled with two opponents. With fists clenched, he parried the attack from the left and swiftly pivoted, driving his elbow into the chest of the foe on his right. The right opponent stumbled backward, while the left seized the opportunity to grapple with my guard. Attempting to bring him down, my guard wrenched free, executing a spinning kick that aimed for the head of his assailant. The enemy ducked just in time, but was met with a punch to the cheek. Blood spilling from his mouth, the opposing guards, refusing to yield, coordinated their efforts seamlessly, surrounding one of my protectors and launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Though he fought valiantly, he began to falter under the relentless assault, receiving several heavy blows. Yet, he gritted his teeth and continued to retaliate fiercely, determined to carve a path through the encirclement. The third prince's lackey, observing the fray, his eyes glinting with malice, shouted to his guards, You all join in. Today this arrogant brat shall learn a lesson. The guards responded in unison, yes. Their voices echoed like thunder, and they surged forward towards the battlefield like a relentless tide as the enemy reinforcements arrived. The odds quickly shifted against us. The already fierce combat escalated into brutality. One of the enemy guards leapt high into the air, using gravity to his advantage as he descended upon one of my protectors with palms slicing downward like blades. My guard crossed his arms defensively, but the impact was so tremendous that his legs sank deep into the ground. Before he could recover, two enemies struck him with punches to his ribs, sending him hurtling backward with a pained grunt, akin to a kite severed from its string. Another of my guards was beset by three adversaries, who shifted positions relentlessly, making it difficult for him to defend himself. One of the foes executed a sweeping kick, attempting to trip him. My guard, quick on his feet, leaped lightly to evade the strike. However, while still airborne, two enemies simultaneously delivered powerful kicks to his chest. He was propelled away like a cannonball, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Though the remaining guards fought desperately, their fists were no match for the overwhelming numbers. The enemy guards surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves, launching relentless attacks. Their fists and feet rained down upon my protectors, each strike infused with tremendous force. My guards bore the brunt of the punishment, each one battered and bruised. Yet they remained resolute, their eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. In this uneven battle, the tide began to turn against my side. Seeing this, I pondered internally, if I did not employ some strategy, my guards would surely suffer greater injuries. Thus, I discreetly began to channel my power, my gaze fixed intently on the unfolding conflict as I sought the opportune moment to intervene. At last, I spotted an opening. One of the enemy guards was wholly absorbed in his confrontation with one of my protectors, his back entirely exposed to me. My eyes narrowed, and with a subtle flick of my fingers, a thread of power surged forth silently, striking the back of his neck with precision. The guard, caught completely off guard, felt a sudden jolt of pain, and his body went numb, collapsing to the ground without a sound. My guards, though momentarily taken aback, seized the chance to retaliate. Emboldened by my intervention, I continued to employ my power covertly. I observed as an enemy raised his fist high, preparing to strike one of my already injured guards. Swiftly, I concentrated my energy, forming a simple seal with my hands before forcefully pushing forward. An invisible force struck the enemy's knee, causing it to buckle as he tumbled forward, landing at my guard's feet. As I unleashed my power, the enemy guard began to fall one by one, bewildered by their inexplicable misfortunes. Some stumbled as their ankles were struck by my energy. Others were propelled forward by a sudden force to their backs. They were utterly unprepared for such a surprise assault, their ranks in disarray. The once formidable aggressors gradually lost their initiative in battle as my guards began to gain the upper hand that moment. The sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly, breaking the tension like thunder. The patrol's cavalry arrived in full force, led by a burly officer who, upon spotting the third prince's distinctive attire, hurried over with an obsequious expression. "Your Highness," he exclaimed. The third prince, consumed by rage, saw the reinforcements as a beacon of hope. He pointed at me, his eyes practically ablaze, and commanded, "Seize him. Let him learn the consequences of offending me today." The officer responded without hesitation. "Yes." He swiftly turned, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity, and bellowed to his soldiers, "Capture him." The soldiers, receiving the order, raised their weapons and advanced towards me, their expressions resolute and determined to execute their command. Just then, another wave of thunderous hoofbeats echoed, signaling the arrival of the city guards. Their formation was disciplined and imposing, clad in gleaming armor that shone under the sun's rays. Leading the charge was a commanding officer of impressive stature, his keen gaze locking onto me from a distance. With a squeeze of his legs, his steed galloped forth, reaching me in no time. Dismounting, he approached with genuine concern etched upon his face, asking, "Cousin, what on earth has transpired?" Furrowing my brow, my expression twisted with indignation, I replied, "Cousin, you cannot fathom the audacity of these individuals. They're utterly arrogant and oppressive, looking down upon us and brazenly belittling our family, claiming we are but a hollow name. How could I possibly tolerate such humiliation?" Thus, I confronted them. Upon hearing those words, my cousin's already imposing countenance transformed into an expression of unyielding sternness, his eyes igniting with a blaze of fury. He exclaimed with indignation, "How dare they look down upon the Luo family? Are they not aware of our esteemed position within the kingdom and the renown we hold in this world? For generations, our family has steadfastly guarded the borders of the nation, contributing immeasurably to its defense. We shall not tolerate such slander." With that, he abruptly turned, his cloak billowing in the wind. He raised his sword high, his gaze resolute as he commanded the soldiers behind him, "Charge! Today, we shall make these insolent fools aware of the consequences of offending the Luo family." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers rallied in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they surged forward. Just as the city guard and the patrol corps were on the brink of a fierce clash, a sharp, elongated voice pierced the tense atmosphere like an arrow. "The imperial edict has arrived." This voice seemed to possess a mystical power. Upon hearing it, both sides froze as if under a spell, instantly halting all actions, laying down their weapons, and kneeling in perfect unison. The third prince and his guards did not dare to delay, hastily joining the ranks in kneeling, and the entire scene fell into a solemn silence. Only I remained standing defiantly, my expression resolute. The eunuch delivering the edict furrowed his brow upon seeing me and, raising his voice, declared sharply, "Young Master Luo, kneel to receive the edict." I lifted my head, my eyes reflecting unwavering determination as I replied with composure, "My grandmother, the Elven Queen, has imparted to me that, as her grandson, I bear a unique identity and pride. In our Elven tradition, one kneels only to one's parents, not to others. You must be aware of my grandmother's illustrious reputation. Her status among our kind is revered, and I must adhere to her teachings that I deliberately emphasize the titles Elven Queen, as if to convey the formidable support underpinning my stance. The eunuch, seeing this, displayed a hint of helplessness, cleared his throat, unfurled the edict, and proclaimed loudly, "By the mandate of heaven, the king decrees. Today, a dispute has arisen between Luo Chen and the third prince. This matter is of great significance, and I am deeply concerned. I command Luo Chen and the third prince to enter the palace at once to meet with me, for I wish to personally ascertain the details, without error. Furthermore, the patrol corps and the city guard are forces of the state, belonging to the court, and are not to be used for personal purposes. That I hereby order the patrol corps and the city guard to return to their respective camps immediately, without lingering to cause trouble. Thus it is decreed." Upon hearing the eunuch's proclamation, everyone, including the third prince and his guards, rose in unison, restoring order. The eunuch waited a moment, ensuring that all had comprehended the contents of the edict, then nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Luo Chen stepped forward, responding perfunctorily, "I understand." With that, he gestured to his entourage, preparing to follow the eunuch to the palace. The third prince adjusted his attire and followed closely behind, both parties temporarily setting aside their conflict as they proceeded to the palace. Upon entering the grand and magnificent hall, the towering pillars appeared to support the very sky, the resplendent decorations shimmering like radiant jewels in the candlelight. As soon as I entered, I noticed my grandfather and the head of the Sun family, Sun Chuan, were already present. My eyes brightened, and I bounded toward my grandfather like a joyful fawn. Reaching him, I grasped his sleeve, my curiosity tinged with a hint of grievance, and inquired, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" My grandfather frowned, feigning anger as he tapped my forehead with his finger, saying, "You rascal, this is all because of you. You always act so recklessly, causing such a commotion outside that word of your antics is spread throughout the palace. How could I not come? If this matter isn't resolved properly today, our Luo family's reputation will be utterly tarnished because of you." At that moment, the king, seated upon the dragon throne, noticed our presence in the hall and straightened slightly, casting a stern gaze over the assembly before speaking slowly. "What transpired today? I have heard the commotion from within the palace. You best provide me with a reasonable explanation." The third prince, upon hearing this, immediately collapsed to his knees with a thud, his body trembling slightly as tears swiftly filled his eyes, portraying a most pitiful visage. He dabbed at his tears with his sleeve, his voice quavering as he implored, "Father, you must intervene on my behalf. Today, I set out joyfully to go shopping. As you know, my mother's birthday is approaching, and I have been preoccupied with this matter. I intended to select the most exquisite gift among the rare treasures to express my deep affection for her. However, just as I found a splendid item, Luo Chen abruptly snatched it away. I pleaded with him, yet he showed no sign of yielding. "Father, you must ensure justice is served." The king then turned to me and inquired, "Is what the third prince claims true?" I silently mused. How could he even ask such a question? In this vast capital, not a whisper goes unnoticed by the vigilant eyes of informants, with a disturbance as loud as today's. Where the city guard and patrol corps nearly clashed, his spies must have reported the situation to him long ago. If he remained unaware of such matters, how could he hold onto his throne securely? Surely he would have been ensnared in intrigues long ago. Yet here he pretends to be oblivious, which is utterly laughable. That I smiled slightly, addressing the king with a blend of humility and assertiveness. "Your Majesty, please observe." I slowly opened my palm, revealing the exquisite hairpin. I came out today, accompanied by 6 guards, while the third prince and the heir of the Sun family brought along over a dozen. In broad daylight, if what the third prince alleges is true, how could I have possibly seized this hairpin amidst such a multitude of guards? Does this not imply that their loyal family protectors are utterly inept? I place particular emphasis on the words family and inept, intending to highlight that if one accepted the third prince's account, it would suggest that both the royal family and the Sun family were incompetent. After making my point, I fixed my gaze upon the king, then calmly posed the question, "Your Majesty, do you find my argument sound?" The king, perched upon his lofty throne, appeared momentarily at a loss. He understood that behind this seemingly straightforward issue lay intricate complexities. To concede that I had stolen from the third prince would imply that the royal guards were nothing but buffoons. unable to safeguard their own possessions, thus undermining the royal dignity. Conversely, if he refuted the third prince's claims, it would expose the third prince's unsubstantiated accusations before the public, leaving the royal family's reputation in tatters. The king wrestled with this dilemma. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the head of the Sun family, and he subtly signaled with his eyes. The astute head of the Sun family immediately grasped the king's intent. He stepped forward respectfully and remarked, "Your Majesty, this matter is indeed perplexing and should not be hastily concluded. Given that it involves both the third prince and young Master Luo, both of noble standing, we must tread carefully. In my humble opinion, a thorough investigation is warranted to deliver justice to all parties involved. It would be prudent to have the Ministry of Justice conduct a detailed inquiry, as they are known for their fairness and rigor, ensuring that the truth of the matter is revealed." Upon hearing the head of the Sun family's words, the king nodded slightly, his expression grave as he responded, "What you say is quite reasonable." He then turned to the attendant eunuch by his side and instructed, "Go convey to my Minister of Justice, Yuan Zhengxiong, that he must thoroughly investigate this matter. The intricacies involved must be meticulously examined, allowing for no errors." The king notably emphasized the words thoroughly and must with added weight. The eunuch bowed, retreating a few steps before responding softly, "Understood." The king gradually rose from his seat, fatigue evident on his face, and waved his hand, signaling the eunuch to withdraw. The eunuch turned and disappeared behind the curtains of the grand hall. The king then faced the gathered courtiers, his gaze sweeping over each face before finally resting on the head of the Sun family. His tone was deep, imbued with undeniable authority. "This matter shall proceed as stated. You may all withdraw." Though his words were succinct, each carried the weight of his resolve, causing every individual present to sense the king's determination. The courtiers bowed their heads in unison, responding, "As you command." "We take our leave." One by one, they exited the grand hall. My grandfather and I exchanged glances before departing the palace, fully aware that the king wished to downplay the situation, sweeping it under the rug. Upon returning home, my mother, Elunya, greeted us at the door, adorned in a flowing pale blue gown that swayed gently like rippling water. Her visage was exquisite and beautiful, with a gaze that radiated concern. Grandfather let out a gentle sigh and then addressed Mother Elyanea. "Elyanea, why not take Luo Chen back to your maternal home tomorrow? It has been so many years, and the child has yet to visit his grandmother." Mother Elyanea paused momentarily, her lovely brows knitting together in worry as she replied, "Father, the situation outside is rather unstable at present. The journey may be fraught with peril." Grandfather waved his hand dismissively, his gaze resolute as he stated, "I have considered all of this. I will arrange for capable guards to accompany us. After all, it has been far too long since we last visited, and it is high time for the grandmother to see her grandchild." After a moment of contemplation, Mother Elena nodded and said, "Very well. Father, I shall begin preparations at once. It is indeed time to visit Mother." The following day, as the dawn's light gently pierced through the gossamer morning mist, Mother and I rose early. Today, we were to embark on a journey to the Elven kingdom nestled within the Elven forest, accompanied by 1,000 iron-blood heavy cavalry. Mother busily flitted about the room, meticulously preparing an array of luggage. Each item was carefully selected by her, intended as gifts for grandmother. There were exquisite silk fabrics that shimmered in the sunlight, resembling flowing golden water, a variety of delectable pastries, their enticing aroma enough to make one salivate, and rare medicinal herbs, painstakingly chosen for their numerous health benefits. Additionally, there were many elegant pieces of jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings adorned with gemstones, radiating a brilliant light. Mother carefully packaged them, placing them into the trunk. As I gazed upon these precious gifts, my heart brimmed with anticipation, imagining grandmother's joy upon receiving them. Once all was in order, we stepped out of our home. At the entrance, 1,000 iron-blood heavy cavalry stood ready, clad in formidable armor that exuded an air of majesty. In the sunlight, their armor glinted with a cold, sharp gleam. The iron-blood heavy cavalry was the elite force of the Iron-Blood Legion, which boasted an impressive total of 500,000 troops, yet the heavy cavalry numbered only 50,000. The 1,000 accompanying us today were the CRME de la CRME. For the entire force consisted of merely 3,000 individuals. Each soldier among them was no less than bronze rank. Their strength not to be underestimated. 2,000 of them remained stationed at the Ironblood Fortress, a crucial military stronghold, serving as steadfast sentinels guarding the Legion's vital defenses. The remaining 1,000 resided near the lower capital, acting as loyal guardians of the Luo household's safety, with everything prepared. Mother and I stepped out amidst a throng of people. The 1,000 Ironblood heavy cavalry stood in perfect formation along the grand avenue outside, resembling statues forged from steel, their heavy armor glinting with a stern and majestic radiance in the morning light, while their steeds snorted restlessly, seemingly eager for the impending journey. Mother and I climbed aboard the carriage, flanked by maidservants, with butler Luo Chen himself at the reins, who then called out, "Let us depart." Thus, the entire convoy set forth in an orderly manner as we crossed the city gates. I lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, where throngs of merchant caravans congregated along the roadside. The wagons were lined up in succession, some horses grazing with their heads bowed, while others snorted anxiously, and merchants busily moved about, inspecting their goods or engaging in hushed conversations that my curiosity piqued. I turned to butler Luo Chen and inquired, "Grandfather Luo Chen, what are all these merchant caravans doing here?" He stroked his gray beard thoughtfully, casting his gaze over the caravans, then respectfully replied, "Young master, these merchants have heard of our journey to the Elven forest and have come specifically to wait for us." My confusion deepened, and I asked, "Wait for us for what?" With a knowing smile, butler Luo Chen's wrinkles deepened as he patiently explained, "Young master, you may not be aware, but the road to the Elven forest is fraught with danger. Numerous bandits lie in wait in the mountains and secluded areas, preying upon passing caravans. Most of these merchants operate on a small scale and lack the resources to hire formidable mercenary bands for protection. We, however, are different. The Ironblood Legion is renowned and immensely powerful. They believe that by traveling alongside our convoy, they gain the most formidable protection, thus saving a significant sum that would otherwise go to hiring mercenaries. You see, our Luo family name carries great weight. Upon sighting our flag, which bandit would dare to attack? That would be tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing butler Luo Chen's words, I suddenly understood, a glimmer of realization flashing in my eyes as I replied, "Oh, I see now." With that, I gently pulled the carriage curtain down, gradually obscuring the lively scene outside from view. As the curtain fell, the lights softened, enveloping the carriage in a tranquil atmosphere that I knew the journey ahead would be long, and it was imperative that I calm my mind. Mother sat beside me, her presence both comforting and a hindrance to my usual practice. Thus, I turned my gaze toward a book set aside. It was an ancient tome, its pages slightly yellowed, exuding a faint scent of ink, as if whispering tales of its rich history and profound knowledge. Just as we had barely left the city, a shout echoed from the magnificent palace of the third prince. "Report." The voice was long and urgent, bearing tidings of great import. Inside the palace, the third prince lounged lazily against an intricately carved chair, and upon hearing the report, he lazily raised an eyelid and inquired, "What is it?" A trusted aide clad in black knelt before him, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Your Highness, news has just arrived. Luo Chen has left the city." The third prince, upon hearing this, merely let out a nonchalant "oh," his narrow eyes betraying no emotion. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Where is he headed?" The aide, hearing the question, promptly rose and approached a large map hanging on the wall, pointing to a specific location as he respectfully responded, "The Elven Kingdom in the Elven Forest." Upon hearing this, the third prince lightly tapped his slender fingers against the precious sandalwood table before him. The rhythm slow and methodical, as if he were contemplating something of great significance. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Is the Hungry Wolf Canyon not a necessary route for them?" The aide answered without hesitation. Indeed, a subtle smile curled at the corners of the third prince's mouth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he continued, "Go have my maternal grandfather, Sun Chuan, send assassins to the Hungry Wolf Canyon, and contact the Greedy Wolf Bandit Group to set an ambush to waylay Luo Chen and his entourage. Upon hearing the third prince's command, the aide immediately bowed in respect and replied, "As you command." He then lowered his head submissively, preparing to retreat. The third prince, seeing this, suddenly raised his voice. "Wait!" The aide halted instantly, standing tall and cautious as he asked, "Does your highness have further instructions?" The third prince slowly rose from his seat, his resplendent robe flowing gracefully with his movements, akin to a rippling wave that he approached the aide, fixing him with a piercing gaze as he intoned, "If the mission fails," he lifted his right hand, delicately tracing his pale, slender fingers across his neck in a gesture that spoke of dire consequences, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve, as if narrating the dreadful fate that awaited failure. The aide, sensing the intensity, felt a shiver run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling as he assured, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand. Should the mission fail, I shall handle the aftermath and ensure you are not disappointed." With that, he cautiously retreated a few steps before turning swiftly to leave, his footsteps echoing with an urgency akin to fleeing from danger. Within the Sun Mansion, the steward stood by, awaiting the directives of the head of the household, Sun Chuan. Sun Chuan examined the letter from the third prince in his hand, his gaze profound, as if he could peer into the depths of human hearts. Exuding an aura of seasoned composure, the steward, perceiving the master's contemplation, dared not interrupt, simply standing quietly in wait. After a considerable time, Sun Chuan finally spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. "Proceed as instructed by the third prince." His tone brooked no dissent, and the steward immediately bowed in compliance, affirming with conviction, "Yes, master." After the steward exited the study, a fleeting shadow of malice crossed Sun Chuan's face. He was acutely aware of the third prince's cunning methods and the significance of this mission. He gestured for a nearby attendant to approach and whispered a few instructions, which the attendant promptly obeyed, vanishing swiftly into the night. Sun Chuan watched the attendant depart, fully understanding that regardless of the mission's outcome, those participating, the Death Warriors, would not return alive. Unbeknownst to us, the convoy had been steadily traversing the road for over 10 days. During this time, we had witnessed a myriad of landscapes, vast, boundless grasslands where the wind stirred the grass into waves, resembling a green ocean, and perilous mountains, their peaks soaring into the clouds as if to pierce the heavens. On this day, the leader of the heavily armored cavalry rode in at a gallop. He was a figure of athleticism, his armor clanging softly with the rhythm of his steed's thunderous stride. This leader, known as Ling Yu, bore a stern countenance, yet his eyes radiated determination and loyalty. He swiftly reached our carriage, reined in his horse, and announced with respect, "Madam, we have arrived at Broken Star City. The journey has fatigued the soldiers, and our supplies are nearly depleted. We must rest in the city and procure essential provisions to ensure the smooth continuation of our journey." My mother responded gently from within the carriage, "Very well." Upon hearing her reply, Ling Yu immediately rendered a military salute, then withdrew to carry out his orders. He efficiently directed his soldiers, delegating some to enter the city for supplies, while others stood guard and set up camp. Accompanied by my mother and a retinue of guards, we finally entered the city after our long trek. Once inside, we sought out a seemingly comfortable inn to rest. "Mother," I could hardly contain my eagerness. I wished to explore a little. After days of jostling in the carriage, my boredom had reached its peak, and while Mother looked up slightly, concern flickering in her gaze as she softly replied, "All right, but do remember to stay safe. This city is bustling with people, so it would be wise to have extra guards by your side for protection." Of course, Mother, you needn't worry, I answered obediently. Thereafter, I strolled out of the inn with several guards in tow. As soon as I stepped onto the bustling street, the clamor of approaching hoofbeats caught my attention, that I lifted my gaze to see a group of elegantly dressed noble youths recklessly galloping their fine steeds down the thoroughfare. They resembled wild stallions, heedless as they charged through the crowds. Vendors lined the streets, their faces etched with terror as they desperately shielded their goods, fearing the trampling of their wares. Passers-by scurried in panic, trying to evade the chaos that in an instant, the once lively and orderly street descended into turmoil. Yet, the noble youths paid no mind to the peril they posed to the vendors and pedestrians alike. continuing their reckless gallop, their faces adorned with brazen smiles, as if the street were their personal racetrack. "Clear the way for me," a voice bellowed from the throng, as a young man clad in opulent attire approached. Wielding an exquisite whip, his pale complexion and haughty demeanor set him apart. Following closely behind him was a cadre of intimidating retainers, each exuding a menacing aura. "Commoners, step aside. Do you think you can afford to waste my time?" the young noble declared arrogantly. The surrounding populace, upon hearing his words, scrambled in fear to make way. Yet, some who were slow to react felt the sting of his whip, leaving crimson stripes upon their skin. "Ah!" a pained cry echoed through the air. "Humph! Who told you to obstruct my path?" The noble's heart was devoid of mercy. Instead, he reveled in the suffering of those he had injured, a cruel smile dancing upon his lips. He swung his whip again, striking out at the citizens nearby, berating them. "How dare you lowly beings contest my passage?" The injured could only stifle their rage, enduring the pain in silence. They understood that challenging such a powerful figure was futile. Resigning themselves to their plight as he rode away in triumph, I continued my aimless wandering, noticing that the number of pedestrians dwindled and the streets grew increasingly dilapidated. This area seemed to have been forgotten by time, exhibiting signs of extreme neglect. The walls were peeling, doors and windows askew, as if narrating the tale of time's unrelenting passage. The shops flanking the streets stood shuttered, their paint chipped away to reveal rotting wood beneath. The signs hung askew, their inscriptions faded and nearly indecipherable, obscuring any hint of former glory. Occasionally, a shop remained open, yet it was desolate, with the solitary shopkeeper seated behind the counter, eyes vacant and lost. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, riddled with cracks and stones. Each step brought forth the sensation of instability, as if I might stumble at any moment. The air was thick with an ancient odor, mingled with dust and decay, creating an oppressive and disheartening atmosphere, as though the world had succumbed to lifelessness. I ventured further. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate and forlorn. The once bustling throngs had vanished, leaving only me and my guards to traverse this forsaken district. Up ahead lies the slums, one of my guards quietly informed me. "Let's take a look." Curiosity welled within me, urging me to explore further. "Certainly, young master," the guard replied respectfully, closely following my lead toward the impoverished area. Upon entering the slums, we were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of decay and desolation. Not far in, we encountered numerous ragged beggars, their bodies filthy and clad in tattered rags. Their faces were etched with hunger and suffering, their eyes revealing a desperate longing for survival. These beggars, perceiving us as a glimmer of hope, began to encircle us. "Kind sir, please spare some food. I have not eaten in days," an older beggar implored, his voice hoarse and trembling as he extended a shaky hand. That a wave of compassion surged within me, and I gestured for my guard to provide them with some coins. The guard complied, retrieving several copper coins from his pouch and distributing them to the beggars who had crowded around. However, like ants drawn to sustenance, more beggars emerged from every corner upon sensing my willingness to share. They recited pitiful pleas, their eyes fixated on me and my guards, as if we were their sole salvation. That I slowly closed my eyes, focusing my mental energy, and gradually released my consciousness. This intangible awareness spread like a vast, transparent net, emanating from my center and swiftly enveloping the entire city. In an instant, my perception expanded, revealing the lives of the city's denizens, as if unfurling a grand tapestry before my eyes. In the dark, damp corners, destitute citizens huddled together. Their homes were mere makeshift shelters, hastily constructed from rotten wood and thatch, teetering on the brink of collapse. Many were clothed in tattered rags, the patches piled upon patches, offering no warmth against the cold in the streets. Gaunt children ran barefoot through the mud, their eyes brimming with a yearning for food. Adults toiled tirelessly for meager earnings, some setting up rudimentary stalls to sell paltry goods. Yet at the end of the day, they scarcely earned enough to feed their families. Elderly individuals, emaciated and frail, lay upon the cold ground, their breath shallow. Unable to work due to illness, they languished in hunger and pain, awaiting the final judgment of fate. Strong men fought fiercely over any labor opportunity, for losing such chances could spell starvation for their families. The city's lower class was mired in a desperate struggle for survival, their plight too harrowing to behold. Soon, my awareness shifted to the realm of the nobility. The disparity between their lives and those of the common folk was staggering. Grandiose mansions stood side by side, each resembling a miniature palace. The crimson doors were adorned with opulent brass studs, and intricate carvings embellished the door frames, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Entering these estates, one would find courtyards replete with pavilions and artificial hills, with pools reflecting the beauty of the surroundings. The buildings themselves were adorned with ornate beams and carvings of dragons and phoenixes, as if they might ascend into the sky at any moment. In the pavilion, an array of exquisite treasures is displayed. Glazed lamps from distant realms, a jade vessel radiating a gentle glow, and sumptuous silk curtains embroidered with golden threads and silver lines, swaying gracefully to reveal their opulence. The nobles are adorned in fine silks, their garments intricately embroidered with splendid patterns, depicting either blossoming flowers or majestic beasts. They are bedecked with an assortment of jewelry, strings of lustrous pearls cascading around their necks, while bracelets and earrings crafted from jade shimmer magnificently. The banquet table is laden with delicacies from mountain and sea, featuring fresh fish caught from the deep ocean, so tender it melts in the mouth, and rare game hunted from the forests, meticulously prepared by renowned chefs, exuding an irresistible aroma. Various fine wines are served in exquisite vessels, their ruby-red liquid glistening like flowing gemstones in the flickering candlelight. The daily lives of these nobles revolve around revelry, while they languidly indulge in song and dance, allowing time to slip away. In the courtyard, beautiful dancers clad in sheer garments perform gracefully, their movements elegant and light, reminiscent of butterflies flitting among blossoms. Meanwhile, the nobles recline on soft couches, savoring the performances while relishing fine food and drink, punctuating the atmosphere with boisterous laughter. They keep numerous servants who diligently cater to their every need, knowing that any misstep could lead to severe punishment. Yet, the nobles remain indifferent to the lives and deaths of these servants, caring only for their own pleasures, living lives of extravagant excess, lost in a haze of indulgence. Witnessing this starkly contrasting scene deeply stirs my heart, and my thoughts involuntarily drift back to my previous life, a period marked by bitterness and helplessness. I end that existence. I was but an ordinary individual, toiling daily to make ends meet, overwhelmed by the burdens of mundane existence, barely scraping by debt. I once yearned for love, desiring a companion by my side. However, the pressures of life loomed like a mountain, suffocating me. My meager income and humble abode offered no boastful assets. Ultimately, she left me, disillusioned by my inability to provide the life she desired, leaving me feeling as though my world had crumbled. Filled with anguish and despair, the plight of my family only deepened my sense of hopelessness. My father fell gravely ill, requiring substantial funds for treatment. Yet the paltry savings I had accumulated were nothing but a drop in the ocean against exorbitant medical expenses. I sought loans everywhere, but met with refusal at every turn, helplessly watching my father grow frail on his sickbed. The profound sense of powerlessness gnawed at my soul like a relentless demon in the dark. I had thought my life would be forever mired in suffering and poverty. Fortunately, I encountered my master, the unfettered sage, who pulled me from that endless abyss and guided me onto a vastly different path. This led me to reflect on my father and the soldiers valiantly fighting on the front lines. They faced danger without fear, charging toward the enemy's blades, shedding blood, enduring pain, and risking their lives. Their bravery was meant to safeguard the citizens of the nation, ensuring that all could lead stable and happy lives. Yet the stark reality I observed was that they sacrificed themselves to protect those very nobles, who, like parasites, indulged in pleasure, extravagance, and the plight of the common folk. Relying on power and wealth, they exploited ordinary citizens, hoarding resources without contributing anything beneficial to the nation or its people, a reality that fills me with sorrow and rage. Standing there quietly, I felt a fire ignite within me. The vast chasm of wealth disparity and the unjust social conditions pierced my heart like sharp thorns. The excesses of the nobles contrasted sharply with the struggles of the commoners. The sacrifices of my father and the frontline soldiers juxtaposed against the inaction of these nobles. This reality compelled me to break my silence that I clenched my fists, resolutely determining in my heart. I realized this would be an incredibly arduous path, fraught with uncertainty and peril, but I would not back down, that I would leverage my own strength to shatter this decaying status quo and change everything. I would ensure that the common folk could lead better lives, free from hunger, cold, and oppression. I would make the sacrifices of the soldiers meaningful, safeguarding those worthy of protection. I would prevent the nobles from remaining societal parasites, no longer enjoying peace and wealth bought with the lives of others. That I aspired to create a world that was fair, just, and brimming with hope and vitality. Suddenly, a ripple of awareness surged through me, akin to ripples spreading across a tranquil lake. Following that peculiar sensation, I discovered a slave market. It was a cacophonous place, steeped in despair. The ground was muddy and filthy, the air thick with a nauseating stench, a blend of sweat, blood, and decay. Simple wooden barriers confined the slaves, treating them like animals devoid of dignity. The slaves, regardless of age or gender, were shackled in iron chains. Their eyes reflected fear, numbness, and despair. The elderly were emaciated, their murky eyes filled with resignation. The women were disheveled, their tattered rags failing to see. The bodyguard beside me stepped forward and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Our young master is the youngest son of General Luo." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of surprise and reverence crossed the eyes of the slave trader, who immediately adopted a more respectful tone, saying, "Ah, it is young Master Luo. I beg your pardon for my oversight. General Luo is renowned for his illustrious military achievements." That he continued, "Allow me to personally escort young Master Luo to view our premium selection of slaves, which I assure will meet your satisfaction." With that, he eagerly led the way, while I followed closely behind with my guard. Soon thereafter, the slave trader, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, began to introduce his merchandise. He first gestured towards a group of youthful boys and girls. Their heads bowed low, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Rubbing his hands together, the trader said, "Young Master Luo, these boys and girls have been meticulously selected. They are youthful, healthy, and exceedingly obedient. These children can perform various menial tasks. Whether serving your household or undertaking laborious chores, they are indeed excellent choices." Next, the trader guided me to another area where a group of robust individuals stood, their eyes radiating determination with pride. He introduced them, "Young Master, these are silver-tier warriors. Behold their muscles, each one brimming with strength. They have undergone specialized training in combat. Whether in one-on-one duels or small-scale skirmishes, they are adept. They excel in wielding various weapons and are absolutely loyal to their master. At your command, they will not hesitate to rush forth to ensure your safety or undertake perilous missions on your behalf." I nodded slightly, and the trader, sensing my approval, eagerly led me to the next group. Here I noticed individuals emanating an enigmatic aura. The trader, with a smug expression, declared, "Young Master, these are bronze-tier warriors. Although their rank is slightly inferior to that of the silver tier, do not underestimate them. They possess solid combat skills, and each has unique strengths. They can play significant roles in team battles, and their training costs are relatively low. If you wish to assemble your own armed forces, they are an excellent choice." Finally, the trader brought me before several individuals who appeared somewhat extraordinary. Lowering his voice and adding a hint of mystery, he said, "Young Master, these are magicians, extremely rare indeed. They can manipulate elemental forces, summoning flames to attack foes or harnessing water to heal wounds. In special circumstances, their magical prowess can yield unexpected results. Should you choose to bring them home, you would gain formidable allies." That I slowly extended my consciousness, beginning to assess the qualifications of these individuals. My awareness, like an invisible thread, meticulously explored the crowd. That I first focused on the silver-tier warriors, and after careful consideration, I selected 10. That these silver-tier warriors and magicians bore rather tumultuous pasts. Many among them had angered haughty nobles, facing various forms of harassment and persecution, ultimately losing their freedom. Others have been captured in brutal battles, their fates forever altered. Next, my awareness glided towards the bronze-tier warriors, from whom I meticulously selected 100. Although they lacked the standing of the silver tier, I sensed the latent power within them, which, with proper honing, could yield unexpected results. Then came the boys and girls that I chose 100 boys and 100 girls. The boys were full of vitality, their eyes brimming with a fierce determination, as if no obstacle could daunt them. The girls possessed a unique grace and resilience, their seemingly delicate forms concealing unwavering resolve. When it came to the magicians, I longed to select more. However, reality dictated otherwise, as only a limited number were available. Ultimately, I chose 1 high-level magician, 3 mid-level magicians, and 6 low-level magicians, while their magical abilities were rather weak. Their potential, bolstered by the myriad treasures, elixirs, and techniques within my possession, would surely elevate them to formidable prowess that I was acutely aware that the fates of these slaves now rested in my hands. To ensure their proper accommodation, I swiftly made a decision. I turned to my bodyguard, my expression grave and earnest, and instructed, "You are to procure a larger residence, one ample enough to house these individuals." My guards, well-trained and unwavering, promptly accepted their orders without hesitation. That I then faced the slave trader, who was observing me with a cunning glint, seemingly attempting to gauge my level of desire for these slaves. Hoping to gain an advantage in pricing, I would not allow him to succeed effortlessly. I met his gaze with unwavering determination and stated, "Trader, let us discuss the pricing for these slaves. That I believe you are aware of my genuine intent to acquire them. Yet you must provide a reasonable price." Upon hearing my words, the trader's lips curled into a slight smile, and he began to elaborate on the so-called value of the slaves, attempting to inflate the prices. However, I had already formulated my own calculations and would not be easily swayed. As we began negotiating the price for the boys and girls, the trader narrowed his eyes, extending a finger to emphasize his point, stating, "Each boy and girl is 100 gold coins. This is a fair price. Given their youth and malleability," I furrowed my brow, feigning astonishment, and replied, "Trader, you jest. Though they are young, they lack experience akin to unrefined stone. 50 gold coins each is the reasonable price." The trader, visibly displeased, retorted loudly, "You insult my merchandise. 80 gold coins, not a coin less." With my arms crossed defiantly, I asserted, 60 gold coins. Otherwise, I shall seek elsewhere." After a moment of hesitation, the trader gritted his teeth and declared, 70 gold coins. That is my bottom line." I feigned indecision before finally nodding in agreement. Next, we broached the subject of bronze warriors. The trader, lifting his chin with pride, proclaimed bronze warriors well-trained are 1,000 gold coins each. That I could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "Trader, you must be overestimating their worth. In other places they could be had for 800 gold coins that I might consider 800 each." The trader's eyes widened, and he raised his voice. "My bronze warriors are unlike those elsewhere. 900 gold coins, not a penny less." That I circled the bronze warriors, scrutinizing them before stopping to say, 850 gold coins. "If you agree, I will take several." The trader pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, given the quantity you desire." When it came to the silver warriors, the trader waved his hands dramatically, announcing, "Silver warriors. 10,000 gold coins each. They're exceptionally formidable." I widened my eyes in exaggerated disbelief, exclaiming, "Trader, that price is outrageous. Outside, silver warriors sell for a maximum of 8,000 gold coins. I offer you 8,500 each. Do not be greedy." The trader's face flushed with anger as he countered, "My silver warriors are the finest. 9,500 gold coins, not a cent less." That I shrugged my shoulders, saying 9,000 gold coins is the utmost I can offer. The trader remained silent for a long moment, ultimately sighing, "Very well, 9,000 gold coins it is. That as for the low-level magicians," the trader pointed a finger, stating, "Low-level magicians are 1,000 gold coins each. Their magical abilities are quite useful." That I shook my head and said, "Trader, while low-level magicians possess magic, is still quite feeble. 800 gold coins each is fair." The trader frowned, insisting, 900 gold coins. "That is my final offer." That I pondered briefly and replied, 850 gold coins. That price is quite reasonable. After considering, the trader nodded in agreement. Then came the mid-level magicians. The trader puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, mid-level magicians are 10,000 gold coins each. They're exceedingly rare. I gasped in disbelief, responding, Trader, that price is utterly exorbitant. In other places, they can be acquired for 8,000 gold coins. I offer you 8,500 each. Please consider. The trader scoffed, my mid-level magicians are exceptional, a rare find. 9,500 gold coins, not a single coin less that I asserted firmly, 9,000 gold coins. I am sincere in my desire to purchase. The master of the arena hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately consenting that in the end, it was the high-ranking sorcerer. The master of the arena smiled proudly and proclaimed, a high-ranking sorcerer, priced at 100,000 gold coins. This is indeed a one-of-kind treasure. I was nearly taken aback by the price, inhaling deeply before saying, Master, are you intent on draining me dry? 80,000 gold coins is all I can muster. The master of the arena burst into laughter, responding, 90,000 gold coins. It cannot be any less. Gritting my teeth, I retorted, 85,000 gold coins. This is my final offer. The master observed me, aware that I would not yield further, and reluctantly agreed, very well, it shall be 85,000 gold coins. After such a fierce bargaining session, we finally settled on the prices. 70 gold coins for each young lad or lass, 850 gold coins for a bronze warrior, 9,000 gold coins for a silver warrior, 850 gold coins for a low-ranking sorcerer, 9,000 gold coins for a mid-ranking sorcerer, and 85,000 gold coins for a high-ranking sorcerer. Subsequently, I pointed to a filthy, ragged individual whose clothes were tattered and stained, hair unkempt as if neglected for ages, and whose face was smudged with dirt, giving him a desolate appearance as though abandoned by the world. With a casual demeanor, I addressed the slave master. Look, let that one be a gift for me. Just observe his state. He appears frail and lacks any apparent strength. I have purchased so many slaves from you. Granting me one should not be an unreasonable request, should it? Upon hearing my words, the slave master followed my pointed finger, scrutinizing the old man for a moment before readily agreeing. Very well, you may take him. I maintained a composed exterior while secretly rejoicing. Indeed, upon my initial entry, I had immediately recognized that this seemingly inconspicuous old man was once a high-ranking golden warrior. Such an identity is quite remarkable. To understand, within the renowned Iron Blood Legion, a high-ranking golden warrior is someone qualified to hold the position of division commander, the division commander. After all, command a substantial force of 10,000 troops. Moreover, in other legions with such prowess and status, he could even aspire to the highest command position of legion commander. My heart swelled with joy as I felt I had stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. It was my guard, whom I had dispatched to locate a residence. The guard approached me respectfully, displaying a hint of relief on his face as he reported, Young master, I have found a suitable residence that is a spacious place with ample rooms to accommodate the newly acquired slaves. Pleased with this news, I nodded and glanced at the slave master. After a moment of contemplation, I signaled one of my guards and instructed, lead the slave master. Have him send the slaves I purchased to the new residence. Ensure that everything goes smoothly along the way. I have invested a considerable sum in these slaves, including the gifted old man. The guard complied, gesturing toward the slave master, saying, Master, please follow me. I will guide you to the estate. The slave master wasted no time, immediately summoning his subordinates to gather the slaves and prepare them for transport to my new abode. After departing the slave market, I wandered around the vicinity for a while. The area was bustling with activity, vibrant with various stalls. Yet, my thoughts were already focused on selecting gifts for my mother. I navigated through the crowd, meticulously examining the wares at each stall. After much deliberation, I finally procured some special gifts for her. Subsequently, I made my way to the residence that my guard had prepared in advance. Upon arriving at the estate, I was greeted by a group of slaves who were already waiting respectfully in the courtyard. Some had their heads bowed, their eyes fixed on the ground, seemingly afraid to glance around. Others slightly bent at the waist, their hands hanging by their sides, exuding an air of submission. The entire courtyard was enveloped in a stifling silence, punctuated only by the occasional soft sound of breathing. Seeing these slaves, I gently waved my hand, and the guards immediately understood, retreating in an orderly fashion. Once the guards had completely vanished from sight, I swiftly formed hand seals. Murmuring incantations, a faint halo emanated from my hands, gradually spreading and expanding until it formed a transparent barrier. This barrier resembled a vast, transparent dome, enveloping the entire courtyard. It was not merely a simple shield. It effectively isolated the sounds and prying eyes from the outside. Thus, those outside could neither enter nor hear any commotion that might transpire within. The slaves in the courtyard gazed at me with a mixture of confusion and reverence. Uncertain of my intentions, I fixed my gaze upon them and slowly inquired, "You have all become slaves for various reasons. Perhaps fate has played a cruel trick on you. However, now I wish to offer you an opportunity to change your destiny. Do you desire to become powerful?" As my words settled, the slaves were momentarily taken aback, exchanging looks filled with uncertainty and a hint of longing. Their faces were marked with hesitation, for their prolonged status as slaves had accustomed them to submission. This sudden opportunity felt like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, beautiful yet daunting to trust. However, after a brief moment, one slave lifted his head, determination glimmering in his eyes as he replied, "Yes." With his declaration, the other slaves seemed inspired, summoning their courage to respond in unison, "Yes." Though their voices were uneven, they resonated with an unprecedented sense of hope. That I continued, "Very well, I grant you this opportunity. First, you must empty your minds." Upon hearing my instruction, each slave gradually closed their eyes, striving to calm their thoughts and attain mental clarity. Their expressions transformed from initial tension to relaxation, enveloping the courtyard in an extraordinary atmosphere of tranquility. Seeing them comply, I began to form hand seals, softly chanting ancient incantations. As the incantation flowed from my lips, a deep azure glow began to emanate from my palms, intensifying until it coalesced into intricate and mysterious runes. With a gentle wave of my hand, these runes flew toward the slaves, silently embedding themselves into their foreheads. This was the slave brand. Once implanted, it would ensure their absolute loyalty to me, leaving no room for betrayal. After completing this series of actions, I calmly raised my hand, where a subtle glow flickered at my fingertips. Emanating from my celestial ring, I slowly retrieved a bead from the ring, and in an instant, a powerful and enigmatic aura radiated from the bead. This bead was no ordinary item. It was a treasure from the celestial realm, known as the Spirit Time Bead. The Spirit Time Bead emitted a soft and enchanting light, seemingly harboring infinite mysteries. Within the bead lay a mysterious reservoir of spiritual energy, brimming with an abundance of spiritual essence. The richness of this essence was beyond imagination, surging within the bead like a tumultuous tide. Even sealed within this small sphere, the overwhelming presence of the spiritual energy was palpable. Merely approaching, it would evoke the sensation of being immersed in an ocean of spiritual essence. What made the Spirit Time Bead extraordinary was its ability to significantly enhance the cultivation speed of practitioners. For those on the path of cultivation, spiritual essence is fundamental. Such abundant and pure essence undoubtedly serves as an exceptional aid for advancement. When a practitioner is within the influence of this bead, the dense spiritual essence continuously flows into their body, nourishing their meridians and dantian, allowing their power to surge at an astonishing pace. Moreover, the Spirit Time Bead possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate the flow of time. Within its internal space, time ceases to be constant, that I can accelerate the passage of time to resemble a rushing river, enabling what appears to be a fleeting moment in the outside world to be transformed into prolonged cultivation within the bead. Alternatively, I can decelerate time to a gentle stream, allowing practitioners to savor every detail of their training, as if having mastered the very essence of time, granting them greater possibilities on their path of cultivation. Then, with a gentle flick of my sleeve, a soft glow emanated from my palm. Under the illumination, the figures of the slaves gradually became ethereal before slowly being drawn into the interior of the Spirit Time Bead. Following this, I also moved into the interior of the bead. Inside the Spirit Time Bead lay a vast and wondrous space, rich with spiritual essence, swirling like a delicate veil, I stood before these slaves. My expression grave and solemn. My gaze swept slowly over each individual as I spoke with utmost seriousness. What you witness and hear here today must remain sealed within your hearts, not to be divulged to anyone. This is the prerequisite for the opportunity one bestow upon you, as well as the rule you must abide by on the path to becoming formidable. Should anyone dare to contravene this, there will be no leniency. My voice resonated within the spirit pearl, imbued with an undeniable authority. The slaves responded in unison, reverently declaring, "Yes, Master." Their voices echoed within the spirit pearl. Infused with awe, I nodded slightly, and after carefully assessing the physical conditions of these slaves, I selected 3 cultivation techniques from the treasure trove of the spirit pearl that would be suitable for their training. The first technique was named the Celestial Gang Breaking Method. The term Celestial Gang represents the power of the Celestial Gang star, symbolizing strength and might. This technique allows practitioners to imbue their spiritual energy with the characteristics of the Celestial Gang star, granting them the ability to break through barriers and shatter the void. When employing this technique, the practitioner's spiritual energy surges like the torrential waters of the celestial river, overcoming all obstacles. Whether facing spiritual energy barriers or spatial restrictions, they are as fragile as paper before its might. The second technique is the shadow assassination art. This technique is closely linked to the art of assassination, exuding both dominance and mystery. Practitioners can conceal their spiritual energy within the shadows, akin to a phantom in the night, rendering them nearly undetectable. Upon launching an attack, their spiritual energy erupts like a lethal arrow, striking the enemy's vital points, accompanied by the corrosive force of the shadows, leaving the adversary defenseless and often leading to severe injury or even death before they realize it. The final technique I named the Dragon Elephant Subduing Art. The term Dragon Elephant signifies unparalleled strength, combining the agility of the dragon with the might of the elephant. This technique enables practitioners to possess the power of both the dragon and the elephant, allowing them to battle with the ferocity of a divine beast that subdues all foes. Each strike from the practitioner seems to carry the majesty of the Dragon Elephant's might, capable of shattering the enemy's spiritual defenses and rendering their physical form unable to withstand such immense power. Subsequently, I gently waved my hands, and a beam of spiritual light flashed, revealing hundreds of foundation establishment pills radiating a soft glow in my palm. The pills were round and plump, their surfaces shimmering with strands of spiritual energy, as if containing a miniature vortex of spiritual power within. The surrounding space subtly warped due to the rich spiritual energy emanating from the pills. With a calm demeanor, I distributed the foundation establishment pills to the slaves, speaking in a deep and commanding tone. These are foundation establishment pills bestowed upon you today. After consuming them, commence your cultivation according to the techniques I have provided. This is a crucial opportunity for you to embark on the path of cultivation. Do not squander it. The elderly slave trembled as he received the foundation establishment pill, his eyes reflecting both fear of the unknown and a yearning for a change in fate. The moment he swallowed the pill, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. A dazzling golden light enveloped his body, becoming increasingly radiant, as if a golden sun were rising from him. The once stooped form, burdened by the passage of time and servitude, began to straighten, and the wrinkles on his face visibly smoothed, his skin becoming taut and luminous. His aura surged, swiftly restoring him to the pinnacle of the gold level. The surrounding slaves gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with envy. Yet, this miraculous scene was far from over. The old slave closed his eyes, immersed in the surging spiritual energy, his body transforming into a vast vortex of power, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from his surroundings. After a moment, a fierce, sword energy erupted from him, soaring into the heavens and scattering the surrounding clouds. This sword energy harbored the destructive force to cleave through anything, as if it could sever all obstacles in existence. With the outburst of sword energy, his realm unexpectedly broke through once more, ascending to the sword saint leveled. In that moment, he resembled a peerless sword drawn from its sheath. radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Without hesitation, the other slaves consumed their foundation establishment pills. The pills dissolved upon entry, unleashing a robust and fervent spiritual energy that erupted within them like a surging tide, flooding through their limbs and bones. Thus, propelled by the miraculous effects of the foundation establishment pills, a wondrous wave of advancement commenced. The 10 silver-level warriors formed a line, their bodies beginning to tremble slightly, the fluctuations of their spiritual energy intensifying. With a flash of dazzling light, the silver glow surrounding them was gradually replaced by a rich golden radiance, as if silver were being enveloped by gold. Their auras grew robust and substantial, successfully advancing to the gold level, their eyes filled with excitement and confidence, experiencing a qualitative leap in power. The 100 bronze-level warriors were equally undeterred. Their previously somewhat immature and feeble spiritual energy began to surge wildly under the influence of the foundation establishment pills. A bright silver light enveloped their bodies, growing increasingly vibrant as their strength skyrocketed. Soon, they reached the high realm of silver level, their spiritual energy and combat skills now far surpassing their previous capabilities. Standing as 100 gleaming silver war gods, the faces of the 200 young men and women, once marked by innocence, now bore resolute expressions. Nurtured by the foundation establishment pills, their spiritual energy began to thrive like seeds sprouting in spring. The silver spiritual aura surrounding them flickered in and out of visibility, eventually becoming clear and bright, leading them all to attain the initial stages of silver level. This marked a significant step forward on their cultivation journey, unveiling the infinite possibilities that lay ahead. The sorcerers, too, encountered their moment of transformation. The advanced mages were enveloped in a swirling vortex of mysterious and profound magical energy, inscribed with peculiar runes. As the magical energy surged, they successfully broke through their limits, advancing to the level of Mage Lord. Their magical power deepened and intensified, enabling them to cast even more arcane spells. The intermediate mages were surrounded by a powerful wave of magical energy that enveloped them completely. Through the baptism of this wave, they successfully advanced to the rank of Magus. This moment, their control over magical elements became increasingly precise, significantly enhancing the potency of their spells. Meanwhile, the novice mages pressed forward with newfound courage under this magical force. The glow of magic emanating from them gradually strengthened and brightened, culminating in their successful advancement to the rank of advanced mage. They were no longer fledgling sorcerers, but possessed a more formidable magical prowess, with their future paths in magic now unfolding before them like an open book. Once their foundational cultivation was complete, they all respectfully knelt, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude, collectively saying, "Thank you for the gift of rebirth." Master, I raised my hand slightly, calmly responding, "Rise and cultivate diligently in this place." After a brief pause, I added, "Here, I have adjusted the flow of time to a ratio of 1,000, meaning that while you train here for 3 years, only a single day will pass outside. This is your opportunity. Do not waste this precious time and strive to enhance your strength." Upon hearing this, the excitement in the slaves' eyes intensified, and they replied in unison, "Yes, Master, we shall give our utmost effort." I then fixed my gaze upon the elderly slave, curiosity evident in my eyes as I inquired, "What is your name?" The elderly slave lowered his head respectfully, responding in a voice tinged with age, "Master, I am called King Wood." I nodded slightly, finding the name ordinary yet imbued with a sense of stability that comes with the passage of time. With my hands clasped behind my back, I spoke with indifference, "King Wu, from this moment forth, I appoint you as the overseer here, responsible for all matters within this realm. Having attained the Sword Saint level, you should possess ample capability to manage everything. I hope you will dedicate yourself wholeheartedly and not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, King Wu's eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. He knelt once more, fervently stating, "The grace of my master is akin to rebirth. I, King Wu, shall do my utmost to live up to your expectations. Command me, and I shall brave fire and water without hesitation." That I wave my hand dismissively, saying, "Rise, the opportunities one grant you are to ensure you seize them well, so you may serve me in the future." Though this place is small, it serves as the foundation of your strength. You must manage everyone well to avoid any disorder. Kang-woo stood upright, his demeanor transformed. He no longer bore the frail appearance of before. Now exuding the formidable aura of a sword saint, he resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Master, I will ensure everything is arranged meticulously." I nodded slightly, my gaze sweeping over Kang-woo, as I calmly said, "Very well. I entrust them to you. I believe in your ability to manage this place with utmost efficiency." With that, I turned to face all the slaves, my expression a blend of expectation and authority. Raising my voice, I proclaimed, "Cultivate diligently here. Do not squander your time. Now that I have bestowed upon you this extraordinary opportunity, it is imperative that you cherish it wholeheartedly. The flow of time here diverges from that of the outside world, granting you ample time to enhance your abilities. When the moment is ripe, I shall release you into the world. Understand this. Only when you possess formidable strength can you serve me more effectively. This continent is but a fragment of this vast realm. A broader horizon awaits you in the future. It is only the strong who wield authority, and only by fortifying yourselves can you fulfill a greater role under my command." The slaves knelt in unison, responding in chorus, "Yes, Master, we shall dedicate ourselves fully to our training, living up to your nurturing and expectations." Their eyes brimmed with resolve and determination. Before this miraculous opportunity, they were acutely aware that their fates were on the brink of significant transformation, all owing to my benevolence. Therefore, their hearts overflowed with reverence and loyalty towards me. Subsequently, I meticulously selected a portion of a more rudimentary artifact from the myriad treasures housed within my Carefree holy ring. Each artifact emanated a distinctive glow, embodying diverse powers. That I presented them one by one before the assembly and instructed them, "Examine these artifacts and choose those that you find most suitable." Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as they scrutinized each item with utmost care. While these artifacts were deemed the most elementary within the Carefree holy ring, they surpassed divine weapons in might when placed upon the continent. While they deliberated over their selections, I commenced preparations for another crucial task. From the holy ring, I retrieved a considerable quantity of spirit stones. These stones were translucent and scintillating, seemingly imbued with boundless spiritual energy. I arranged them haphazardly, ensuring their number sufficed for a period of cultivation. After all, resources hold great significance on this path of refinement. Once all was in order, I departed from the Lingshire Pearl. In an instant, my figure returned to the courtyard. After taking my stance, I raised my arm gently and with a flourish, as if an invisible hand had swept away the barrier enveloping the courtyard, causing it to vanish without a trace. Taking a deep breath, I elevated my voice slightly and called out to the sentinel diligently standing guard outside the courtyard. The guard, ever alert, responded to my summons without delay. Sprinting towards me with haste, in the blink of an eye, he stood before me, bowing respectfully and addressing me with deference. "Young master." I merely nodded slightly, my countenance revealing little emotion. These guards had accompanied me for long, and they understood my temperament well enough to know that certain matters were best left unspoken. Thus, even though they noticed the absence of the slaves, their hearts brimming with curiosity, they refrained from uttering a single word regarding their whereabouts. Standing silently in anticipation of my next command, with a tranquil demeanor, I articulated, "Listen carefully. 2 of you shall remain here as guardians in the future." With a wave of my hand, a bag filled with gold coins materialized on the ground, the coins clinking melodiously against one another. "That I shall leave you a portion of these coins. Your task is to procure young slaves of commendable aptitude. This is of utmost importance, and you must choose wisely. I will send someone periodically to collect these slaves, and you are to ensure that everything is managed with precision." The guard bowed his head respectfully, responding without hesitation, "Understood." His unwavering gaze indicated that my instructions were firmly etched in his mind. Thereafter, I proceeded with the remaining guards towards the inn. Along the way, silence enveloped us, the only sound resonating through the stillness being the rhythmic echo of our footsteps. Before long, we arrived at the inn. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, I immediately spotted my mother, Busily attending to her tasks, I approached her and gently said, "Mother, I have returned." Upon hearing my voice, she lifted her head. A glimmer of relief etched across her face as she replied, "It is good that you are back. You must be tired today, yes?" I shook my head, responding, "Not particularly, Mother." After exchanging brief pleasantries, I turned and made my way toward my room. The day's events had left me with much to ponder, and at this moment, I yearned to retreat to my chamber to contemplate my future plans. The following day, as dawn's first light timidly peeked through the crevices of the window, I remained enshrouded in slumber. Suddenly, a crisp knock at the door shattered the morning tranquility, accompanied by my mother's familiar voice, "Child, it is time to rise. Breakfast awaits." Her tone carried an irresistible warmth. Groggily, I sat up in bed, rubbing my sleepy eyes, and replied, "Mother, is it so early?" From outside the door, my mother replied, "Not early at all. We have much to accomplish today." After a quick wash, I joined her at the dining table, which was laden with an array of delectable dishes, each emanating an enticing aroma, that I took my seat and began to enjoy breakfast, remarking, "Mother, today's breakfast is truly sumptuous." Why, Mother smiled warmly. "Eat well. We have a journey ahead of us." Upon finishing my meal, she informed me that the Iron Blood Legion, tasked with procuring supplies, had already been waiting at the inn's entrance for our arrival. I swiftly adjusted my attire and hurried toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, I beheld the soldiers of the Iron Blood Legion, each exuding vitality. With supplies neatly arranged, I approached one of them and inquired, "Have all the supplies been acquired?" The soldier replied respectfully, "Indeed, young master, we have secured everything on the list." With that, I joined them as we made our way beyond the city. A solemn yet expectant expression adorned our faces as we marched forward. One soldier from the Iron Blood Legion remarked, "Young master, this journey is still quite lengthy." That I responded, "Yes, indeed. Once we reach the edge of the Elven forest, your task will be complete." And why grandmother has arranged for guards to meet us. At last, we arrived at the designated meeting point outside the city to rendezvous with the main force. The soldiers of the main contingent were busily preparing for departure, their eyes glimmering with excitement upon our arrival. A commander from the main force approached me, stating, "Young master, we have been awaiting your arrival." I replied, "I apologize for the delay. Let us set forth." With a resounding call of the bugle, our contingent resumed its journey. After enduring over 10 days and nights of arduous travel, we finally arrived at a perilous gorge. As I gazed ahead, I beheld a formidable mountain standing tall and steep, almost vertical, serving as a natural barrier that obstructed our path. Amidst this mountain lay a narrow fissure, just wide enough for 3 horses to stride side by side. This gorge twisted and turned, stretching for several miles. The mountains on either side soared toward the heavens, their heights varying from dozens to hundreds of meters, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. This place could undoubtedly be described as a formidable stronghold, where one could stand against a multitude, filled with trepidation. I turned to the steward and inquired, "Grandfather Luo Chen, where are we headed?" Steward Luo Chen respectfully replied, "Young master, ahead lies the Hungry Wolf Gorge." Upon hearing this, an unsettling feeling crept into my heart. I immediately released my spiritual consciousness, which surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the entire gorge. To my astonishment, I discovered that over 30,000 troops lay in ambush on either side of the gorge, akin to hidden serpents, silently waiting for their prey to stumble into their trap. My gaze remained fixed on the deceptively tranquil Hungry Wolf Gorge, yet unease gnawed at my heart. I turned to the steward, tugging at his sleeve, and whispered, "Grandfather Luo Chen, do you not find this silence a bit unsettling? It feels disquietingly eerie." Luo Chen paused momentarily at my words, then followed my gaze toward the gorge. His expression turning grave, he scrutinized every inch of the gorge before slowly speaking. "Young master, your keen observation is commendable. Indeed, something feels amiss. This silence does not align with the norm, as if unseen eyes are lurking in the shadows, watching us. Should I dispatch a small detachment to investigate? It would be prudent to prepare ourselves in case of danger." I furrowed my brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking my head. "No need, Grandfather Luo Chen, this moment. Dispatching someone to that location is exceedingly perilous. Just consider how foreboding this canyon appears, even in the broad daylight. Should there be an ambush, the team that ventures in would stand out like a glaring target. Easily detected that it would be far wiser for us to establish our camp here and allow everyone to rest adequately. Once night falls, the cover of darkness will shield us, and we can then send forth a select few individuals, particularly skilled in stealth, to scout the area. This approach would not only mitigate the risk of discovery, but also yield valuable intelligence. Upon hearing my words, Luo Chen nodded in agreement, remarking, "Young master, your considerations are indeed thorough. We shall proceed, as you suggest. I will relay the orders for the camp to be set up immediately." My mother, listening to our dialogue, gently nodded in affirmation and added, "Both of your thoughts are quite reasonable. In this unfamiliar and treacherous locale, we cannot afford to act recklessly. Sending scouts at night is a commendable idea, but it is imperative to select only the most astute and capable individuals for the task. We must avoid any missteps." Luo Chen responded, "Madam, rest assured, I will exercise utmost caution, ensuring that neither you nor the young master falls into peril." As my command swiftly disseminated like a military decree. The troops operated with the precision of a finely tuned machine, each component functioning in harmony. Soldiers were assigned specific roles. Some sought suitable locations to set up camp, skillfully transporting the materials for the tents and erecting them according to a predetermined layout. Each tent stood firmly, the spacing between them meticulously measured. Others busied themselves with kindling fires and preparing meals, selecting optimal spots for cooking. Some gathered dry firewood, while others fetched water from nearby sources. And yet others unloaded provisions from horseback, intent on preparing a meal to rejuvenate our weary bodies. The camp resonated with the clamor of wood clashing during tent assembly, soldiers coordinating with shouts, and the crackling of flames. Meanwhile, deep within the canyon, concealed among dense foliage and rugged rocks, the leader of the greedy wolf bandit group, Taming, anxiously addressed a mysterious figure cloaked in black, murmuring, "My lord. It appears the individuals outside have commenced actions in accordance with our expectations. However, I harbor a lingering concern and wonder if you might clarify it for me." The black-clad figure furrowed his brow slightly. Coldly responding, "Speak plainly." Taming quickly donned a conciliatory smile, stating, "My lord, I am uncertain whether the terms discussed previously on behalf of your master hold any weight. After all, this endeavor places our lives at considerable risk. My brethren and I depend on a favorable outcome." The figure shrouded in black, entirely enveloped in dark fabric save for a pair of glinting eyes, spoke in a low, chilling tone, as if the words emanated from the depths of hell. "Is the credibility of my master's word something you dare to question? 100,000 gold coins is a substantial sum, sufficient for you to live in luxury for the rest of your days. The title of a third-rank viscount is coveted by many. With such a title, you would gain entry into the aristocracy and a territory. There, you would reign as master, free to act as you please, and my master has given his word and will certainly not renege. Provided you execute the plan and eliminate those individuals outside, all these benefits will rightfully belong to you." Yet, internally, the black-clad figure was filled with disdain, secretly contemplating, "You insignificant creatures, how dare you presume to negotiate with my master? Regardless of whether your endeavor succeeds or fails, your prospects for survival are nil. Only the dead can truly keep secrets, and you foolishly believe you will attain those rewards." Upon hearing this, Taming's face beamed with sycophantic smiles as he rubbed his hands together, saying, "My lord, with your assurance, I feel considerably relieved. Your master's reputation precedes him, and we have unwavering faith in it. However, my lord, though we have over 30,000 men lying in wait here, those outside do not appear to be easily dispatched. Their discipline is evident even in the manner they set up camp, indicating they are well trained, and who knows what hidden strengths they may possess. Might you provide us with more detailed intelligence or additional support?" The black-clad figure scoffed disdainfully, his voice laced with contempt. "You greedy and cowardly lot, having been granted such favorable terms, yet you remain unsatisfied. My master has already provided ample information, enabling you to lay this ambush. You seek further support. Should you not devise your own solutions? If you cannot manage this trivial task, Prepare to face my master's wrath, which far exceeds any danger posed by those outside. Startled by the black-clad figure's reprimand, Tan Lang felt a flicker of fear, yet he mustered his courage to respond. My lord, forgive my presumption. We, the bandit group, shall exert ourselves fully, and we will not disappoint you or your master, he continued. If we succeed this time, we will forever be loyal to your master, and should he require any further assistance, we shall comply without question. The black-clad figure sneered, saying, Humph, attend to the matter at hand first. Should you entertain any disloyal thoughts, my master will not spare you. Tan Lang, hearing the figure's words, hastily nodded and replied, Yes, yes, my lord. Rest assured. Though we, the greedy wolf bandit group, may seem insignificant in your eyes, we are diligent in our endeavors that we will execute your master's plan to perfection, ensuring that those outside are dealt with decisively. As Tan Lang spoke, he covertly scrutinized the black-clad figure's expression, and upon noting the absence of further displeasure, he exhaled softly, pondering. Once we secure that 100,000 gold coins and the Viscount title, along with our own territory, who would still heed your master's commands? When our bandit group flourishes, the tables will turn. The black-clad figure seemed to sense Tan Lang's thoughts, his gaze growing colder as he warned, Tan Lang, you would do well to refrain from harboring any inappropriate ideas. You cannot fathom my master's capabilities. Should you dare to play tricks, your bandit group will face annihilation. Startled, Tan Lang quickly donned a smile once more, saying, My lord, how could you think such a thing? We are utterly loyal to you and your master, without a hint of doubt. I was merely contemplating how to arrange this operation more meticulously. I beg you not to misunderstand. Night descended. Stars gradually adorned the sky, and a bright moon slowly rose, illuminating the earth. Luo Chen surveyed the surroundings, confirming that all was clear, then selected several agile and seasoned soldiers from his retinue. He issued a stern command. You few, accompany me to scout the interior of the canyon. Remember to remain vigilant and conceal our movements. Should you detect any ambush or suspicious signs, return immediately to report. Do not venture further. The chosen guards responded in unison. Understood. They swiftly checked their gear, ensuring that each weapon was in optimal condition, before following Luo Chen as they melded silently into the night. Like a leopard stalking its prey, Luo Chen led them forward with utmost caution, each step taken carefully in the shadows to avoid making a sound. Their eyes were sharp, ears attuned, missing no potential clues that could betray their position as they ventured deeper into the canyon. The surroundings grew quieter. Even the familiar sounds of insects had vanished. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with the faint fragrance of distant wildflowers. Luo Chen inhaled deeply, slowing his pace and signaling others to do the same, allowing them to better utilize the cover of darkness. Just then, a faint breeze carried what seemed to be the sound of metal scraping, and Luo Chen immediately became alert, raising a finger to his lips to signal the others to halt and listen intently. All held their breath, effortfully quieting their heartbeats, fearing they might miss any subtle sound. Luo Chen's instincts warned him that danger lurked nearby. He closed his eyes, concentrating, attempting to discern the enemy's location and numbers through sound. In the stillness of night, even the slightest noise could betray their presence. At that moment, two barely audible voices echoed in the tranquil canyon. Luo Chen immediately gestured for the guards to halt, and they all held their breath, straining to identify the source of the conversation. One bandit whispered, What do you think the captain wants us to lie in wait for here? This wretched place is damp and chilly. It makes me uncomfortable all over. Another bandit replied in hushed tones, I've heard it's to ambush a significant figure. However, the leader did not divulge specific details to us, merely instructing us to remain here and launch an attack as soon as the target appears. Upon hearing this, Thief voiced his concerns with a hint of anxiety. Look at that army. Observe their discipline. It is remarkably strict. Just see how orderly they are while setting up their tents, and how clearly defined their roles are while cooking. Not a trace of confusion. This is evidently a well-trained elite force. If I am not mistaken, the banner bears the emblem of the Luo family. Could this possibly be the Iron Blood Legion of the Luo clan? My heavens, if that is indeed the Iron Blood Legion, can we stand a chance against them? They are renowned for their ferocity on the battlefield. Another thief, however, responded nonchalantly. What is there to fear, even if it is the Iron Blood Legion of the Luo family? So what? Let us not forget that we have over 30,000 men here, while they are merely a little over 1,000. Moreover, we find ourselves in a strategically advantageous position for a surprise attack. We possess the perfect combination of time, location, and manpower that if we act according to our plan, when they let their guard down, we can surely overwhelm them and send them fleeing in terror, should we succeed. The leader has promised us 10 gold coins each upon completion of the task. Those 10 gold coins would allow us to revel in luxury for quite some time. That I plan to visit the largest tavern in town, indulge in the strongest spirits, and seek out the fairest maidens. Thief A felt somewhat reassured by his companion's words, but still hesitated, saying, while that may be true, I can't shake the feeling of uncertainty. The Iron Blood Legion is not to be trifled with. Their equipment is superior, and their combat experience is vast. If we are not careful, we could easily become casualties beneath their blades. The other thief patted Thief A on the shoulder, offering comfort. You needn't worry. Our leader is an astute individual. He must have considerable confidence to have sent us here to lie in wait. All we need to do is follow orders. And soon enough, the gold will be in our hands, allowing us to escape to freedom. Upon overhearing this exchange, Luo Chao's expression grew grave. He understood the urgency of the situation and dared not delay, promptly leading his guards back along the same path they had come. Upon returning to the camp, he approached the young master, who was studying a map within the tent. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke in a low yet clear voice. Young master, the situation is dire that I just returned from reconnaissance in the canyon with my brothers, and we overheard the thieves' conversation. There are over 30,000 mercenaries lying in wait ahead, poised to strike us. Furthermore, it appears there are other forces involved behind the scenes. They seem to have received orders from this power specifically to target us. The thieves appear confident, believing they can defeat us through sheer numbers and surprise tactics. Young master, what do you propose we do? I stood within the spacious tent, a large map sprawled out across the table before me. The winding lines and numerous markings on the map resembled the cryptic codes of this world, which I was diligently working to decipher. I furrowed my brow at times, while at others, I nodded slightly, my gaze fixed intently on the map's crucial points as I mentally simulated various strategies. After what felt like an eternity, I finally seemed to unravel the enigma, straightening up slowly, my eyes glimmering with confidence as I addressed Steward Luo Chen and General Shi, the leader of the Iron Blood Heavy Cavalry. Rest well tonight. I have devised a strategy. Steward Luo Chen, typically composed, could not suppress his curiosity. Young master, might you share a glimpse of your thoughts with us? I smiled gently and waved my hand dismissively. The time is not yet ripe. You need only focus on resting, replenishing your strength, and you shall know more come morning. General Shi, a man of straightforward disposition, interjected with a rumble in his voice. Young master, we have faith in your abilities. But this matter is of great significance. Have you truly considered every aspect? I approached them, patting General Shi's heavy armor, and replied, General Shi, I understand your concern for the safety of our troops. And Steward Luo Chen, you too are burdened with the affairs of our state. Yet, I've been contemplating this for days, and my thoughts are not without merit. Trust in me. Everything is under my control. Steward Luo Chen and General Shi exchanged glances, observing my unwavering confidence, and replied in unison, Yes, young master M. While mother stood silently nearby, her gaze tenderly fixed upon me at tea that moment. I stood tall, my demeanor radiating an indescribable resolve and confidence. Resembling a commander poised to lead thousands into battle, her eyes brimmed with affection as she scrutinized me, ensuring she missed no detail, as if admiring an exquisite work of art, though still youthful. I emanated an aura that commanded respect, and my expression was calm and composed, devoid of any sign of panic or hesitation. Each subtle movement conveyed a sense of poise. Witnessing my state, my mother's lips involuntarily curled upward, and her smile grew more pronounced. She inclined her head slightly, then raised it slowly, as if confirming that all she beheld was indeed real. Satisfied, she nodded gently. a simple gesture imbued with her boundless trust and anticipation. In her heart, she mused, "My child, you possess an unshakable confidence, exhibiting a maturity and decisiveness beyond your years that I can already envision your future. It shall undoubtedly be illustrious. You have the potential to become a great figure, destined to be among the continent's most distinguished generals, leaving behind your own legendary tale across this vast land." As dawn broke, the faint light of morning had yet to fully dispel the shadows of night. General Shur and Steward Luo Chen hurried toward my tent. General Shur's imposing figure strode forward, his armor clinking softly, while Steward Luo Chen quickened his pace to keep up upon reaching the entrance of the tent. They straightened their attire before entering with respect. General Shur spoke first. "Young master, what is our next course of action?" His voice was deep and powerful, laced with urgency and anticipation that I sat on a small stool within the tent, examining a small object in my hand. Hearing their inquiry, I raised my head and replied unhurriedly, "Let everyone rest well." General Shur and Luo Chen's eyes widened in shock at my words. General Shur furrowed his brow and raised his voice. "Is this your plan? Young master, are you truly waiting for reinforcements? Our current predicament leaves no room for delay. The enemy could discover our awareness at any moment and launch an attack." I stood and walked to the center of the tent, my expression serene as I responded. "There will be no reinforcements. I intend for them to believe we have detected them. You need not question my orders. Simply follow them. I have my own considerations." Luo Chen interjected, unable to contain himself. "Young master, we do not doubt your capabilities, but this plan is difficult to comprehend. The brothers await your guidance, eager to know how we can navigate the impending crisis." I fixed my gaze upon them, my eyes resolute. "I understand your concerns, yet I have deliberated this thoroughly. What we need most at this moment is rest to regain our strength. If you cannot even carry out my orders, how can you expect to confront the challenges ahead?" Luo Chen and General Shur exchanged resigned glances. With a heavy sigh, General Shur shook his head in acceptance. "Very well." They slowly retreated, their minds still clouded with doubt. Yet they could only comply with my command. As night descended like a black satin drape, the camp had already dined. I stood before the tent, surveying the surroundings before summoning Luo Chen and General Shur. Before long, they arrived at my tent in haste. That I regarded them with a calm demeanor and asked, "Has there been any movement from the enemy?" Luo Chen respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Young master, there has been no activity from the opposing side. They remain in ambush. According to our scouts, they seem to be waiting for us to enter their trap." I nodded slightly, letting out a soft hum of acknowledgement. General Shur, growing restless, took a small step forward and asked urgently, "Young master, what should we do next? We cannot simply wait idly. The brothers are becoming restless." I turned to the map within the tent, hands clasped behind my back, and, after a moment of contemplation, I instructed, "General Shur, take 200 heavy cavalrymen and, once night falls, quietly withdraw to conceal yourselves in the nearby woods." I pointed to the location of the initial forest on the map and then said, "Luo Chen, you are responsible for ensuring that the other soldiers prepare all supplies tonight. Everyone must rest well, for we shall break camp tomorrow." Upon hearing this, General Shur's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed in shock, "Young master, are we not retreating? Are we? If the others find out, they will mock our Iron Blood Legion for retreating without a fight. When has our Iron Blood Legion ever done such a thing? This concerns the honor of our legion." I lifted my gaze, my eyes resolute as I replied, "There is no rush. Tomorrow will bring a fierce battle, and we must rest well today. Only by conserving our strength can we enhance our chances of victory in tomorrow's combat." General Shur furrowed his brow, still perplexed, and continued to inquire, "Are we to launch an attack tomorrow? Our forces are already vastly outnumbered. Why then should we withdraw a portion of our troops? Wouldn't that further scatter our already disadvantaged forces?" I did not directly answer his question, but beckoned them to gather closer to the map. My finger traced a narrow path on the map as I spoke. "Tomorrow, I will lead the remaining soldiers along this route. Once you see the signal, you shall initiate the assault. This is a strategy of surprise. We cannot confront the enemy head-on, but we must draw them out and strike from both sides, catching them off guard. Luo Chen, listening nearby, expressed his concerns. Young master, while this plan may seem clever, the risks are significant. How can we ensure they will pursue us? I slowly raised my hand and gently tapped the slightly worn table. My tone steady and resolute as I said, "Rest assured, Luo Chen, those ruffians will undoubtedly pursue us without hesitation. You must understand, when they see our Luo family's distinctive banner, they will dare to lay an ambush against us, guided by other unknown forces in the shadows. This clearly indicates that their true aim is not merely the mundane goods and wealth. If they were to offend the Luo family for such trifles, it would be a grave miscalculation, and they might find themselves pursued relentlessly by us. Should I choose to take a detour, they will surely become frantic, for if they do not pursue us, they cannot fulfill the orders given by the forces behind them. Their master is most concerned about revealing their scheme to ambush us, and thus will show no mercy in silencing them. Only by eliminating me can they unite as one, bound together in secrecy, and it is likely they will resort to extreme measures to ensure no loose ends remain, regardless of whether they accomplish their mission." After hearing my words, General Shur appeared anxious as he exclaimed, "Young master, you are utterly confused. You know full well that their target is you, yet you still dare to act as bait. Such behavior is simply incomprehensible and absolutely unacceptable. This is far too dangerous. If anything goes awry, how can I explain it to Lord and Lady?" He spoke while gripping my hand tightly, his eyes filled with worry and reproach. I slightly raised the corners of my mouth, determination gleaming in my eyes as I nodded slowly, my expression imbued with calm confidence, and softly said, "Do not worry, General Shur. You need not be concerned. We shall encounter no mishaps. The reason for this arrangement is that only by taking on the role of bait myself can I ensure the plan's successful and flawless execution to the greatest extent. I am fully aware that this is an arduous and perilous task, but I will not flinch even an inch. I shall give my all, utilizing my courage and wisdom to fortify this endeavor, guiding us towards the shores of victory." General Shur's face bore the weight of difficulty as he remarked. However, there seemed to be many unspoken complexities at play. His expression clearly revealed his inner struggle and helplessness. Hearing this, I immediately adopted a grave and serious demeanor, stating, "Military orders are as immovable as mountains, and they cannot be questioned or defied. As soldiers, we must always remember our mission and responsibilities. Any actions that contravene military regulations will be met with severe punishment." My words carried an unyielding authority, capable of penetrating hearts. Upon witnessing this, General Shur first displayed a hint of helplessness, as if lamenting the harshness of military orders, but eventually relented, saying, "As you command." With that, he departed with heavy steps, his silhouette betraying a sense of reluctance and disappointment as he slowly faded from view, leaving behind a space that seemed to linger with the echoes of his earlier turmoil. As General Shur and Luo Chen withdrew, I prepared to commence my own actions. That I arranged the camp, and in an instant, my figure vanished, reappearing within the canyon. I could see that moment. I overheard a conversation. The wolf spoke to a man in black, saying, "My lord, they have remained in their camp all day without emerging. Could it be that they have uncovered our presence?" The man in black replied, somewhat uncertainly, "Surely not." As General Shur and Luo Chen respectfully withdrew, an ephemeral tranquility returned to the tent. I took a deep breath. Aware that my own mission was about to unfold, I meticulously arranged everything within the tent, seemingly preparing for rest. Yet in reality, I was crafting a fade for my silent departure. In an instant, my figure evanesced like a specter within the tent. The next moment, I found myself within the canyon, shrouded in a chilling aura. The darkness thick as ink, threatening to engulf all that I moved like a stealthy leopard, silently weaving through the shadows. Soon, I discovered several enemy sentry posts. Without a moment's hesitation, I descended upon them like a whirlwind, my blade gleaming with lethal glints. The sentries had no time to react before they fell into pools of their own blood. After dispatching these posts, I stealthily approached their main tent. That moment, I caught a faint conversation drifting to my ears. The wolf frowned, his face etched with confusion as he addressed the man in black. "My lord, they have remained cooped up in their camp all day, showing no signs of emerging. You think they might have realized our plan?" The man in black, despite his feigned calm, revealed a flicker of doubt. "Surely not. This plan is flawless. We have arranged everything so meticulously that word cannot have leaked." The wolf remained uneasy, pressing on. "If they have not discovered our ambush, they should logically continue advancing. Why are they stagnant? This is indeed very strange." Just as both men pondered this, a lowly henchman rushed in. Breathless as he reported, "Captain, the patrolling brothers have discovered that several of our hidden sentries have been slain, and there is Luo character left by the bodies." Upon hearing this, both the wolf and the man in black were momentarily stunned before they processed the information. The wolf's expression darkened considerably, and he gritted his teeth. "So they have already uncovered our ambush and have dared to strike at our sentries, leaving a message. This is a blatant provocation." Once the reporting thief departed, the wolf turned to the man in black with urgency. "My lord, what should we do now? Our prior plan has been completely disrupted." A fierce glint appeared in the man in black's eyes as he replied. "Since we have been discovered, we shall abandon the ambush. Tomorrow, we will consolidate the entire band of thieves and confront them head-on." The wolf's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "My lord, they are iron-blood heavy cavalry. Each of those soldiers is seasoned in battle and well-equipped. Though my brothers are numerous, most are untrained thieves. How can they possibly stand against them? This is tantamount to sending my brothers to their deaths." The man in black scoffed dismissively. "You have 30,000 men. They have merely 1,000 soldiers and 100 or so guards. Even if you were to throw lives at them, you could overwhelm them. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, what can their heavy cavalry possibly do?" Upon hearing this, the wolf's temper ignited, and he retorted angrily, "My lord, you treat the lives of my brothers as mere fodder. Though they are thieves, they are still my comrades who have fought alongside me. How can I stand idly by as they march to their doom?" The man in black's expression darkened, and he chided. "Mind your attitude. What are they, after all? You must understand, if one does not act for oneself, one will be doomed. Once this task is completed, you will live like a king in your own domain, enjoying wealth and power. Is it truly worth your while to argue with these inconsequential individuals? Ponder it carefully." Upon hearing the words of the cloaked figure, Taming found himself ensnared in a tempest of inner conflict. His gaze was rife with contradiction, and after a moment's silence, he spoke hesitantly. "You are indeed correct, my lord. I shall proceed according to the plan. However, I must implore you, my lord, to ensure that the promises you made to me cannot be retracted." The cloaked figure smiled with satisfaction and replied, "As long as you obey and adhere to my strategy, I shall not let you suffer. Rest assured." With that, a trace of hesitation and helplessness lingered on Tanlong's visage as he let out a heavy sigh. Slowly turning away and exiting the tent with heavy steps, that moment, the cloaked figure watched Tanlong's retreating silhouette, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, as he began to mutter to himself, "Umph. You pitiful insects dare to negotiate with the esteemed minister and the third prince? How utterly presumptuous do you believe yourselves to be significant pieces on the chessboard? You are merely tools that can be discarded at a whim by the minister and the third prince." As he spoke, the cloaked figure paced leisurely, his eyes reflecting cold indifference and scorn. "Tomorrow, regardless of whether you accomplish your task, there shall only be a path to death. The grand ambitions of the minister and the third prince allow for not the slightest misstep. Your lives hold no value in their eyes. Perish for them is a privilege you ought to be grateful for, you lowly thieves." With these words, a glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. He straightened his attire and strode confidently out of the tent. Inside, only the flickering candlelight remained, trembling restlessly, as if foretelling the impending bloodshed and slaughter. Upon hearing the cloaked figure's ominous and somewhat taunting remarks, a surge of intense fury welled up within me, and I silently mused, "Humph, it appears to be the Sun family, and that arrogant third prince not rejoice too soon. The grievances of today shall demand a double reckoning. Just wait and see how I shall meticulously manipulate you, step by step, until your complete annihilation." Subsequently, I inhaled deeply, a resolute glimmer flashing in my eyes, and in an instant, I vanished like a specter. Swiftly returning to my tranquil tent, my mind racing with plans on how to orchestrate a revenge that would strike at the Sun family and the third prince in the most cunning manner. Every detail meticulously refined in my thoughts, akin to a gruesome tableau poised to unfold by the dawn of the following day. As sunlight gently graced the campsite, Taming began to organize his men for assembly. Soldiers bustled within the camp, their shouts intertwining with the clatter of armor. Standing atop a platform, Taming fixed his gaze intently on the gathering troops, anxiety gnawing at his heart. After much effort, he finally mustered a force of 10,000. When suddenly a subordinate rushed over, breathless and frantic, reporting, "Captain, scouts have informed us that they have struck camp and seem to be taking a detour." Upon hearing this, Tamling's countenance turned ashen, panic gripping his heart. He understood all too well that if they managed to escape, it would spell disaster for him. After all, he had boasted before the cloaked figure. Failing to complete the mission would leave him with nothing, and he had witnessed the ruthless methods of the cloaked figure. He knew there would be dire consequences. With little regard for the remaining 20,000 men yet to assemble, Tamling's mind was consumed with the imperative to prevent their escape. He raised his hand decisively and shouted, "Brothers, follow me. If we let them slip away today, we shall all suffer the consequences." With that, he charged ahead, hastily leading his 10,000 in pursuit of the direction indicated by the scout. The pounding hooves raising a cloud of dust that mingled with the air, the thunderous sound echoing like their frantic, racing hearts. Emerging from the deep and narrow gorge, the sky, once clear, was suddenly shrouded by an enormous gray veil. As fog surged forth like a tide from all directions, quickly enveloping the surroundings, what had been a somewhat cacophonous environment now fell eerily silent, as if even the slightest breeze had been silenced. The expressions of Tamling's subordinates grew grave. One of them tremblingly remarked, "Captain, this fog is indeed peculiar. We ought to exercise caution, lest we find ourselves in peril." Taming, upon hearing this, glared fiercely, rebuking, "What are you afraid of? We have 10,000 men as our backbone, and with an additional 20,000 behind us, are we to fear such a trivial fog? Increase our speed, and summon those wind mages to disperse this wretched mist. If we delay the mission, none of you shall escape unscathed." His subordinates quickly responded, "Yes, Captain, we shall comply at once." As they pressed on, it seemed the mist sensed their approach, growing ever denser, like a monstrous entity intent on devouring them whole. Vision became increasingly obscured, as if the entire world had descended into chaos. Tamling's agitation mounted, and he couldn't help but curse. What in the world is this wretched mage doing? Why has he not dispelled this fog? Instead, it seems to be intensifying. Is he deliberately obstructing us? His subordinates lowered their heads, hesitant to speak, until one cautiously replied, "Captain, I am uncertain. Perhaps this fog is indeed strange." Tamling's ire flared further, and he shouted in frustration, "You are all a bunch of useless fools, to falter at such a critical moment." Yet, Taming would remain oblivious to the fact that this seemingly ordinary fog was, in truth, conjured by my formidable magic. It was not something that could be easily dispelled by those of lesser or even moderate skill. Not even legendary mages could hope to disperse it. The mysterious power concealed within far exceeded the comprehension of Taming and his cohorts, and they would ultimately pay a steep price for their recklessness and disdain. Suddenly, a thunderous cry of "Kill!" erupted from the depths of the fog, reverberating like a thunderclap, shattering the already taut silence. The ranks of Tamling's band, already thrown into disarray by the bizarre mist, became akin to headless flies flailing in confusion. To the sound of that battle cry, chaos ensued, plunging the entire band into a state of sheer panic. Those who had managed to maintain their composure were now utterly disoriented. The front lines gaped in horror, wildly brandishing their weapons, yet oblivious to where the enemy lay. Meanwhile, those in the rear began to flee blindly, jostling one another, many toppling to the ground, groaning in pain. "Do not panic. Do not panic." Taming shouted desperately, striving to restore order, but his voice was drowned out in the tumult, feeble and insignificant that moment. The first arrow shot forth from the FOG.IT sliced through the air like a bolt of black lightning. Whoosh! It struck true, embedding itself in the throat of a hapless thief. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, hands clutching his neck, gasping for breath, before he crumpled to the ground. Terror and confusion etched in his gaze. In rapid succession, a deluge of arrows rained down from a mist, akin to a swarm of locusts. The soldiers of Tanlong's band, caught unawares, fell victim to the onslaught. A cacophony of screams, shouts, and clashing weapons filled the air, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Suddenly, a horde of shadowy figures burst forth from the fog. Clad in black armor and wielding gleaming blades, they descended upon Tanlong's band like harbingers of death. Their movements were swift and graceful, appearing as specters within the mist. One shadowy figure surged forward, reaching a soldier in an instant. With a swift stroke of his sword, the thief fell, unable to react. Blood splattered onto the face of a nearby soldier, who, paralyzed with fear, dropped his weapon with a clatter. Witnessing the brazen provocation from the shadows, Tanlong's fury ignited like a raging inferno, threatening to set the very heavens ablaze. He gripped his spear tightly, feeling as though it had come to life. Dancing in accordance with his will, with a fierce flourish, he thrust the spear toward the shadowy figure, bellowing, "Come forth, you cowardly scoundrels! Today, you shall witness my prowess." The long spear sliced through the air, conjuring a howling wind that echoed like the roar of a specter. Thrusting fiercely towards the shadowy figure, the shadow, seemingly forewarned, flickered like a wraith and effortlessly evaded the powerful strike of the spear. In an instant, he drew the long sword at his waist, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance, resembling the tongue of a venomous serpent as it lunged towards the spear wielder. The spear wielder, known as Tanlang, reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping deftly to avoid the lethal thrust. Nevertheless, the shadow was relentless, swiftly following up with another strike aimed at Tanlong's vital points. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in Tanlong's eyes. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, seizing the opportunity as the shadow attacked, sweeping his spear horizontally with a force akin to lightning, aimed directly at the shadow. The shadow, taken aback momentarily, exhibited a flicker of surprise. Yet he remained composed, leaping backward and vanishing into the dense fog that enveloped the battlefield. The fog, imbued with an almost magical quality, completely consumed the shadow's form, rendering any trace of him nearly impossible to discern. Tanlang stood resolute, spear in hand, his gaze betraying a mix of defiance and fury. The soldiers of the band of thieves had lost all semblance of will to fight, mercilessly assailed by enemies within the mist, utterly powerless to retaliate. The atmosphere of the battlefield was thick with the stench of death, the fog resembling a vast shroud, concealing all the bloodshed and carnage beneath its veil. As time inexorably marched on, each passing moment felt like the grim swing of death's scythe, with the thief soldiers falling one after another like wheat cut down by a scythe. Some were pierced by arrows that impaled their chests, the blood spraying forth in a harrowing crimson amidst the fog. Others fell victim to sudden enemies who slashed their throats, leaving them to emit only muffled whimpers before collapsing lifelessly. Still others were struck by magic, consumed by flames, or frozen into lifeless sculptures of ice. Witnessing his men fall around him like blades of grass cut by a scythe, Tanlong's previously confident and composed visage was now swept away by a tempest of deep anxiety, intermingled with an uncontainable sense of panic. Veins bulged on his broad forehead like serpents ready to burst through taut skin. His eyes turned a fierce red, as if soaked in blood, reflecting the visage of a cornered beast, its gaze flickering with despair, yet desperately striving to break free from its dire predicament. Suddenly, amidst the chaos and darkness, he grasped at what might be their last lifeline, summoning every ounce of his strength. He bellowed with thunderous intensity, "Follow me! We must break through! 2,000 reinforcements are on their way to aid us. If we can manage to escape, we can surely turn this precarious situation around. We cannot surrender. We must hold on until our allies arrive." His voice resonated through the tumultuous battlefield, starkly piercing through the cacophony of bloodshed and death, a vehement protest against fate, a final struggle for survival at this critical juncture. Yet despite the power of his call, it felt feeble amidst the oppressive gloom, as if it might be drowned out by the relentless clamor of battle cries, anguished cries, and the clash of weapons. His shout seemed a futile effort against the harsh reality, incapable of altering the impending doom that loomed before them. Nonetheless, he refused to yield, his eyes shining with resolve and determination, conveying his unwavering intent to press on, even if the abyss awaited them, leading his remaining brethren with all their might to attempt a breakthrough, driven solely by a flicker of hope that could turn the tide. Meanwhile, the soldiers on our side were filled with curiosity and confusion. The performance of Tanlong's band of thieves amidst the dense fog was indeed peculiar. Logically, Tanlang commanded a vast number of thieves, notorious for their ferocity and battle prowess. Yet at this moment, they appeared as lambs to the slaughter, aimlessly scurrying through the mist without any semblance of organized resistance. Our soldiers, on the other hand, moved with the ease of a leisurely hunt. They navigated the fog effortlessly, each swing of their weapons effortlessly reaping the lives of their foes. Whether wielding sharp blades or arrows that zipped through the air, they pierced the bodies of the thieves without hindrance. Unbeknownst to the band of thieves, this was all the result of my meticulous planning. Prior to the onset of battle, I had subtly cast a spell upon our soldiers, a potent enchantment that significantly mitigated the fog's effects on their vision. The fog still existed, but it no longer felt as tangible, their sight relatively clear. Conversely, the thieves were thoroughly disoriented by the fog, blindly struggling within it, unable to accurately discern the positions of our soldiers. Thus, leveraging this advantage, our troops mercilessly harvested the lives of the thieves within the fog, executing their slaughter with ease. Though Tanlang was consumed with the desire to break free, the task was far from simple. Our ironclad cavalry surged forward like a torrential wave of steel, crashing into their ranks. The armored steeds thundered across the ground, their hooves echoing like the ominous drumbeats of death, drawing nearer with each step. The cold gleam of metal flickered in the dim light as the cavalry brandished their long spears, their tips gleaming with a chilling brilliance amidst the mist. Upon crashing into the ranks of the thieves, the cavalry was akin to a sharp axe cleaving through a pile of rotting timber. The thieves' formation disintegrated in an instant, their already panicked soldiers sent tumbling in all directions by the force of the onslaught. Under the overwhelming tide of iron, they lost all capacity to resist. Scattering like leaves before the wind at that moment, Tanlang surveyed his surroundings and realized his men had vanished without a trace. He sought a direction to escape, but amidst the chaos, he was utterly disoriented. The encroaching fog enveloped him like a vast labyrinth, trapping him within, obscuring any potential path to safety. As the battle raged on, the number of Tanlong's companions dwindled, until finally he found himself utterly alone. Meanwhile, I subtly cast a spell, gradually dispersing the fog that surrounded him. The mist receded like the ebbing tide, revealing Tanlong's disheveled figure, now encircled by my soldiers, who stood poised with weapons drawn, ready to engulf him in a torrent of assault at a mere command. I inhaled deeply and stepped forward from the tightly knit formation of ironclad cavalry surrounding Tanlang. The steward, Luo Chen, bore a stern expression, his gaze fixed intently on Tanlong's every move, while General Shi, gripping the hilt of his sword, emanated an aura of lethal intent. They flanked me, each ready to strike should Tanlang make a single wrong move. My eyes locked on a Tanlang, confined in the center, and I spoke slowly. Tanlang, contemplate your current predicament. You have lost. I recognize you are not the mastermind, but merely a pawn in another's game. That I acknowledge that you may have your reasons. If you surrender now, I can spare your life, and the past shall be forgotten. Tanlang scoffed, disdain etched across his face. Humph. Do you think I would believe your words? To fall into your hands today means you may do as you please. I, Tanlang, am not one to cower in fear of death. I furrowed my brow, continuing to persuade him. Tanlang, do not be obstinate. The one behind you treats you as a mere chess piece, and yet you wish to serve him? If you surrender, not only will I spare your life, but I will also offer you a chance for redemption, allowing you to utilize your talents. That a flicker of uncertainty crossed Tanlong's eyes at my words, Yet he maintained his defiance. Oh, not waste your breath on sweet words. How do I know you are not deceiving me? Taking a step closer, I gazed at him with sincerity. I swear on my honor. If you surrender, I shall uphold my promise. That Tomlong's eyes revealed a struggle and hesitation as he stood silently, weighing his choices. After a moment, he seemed to reach a resolution, slowly lowering the weapon he had clutched tightly, allowing it to slip from his grasp with a soft clatter. He slowly lifted his head, his lips slightly parted, preparing to express his intent to surrender. Just at that critical moment, an arrow suddenly shot forth from behind him, and shadow darted out like a wraith. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, creating a chilling gust of wind as it lunged toward the greedy wolf. However, the greedy wolf, being a seasoned warrior, instantly sensed the imminent danger from behind. He had no time to retrieve the weapon he had just laid down. Instinctively, he rolled to the side. His movements were remarkably agile, akin to a startled cheetah. After rolling several times on the ground, he steadied himself, eyes alert and fixated on the cloaked figure and the surrounding circumstances. The figure, cloaked in darkness, ominously spoke. "Greedy wolf, you possess great audacity to betray my master. Do you understand the extent of my master's capabilities? Should you choose to betray him today, he will pursue you across the continent, leaving you with no place to hide. If you are willing to risk your own life, do you not care for your family? Your frail, elderly parents and your child still in the cradle. Can you bear to see them suffer such calamity?" Upon hearing the words of the cloaked figure, I felt a stirring within me and promptly called out to the greedy wolf. "Greedy wolf, do not be concerned that if you surrender to me now, I swear by my honor and the glory of my family that I will ensure the safety of your loved ones, and they shall not suffer a single scratch." The greedy wolf lifted his head, gratitude and determination evident in his eyes, and said, "My lord, I am willing to surrender. I believe you are a person of your word, and I hope you will keep your promise to protect my family." I replied solemnly, "Rest assured, I have always been a man of my word." With that, I turned to the steward, Luo Chen, and said, "Grandpa Luo Chen, this cloaked figure is utterly despicable for daring to be so brazen before me and attempting to threaten others. Please deal with him, so he understands that such arrogance cannot be tolerated on my territory." Luo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. "My lord, I believe it would be better to capture him alive. This individual surely knows many secrets of those who manipulate from behind the scenes. Extracting useful information from him could be advantageous for us." I gently shook my head, a hint of disdain in my gaze, and said, "Grandpa Luo Chen, that is unnecessary. He is clearly a death warrior, trained to be incredibly tight-lipped, and we will not glean anything of value from him. Moreover, consider this. How many can openly attack me who harbor enmity toward our Luo family? Even if he were to speak, his words may not be true. There is no need to squander time and energy on him," I silently thought. I already know who the mastermind is. There is no need to go through the trouble of interrogating this death warrior. Luo Chen slightly bowed, respectfully replying, "Yes, young master is right. I shall resolve this matter immediately." With that, he charged at the cloaked figure like an enraged tiger. Luo Chen's form was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon the cloaked figure. His right hand clawed forward, aiming for the figure's chest. This seemingly simple attack concealed tremendous force. Should it land, the cloaked figure's chest would surely cave in. However, the cloaked figure was no pushover. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, evading Luo Chen's grasp, and simultaneously kicked out with his right foot. Aiming for Luo Chen's face, Luo Chen let out a cold snort, leaning back just in time as the kick grazed past his nose, creating a rush of wind. Luo Chen seized the moment, his left hand slicing down toward the cloaked figure's kicking ankle. The cloaked figure reacted with remarkable speed, twisting his right foot mid-air to avoid Luo Chen's attack, then leaping backward, creating distance between himself and Luo Chen. Luo Chen refused to grant the cloaked figure any respite. He propelled himself forward, sending dust flying. Like a shadow, he charged again toward the cloaked figure, his hands weaving through the air, transforming into a series of phantoms, showcasing the Luo family's unique martial arts. Each strike was incredibly fierce, The cloaked figure's eyes were fixed on Lao Chao's hands as he continuously retreated, his palms crossing before him in a desperate attempt to defend against Lao Chao's onslaught. Lao Chao seized the opportunity, suddenly shouting, and unleashed a simultaneous double punch. The combined force surged forth like a tidal wave toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure felt an overwhelming power rush at him and realized he could not withstand it. He crouched low, attempting to duck beneath Lao Chao's fists. However, Lao Chao had anticipated this. He swiftly raised his knee, colliding it with the cloaked figure's lowered head. The cloaked figure was caught off guard, struck directly by Lao Chao's knee, and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lao Chao did not relent. He swiftly advanced with a leap, delivering a final, fatal blow to the cloaked figure. As the life gradually faded from the cloaked figure, I turned around, my gaze calm as I addressed the greedy wolf. Greedy wolf, you are to immediately command the 2,000 bandits behind you to lay down their weapons and surrender. My men will come to incorporate them shortly. Do you understand? The greedy wolf respectfully clasped his fists in response. Yes, my lord. Your trust in me is greatly appreciated, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill this task. With that, the greedy wolf scanned the surroundings, quickly identifying an unmounted swift steed that he strode over, took the reins, mounted the horse, and galloped toward his reinforcements. I could see that moment. General Schur, who had been standing nearby, furrowed his brow and, with concern, spoke to me. Young master, are you truly letting him go? Are you not afraid he might seize this opportunity to flee? After all, he was once our enemy. Who can guarantee his loyalty now? Or could it be that upon reaching them, he will reorganize his 2,000 men and turn against us? That would indeed be troublesome. Upon hearing General Schur's words, I smiled confidently, my lips curling up slightly. General Schur. This presents a test for him as well. The greedy wolf is not a fool. He is acutely aware of his current predicament and the consequences of betrayal, that if he hopes to survive and thrive in this chaotic world, he must make the right choice. Moreover, even if he were to betray me, we need not worry. I have naturally left a contingency plan that I concluded. Now, let us follow him and prepare to incorporate the 2,000 bandits. General Schur, though his doubts had not entirely dissipated, saw my confident demeanor and chose not to voice further concerns, replying, Understood. With that, he tugged on the reins and urged his horse to follow. The mist dissipated slowly, like a delicate veil, bit by bit. The greedy wolf raced ahead, finally finding his reinforcements in an open area. The reinforcements were lined up neatly, each face bearing a hint of confusion and concern. At that moment, a stout man, resembling a leader, stepped forward from the ranks. With a thick beard and a robust frame, he hastily approached the greedy wolf, his eyes scanning behind him anxiously. Captain, you have finally returned. But where is everyone else? We had quite a sizable force. Did you encounter an ambush? A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed the greedy wolf's face as he sighed softly. Alas, they have all perished. We faced an incredibly formidable opponent, and the battle was most brutal. None of those brothers returned. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. What? They all perished. How is that possible? Who were they to be so powerful? The greedy wolf waved his hand wearily. Now is not the time for such inquiries. Enough of that. I have new orders to convey. You must immediately relay the message for everyone to lay down their weapons and surrender. The leader, hearing this, reacted as if he had encountered some absurd tale. Captain, what are you saying? Surrender? When have we, the bandits, ever bowed to anyone? Were you threatened? If you have any grievances, share them with the brothers. We shall fight back. The greedy wolf furrowed his brow, speaking sternly. Do you think I desire this? But it is the best choice available. The leader of the opposing side has assured me that if we surrender, our brother's safety will be guaranteed, and we will be given a chance to start anew. We have already lost too many brothers. Do you wish to see more lives thrown away in vain? After pondering the greedy wolf's words, the leader lowered his head in contemplation, then slowly raised it, saying, Captain, you are right. We have already lost too many brothers. We cannot afford to sacrifice more needlessly. I will relay the order. As the command to surrender gradually spread among the greedy wolf's bandit group, the bandits exchanged glances, confusion etched on their faces. Yet, in the end, they slowly laid down their weapons. The clatter of weapons hitting the ground resonated like a lament of their unwillingness and helplessness. Meanwhile, I was approaching with my heavily armored cavalry, the sound of hooves like rolling thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The weighty armor glimmered under the sun, reflecting a chilling metallic sheen, while the ironclad cavalry formed an orderly column, resembling a torrent of steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Soon, we found ourselves before the Greedy Wolf Thieves Guild. Perched upon my steed, I calmly surveyed the assembly of individuals before me. I then raised my hand to issue commands to the soldiers behind me. A portion was to proceed to confiscate their weapons, while the remainder would temporarily guard the members of the Greedy Wolf Thieves, ensuring no relaxation of vigilance. As my orders were given, some soldiers swiftly dismounted and methodically approached the discarded weapons strewn across the ground. They cautiously picked up each weapon, gathering them in a designated spot. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers dispersed, encircling the thieves, their eyes alert and watchful, ready to react at the slightest sign of unrest. I then gracefully dismounted and steadily advanced towards the members of the Greedy Wolf Thieves. Standing before them, I surveyed each individual with a calm, yet resolute gaze, and proclaimed loudly, "Listen closely. I present you with an opportunity. For anyone who desires not to follow me, I shall grant each of you 5 gold coins and allow you to depart. However, you must assure me that from this moment forth, you will abandon your thieving ways and conduct yourselves with integrity. Should I discover any breach of this promise, I will not show leniency." Upon hearing my words, a murmur of unrest rippled through the ranks of the thieves. They exchanged furtive whispers, deliberating among themselves. After a brief moment, a group began to emerge from the throng, their steps hesitant yet resolute. Upon reaching the designated spot, subtle expressions of relief graced their faces as they skillfully accepted their weighty 5 gold coins, promptly turning to leave without a hint of hesitation. Those who remained uncertain, upon witnessing this scene, felt a ripple of change within them. Moments later, another group gradually stepped forward, similarly composed as they collected their coins and departed with satisfied expressions. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass. This scene repeated itself, and nearly 5,000 individuals ultimately left the once crowded assembly, which now appeared sparse, as if a sudden golden tide had torn a rift through the crowd. The remaining throng, approximately 15,000 strong, stood unmoving. Some exchanged determined glances, resolutely rooted in place, while others lifted their chests and gazed at me with anticipation. It was evident that they had chosen to stay and follow me into a new journey. I regarded the remaining 15,000 with unwavering resolve, my eyes conveying an undeniable authority. Raising my voice, I addressed them. "Your decision to remain today is a most sagacious one, that I assure you. In the days to come, you shall be immensely grateful for this choice. Henceforth, I decree that you shall all be incorporated under the banner of the Greedy Wolf." The thieves were momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across their faces. They had not anticipated such trust and arrangement from me. Greedy Wolf, in particular, trembled with excitement and, without hesitation, knelt before me. His eyes brimmed with gratitude and loyalty as he spoke. His voice choked with emotion. "My lord, your trust in me, in us former thieves, is akin to a beacon of hope amidst darkness. I, Greedy Wolf, vow to safeguard you with my life and remain unwaveringly loyal. Your kindness shall be repaid manifold." I raised my hand slightly, my expression calm and solemn as I continued. "Enough, Greedy Wolf. Rise. I have always adhered to the principle of trusting those I employ. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall grant you my full confidence. From this moment henceforth, the Greedy Wolf Thieves Guild shall be reborn as the Hungry Wolf Legion. This legion will report directly to me. And you, Greedy Wolf, shall henceforth be known as Hungry Wolf. This marks a new beginning. I hope you will shed your past identities and embrace the challenges of the future with renewed vigor." Upon hearing my declaration, Greedy Wolf's eyes sparkled with fervor and determination as he proclaimed, "Yes, my lord. From this moment forward, I shall be known as Hungry Wolf." He then turned abruptly towards the 15,000 former thieves, summoning all his strength to shout, "Hungry Wolf Legion." The multitude responded with renewed spirit, their voices harmonizing. "Present." Hungry Wolf's gaze burned with fervent loyalty as he continued to call, "Bow to our Lord." Before his words had fully dissipated, the entire assembly knelt in unison, their movements synchronized, their voices merging into a powerful wave. "We salute our Lord." This reverberation filled the air, imbued with reverence and resolve. I then calmly declared, "Rise, Hungry Wolf. You shall now take the Hungry Wolf Legion back to the original stronghold and meticulously organize all supplies therein, that I shall seek a new camp for you, providing a fresh refuge." Hungry Wolf respectfully clasped his fists in salute, responding, "Yes." With that, he turned to the members of the Hungry Wolf Legion and called, "Brothers, let us depart." Thus the 15,000 marched forth, following Hungry Wolf towards the direction of their former stronghold. Once they had vanished from sight, my steward, Luo Chen, approached me, a hint of concern gracing his features as he whispered, "Young master, are you truly at ease letting them go? Are you not fearful of their betrayal? After all, they were thieves, and their credibility is hard to fully trust." A confident smile graced my lips as I replied, "I am not the least bit worried. I have granted them new identities, which signifies something profound for them, perhaps something you do not yet comprehend. From this day forth, they are no longer the shunned outlaws, but individuals who can live openly and honorably on this continent. This is akin to a rebirth for them. They will be filled with gratitude, not betrayal." Yet, within my heart lay a secret. Unbeknownst to them, I had subtly implanted a slave mark within each of them. This mark was deeply concealed, undetectable to their senses, that, at my discretion, I could control their lives and actions at any moment. Thus, I harbored no fears of betrayal. Rather, they would gradually become more loyal under the influence of the slave mark. Upon hearing my words, Luo Chen gazed at me with admiration, bowing respectfully as he said, "Young master, your wisdom is evident. This endeavor not only offers them a glimmer of hope for rebirth, but also recruits a valuable force for us. Truly a twofold gain. Your foresight and ability to manage people at such a young age are indeed commendable." But I waved my hand lightly, a hint of exasperation mixed with a smile crossing my face as I replied, "Enough of the flattery, Luo Chen. I merely acted in accordance with what I believed to be right. The future efficacy of the Hungry Wolf Legion remains to be seen, that we must proceed with caution and observe how events unfold." Luo Chen chuckled softly in response. "Understood." I then turned my gentle gaze towards General Shi, speaking with genuine concern. "General Shi, today's battle was arduous for our soldiers. I am quite worried about everyone. How did the casualties fare?" General Shi quickly clasped his fists in salute, responding in a booming voice, "I report to you, young master, that although the battle was fierce today, fortunately, the heavens favored our army, and not a single life was lost. Only a dozen or so soldiers sustained minor injuries." I nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Good. All the soldiers who participated in today's skirmish displayed remarkable bravery and are deserving of commendation. Each shall receive a gold coin as a reward for their valiant efforts." That a look of joy spread across General Shi's face as he clasped his fists again, gratefully exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. Your consideration for the soldiers will surely inspire them to serve with even greater valor." I waved my hand dismissively, stating, "This is their due reward. The soldiers risk their lives on the battlefield. If I, as a lord, cannot show my gratitude, then I would surely dishearten them. General Shi, do you not agree?" General Shi promptly nodded in agreement. "Your words ring true, young master. Upon learning of your rewards, the soldiers will undoubtedly grow even more loyal to you." I continued, "The battle has concluded. Instruct the soldiers to clear the battlefield, and then let them rest for a day." General Shi respectfully replied, "Yes, young master. Your considerations are thorough. I shall make the arrangements immediately." As nightfall quietly descended, within the lair of the former greedy wolf bandits, the respectful wolf stood in a lower position while I sat firmly above. My gaze was profound as I slowly spoke. "Wolf, remember not to reveal a single ounce of my strength to others." Wolf promptly lowered his head and responded, "Yes, my lord, that I understand that you possess far-reaching strategies and will not utter a word beyond what is necessary." I then produced a foundation establishment pill, stating, "This is a foundation establishment pill. Take it now. Wolf received it with both hands and consumed it without hesitation. After a moment, a surge of energy enveloped him, and his strength soared from the initial level of gold to the intermediate level of sword saint. Wolf's face displayed astonishment as he knelt and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord, for your gracious gift. I'm willing to face any peril for you. My life is yours." I nodded slightly and said, "Rise, I have aided your strength, so do not disappoint me." Wolf stood up and resolutely replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall dedicate myself utterly to your service." That I continued, "This is foundation liquid. Mix it with water for your subordinates to drink, as it will enhance their strength and aptitude." Wolf hurriedly accepted the foundation liquid, responding, "Yes, my lord. With such treasures, my brother's strength will surely rise, allowing us to accomplish greater deeds for you." I smiled with satisfaction, then retrieved 2 tomes of cultivation methods from my robe and handed them to him, saying, "One is for your own practice, and the other for your subordinates. Under no circumstances are you to share them without my permission. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Wolf accepted the tomes with both hands and solemnly declared, "My lord, rest assured, I will strictly adhere to this and ensure the methods do not fall into the hands of others." I gazed at him, my eyes full of expectation. "Practice diligently. Greater responsibilities will be entrusted to you in the future." Wolf clasped his fists and bowed. "I shall not betray your high hopes, my lord." I then produced a space ring that shimmered with a mysterious light and handed it to Wolf, saying, "Inside, there is ample food, a considerable amount of gold coins, and all necessary resources for cultivation. From now on, seal the lair's gates. No more plundering shall be permitted. We must establish ourselves in this world through a different means." Wolf took the space ring with both hands, his expression puzzled as he asked, "My lord, how shall we sustain ourselves henceforth?" With unwavering resolve, I replied, "The food and gold here will suffice for a long time. The regiment will enter the Elven forest in batches for training, where resources can be exchanged for necessary items, and I will periodically send supplies to you." Wolf's realization dawned. "Your wisdom is profound." "My lord, I understand now," I added. "You must instill discipline among your men. They can no longer act recklessly as before." Wolf nodded eagerly, affirming, "I shall obey, my lord. You can trust that I will strictly follow your orders." Restraining my brothers and reforming our ways, I patted Wolf on the shoulder, saying, "Work diligently, and as long as everyone serves with sincerity, there will be rewards in the future." Wolf bowed deeply, earnestly stating, "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations." With a serious expression, I handed Wolf an object radiating a peculiar glow, softly stating, "Take this. That it is not an ordinary item. It is a magical artifact for long-distance communication, and no matter how far apart we are, as long as you channel your spiritual power and think of me, your messages will reach me. In the future, should anything arise, you can report to me through this." I glanced at the sky, my brow slightly furrowing, and continued, "It is getting late. I must take my leave. I carry many secrets, and should I linger here too long and be discovered, it would spell trouble. I do not wish for my strength to be known just yet. I desire to live a few more years in peace." Wolf respectfully accepted the artifact, kneeling on one knee with unwavering loyalty as he replied, "Yes, my lord. Please travel safely. I shall see you off." Then, with a swift motion, I vanished like a fleeting shadow from the spot. In the next instant, I found myself in the camp of the iron-blooded heavy cavalry. My own tent. The tent was eerily silent as I surveyed my surroundings, my gaze finally resting upon the mark I'd set. The mark remained intact, showing no signs of being disturbed, which assured me that no one had entered during my absence. My worries eased slightly as I approached the bed, seated myself cross-legged, and began my cultivation. I closed my eyes, gradually channeling the spiritual energy within me to flow along designated meridian paths, becoming increasingly immersed in the state of cultivation. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the iron-blooded heavy cavalry camp, the soldiers rose early, methodically organizing various supplies. The tents were swiftly dismantled, provisions carefully loaded onto the carts, and weapons cleaned and arranged neatly. Once all was prepared, this disciplined contingent resumed their journey. Meanwhile, reports of the battle surged forth like a swift bird, rapidly reaching the capital. In the bustling streets of the capital stood a grand estate, the residence of the Luo family. At that moment, Marshal Luo, the head of the family, was seated in his study. Though his hair was white, his gaze remained sharp, exuding the authority of one seasoned in battle. When a servant respectfully presented the battle report, the old marshal unfolded it and read intently. As he perused, a smile of surprise and satisfaction gradually spread across his face, followed by hearty laughter. This young lad, Luo Chen, is truly a rare genius. Look at this. Though still young, he possesses extraordinary military talent. Leading just 1,000 troops against a formidable enemy force of 30,000, he showed no fear and commanded with confidence, annihilating 10,000 of the enemy while capturing 20,000, all without a single casualty in his ranks. Such a glorious achievement is exceedingly rare in military history and will undoubtedly be remembered through the ages. Our Luo family is set to produce another military prodigy who will shake the world. In a residence of the Sun family, equally renowned, the head of the family, Sun Chiwen, sat in a spacious conference hall. His face was tense, brows furrowed deeply, tightly gripping the freshly delivered battle report. In stark contrast to the Luo family's jubilant celebrations over Luo Chen's accomplishments. Sun Chiwen was consumed with worry. He looked up at his brother, Sun Yaoyong, speaking in a low, anxious tone. "Brother, look at this Luo Chen. His military talent is astonishing, far beyond imagination. We both know his performance on the battlefield was no ordinary feat for a mere youth. With such capabilities now, he will undoubtedly become a significant obstacle to our family's development in the future. If he excels not only in military matters, but also in cultivation, his growth will surely be meteoric. At that point, our family's position in the capital will be perilously threatened. The outlook is truly concerning that we cannot afford to remain passive. We must find a way to eliminate this potential threat as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Sun Yaoyong's eyes flashed with determination. He clenched his fists and nodded. "What you say is true, brother. This Luo Chen cannot be allowed to remain. Once he returns from the Elven forest, we must find a way to eliminate him discreetly, ensuring no future troubles arise. In the lavish and imposing chambers of the third prince within the palace, a series of loud, banging sounds erupted, akin to an enraged beast battering against its cage. The third prince was in a furious tirade, akin to a frenzied lion, smashing objects around him. Exquisite porcelain and precious trinkets were swept to the ground in his rage, shattering instantly, shards and debris scattered everywhere. The third prince's face turned crimson, eyes ablaze with fury as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, "You useless lot! 30,000 troops sent to deal with a mere 1,000. And yet you suffered such a dismal defeat. You are nothing but a bunch of blundering fools. What use are you to me?" The servants and advisors knelt trembling on the ground, their bodies shaking like leaves in a storm. They lowered their heads, not daring to breathe a word, fearing that a single misstep would draw the third prince's ire, turning them into a target for his wrath. The entire chamber was shrouded in an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere, as if the very air had solidified. After what felt like an eternity, the tempestuous anger gradually ebbed from the third prince, his breath stabilizing as reason began to reclaim dominion that moment. Although his gaze still bore traces of lingering ire, he had managed to restrain his emotions and calmly inquired, "Is the tail clean?" The subordinate kneeling on the ground hastily replied with utmost respect, "Your Highness, rest assured, we have diligently attended to everything as per your instructions. Every trace at the scene and any potential leaks have been meticulously addressed. There will be no evidence left behind." The third prince narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing his subordinate with an air of undeniable authority. "It is best that it remains so. You must understand that should any oversight on your part embroil me in trouble, you know well what your fate shall be." Upon hearing this, the subordinate involuntarily trembled, bowing his head even lower in humility, and replied with trepidation, "Your Highness, I would never dare to deceive you. Everything has been handled flawlessly. Please do not worry." The third prince, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Begone. Days had slipped by unnoticed since the Battle of the Wolf Gorge. During this time, I had been engulfed in trepidation and confusion, as if shrouded by a veil of mist. Finally, one day, I could no longer contain my anxiety and approached my mother, my face a mask of bewilderment, exclaiming, "Mother, look! We have been traveling for so long, yet not a single lively village has graced our path. Not even the shadow of a small town. What on earth is happening? Have we taken a wrong turn, or is this place inherently desolate and remote?" My voice was laced with uncertainty as I fixed my gaze upon my mother, yearning for answers or solace. Upon hearing my words, my mother sighed softly and replied, "My child, beyond the Wolf Gorge lies the Dream Province. You must understand, the Wolf Gorge is fraught with peril. It is overrun by thieves, who have made the gorge their own domain. As a result, merchants cannot venture into the Dream Province. Consider this. If merchants cannot enter, supplies cannot circulate in the Dream Province. Over time, it has become increasingly disconnected from our empire, rendering the entire province impoverished. In such dire circumstances, many have opted to leave in search of livelihood elsewhere, leading to a dwindling population in the Dream Province. Moreover, it is adjacent to the Elven forest, which is no sanctuary, often besieged by beastly hordes. With the population already diminished by poverty, the threat of these beasts has exacerbated the decline. My brows knitted tightly together, forming a deep furrow of confusion as I pressed my mother for further clarification. "Mother, in light of such circumstances, does our king merely stand idly by? Why has he not dispatched troops to eradicate those ruthless and deranged bandits? If they are allowed to roam free, how many more innocent lives will be endangered?" My mother shook her head in resignation. "My child, the Wolf Gorge is not easily subdued. Its terrain is defensible yet challenging to attack, and the bandits have long been entrenched there, fully familiar with the landscape. If we send a small force, they would stand no chance against the bandits. Conversely, if we send a larger contingent, the cunning bandits would simply hide in the gorge's many crevices. The kingdom has attempted to send troops to clear them out before, but each time, it resulted in a futile expenditure of manpower and resources, returning empty-handed, suffering significant losses. Consequently, the kingdom ceased its interventions in this matter. After listening to my mother's words, a plan began to take shape in my mind. I discreetly communicated with the wolf, whispering, "Wolf, your training cannot be limited to your own forces. Observe how rampant the other bandits are in the gorge, causing such suffering in the Dream Province, while you train your troops. You must also find ways to eliminate the other bandits within the gorge. This will not only restore peace, but will also benefit us in the future." And my mother remained unaware of my clandestine conversation and continued, "My child, look ahead. We are nearing Moonlight City. This city is the sole urban center in the Dream Province. Our journey has been long and weary. Once we arrive, we shall take the time to rest and recuperate. After all, we are about to enter the Elven forest, which is no easy terrain. However, do not fret. Your grandmother has already dispatched someone to wait for us at the entrance of the Elven forest." I nodded and inquired, "What is Moonlight City like, Mother? Has it also fallen into ruin due to the bandits?" My mother smiled gently. "Though Moonlight City lies within the Dream Province, it remains the only city, and thus possesses some vitality. However, due to the scarcity of resources, it cannot compare to the more prosperous cities of our empire. Nevertheless, it will suffice for us to rest." Curiously, I asked, "Why has grandmother sent someone to await us at the entrance of the Elven forest? Is it truly that perilous?" My mother's expression grew somber as she replied, "The Elven forest is indeed a treacherous place, filled not only with ferocious beasts, but also ancient magical traps. Your grandmother has sent someone to guide us safely into the forest, for the Elven forest does not welcome outsiders. Meanwhile, the ironclad cavalry must remain in Moonlight City until we emerge. Additionally, they bring essential supplies and equipment to ensure our safety within the forest." Listening to my mother, I felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, replying, "Very well, Mother, let us hasten to Moonlight City." Upon entering Moonlight City, I was immediately enveloped by an aura of decay. The city gates, once formidable, now stood dilapidated, with splintered planks and cracks resembling the weathered face of an aged man. Some sections were so damaged that they seemed on the verge of collapse with the slightest push. The once gleaming brass lock had succumbed to rust, losing its former luster. As we stepped into the city, The cobblestone streets, though originally laid with care, now bore many broken or missing stones, exposing uneven patches of earth that would surely turn to mud in the rain. The buildings lining the streets were equally worn, their walls half stripped of plaster, revealing the crumbling clay and stones beneath. Some roofs had caved in at one corner, precariously covered with broken boards and dry grass. Most shops stood shuttered, and those few that remained open were devoid of customers. Their precarious signs creaked in the wind, threatening to fall at any moment. The meager goods displayed within appeared outdated and dilapidated. The residents of the city were gaunt and weary, clad in patched garments, their eyes hollow with fatigue and despair. The children, emaciated and devoid of vivacity, nestled silently against their parents. The entire moonlight city resembled a forgotten corner of time. Reeking of poverty and decay, we ventured deeper. We arrived at the Lord's Manor. The grand entrance was firmly shut, the once resplendent vermilion doors now marred by peeling paint, reminiscent of a once magnificent noble, now faded into obscurity. The stone lions flanking the entrance bore the scars of time. One had lost half an ear, while the other was encrusted with moss, their once fierce gazes dulled by the dust of ages. Stripped of their intimidating presence, pushing open the heavy door emitted a sharp creak, as if the manor itself lamented its own decline. The courtyard was overrun with wild grass, towering to waist height, swaying freely in the wind as if declaring this place their dominion. Weeds crept through the cracks of the stone path, rendering it uneven. The main structure retained some semblance of grandeur, yet its roof tiles were scattered, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps, casting dappled shadows within. The murals on the walls had faded into obscurity, only faint traces of once vibrant colors and indistinct outlines remaining, as if whispering tales of the prosperity that once thrived here. Cobwebs clung to the rafters, swaying gently in the breeze, adding to the air of desolation. Upon entering the grand hall, the furniture lay askew. Some chairs were missing legs, while tabletops were marred and broken. A thick layer of dust indicated that no one had tended to this place in ages, with the occasional paw prints of small creatures hinting that it had become a refuge for them. The entire Lord's mansion was enveloped in a profound silence and an air of desolation. As my mother and I slowly traversed the halls of the mansion, we surveyed the surrounding decay, and I could not help but exclaim to her, "Mother, do you not feel that this Lord's mansion exudes an aura of abandonment, as if it has long been forsaken by the world?" My mother, upon hearing my words, let out a gentle sigh and responded, "My dear child, this dreamland province, though ostensibly part of our illustrious Starshine kingdom, is situated at a distance so great that effective governance here poses a considerable challenge. The surroundings are steeped in neglect, hindering any semblance of development. Take the matter of taxation, for instance. The meager revenues collected here scarcely suffice to remunerate the officials stationed in this desolate locale." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, this place is mired in profound poverty. The nobility, astute as they are, perceive no profit to be gained here, and given the harsh conditions, who would wish to come to such a place? Typically, those assigned as lords or officials here are merely those who have fallen out of favor with influential nobles and have been relegated to this forsaken land. However, the environment is so inhospitable that those sent here seldom endure for long." Succumbing to various misfortunes, the glimmer of resignation flickered in my mother's eyes as she added, "It has been quite some time since a new lord or official has been appointed here. Our king seems to have nearly resigned himself to abandoning this territory. Presently, the Dreamland province attracts little more than adventurers and mercenary bands seeking to hunt magical beasts. After all, its proximity to the Elven forest means that magical creatures abound, providing a modicum of value to those intrepid souls. Yet for the kingdom, this land has become a burdensome weight, one that they're reluctant to cast away." After absorbing my mother's words, I found myself reflecting deeply. The utter decay of Dreamland Province and the hardships faced by its people stirred within me a resolve to effect change and restore vitality to this place through my own efforts. Subsequently, my mother turned to General Schur and stated, "General Schur, as you are aware, the Elven forest is fraught with unknown dangers. When you escort us to the forest's entrance, Elven soldiers will be there to receive us, and you shall return to this Lord's mansion to set up camp. Once we venture into the forest, we cannot ascertain how long we will remain within its confines. When we are ready to return, I shall send word to you. I would be grateful if you could come to fetch us then." General Sure respectfully clasped his fists in salute and replied in a booming voice, "Madam, you are too kind. It is our duty to ensure your safety. The security of both you and the young master is our utmost priority, and we shall steadfastly await your return." I stepped forward and addressed General Sure. "General, we owe you a debt of gratitude for your protection along this arduous journey. I can only imagine the hardships you have endured in this desolate dreamland province." General Sure met my gaze with a gentle smile and replied, "Young master, as soldiers, our duty is to safeguard. Though Dreamland Province may be harsh, it remains part of our Starshine Kingdom, and we shall not falter." My mother nodded in agreement. "We have witnessed General Sure's loyalty and devotion. However, the complexities of Dreamland Province are considerable. As we venture into the Elven forest, we cannot predict what perils may await us. Therefore, it is essential for you to exercise caution while stationed here." General Sure assured her, "Rest assured, madam, we shall remain ever vigilant. Though Dreamland Province is impoverished, it harbors resources we can utilize that we will establish our camp with care, prepared for any potential threats." Thus, we took a moment to rest within the Lord's mansion. Everyone seized the opportunity to recuperate, replenishing their provisions and checking their belongings and equipment for completeness. Once all was in readiness, we resumed our journey toward the Elven forest. The Elven warriors were adorned in remarkably unique gear, each equipped with 3 distinct weapons. They carried elven bows upon their backs, the bow limbs gracefully curving like vines, exuding a subtle, woody fragrance, intricately engraved with exquisite magical runes that seemed to whisper ancient tales. At their waists hung a short sword and a finely crafted staff. The hilt of the sword was encrusted with dazzling gemstones that sparkled enchantingly in the sunlight, while the blade was forged from a special metal that shimmered with a chilling glow. The staff was equally marvelous, its crystal orb atop pulsating with the essence of the world, casting a gentle luminescence, while the shaft was inscribed with elaborate magical circles, hinting at its immense power. Moreover, they were adorned with an array of magical jewelry. Each necklace, earring, and ring resembled a rare treasure. The pendants of the necklaces bore mysterious magical runes or miniature replicas of vibrant elven artifacts. The earrings boasted exquisite designs, shaped like soaring birds or blooming flowers, glimmering enchanting light as they swayed with their movements. And the rings were set with gemstones of myriad hues, each seemingly harboring a mysterious world within. Radiating waves of potent magical energy. Good heavens, are the elves truly so affluent? Each of their possessions must be worth thousands of gold coins. I exclaimed in astonishment, my eyes wide with disbelief. I subsequently shared my bewilderment with my mother. With a smile, she explained, "The elven race is rich in magic, and their way of life differs greatly from that of humans. While humans toil tirelessly for their livelihood, the elven forest serves as a bountiful gift from nature to the elves. Here, vast groves of fruit-bearing trees flourish, laden with succulent wild fruits that not only delight the palate, but also brimming with magical essence. The forest teems with various magical beasts, providing the elves with ample sustenance. Thus, the elves need not fret over their basic needs, allowing them the time and energy to delve into the creation of magical artifacts." After a brief pause, she continued, "Furthermore, the elves frequently hunt magical beasts, acquiring substantial quantities of magical cores and crystals from their remains. These items are treasured by the dwarves, enabling the elves to trade for precious materials. The metals and gems crafted by the dwarves serve as excellent resources for the creation of magical items, ensuring the elves can produce even more wondrous artifacts. However, it is important to note that not every elf possesses such wealth. Indeed, those we see before us are the elite royal guards, entrusted with the vital mission of protecting their queen and the elven forest, thus warranting their superior equipment." Upon hearing my mother's elucidation, I understood and replied, "Ah, I see." Just then, the sound of light footsteps caught my attention, and I beheld Captain Aluna of the Elven Guard approaching with an elegant stride. Her exquisite features resembled a flower blossoming under the moonlight, her pointed ears peeking through her flowing hair, radiating a unique elven charm. With a warm smile gracing her face, she spoke in a melodious voice. "Your Highness, it has been far too long. And this must be your young son, Luo Chen. He is truly adorable." Before I could react, she swiftly stepped forward and gently lifted me into her embrace. Instantly, my cheeks flushed crimson, and I felt a surge of confusion. Although my physical form was that of a mere 3-year-old, my soul was that of an adult. Being cradled by such a beautiful elven lady was both an exhilarating and awkward experience. Leaving me uncertain of where to direct my gaze, and why Mother glanced skyward, her expression tinged with urgency. "It is time for us to depart. We have already delayed our journey considerably due to various matters. We must press on, as we still have over 10 days of travel to reach the Elven Kingdom. It would not be good to keep Her Majesty waiting. I am certain she is quite concerned for our well-being." With that, my mother turned to the ironclad cavalry and Steward Luo Chen, offering them a slight nod. The ironclad cavalrymen executed a precise military salute before turning their horses around, their heavy armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Steward Luo Chen also bowed respectfully before following the ironclad cavalry as they departed. We, on the other hand, proceeded toward the Elven Kingdom under the guidance of Captain Aluna. The Elven guards moved with remarkable agility, clad in lightweight leather armor adorned with intricate elven patterns, darting through the woods like a fleet of graceful deer. As we drew nearer to the elven forest, a refreshing fragrance wafted over us. A harmonious blend of trees and blossoms, as if beckoning us to step into this enigmatic woodland. And my heart brimmed with anticipation for the unknown journey ahead, yet a twinge of apprehension regarding the dangers that lay in wait lingered within me. With such complex emotions swirling in my mind, we slowly ventured into the elven forest. After traversing the depths of the jungle for a full 7 days, we finally discovered what appeared to be a safe campsite just before nightfall. The trees here stand tall and dense, forming a natural barrier that obscures the outside world while providing us with a refuge from the wind and rain, and Aluna directs everyone to swiftly and orderly set up the tents. While I assist in organizing sleeping bags and daily necessities, after a flurry of activity, I eagerly slip into my tent, ready to savor this rare moment of tranquility. Lying on the soft sleeping bag, I can't help but start to miss Kangwu and the others within the Spirit Time Pearl. It has been such a long time since we parted ways and entered our respective realms. I close my eyes, concentrate, and enter the space of the Spirit Time Pearl. The sight before me astounds me. Kangwu and the others are diligently practicing their cultivation, and the surrounding time seems to stand still. While within the Spirit Time Pearl, time flows at an astonishing speed. Days have swiftly passed in the outside world, yet within the Spirit Time Pearl, it feels as though nearly a century has elapsed. Kangwu sits upon a lotus platform where spiritual energy converges, surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual essence, clearly having broken through to the nascent soul stage. The other team members have also made significant progress, each one's demeanor becoming more composed, their strength elevated to at least the level of a sword deity. Witnessing their growth fills me with immense satisfaction. I think to myself that once we return to the capital, I can release them to expand our influence. Without disturbing their cultivation, I quietly withdraw from the Spirit Time Pearl. Back in the real world, I lie in my tent, my thoughts swirling that I gradually release my spiritual consciousness. As if unfurling an invisible net that can envelop all, beginning to probe the interior of this elven forest. The elven forest is vast and boundless, with towering trees that reach for the clouds. Their overlapping leaves completely blocking the sky, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to struggle through the gaps, creating patches of hazy light. The forest is filled with the rich scent of vegetation, intermingled with the fragrances of various exotic flowers and herbs. Yet, it also conceals an air of danger, for this is the territory of magical beasts. I ponder the possibility of taming a few magical beasts as mounts, which would greatly facilitate my travels through this forest. Why spiritual consciousness quickly locates a great earth bear, dozing in a relatively open area. This earth bear is indeed a behemoth, resembling a moving hill. Its brownish fur akin to resilient armor, rising and falling with its heavy breathing. Its enormous, sharp claws exude a chilling aura even in slumber. The moment I catch sight of it, A brilliant idea flashes through my mind like lightning. Without a hint of hesitation, my figure flickers like a specter, and in the blink of an eye, I appear silently beside IT this moment. It remains blissfully lost in sweet dreams, completely unaware of my approach. With a slight upward curve of my lips, I reveal a mischievous smile, then suddenly raise my voice and shout, "Silly bear, wake up this instant." This unexpected shout resounds like thunder in the still air. The earth bear, previously deep in slumber, jolts awake in fright at the sound, its eyes wide as it searches for the source of the voice, stammering, "Human child, how did you suddenly appear here?" The earth bear is a 9th-level superior magical beast, possessing an intelligence comparable to that of an average human, capable of mimicking human speech through magical power. Before me, the earth bear looms large, resembling a towering mountain. I gaze up at its cloud-piercing form, contemplating the challenges of conversing with such a colossal creature. Thus, I gently raise my right hand and point my index finger toward IT. In an instant, a mysterious and dazzling light shoots from my fingertip, like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky, directly toward the massive figure. The moment the light touches its body, a miracle occurs. The bear, which was once as large as a small mountain, begins to shrink rapidly, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand and forcefully compressed. Accompanied by a series of faint cracking sounds, its body diminishes at a visible rate, until it ultimately shrinks to the size of a small dog. Now, although it retains its original form, it appears diminutive and delicate, presenting a stark contrast to its former majestic grandeur. The once mighty earth bear, now astonished, realizes it has become as small as a cub. Its eyes widen in disbelief, and it roars in anger, "Damn human child! What sorcery have you cast upon me to render me thus?" Its roar reverberates like thunder, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Yet, I remain composed, a slight smile playing on my lips as I respond nonchalantly. "No need to be so agitated. This is merely a small trick of mine. It's simply too tiring to keep looking up at you, so I had to temporarily inconvenience you." With that, I wink at the earth bear. Hearing this, the earth bear becomes even more enraged, furiously roaring, "Utterly despicable! You insolent little brat! Turn me back to my original form at once. Otherwise, when I regain my freedom, I shall swallow you whole." It threatens while attempting to break free from some invisible restraint, but all efforts are in vain. That I reply, "I can turn you back, provided you submit to me and become my magical pet." The earth bear retorts, "I am the great 9th-level superior magical beast, the earth bear. How could I possibly bow to a mere human child?" I respond, "That is not for you to decide." Standing before the earth bear, arms crossed, my gaze unwaveringly resolute, I proclaim, "I can indeed return you to your former state, but you must agree to one condition. Submit to me willingly, and I shall restore you to your original form." Upon hearing my words, the earth bear's massive frame trembles, its bell-like eyes filled with fury and disdain as it bellows, "I am the great 9th-level superior magical beast, the earth bear. I am a ruler in this elven forest. You, a mere human child, dare to expect my submission. Such is a fool's dream." Undeterred by its imposing presence, I smile slightly, a hint of amusement in my expression, and respond, "That is not for you to decide. You are now under my control. Do you believe you still have any choice?" With a roar, the earth bear causes the entire forest to tremble, gritting its teeth as it declares, "You arrogant human! Though you have trapped me now, it is impossible for me to submit. I would rather die than become your magical pet." I raise an eyebrow, taking a step forward, radiating a powerful aura that forces the earth bear to take a small step back. I say, "Do not be so hasty in your rejection. You should understand that the ability to transform you into your current state means I can also devise countless methods to make your existence unbearable. Submit to me, and I shall grant you unimaginable benefits. You will gain greater power and accompany me to explore the vastness of the world, far better than remaining a mere forest overlord here." The earth bear's eyes widen, its anger diminishing slightly, replaced by a hint of hesitation. However, it stubbornly retorts, "Humph. Do not think you can deceive me with such flowery words. Humans are cunning creatures." That I chuckle softly. "I have no need to deceive you. Think carefully. This is a rare opportunity for you. Moreover, you currently have no other path forward. The Earth Bear's bell-like eyes are filled with defiance and disdain as it bellows. The Earth Bear clan is noble and powerful. We will never submit to humans. Do not harbor such delusions. Unperturbed, I maintain my confident smile and slowly say, I have heard that the Earth Bear can ascend to become a Bear King, or even a Bear Emperor. While you are currently a 9th-level superior magical beast, you are but a minor character in this vast world. If you submit to me, the rewards I can offer you will far exceed your imagination. Becoming a Bear Emperor will merely be your starting point. The Earth Bear's massive frame trembles at my words, its disdain replaced by a flicker of doubt. IT hesitates, and then inquires, You truly can help me ascend to Bear King, or even Bear Emperor? This is not something that can be said lightly. Our Earth Bear clan's ascension is exceedingly difficult, with every step requiring immense opportunity and power. I do not elaborate further, simply lifting my finger and pointing toward the Earth Bear. Instantly, a gentle yet powerful light envelopes the Earth Bear. Its originally brownish fur appears to be infused with new vitality, becoming more lustrous, and faint runes flicker upon its surface. Its aura began to rise rapidly, a force surging and swelling within its body, and it could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in its strength. Upon witnessing this, the previously fierce expression of the Earth Bear vanished without a trace, replaced by a sycophantic grin as it cheerfully declared, Master, I am willing to submit to you. Truly, you are extraordinarily powerful, and with a master like you, I am certain I can ascend to greater heights. I feigned anger and jested in return. Who was it just a moment ago that proclaimed with unwavering conviction that the Earth Bear would never bow to humankind? What a swift transformation this is. The Earth Bear felt no embarrassment whatsoever and chuckled. That was merely the Earth Bear's previous sentiment. Now, I am on the verge of becoming the Bear King, and the Bear King shall not be as obstinate as before. I gazed at the Earth Bear, which had just submitted to me, hands clasped behind my back, and with a proud demeanor continued, Those who recognize the shifting tides are truly wise. You have made a most sagacious choice. With that, I fixed my gaze sharply, swiftly forming seals with my hands, reciting an incantation, and a ghostly azure light shot forth from my palms, piercing directly into the Earth Bear's forehead in that instant. A complex and mysterious magical contract was sewn deep within its soul, binding its fate tightly to mine. After a brief moment, a new thought crossed my mind, and I spoke again to the Earth Bear. Having lived in this enchanted forest for so long, do you know if there are other advanced magical beasts in the vicinity? The Earth Bear, respectfully prostrated before me, raised its head, gazing southward as it responded. Master, 100 kilometers to the south lies a howling moon wolf, a remarkably formidable beast of no low rank. Upon hearing the Earth Bear's words, a subtle smile graced my lips, and excitement surged within me. I steadied myself, channeling the spirit energy within, which poured forth like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the Earth Bear entirely. In a flash of dazzling light, our forms vanished from sight. When the luminescence faded once more, we found ourselves beside the howling moon wolf. This majestic creature, cloaked in fur as white as silver frost, bore eyes that flickered with the cold light of a deep night sky. It lay upon a small hillock, seemingly startled by our sudden appearance, rising instantly with a low growl emanating from its throat, watching us with keen vigilance. Standing before the howling moon wolf, my gaze radiated confidence and composure, reminiscent of the calm I exhibited when subduing the Earth Bear. I was acutely aware of the howling moon wolf's formidable presence, yet I had my means that I first showcased my strength to the wolf. With a gentle wave of my hands, the surrounding spirit energy stirred into action, swiftly coalescing into blades of ethereal force. These blades flickered with a chilling light, slicing through the trees around us with a whistling sound that in an instant, those robust trunks were severed as neatly as if they were made of tofu. The howling moon wolf observed this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes. Yet it maintained its vigilance, letting out a low growl, seemingly warning me against rash actions. Noticing this, I allowed a slight smile to play at the corners of my mouth, commencing my persuasion. Behold, I have tamed the mighty Earth Bear. It now bows to me and has reaped numerous benefits. Should you also submit to me, I can offer you the same advantages. Under my protection, you shall have the opportunity to transcend your limits and reach greater realms. The howling moon wolf appeared unmoved, its ghostly blue eyes fixed intently upon me, its hooves restlessly scraping the ground, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Unperturbed, I continued, "Do you not desire another ascension? Follow me, and I shall introduce you to broader horizons, allowing you to become a legend among magical beasts." Nevertheless, the howling moon wolf remained resolute, suddenly lunging towards me with a speed akin to lightning. Yet I had anticipated this, my form darting aside effortlessly to evade its strike, that I then swiftly formed seals once more. Chanting a mysterious incantation, and a golden light shot forth from my hand, enveloping the howling moon wolf in its glow. The wolf struggled within the radiance, but soon discovered its power gradually waning beneath its brilliance. At this moment, I reiterated, "I harbor no intent to harm you. Simply submit to me and become my magical companion, that I have already demonstrated my strength to you." Escape is futile. The howling moon wolf seemed to recognize its predicament, its previously aggressive gaze wavering into uncertainty. Ultimately, with a gentle touch of my finger, akin to how I had treated the earth bear, a force coursed into the howling moon wolf, enhancing its power. The wolf sensed the shift within itself. Its hesitant eyes finally transformed into those of submission. It lowered its head, submissively resting at my feet, proclaiming, "Master, I am willing to submit to you." Thus, I successfully tamed the howling moon wolf. Following this, I regarded the wolf with intense focus and spoke slowly. "Your kind has always been social creatures. In this vast forest, your pack must be quite large. I now assign you a task. Summon all your kin to gather." The howling moon wolf paused at my words, seemingly contemplating my intent, but soon it responded. Raising its head, it opened its maw wide and let out a thunderous howl that resonated through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Moments later, rustling sounds emerged from the distant woods, pairs of ghostly green eyes flickering in the darkness. Gradually, the wolf pack began to assemble, approaching cautiously, their eyes reflecting both curiosity and wariness towards me. An elder wolf stepped forward, its fur somewhat mottled, yet its gaze exuding authority. It addressed the howling moon wolf, "King, who is this human? Why must we all gather? Our kind has never easily obeyed human commands." The howling moon wolf turned to me, and I nodded slightly, signaling it to explain. The howling moon wolf then addressed the pack. "This is my master. He is exceptionally powerful. He harbors no malice towards us. In fact, he will grant us immense benefits. My master has already enhanced my strength, and he possesses the capability to fortify our entire pack." The pack began to murmur amongst themselves, and the elder wolf remarked, "How can we trust this human? Humans are often deceitful." I took a step forward, emanating a formidable aura that silenced the pack. "That I understand your skepticism, yet I assure you, if you heed my words, I shall bestow upon you unforeseen opportunities. Though you roam freely in this forest, you face various dangers, and your rate of power enhancement is sluggish, that I can provide you a safe sanctuary for training and impart unique cultivation methods." The pack appeared increasingly swayed by my assurances. The howling moon wolf aptly chimed in, "What my master says is true. I felt both his strength and goodwill, observing the pack's diminishing opposition. I waved my hands, producing the spirit time pearl. The pearl emitted a soft glow, and I addressed the wolves. "This is the spirit time pearl, containing a space perfectly suited for cultivation. I shall now enfold you within it. In there, you must train diligently. In the future, I will require you to form a wolf cavalry, at which point you shall become the mightiest wolf legion on this continent." With that, I gently waved my hand, enveloping the entire pack in spirit energy, gradually drawing them into the spirit time pearl. Subsequently, my thoughts turned to the Violet Flamebee clan. This clan represented a unique presence within the mysterious forest. Their hives seemingly crafted from amethyst crystals, refracting enchanting and mysterious light whenever sunlight cascaded upon them, appearing dreamlike. The Violet Flamebee Queen stood as the core of the entire clan, her formidable power enabling her to lead the clan and thriving within this territory. With a light step, I vanished like a specter, akin to a flash of lightning piercing through the void, racing towards the enigmatic and perilous realm of the violet flame bees, in the blink of an eye. I had silently arrived within the violet flame hive. However, before I could steady myself, a cacophony of sharp buzzing erupted to swarm of violet flame bees descended upon me like a battalion of trained and keen guardians. Their agile forms and rapid wing beats whipping up fierce winds around me. Led by the imposing and regal violet flame bee queen, this swarm spiraled around me with astonishing speed, the dense figures intertwined, forming a dazzling purple whirlwind. The buzz of their wings resonated through the heavens, akin to a deafening clarion call, unyieldingly conveying a clear message. This territory belongs to them, and, as an outsider, I must not dare to take even a single step further. I fully understood that if I wished to successfully tame the enigmatic and formidable purple flame bee queen along with her entire hive, I could harbor no illusions of luck. Only by demonstrating my formidable strength and sincere intentions could I hope to achieve this seemingly unattainable goal. With this thought in mind, I took a deep breath and slowly, steadily raised my hands as my arms moved. An invisible force began to coalesce in my palms. Soon, radiant beams of light, akin to the rising sun, gradually emerged around my hands. These lights exhibited a soft yet incomparably pure hue, as if emanating from the world's most precious gemstones. However, beneath this beauty lay a powerful energy that caused one's heart to race. Upon closer observation, one could discern subtle flickers of electricity within the light, a manifestation of the intense fluctuations of magic. The purple flame bees, which had been spiraling through the air, ever vigilant, immediately sensed this sudden surge of energy, though they did not immediately relax their guard. Their flying speed involuntarily slowed slightly. Each purple flame bee widened its glistening, multifaceted eyes, fixating on me, as if attempting to pierce through my outward demeanor to unveil my true intentions hidden deep within. I spoke in a calm, yet resolute voice. "O Queen of the Purple Flame Bees, I trust you can sense my arrival, that I come today to unite your entire hive. I am well aware of the extraordinary properties of your honey, the common purple flame honey, the precious royal jelly, and the exceedingly rare queen's honey. Not only do they possess miraculous abilities for beauty and eternal youth, but they can also enhance magical prowess and restore mana. While this may hold little significance for me, it is an exceedingly rare resource for this continent that, I assure you, once you submit to me, I will relocate your entire hive to an incredibly safe haven, a space perfectly suited for living and cultivation, devoid of threats from other magical beasts, and abundant in resources that I shall also provide you with numerous benefits, aiding your hive in becoming even more powerful." Silence enveloped the hive, and after a while, the purple flame bee queen finally made her appearance. Her form was several times larger than an ordinary purple flame bee, radiating a brilliant and resplendent purple light, akin to flowing amethyst liquid, exquisite yet imbued with an indescribable majesty. The purple flame bee queen vibrated her wings, producing a sharp yet powerful sound. "Human, your words are easily spoken. Our purple flame bee tribe has thrived in this territory for ages, living freely. Why should we follow you? Our honey is the fruit of our tribe's arduous labor. How can it be taken so lightly? And how can we trust that you will indeed protect us?" I maintained my composure and smiled lightly, swiftly forming hand seals. With my movements, an immense magical shield rapidly unfurled around the territory of the purple flame bees. This shield shimmered with a splendid array of colors, each hue appearing to coalesce from potent magic, seemingly indestructible, enveloping the entire realm in a colossal protective dome that I spoke with confidence. "This is but a modest exhibition of my power. Not only can I achieve this, but I can also assist you in seeking out more abundant and superior flowers for honey production, allowing your territory to expand exponentially." The purple flame bee queen circled in the air, seemingly contemplating my proposal. Sensing her hesitation, I continued, "I'm also knowledgeable about certain special magical formations. Once arranged around your hive, these formations will significantly enhance its security, keeping any would-be attackers at bay. Furthermore, I can impart unique defensive techniques to your warriors, making your purple flame bees even more valiant and formidable, which would greatly benefit the development of your entire tribe. The purple flame bee queen ceased her circling and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Human, your words are indeed enticing. However, how can I be certain you are not deceiving us? Once we submit to you, you may treat us as slaves or cannon fodder, and I would become the betrayer of my entire tribe." I gently produced the spirit pearl, cradling it in my palms. The spirit pearl emitted a gentle glow, and I explained, "Behold, the internal space of this spirit pearl is remarkably stable and secure. I can allow you to send a few of your purple flame bees inside to investigate, to ascertain whether it is as suitable for living and cultivation as I have claimed. The entire Howling Moon Wolf tribe resides within, and with my strength, there is no need for deceit. I could obliterate you with but a thought." The purple flame bee queen, upon hearing my words, hesitated briefly before selecting several purple flame bees that I used my spiritual energy to open the entrance to the spirit pearl, and the selected bees cautiously ventured inside. Before long, they emerged, buzzing to convey their findings to their queen. Upon receiving the news, the purple flame bee queen's gaze softened with trust. She flew before me and said, "Human, I can choose to trust you. However, you must guarantee the safety of our tribe and adhere to your promises." I solemnly nodded and began to cast a spell, forging a master-servant contract with the purple flame bee queen. Once the contract was complete, I employed my formidable spiritual energy to envelop the entire purple flame bee hive, gently relocating them into the spirit pearl. Thus, the purple flame bee queen and her hive became subservient to me, becoming a part of my power. Upon successfully incorporating the purple flame bee tribe into the spirit pearl, my heart swelled with joy at this achievement. Shortly thereafter, I utilized my magic to return instantly to my campsite, to my tent that I first found a relatively open space, gently placing the spirit pearl on the ground, and then meticulously organized my newfound treasures that I extracted the honey produced by the purple flame bee tribe. It gleamed with an enchanting purple luminescence within its container, resembling flowing amethyst, exuding an irresistible sweet fragrance. I carefully stored this honey in a special chest designated for precious items, ensuring its preservation from any damage. Next, I re-entered the spirit pearl. The interior space was vast and filled with an air of mystery. I resolved to designate specific living areas for the different tribes, enabling them to coexist harmoniously and thrive within this space. Utilizing my magic, I delineated a large area in one corner of the spirit pearl, filled with dense flowers and clear little lakes. I established gentle magical barriers around it to prevent the purple flame bees from inadvertently drifting into the territories of other tribes. This area was rich in elements conducive to the survival of the purple flame bees. Basking in ample sunlight, blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze, upon entering this new habitat, the purple flame bees joyfully flitted about, seemingly content with their new home. Additionally, I carved out a specific section within the spirit pearl, designating it for the Howling Moon Wolf tribe as their breeding and dwelling space. This area felt as though it were isolated from the outside world, surrounded by towering mountains and dense, mysterious forests, forming a natural barrier that offered robust protection. Here, the sky was a sapphire blue, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily. The earth was fertile and lush, carpeted in vibrant greenery and blooming flowers. Crystal-clear streams flowed serenely, producing melodious sounds reminiscent of nature's exquisite symphony. Having completed these tasks, I took a moment to rest in my tent. The following morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight gently filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the campsite, a soft and familiar voice echoed in my ears. "Darling, wake up. It's time to rise. We have a long journey ahead, and we must hurry to the Elven kingdom. Grandma is waiting for us." This voice was like a gentle spring breeze, warm and affectionate, instantly rousing me from slumber that I struggled to open my heavy eyelids. And, as my vision cleared, the first sight that greeted me was my mother's kind and gentle face. She was smiling at me, her eyes filled with love and concern. Seeing her benevolent smile, a wave of warmth surged through my heart, dissipating the remnants of drowsiness and invigorating my spirit. I quickly sprang from my bed, hastily dressed, and then hurried to the nearby stream to wash my face with the cool water. Upon returning to the tent, I meticulously packed my belongings, ensuring that I had not forgotten any essential items. At that moment, Aunt Elena had already organized everything in the campsite with great efficiency. Once all preparations were complete, we strode forward with resolute steps, safeguarded by a cadre of dashing elven guardians. Continuing our journey toward the enchanting realm of the elves, along the way, birds serenaded us with their cheerful melodies as if bidding us farewell. Vibrant flowers lining the path vied for attention, exuding captivating fragrances. The crisp air and stunning scenery invigorated the spirit. With hearts brimming with anticipation, we traversed the rugged terrain for 5 consecutive days. During this time, we navigated through dense forests where towering trees blocked out the sun, allowing only specks of light to filter through the leafy canopy. We crossed babbling brooks with crystal-clear waters, revealing colorful pebbles and darting fish beneath the surface. We scaled steep mountains, where the winding paths presented challenges at every turn. At last, on the evening of the 5th day, we arrived at our long-desired destination, the mystical capital of the Elven Kingdom, Moonlight City. The city walls were imposing and sturdy, constructed from a mysterious stone that emanated a gentle blue glow, shimmering enchantingly under the moonlight, as if it encapsulated the very essence of lunar radiance. Intricate carvings adorned the walls, depicting lively elves frolicking amidst blossoms, soaring unicorns, and enigmatic magical runes, each sculpture seemingly alive, narrating the ancient and glorious history of the Elven realm. The city gate, crafted from colossal white trunks entwined with lush green vines, boasted blossoms of myriad hues that released delightful fragrances. Above the gate, a magnificent crystal orb pulsed with boundless energy, shifting colors that danced in harmony with the blue light of the walls. Stepping into Moonlight City, we were greeted by architecture that was both unique and enchanting. Most of the buildings were constructed from wood and vines. Some resembled giant mushrooms, their canopies sheltering cozy abodes. Others appeared as bird nests woven from intertwining vines, imbued with the essence of nature. The streets were paved with colorful pebbles, each inscribed with exquisite patterns. Flanking the roads were a plethora of peculiar plants and trees, radiating a soft luminescence, illuminating the streets as brightly as day. At the heart of the city stood a grand elven tree palace, a colossal ancient tree with a trunk so robust that it would require dozens to embrace it. Numerous hollows dotted the trunk, each serving as a room, marking this as an important site for the elven folk. The tree's lush foliage nearly enveloped the entire central area of the city. Its pinnacle rested a dazzling star gem, casting a brilliant glow that served as a beacon, guiding the elves home. The residents of Moonlight City were elegant and graceful, with elongated forms, pointed ears, and eyes that sparkled with lively brilliance. They donned garments woven from leaves and blossoms, vibrant yet harmonious with nature's beauty. As they traversed the city, some practiced wondrous magic, while others tended to the flora, infusing the atmosphere with vitality and harmony. Throughout our journey, my mother flitted about like a cheerful bird, warmly greeting every familiar elf. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved enthusiastically, her arms sweeping through the air like flags. Simultaneously, she nodded vigorously, as if every elf around her were long-lost friends, sharing endless conversations and memories. As for me, I felt like a leaf carried by the tide, unwittingly swept along to the palace's entrance. The palace itself was a marvel to behold, its walls seemingly constructed from enormous crystals that sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun, the hues flowing across the walls as if alive. The grand entrance loomed large and imposing, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to tell ancient tales, just as I was lost in the palace's wonder. My mother, like a nimble gazelle, leapt towards a regal elf at the doorway, clad in an elegant white gown that trailed behind her, intricately embroidered with golden patterns. The elf's hair cascaded down her back like a silver waterfall, her pointed ears tinged with a rosy hue in the sunlight. In an instant, my mother embraced her, breaking into tears like a child. The elf held her tightly, gently patting her back, her voice tinged with emotion as she spoke. "My child, After all these years, how I have missed you, my mother, through her sobs, replied, Mother, I think of you every day. Not a single day passes without yearning for this place, and for you, it took a while for them to compose themselves after such a joyous reunion. My mother then turned to me, beaming with pride as she introduced me to the elf. This is my youngest son. Then she gently urged me, This is your grandmother, Queen Serenia of the Elves. You should greet her. Shyly, I whispered, Grandmother. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated her face, and she reached out to stroke my head, saying, What a good child you are, truly adorable. My mother chimed in, Indeed, he is obedient and quite clever. Grandmother gazed at me with affectionate eyes. My little grandson, let me take a good look at you. After a moment, her expression turned serious, and she spoke slowly. I have heard of your encounters on the road. This is unacceptable. How could such events transpire? My daughter and my little grandson were ambushed in hungry Wolf Gorge. This is a blatant provocation against our elven kingdom. Her voice rose slightly, her demeanor growing stern. I will not let this matter rest. I shall write to our king, detailing everything. The king must investigate those behind this. Whoever dares to act in such a manner must face consequences. This is no trivial issue. I demand a clear resolution. As she spoke, she clenched her fists, as if already devising how to see justice served upon those responsible. Hearing her powerful and caring words, warmth filled my heart, overwhelming me with emotion. I had never expected such concern and affection from my grandmother upon our first meeting. This feeling of being cherished brought me immense comfort. I looked up, my eyes reflecting a hint of doubt and worry, and asked my grandmother, Will this truly make a difference, Grandmother? I had an inkling of who the puppet masters were during our journey, but will His Majesty take action on our behalf? After all, this could involve many intricate relationships, and I fear the king may hesitate. Grandmother bent slightly, her gentle yet resolute gaze fixed on me as she softly stroked my head. Little Luo Chen, you must understand that in this realm, many interests are at play. Our king must consider the stability of the entire kingdom. He may not act hastily against them. Striking at those hidden forces could trigger a series of repercussions, leading to turmoil within the kingdom. However, I cannot remain silent, and while a letter to the king will convey my stance, I want those responsible to know that you are my precious daughter and grandson. Not to be trifled with, that I will exert some pressure on the king, so that others take note. If anyone dares to harm you in the future, this old woman will not let them off so easily. I teased, Grandmother, you're not old at all. Her eyes filled with love, and a warm smile graced her face as she gently replied, What a sweet grandson you are. Why, dear grandson knows how to make his grandmother happy. Now, come along. Don't linger outside, she said with a smile, her kindly visage radiating warmth in the sunlight. Thus, we followed her into the mysterious and splendid elven palace, while others managed the supplies we had brought. Upon entering the palace, a refreshing breeze greeted us, invigorating the spirit. Looking around, I beheld the unique architectural style within. The walls were adorned with a myriad of colorful gemstones, shimmering enchantingly. The ceilings were painted with intricate designs, seemingly recounting ancient legends. Few could remain within this palace. Aside from a few venerable elven elders, it was just our family. As the crowd settled down, they quietly awaited my mother's recounting of the myriad stories she had experienced over the past few years. Meanwhile, I could hardly contain my curiosity, beginning to scrutinize the decorations surrounding me. The exquisite furniture, vibrant tapestries, and uniquely shaped sculptures left me utterly amazed. Each detail showcased the extraordinary craftsmanship of the fairies and their pursuit of a refined quality of life. My grandmother and the elders of the fairy kingdom sat comfortably in wooden chairs, intently listening to my mother as she narrated her enchanting tales and the dazzling spectacles of the outside world. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and time seemed to stand still in that moment, with only my mother's gentle and heartfelt voice resonating in the air. Unbeknownst to us, nightfall quietly descended, and the stars twinkled in the vast, deep sky. After we gathered together to enjoy a sumptuous and delightful dinner, everyone rose to disperse, and my mother led me along a tranquil path to a lovingly arranged, cozy room prepared especially for me. The next day, As dawn barely broke and the soft light began to seep through the window's crevices, I awoke early. That gentle glow was like a tender hand, softly caressing my face and awakening me from my sweet slumber. I stretched, quickly washed up, and made my way to the dining table, where my mother and grandmother were already seated. The table was adorned with a lavish breakfast, exuding enticing aromas that we three sat together, quietly and warmly enjoying our meal, occasionally exchanging simple pleasantries, such as my grandmother asking if I had slept well the previous night, and my mother reminding me to eat slowly. Once breakfast was finished, my mother turned to my grandmother and said, "Mother, I hope you can take the time over the next few days to teach this child the art of alchemy. As you know, alchemy is a vital discipline in our land, and nearly all wizards engage in it as a secondary profession. You're the most esteemed wizard on the continent, and your mastery and insights in alchemy must be extraordinary. If you could impart some knowledge to this child, it would be of immense benefit to him." Upon hearing this, my grandmother's eyes shimmered with determination and affection as she replied without hesitation, "I will do so without your prompting." Then she turned her gaze towards me, her eyes filled with expectation, and said, "Come, child, let us go to my alchemy chamber. In this realm, alchemy and the identity of a wizard are inextricably linked. Indeed, almost all wizards dabble in alchemy, for it enables them to concoct various wondrous potions, magical artifacts, and more. It is a well-known principle that the higher a wizard's rank, the deeper their understanding of alchemy tends to be. As the most powerful wizard on the continent, my grandmother must possess unparalleled skills in this field. With a heart full of reverence and anticipation, I followed closely behind her towards the enigmatic alchemy chamber. My grandmother's alchemy chamber was located in the palace's basement. Descending the winding staircase, I arrived at this mysterious place that resembled a room the size of a living room, though not overly spacious. Its layout was exceptionally intricate. Old paintings adorned the walls, depicting ancient alchemical symbols and peculiar creatures, seemingly whispering the ancient history of alchemy. The room was filled with an array of peculiar instruments, strange-shaped flasks etched with intricate runes, and crystalline ornaments that emitted a faint glow, hinting at their extraordinary magical properties and casting a mystical ambience around them. Bathed in the soft light of a magical lamp, the entire room appeared remarkably bright. The lamp's glow was unlike that of ordinary flames, flickering with a delicate blue hue, as if alive, dancing like a sprite. My grandmother slowly made her way to the center of the room and settled into an aged chair, its armrests and back adorned with exquisite carvings that seemed to connect to the art of alchemy. Once seated, she beckoned me over, saying, "Come, sit tight. I shall impart the knowledge of alchemy to you." Clearing her throat, she began patiently explaining, "Alchemy primarily refers to the art of crafting magical items. There is a wealth of content encompassed within this, such as various magical scrolls, which contain powerful spells. When used correctly, they can unleash astounding magical energy. Additionally, there are an array of magical weapons and armors, differing from ordinary arms and armor in that they are infused with magical power, enabling them to exhibit unimaginable potency in battle. Of course, we cannot overlook the various magical potions, some of which can heal ailments, enhance magical abilities, and even grant individuals temporary special powers in our land. Most wizards possess some knowledge of alchemy, though each wizard tends to specialize in different aspects. Some excel at crafting magical scrolls and intricate magical trinkets, which are not merely decorative but often bestow unique abilities or protection upon their wearers. Others are skilled in potion making, akin to wondrous apothecaries, blending rare materials and magical forces to concoct extraordinary elixirs. Today, I shall teach you how to create magical scrolls and trinkets, a crucial part of alchemy. Firstly, let us discuss the creation of scrolls. The process is relatively straightforward, essentially involving the drawing of a magical circle on the scroll with a pen. However, do not underestimate this process, for it holds many intricacies. Even the slightest mistake can render all previous efforts futile. Take, for instance, a level 4 fire magic scroll. Create a scroll of this caliber. Strict requirements must be met regarding the materials used. You must employ the hide of a level 4 or higher fire magic beast. Such hides are not easily obtained, as these creatures inhabit perilous locales and possess formidable strength, making it no simple task to acquire their hides. Once you have the appropriate beast hide, you must mix its blood with the powdered essence of fire magic crystals to inscribe the magical circle. Fire magic crystals are exceedingly precious, containing immense fire energy. Furthermore, the individual inscribing the magical circle must be proficient in the corresponding spell. You see, each spell has a fixed magical circle, and the materials required are the same. This entirely depends on the skill of the inscriber regarding magical control. Those with stronger magical control can accurately draw precise magical circles, resulting in valid scrolls capable of unleashing formidable magical energy. However, inadequate control may lead to crooked, incomplete, or inaccurate circles, rendering the scroll worthless, and why grandmother nodded slightly, her gaze warm as she regarded me, gently stating, "Child, in this regard, it primarily relies on the magical power you possess to exert control. You must practice and explore continuously. Only then can you gradually master the techniques involved. Understand that the extent of this ability is closely tied to your spiritual strength and magical rank. As your mental fortitude strengthens, your perception and control of magical power will become increasingly refined. As your magical rank rises, the potency and effects of your spells will naturally become more pronounced. Therefore, you must never become complacent and should diligently cultivate your skills." I regarded my grandmother's eyes, filled with hope and encouragement, and solemnly nodded, saying, "I understand, grandmother. Rest assured, I will practice diligently, regardless of the challenges I face. I shall not easily give up, for I am well aware that only through relentless effort and perseverance can I achieve progress and realize the goals I hold dear." And why grandmother smiled and said, "Yes, dear child, knowing the value of hard work is commendable. Now, let us turn our attention to the essential points regarding magical trinkets. It is vital to understand that these wondrous magical items are not simple. They harbor immense and mysterious power, each possessing unique attributes and purposes. Some enhance the efficacy of magical spells, enabling wizards to wield their powers more adeptly during battles or spellcasting. Others provide protective qualities, shielding against enemy attacks and malicious spells. Moreover, different magical trinkets require specific conditions to be activated and to unleash their maximum potential. Thus, understanding their characteristics and usage is of the utmost importance. "Grandmother," I interjected, "you know that I have yet to learn any magic. I cannot even create the simplest level 1 magical scroll." With a loving gaze, my grandmother gently stroked my head and tenderly replied, "Child, there is no need for concern. In recent days, I embarked on the journey of imparting to you the fundamental knowledge of magic. Furthermore, I shall speak with the elders to request a modest supply of moonwell water for you. This moonwell water is truly remarkable. It is an exceedingly precious treasure. Consuming it will enhance your magical aptitude, allowing your magical energy to grow continuously, greatly aiding your studies in the arcane arts." I replied, "Very well. Thank you, grandmother." She responded, "No need for gratitude. Let us continue our discussion on magic." Thus, time flowed like a gentle stream, and a week passed quietly. During this week, I absorbed the magical knowledge imparted by my grandmother like a sponge. Diligently practicing the arts of sorcery at last, my magical proficiency successfully reached the level of an apprentice mage. Now, I am adept at wielding first-level spells. Those once enigmatic and elusive incantations now roll off my tongue with ease. Moreover, I have mastered the craft of creating first-level magical scrolls. The intricate lines and mysterious runes gradually took shape beneath my hand, culminating in the birth of a complete first-level magical scroll. Upon witnessing my accomplishments, my grandmother beamed with surprise and delight, lavishly praising me as a prodigy. Little did she know, I had concealed my true capabilities. Had she been aware of my reserves, her astonishment would have surely deepened. As I pondered this, a subtle smile crept upon my lips, tinged with a hint of pride, and my mother took my hand and approached my grandmother, softly saying, "Mother, time flies so swiftly. We must return." Instantly, a profound sense of reluctance flickered in my grandmother's eyes as she grasped my mother's hand and lamented, "Why must you leave so soon? Can't you stay a little longer?" My mother shook her head with a sigh, explaining, "Mother, there are matters at home that require our attention." Upon hearing that we were to depart, my eyes welled with tears, and I threw myself into my grandmother's embrace, my voice quivering as I said, "Grandmother, I truly cannot bear to part with you. During my time here, I have learned so many fascinating things. And I wish to continue studying magic and alchemy by your side, that I feel there is still so much more for me to learn at why grandmother held me tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, and gently replied, I too shall miss you, dear child. You are a bright and eager learner. Since you are so passionate about magic and alchemy, I shall share with you all my insights. This is a compilation of my years of experience in alchemy and magic. Take it home and study it well. It will be of great assistance to you. With that, my grandmother retrieved a delicate box from within the house, opening it to reveal a weathered yet enigmatic tome, along with several objects radiating a peculiar luminescence. She gestured towards these items, continuing, And these, my child, are some of my alchemical creations. Take them home and examine them closely. Perhaps they will deepen your understanding of alchemy. I lifted my gaze to my grandmother and inquired, Grandmother, these treasures are so precious. Are you truly willing to part with them? She nodded, affirming, Of course, my dear grandchild. These items serve little purpose here. They will find greater utility in your hands. My mother interjected, Mother, these are your life's work. Is it not too extravagant to give them to the child? My grandmother smiled serenely, replying, Not at all, as long as the child learns well. That is all I desire. With a gentle sigh, she added, My dear, the provisions you bring back are truly invaluable. Look, the clan members are particularly fond of them. They are all deeply grateful to you. I have also prepared some of our elven specialties for you to take back. You can exchange them for the gold you need in human society. You send us so many items each year, and we cannot always allow you to bear the expense that my mother quickly waved her hand, saying, Mother, you are being too formal. The items you send us each year are incredibly popular in human society. The unique and exquisite elven specialties are highly sought after, significantly boosting our income. My grandmother chuckled gently. Very well, as long as I can be of help. Now, it is getting late. You should set off early to ensure a safe journey to my mother nodded. Yes, Mother, we shall take our leave now. Please take care of yourself. Reluctantly, I gazed at my grandmother, tears brimming in my eyes, whispering, Goodbye, grandmother. Thereafter, we set forth under the protection of Aunt Eluna, making our way towards the edge of the elven forest. Aunt Eluna strode confidently ahead, her long elven ears shimmering softly in the sunlight, her silvery hair flowing gracefully in the breeze, her eyes sharp and vigilant, ever watchful for potential dangers, and we followed closely behind her, moving steadily forward. The paths of the elven forest were flanked by towering ancient trees, their branches interwoven, allowing only flecks of sunlight to filter through the leaves. The ground beneath our feet was paved with fine gravel and soft moss. And with each step, one could feel the vibrant life pulsating throughout the elven forest. As we ventured outward, we discovered the path lined with elves and humans who had come to bid us farewell. They donned vibrant, traditional garments, their exquisite embroidery shimmering with a mystical glow, resembling the dancing flowers of the forest. Young elven boys held beautifully woven wreaths of vines, their eyes filled with curiosity and innocence as they silently offered the garlands to us. Elder elves leaned on staffs adorned with ancient runes, their eyes reflecting kindness and reluctance, softly murmuring words of blessing. The elven maidens sang gentle farewell songs, their melodious voices resembling the whispers of the elven forest, flowing through the air, filling our hearts with warmth and emotion. The journey home was notably smoother than our arrival, as if time itself quickened its pace. In merely 10 days, we successfully reached the entrance of the elven forest. There, the butler Luo Chen and the heavily armored cavalry awaited our return. Butler Luo Chen, clad in a meticulously tailored black tailcoat, appeared particularly dignified in the sunlight, his face adorned with his signature gentle smile, his eyes sparkling with joy at our arrival. The armored cavalry stood tall, their heavy armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, arranged in perfect formation, their spirited steeds pawing the ground restlessly upon joining them. We immediately commenced our journey back, that we galloped swiftly, soon arriving at the Hungry Wolf Canyon. That night, while setting up camp, I discreetly visited the Hungry Wolf, exchanging a few words before returning to my tent. After a long and weary journey, At last, the familiar sight of home appeared before us. Before we could approach, we saw my grandfather and the household staff eagerly waiting at the entrance, and my grandfather stood at the forefront. Although his hair had turned gray, his posture remained robust, and his eyes shone with anticipation and joy at our return. The servants wore broad smiles, respectfully standing on either side, as if welcoming home victorious heroes. My mother stepped forward first, respectfully addressing my grandfather, "Greetings, father." Her voice was soft yet respectful, as she slightly bowed in deference. My grandfather's face radiated warmth as he waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality among family. You must have endured great hardships on your journey." My mother gently shook her head, replying, "It was not arduous, father. Though the journey was somewhat hectic, everything went smoothly, and with everyone as company, I hardly felt fatigued." I could not help but chime in, "Grandfather, I found it quite taxing as well." My eyes sparkled brightly as I looked at him, my chest puffed out in hopeful anticipation for his response. My grandfather, noticing my eagerness, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, indeed, our little hero has borne the greatest burdens." Confused, I asked, "How did I become a little hero?" My mind was filled with questions, my eyes brimming with curiosity. My grandfather chuckled, explaining, "Your exploits in the Hungry Wolf Canyon have become renowned, spreading far and wide. Now, the entire capital sings praises of your bravery." Suddenly enlightened, I patted my head and remarked, "No wonder once we entered the city. The way others looked at me felt different, and everyone seemed much friendlier." At that moment, a sharp and piercing voice echoed from afar. "The imperial decree has arrived." The sound lingered in the air. Imbued with an undeniable authority, my grandfather hurriedly adjusted his robe, respectfully clasped his hands, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "This humble minister receives the decree." His words were laden with solemnity and gravity. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted to one of reverence. Apart from my mother, myself, and my grandfather, who stood upright, the others present, upon hearing this proclamation, knelt in unison. The faint sound of their knees touching the ground resonated with unusual clarity in that moment. The eunuch holding the imperial edict approached with measured, delicate steps and, once positioned, cleared his throat before announcing loudly, "Baron Luo Chen of the third rank has displayed remarkable bravery and tenacity in the Battle of Hungry Wolf Canyon. Showing no fear against formidable foes, his wisdom surpasses that of ordinary men. During the conflict, he orchestrated a brilliant strategy and commanded with unwavering resolve. At a critical juncture, he decisively annihilated the most ferocious and malevolent bandit group, the greedy wolf bandits who plagued Hungry Wolf Canyon. Such merits are indeed a boon to the realm. Therefore, by the grace of His Majesty, Baron Luo Chen is hereby conferred the title of Viscount of the third rank and granted the fief of Illusory Moon Province, a land rich in fertility and abundant resources. Additionally, His Majesty has graciously permitted Baron Luo Chen to establish a division tasked with safeguarding Illusory Moon Province to ensure the peace of the region." Just as my mother was about to speak, my grandfather intervened, once again bowing respectfully and leading everyone to respond in unison, "We thank Your Majesty." Their voices were harmonious and resounding, echoing throughout the space. I hastily stepped forward and addressed the eunuch with utmost respect. "Esteemed eunuch, I implore you to convey a matter to His Majesty. As you are aware, Illusory Moon Province is exceedingly remote, situated at the border with inconvenient transportation. This hinders commerce, making it exceedingly difficult for the common folk to transport their goods for sale, let alone attract merchants from outside to develop the area. Consequently, the economic development of Illusory Moon Province faces insurmountable challenges and is nearly at a standstill. Having just been graciously bestowed this fief by His Majesty, I ought to cultivate it and alleviate His Majesty's concerns, yet it is akin to a skilled artisan unable to work without materials. I sincerely hope you might discuss with His Majesty the possibility of waiving my taxes, thus allowing me to dedicate more energy and resources to improving the circumstances of Illusory Moon Province." The eunuch nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Very well, young master. I shall relay your words to His Majesty in full." I bowed once more in gratitude. "I am in your debt." Esteemed eunuch, subsequently, the eunuch made no further delay. adjusted his attire, and departed with small, brisk steps. The gazes of the onlookers followed his figure until it gradually disappeared from sight. After the eunuch's departure, my mother turned to my grandfather with a hint of confusion in her expression and asked, "Father, why did you stop me just now?" My grandfather raised his head slightly, his gaze imbued with profound meaning as he surveyed the surroundings and said slowly, "Let us retire to the study. This is not a place for discussion." Though his voice was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. Immediately, the servants sprang into action, resembling well-trained soldiers. They moved with precision, each fulfilling their designated roles, creating a scene that was busy yet orderly. Some handled the various supplies we had brought back with delicate and practiced care. The packages and boxes from distant lands were treated with utmost caution, as if fearing to damage these precious items. Among them, a group of servants cradled exquisite boxes, adorned with dazzling gemstones that emitted a captivating glow. Through the gaps of the lids, one could faintly glimpse rare treasures from the mystical Elven forest nestled within. The servants bore expressions of utmost caution, as though the treasures they held were more precious than their own lives. Another group of servants worked in unison to lift exceptionally heavy crates, their synchronized voices ringing out in a resounding chant. 1, 2, 3. Lift. The chant resounded like an impassioned battle song, invigorating all who heard it. The heavily armored cavalry, battle-hardened, swiftly turned their steeds at the authoritative command of General Schur. In an instant, numerous horses pivoted in unison, creating a spectacle akin to a surging tide. As the hooves thundered against the ground, a swirling cloud of dust rose, resembling a yellow tempest sweeping through. The heavy armor worn by the cavalry glimmered with a cold brilliance under the sunlight, as if each piece held boundless strength and resilience. The unique luster of the metal evoked both awe and reverence. Accompanied by the exhilarating sound of galloping hooves, the ironclad cavalry raced towards their encampment like arrows released from a bow. Their figures diminished in size, yet their imposing presence lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. The sound of their hooves echoed into the heavens, gradually merging with the distant winds, until it vanished beyond the horizon. Upon returning to the study, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense, and my mother broke the silence first. Gazing at my grandfather with a look of confusion, softly asking, "Father, why did you stop me when the eunuch was delivering the decree?" I truly cannot comprehend, and why grandfather slowly paced to the desk, sat down, and after a gentle sigh, responded, "I am well aware of the experiences you have endured on your journey, that I understand your concerns. Illusory Moon Province has indeed suffered gravely in the past. It was infested with bandits, as numerous as the weeds on the prairie, impossible to eradicate. Additionally, there were sporadic riots, with mobs behaving like frenzied beasts, wreaking havoc and instilling fear among the populace. More alarmingly, magical beasts frequently attacked human settlements, leaving destruction in their wake. In such circumstances, sending Luo Chen to Illusory Moon Province would undoubtedly place him in considerable peril. Why grandfather paused before continuing. However, the situation has changed significantly. The threat of banditry has been thoroughly addressed following your victory in the canyon battle. Illusory Moon Province is now much safer. Furthermore, its proximity to the Elven forest is a considerable advantage. Luo Chen's grandmother, the Elven Queen, resides within the forest, and with her assistance, Luo Chen will have a formidable safeguard in Illusory Moon Province. Moreover, I will not permit Luo Chen to face potential dangers alone. I will dispatch a contingent of the Iron Blood Legion to protect him. Additionally, Luo Chen will have the opportunity to form his own division, and with such robust protection and support, his safety should not be a major concern. My grandfather continued unhurriedly. As for the issue of the mobs, it is actually quite manageable. You are aware of Hungry Wolf Canyon, correct? It is now under Luo Chen's control, a crucial location indeed. Moving forward, our family's trading association can traverse the canyon to conduct commerce with Illusory Moon Province. This is not merely an exchange of goods. It holds significant implications. Furthermore, Luo Chen's grandmother, the Elven Queen, possesses many unique products. Rare treasures seldom seen beyond the borders, which will attract numerous merchants to Illusory Moon Province for trade. Consequently, the economy of Illusory Moon Province can experience growth. After a brief pause to organize his thoughts, he continued, "Consider this. Why did the citizens of Illusory Moon Province become mobs in the first place? A substantial part of the reason stems from their inability to meet basic needs. When they cannot even fill their stomachs, discontent naturally arises, leading to unrest. However, with the advent of trade, the economy of Illusory Moon Province will improve, providing the populace with jobs and income, thus resolving the issues of hunger and poverty. As long as the citizens are well-fed and clothed, they will have little reason to instigate turmoil that, of course, there may still be a few discontented individuals, but such cases would be rare. The contingent of the Iron Blood Legion we send, though only a fraction, will be more than sufficient to quell any disturbances, maintaining order. Why Mother listened quietly to my grandfather's exposition, and once he finished, she pondered thoughtfully. Father, based on what you have said, Illusory Moon Province indeed seems quite suitable as Luo Chen's fief. However, I am perplexed about one thing. How could His Majesty overlook these circumstances? Although the situation in Illusory Moon Province has improved, it is still not particularly affluent or of paramount strategic significance. Why, then, would His Majesty bestow Illusory Moon Province upon Luo Chen as a fief? Moreover, the rewards given to Luo Chen are extraordinarily generous. Becoming a lord at the age of 3 and being granted the title of third-rank viscount is unprecedented in the long history of our Xingyao kingdom. It seems implausible that this is solely due to a single achievement in eradicating bandits. There must be other underlying reasons. Grandfather, upon hearing Mother's words, furrowed his brow slightly and nodded, saying, "You speak the truth. This is precisely what I find perplexing. The recent bestowal of honors upon Luo Chen, in terms of both his age and the elevation of his rank, is indeed extraordinary." That moment, I pondered for a while, then hesitantly spoke up. "Grandfather, Mother, I wonder if this might be related to Grandmother." She penned a letter to His Majesty the King, requesting an explanation and urging him to address those who conspired in the shadows. After all, Grandmother is the Elven Queen. Her words should carry considerable weight in the Starry Kingdom. Upon hearing my words, Grandfather's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had an epiphany, exclaiming, "Ah, now I understand. It is indeed the Elven Queen's influence behind this. This would certainly explain the king's substantial grant." Just then, a voice came from outside the quiet study. It was Luo Chen, standing at the door, respectfully announcing, "Master, the eunuch who just delivered the decree has returned. He brings news of His Majesty's new command. His Majesty has agreed to exempt the Moonlight Province from taxes, which is indeed favorable for the province." After a brief pause, Luo Chen continued, "However, Master, there are additional stipulations in the decree. Since the young master has become the lord of the Moonlight Province, he will need to bear the salaries of the provincial officials himself. Moreover, the young master is also permitted to form his own regiment, and the expenses for establishing this regiment, along with the salaries for its members, will also be his responsibility." Grandfather nodded gently, his expression calm as he replied, "Very well, I understand." With that, a glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes, as if he were silently calculating something in his mind. I furrowed my brow, expressing my frustration to Grandfather. "Grandfather, this king is exceedingly shrewd. His calculations are quite astute. He is reluctant to spend any resources, placing all burdens upon us. Take the Moonlight Province, for instance. The king's agreement to tax exemption sounds beneficial at first. However, in reality, we will have to cover the official salaries ourselves. You know well that these salaries are no trifling matter. The taxes we collect will likely fall short of filling this gap. And to make matters worse, I must also form my own regiment, incurring costs for its establishment and salaries, all of which we must bear. This is truly an insatiable abyss." Grandfather, however, did not appear overly disheartened by my words. He spoke slowly. "My child, while the situation may seem bleak at present and the required funds substantial, we must not focus solely on the negative. We should also consider the positive aspects. Once this regiment is established, it will belong to you as your private force. The significance of having a private army cannot be underestimated. It will be a formidable power to contend with, whether facing potential dangers in the Moonlight Province or in other matters." Within the resplendent palace of the royal court, the queen, poised and dignified, sat beside King Lin Xiao. She was filled with perplexity regarding the honors bestowed upon Luo Chen and softly inquired, "Your Majesty, I have harbored a question. Do you not think that the rewards given to Luo Chen are rather excessive? After all, a mere 3-year-old child has been granted the title of a third-class viscount along with a fief. An unprecedented occurrence in the annals of our starry kingdom. King Lin Xiao slightly furrowed his brow, a hint of helplessness crossing his face as he replied, "Dear Queen, there is little we can do. My inept third son believes his actions to be clandestine, yet they are riddled with flaws. His covert dealings with the greedy wolf thieves to ambush Luo Chen and the Elven princess were swiftly uncovered. Upon learning of this, the Elven queen applied pressure, demanding that I unveil the mastermind behind these schemes. You know that I cannot truly hand over my son. He is of royal blood, my own flesh and blood. Should I do so, it would irreparably tarnish the royal family's reputation. Thus, I am left with no choice but to appease the Elven Queen's wrath by elevating Luo Chen's rank and granting him a fief." After a brief pause, he added, "However, dear Queen, you need not worry. The fief I have granted to Luo Chen is quite remote and lacks significant value. Fortunately, my son's maternal grandfather, Sun Chuan, has already approached me. The Sun family is keenly aware of the gravity of this situation. To protect my son, they are willing to relinquish command of the patrol camp in exchange for my leniency. Thus, in essence, I have exchanged a noble title and a worthless fief for control of the patrol camp, which overall is a profitable trade for me." The queen, upon hearing the king's explanation, felt her doubts somewhat alleviated. Yet, she remained apprehensive, saying, "Your Majesty is indeed wise, but I must express my concerns. You have also granted Luo Chen the establishment of a regiment. You are well aware of the formidable power such a regiment wields. Does this not significantly bolster the Luo family's strength?" King Lin Zhao's lips curled into a knowing smile, replying, "Dear Queen, it is essential to do so. The geographical position of Moonlight City is exceedingly remote, prone to frequent riots and occasional beast attacks. Without granting the Luo family this regiment, they would surely reject the honors. However, the increase in their strength may prove beneficial. The Sun family will inevitably grow wary of the Luo family. This will likely incite conflict between them, and the most favorable outcome would be mutual destruction that in such a case, I can simply reap the benefits." The queen gazed at the king with admiration, saying, "Your Majesty's foresight is commendable. Your strategic mind leaves me in awe." King Lin Xiao sighed gently, expressing a sense of resignation. "Alas, dear Queen, while I sit upon this throne, I feel quite constrained in my role as king. The Luo family has the backing of the Elven Queen, while the Sun family is supported by the Church. I cannot afford to offend either side. I must navigate carefully between them. A single misstep could jeopardize my throne." The queen quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty need not worry excessively. Your wisdom will surely allow you to maintain control in this intricate situation." King Lin Xiao gently took the queen's hand, saying, "Dear Queen, within this court where intrigue abounds and schemes are afoot, I sometimes feel utterly exhausted. Thankfully, you have always been by my side, your warmth and understanding akin to a ray of sunshine in this palace, providing me with much-needed solace. I cannot help but wish that you could bear me a son. Such a child would ease my heart and ensure a more suitable heir to the throne." Upon hearing the king's words, a flicker of guilt crossed the queen's eyes, and she lowered her head, saying, "Your Majesty, it is entirely my fault for not being fruitful. I have longed to bear you a legitimate heir. Yet fate has not favored us. Each time I reflect on this, I feel I have failed your expectations." King Lin Xiao, noticing her distress, gently lifted her chin and gazed in her eyes, saying, "This is not your fault. My queen, matters of progeny are influenced by numerous factors beyond our control. Furthermore, you have contributed immensely in other areas, whether managing the affairs of the harem or offering counsel during my moments of concern. You have excelled in every regard. Your loyalty and love do not go unnoticed." The queen's eyes glistened with tears as she expressed her gratitude. "Your Majesty, your magnanimity overwhelms me. I vow to devote myself diligently to your side, assisting you in managing the harem, so you may have no worries." King Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "With your assurance, my queen, I feel at ease I end this calculating court. Your companionship is a great blessing." Within the resplendent halls of the Sun residence, The third prince bowed his head, guilt etched on his face as he addressed Sun Chiwen, saying, "I'm deeply sorry, grandfather. It was my reckless actions that led to the Sun family's loss of the patrol camp's command." His voice brimmed with remorse as his hands instinctively clenched into fists. Sun Chiwen, seated upon an exquisite sandalwood chair, maintained a calm and composed demeanor. He waved his hand gently, speaking in a soothing tone. "There is no need for you to blame yourself. Third Prince, the command of the patrol camp is but a minor authority. Losing it is not the end of the world. Consider this a small setback. And I hope you learn from this experience that in the future, approach matters with more prudence and restraint." Prince Lin Yu raised his head, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination, and spoke. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will certainly regard this incident as a valuable lesson learned. And it shall be firmly etched in my heart that I will relentlessly strive to better myself, allowing my father to witness my transformation and to regard me with newfound respect." Sun Chiwen nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation as he replied, "I believe that His Highness possesses both the resolve and capability. Your Highness must understand that both I and the entire Sun family will exert every effort to support you in ascending to that supreme throne. The glory of the Sun family is inextricably linked to your destiny, and we shall spare no effort." Excitement shimmered in Prince Lin Yu's eyes as he stepped forward, his tone sincere and solemn. "Grandfather, do not worry that if one day I truly occupy that position, I will not betray the expectations the Sun family has of me, that I will utilize all my strength to ensure that the Sun family becomes the undisputed foremost family of the Starry Kingdom. At that time, your esteemed position shall undoubtedly be exalted beyond measure, becoming an existence revered by all." Sun Chiwen remarked, "I have faith that your Highness can achieve this." That I emerged from the study, moving with a somewhat languid gait through the long corridor, returning to my chamber. As soon as I stepped into the room, a flicker of awareness ignited within me, and my consciousness gently drifted like wisps of smoke into the Spirit Time Pearl. Inside the Spirit Time Pearl lay an expansive space, suffused with an aura of spiritual energy as thick as tangible mist, curling into every corner. Kangwu and the slaves I had previously acquired were diligently cultivating in their respective areas. With a gentle wave of my hand, a soft radiance enveloped them, summoning them to stand before me, my gaze, as tranquil as the still waters of deep pond, quietly scrutinized the assembly before me. I then leisurely parted my lips, speaking in a measured tone. "Esteemed ones, you have devoted yourselves to cultivating within this Spirit Time Pearl for what has been a considerable span of time. During these years, each of you has experienced a remarkable growth in strength, akin to the rapid emergence of bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Notably, Kangwu, you have now reached the pinnacle of a nascent soul stage. With only a mere step separating you from the transformation stage, with just a hint of opportunity, I believe you will effortlessly achieve your breakthrough and ascend into the ranks of the transformed. As for the rest of you, do not underestimate yourselves. Nearly all of you have approached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, an achievement truly worthy of recognition. However, it must be mentioned that among the 13 of you, due to varying innate talents, some still remain in the mid-core formation stage. Yet do not be disheartened, for I have a significant task that requires the collective execution of the 13 of you. Should you successfully and splendidly fulfill this mission, I shall undoubtedly devise ways to enhance your innate qualities." That I paused for a moment, surveying the expressions of the crowd, noting the mix of anticipation and tension reflected upon their faces. I then continued, "All others may depart for now, returning to your respective places to continue your cultivation." Kangwu respectfully bowed his head, clasping his fists with vigor, and replied, "Yes, master." With that, Kangwu turned and, with the others, methodically dispersed in various directions, their figures quickly vanishing into the swirling spiritual energy of the Spirit Time Pearl. That I raised my eyes slightly, my gaze landing on the 13 individuals. An inquisitive glint flickering within it, I then slowly inquired, "What are your names?" The 13 exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and replied in a timid voice, in response to the master, "We have been enslaved since childhood and have never had names of our own." That I nodded gently, contemplating for a moment before stating, "In that case, allow me to bestow names upon you. From this moment forth, you shall be known as an heir, and san, all the way to ensure. Though these names are simple, they serve as a marker of your identities. When you have completed your task, or on some future day, should you wish to establish families and embark on your own new lives, then you may choose names that resonate with your hearts. And he was the first to respond, promptly kneeling on one knee, his face alight with gratitude as he declared, "Thank you for granting us names, Master." Following suit, an heir and san and ensure also knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you for granting us names, Master." Their voices echoed throughout the space, filled with heartfelt appreciation. With my hands clasped behind my back, a sense of determination and planning radiated from my gaze as I spoke slowly. I harbor a grand plan in my heart. I intend to establish 3 organizations, each with distinct responsibilities, to exert significant influence in various realms. I stepped forward, raising my voice slightly. Firstly, I shall establish an assassin organization, which I will name the Shadowblade Alliance. The term shadow is intended to embody the elusive nature of assassins, who, like shadows in the darkness, move silently, ever concealed, yet closely trailing their targets. And no matter where the target ventures, they shall find it impossible to evade the relentless pursuit of these shadows. The term blade signifies the sharpness of their weapons, with assassins likened to deadly blades, serving as the core strength of this organization. The term alliance indicates that this is a coalition of assassins, ruthless and unyielding, bound solely by the organization's commands to execute assassination missions. The very essence of this name exudes an aura of coldness and formidable intimidation that I paused, allowing them time to grasp the significance of the name before continuing. Secondly, I aim to establish an intelligence organization, aptly named the Starry Web of Espionage. The term starry evokes the image of countless stars adorning the night sky, ubiquitous and boundless, much like the sources of our intelligence, which will be extensive and pervasive. The term espionage clearly delineates the nature of this organization, dedicated to the meticulous weaving of an expansive intelligence network, gathering all manner of information into our grasp. Taking a deep breath, my eyes sparkled with fervor. I concluded, "Lastly, I shall establish a commercial association, which shall be called the Flourishing Commerce Guild." The term flourishing encapsulates the splendid connotation of prosperity, signifying that our guild will thrive within the commercial realm, akin to robust trees flourishing in the spring, continually expanding. The term commerce symbolizes opulence and wealth, indicating that our guild seeks not merely profit, but aims to forge a legacy of grandeur within the business world, showcasing our prosperity and splendor, becoming a prominent entity in the commercial domain. My gaze, sharp as 2 piercing blades, swept resolutely over the 13 figures before me. Each glance bore the weight of authority, compelling all present to stand in reverence. Then my deep, resonant voice resonated with gravitas, akin to the tolling of a mighty bell. An heir, and san, and si. I called each of their names in succession, each syllable punctuated with undeniable conviction. From this day forth, the 4 of you shall undertake the crucial mission of establishing the Shadowblade Alliance. It shall become our sharpest weapon, striking straight at the heart of our adversaries. At this juncture, I paused briefly, surveying the surroundings before continuing. The missions this organization undertakes demand absolute secrecy and exceptional precision. Thus, the selection of members must be approached with utmost caution. You must meticulously choose those who are not only agile as leopards and swift as hares, but also possess astute minds and meticulous thought processes. Only through rigorous training can they become elite assassins, fulfilling their duties without fail. I slowly turned my gaze toward another group of individuals, standing tall and focused, awaiting my directives. Taking a deep breath, I spoke steadily. "Enwu, and Lu, and Chi, and Ba, I entrust you with the vital task of forming the starry web of espionage. This is no trivial endeavor, yet it plays a pivotal role in advancing our overarching plan." After a brief pause to gauge their reactions, I continued, observing each person nodding resolutely. The mission of this organization is to collect and analyze intelligence from myriad sources, whether it be the whispers of the martial world or the intrigues of court. Whether it be military deployments from rival factions or the sentiments of the common people, nothing shall elude our watchful eyes. Through the meticulous selection, organization, and profound analysis of this vast wealth of information, we shall provide precise and timely decision-making support for our subsequent actions that at this juncture, I emphasize my tone. Thus, it is imperative that you exert every effort to seek out those individuals truly endowed with exceptional information-gathering capabilities and keen analytical minds. They may be concealed within the bustling streets or actively present within the inner circles of various influential factions. Regardless, it is crucial to unearth them and integrate them into our intelligence network. Only in this manner can we gradually construct a vast intelligence system, one that possesses a broad reach and nimble sensitivity. Remember, this task is one that must succeed. Failure is not an option, for intelligence is akin to our eyes. Subsequently, I cast a deliberate gaze over the remaining few, whose expressions were grave yet filled with anticipation, and then spoke steadily. Ungshi, Anshisen, and Anshizi, I now entrust you with a task of utmost importance: the establishment of the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce. This chamber will serve as the formidable backbone of our organization, supporting the entire economic lifeblood that IT must not only shoulder the responsibility of managing and operating the diverse industries under our banner, but also wield significant influence. Simultaneously, I hope you will delve into my fiefdom, Huanyue Province, to expand our territory while actively promoting the robust development of the local economy, infusing this land with unprecedented vitality and vigor. Rest assured, as your steadfast ally, I shall spare no effort in providing support. At that time, I shall bestow upon you a unique elixir found nowhere else on this continent, as well as advanced weaponry of remarkable potency, aiding you in navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce with unyielding resolve. I firmly believe that with your wisdom and talents, you will undoubtedly forge the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce into a globally renowned commercial giant. Finally, I turned my gaze to the last figure, Enshizi, and with a smile said, Enshizi, you shall remain by my side as my personal assistant, executing the special tasks I assign you and liaising with the 12 others. I gently raised my hand, revealing an elixir radiating an extraordinary glow within my palm. My expression turned serious as I continued. You must understand that within any assassin organization, intelligence network, or chamber of commerce, the loyalty of its members is of paramount importance. Ensure the unwavering fidelity of those you recruit in the future. I present you with this elixir. I gently shook the elixir in my hand, allowing its brilliance to shimmer before their eyes. This elixir is no ordinary concoction. It possesses unique properties. Once consumed, it enhances the user's loyalty to the organization. As you establish your respective organizations, every new member must take this elixir. This is an indisputable rule. My gaze conveyed an authority that brooked no dissent as I surveyed the crowd before me. Furthermore, the nature of my relationship with you must remain a closely guarded secret. I yearn for a few years of ordinary life. Free from disturbance, I accentuated my tone to instill in them the gravity of this matter. My expression softened slightly, and with trust in my eyes, I added, I have faith that each of you is exceptionally capable, and with your skills, you will undoubtedly fulfill the tasks entrusted to you. However, I am also aware that various challenges may arise along the way, that if you encounter insurmountable difficulties, you may report to me through Anshizi, and I shall extend my support. As I spoke, I flicked my finger gently, and 3 spatial rings floated down before them. Within these rings lie the resources essential for your initial development. These resources are ample enough to support the foundational establishment of your organizations. I hope you will utilize them judiciously to swiftly set your organizations on the right track. Ungshi stepped forward first, kneeling on one knee, his gaze resolute as he declared, Master, rest assured, we shall give our utmost effort and live up to your expectations. Ungshir followed suit, stating, Master, we shall adhere strictly to your commands, and there shall be no hint of negligence. The others, from Anshisin to Anshizi, also knelt in unison, proclaiming, Yes, Master, we shall exert every effort to ensure the completion of our tasks. Standing at the back, Anshizi quickly added, Master, I shall serve diligently by your side, conveying their messages to you. That I nodded slightly, my eyes reflecting satisfaction as I spoke slowly. The determination brings me great comfort. I am not one to withhold rewards. Should you accomplish your tasks well, I will undoubtedly grant you generous rewards. These rewards will not only enhance your abilities, but also afford you greater resources and status in this world. Shi raised his head, his eyes alight with anticipation and excitement, saying, Master, your words are our greatest motivation. We shall strive with all our might to fulfill our tasks in gratitude for your kindness. The others echoed in agreement. Yes, Master, we shall not disappoint your goodwill and shall repay your benevolence. That I gazed at them, my eyes filled with trust, and with unwavering conviction, I stated, I believe in you. With that, I gently waved my sleeve, and a gentle force enveloped the 13 of them, transporting them out of the Ling Shizhu. Standing in my chamber, I surveyed my surroundings and then addressed them. You may all disperse now. I paused, letting my gaze rest on Anshizi, and continued, Anshizi, you two may depart. I need to arrange for an appropriate time and opportunity for you to remain by my side. After all, if a stranger were to suddenly appear beside me now, I would find it difficult to explain to my grandfather and mother. Anshizi bowed his head in response. Yes, Master, I shall follow your arrangements. The rest, from Shi to Anshizi, echoed in unison. Yes, Master. No sooner had the words left their lips than they seemed to dissolve into the very air, vanishing from my sight, leaving the surroundings as tranquil as before, as if they had never been present. After their departure, I unhesitatingly entered the Xianyao sacred ring, commencing my cultivation journey. Time flowed steadily, and thus 3 years slipped by quietly. During these 3 years, on every day that I found myself free, I would wander outside the estate with my guards. I have always held a deep-seated disdain for those scions of wealth who abuse their privilege. Whenever I witnessed them bullying the common folk, I would invariably step forth to defend the plight of those unfortunate souls. Like a guardian spirit of the people, I gradually earned an excellent reputation among the masses. Those nobles who typically wielded their power with impunity would scurry away like mice at the mere sight of me. After all, I am no ordinary individual. I am the esteemed grandson of Marshal Luo, a status that carries substantial weight in this realm. A S-Knight descended. I would enter the Xianyao sacred ring to commence my cultivation. Within the depths of the sacred ring lies a mysterious power. Once I enter and begin to cultivate, my progression accelerates, as if propelled by a rocket. It is as though countless streams of spiritual energy flow incessantly into my body, rapidly nourishing my meridians and expanding my dantian, allowing me to enhance my strength at an astonishing pace, a speed that is truly remarkable. 2 years ago, an unexpected incident transpired. During this incident, Anshizi accidentally offended a faction of the Sun family. Just when Anshizi found himself in a perilous situation, I coincidentally came to his rescue. Perhaps this is the design of fate. Anshizi is an individual of profound loyalty. He perceives my act of saving his life as a debt of gratitude as heavy as Mount Tai. In order to repay me, he has resolved to follow me, vowing to never leave my side, akin to a shadow that is ever present. Thus, Anshizi emerged into the public. It is worth noting that the name Anshizi raises suspicions. So, when in the presence of others, he is referred to as Moing. Throughout these 3 years, the Shadowblade Alliance has emerged like a brilliant star rapidly ascending in the night sky. Experiencing remarkable growth, the Shadowblade Alliance, a mysterious and formidable assassin organization, boasts a meticulously structured and organized hierarchy. Shi, as a key player within the organization, oversees the headquarters that he stands as a steadfast bastion. Employing his exceptional leadership skills and extraordinary prowess to manage all affairs of the organization, ensuring the stable operation of the headquarters, much like a stabilizing anchor, keeping everything in order within the organization. Meanwhile, Shi, Anshisin, and Anshizi have each been entrusted with significant responsibilities, stationed at the 3 major imperial branches. Under their careful and comprehensive management, the recruitment of assassin members for the Shadowblade Alliance has proceeded smoothly. Utilizing the organization's growing reputation within the assassin community, they have attracted numerous skilled and ruthless assassins from all corners of the world to join our ranks. Each of these assassins possesses unique skills and extraordinary courage, infusing the organization with fresh and potent vitality. Concurrently, they are acutely aware of the significance of member quality in the organization's development, thus placing particular emphasis on training and enhancement to this end. They meticulously devised a series of stringent and effective training regimens. Under the personal supervision of NC, members underwent a transformative evolution in their combat abilities, akin to butterflies emerging from their cocoons. Whether it be close-quarter combat techniques, proficiency in weaponry, or adaptability to various complex task environments, there's been a remarkable enhancement in a bid to expand its ranks. The Shadowblade Alliance has resorted to certain unconventional methods. They take in orphaned children, providing these unfortunate souls with a secure livelihood while integrating them into the organization's developmental framework. Additionally, they procure slaves, granting them the opportunity to alter their fates by joining the organization. To ensure unwavering loyalty among all members, the organization employs a miraculous elixir capable of enhancing allegiance. The effects of this potion are strikingly profound. Even spies infiltrated by rival factions find themselves subtly influenced after consumption, ultimately becoming part of the Shadowblade Alliance. Simultaneously, leveraging the abundant resources and invaluable techniques I provide, akin to a timely rain nourishing every member of the organization, their strengths are rapidly escalating, much like a rocket soaring into the sky. Owing to their exceptionally high success rate in mission execution, instances of failure are exceedingly rare. In recent years, they have been hired to assassinate members of the Luo family, with failures being intentional. This has propelled the Shadowblade Alliance to great renown within the assassin community, shining brightly like a dazzling star illuminating the entire realm of killers. Many employers, upon hearing of the Shadowblade Alliance's illustrious name, flock to seek their services. Consequently, the organization's workload continues to rise, and profits swell accordingly. Remarkably, their annual earnings are nearing the tax revenue of an empire, a testament to the Shadowblade Alliance's formidable economic prowess. Over the course of these 3 years, the number of members within the Shadowblade Alliance has increased with astonishing rapidity, resembling a snowball rolling down a slope. From a mere handful of individuals, it has burgeoned into a vast organization, now sprawled across every corner of the continent. With the continuous expansion of their business scope and the repeated successful execution of missions, their influence has grown, establishing them as a formidable force in the assassin world that cannot be overlooked. The Starry Spy network resembles an invisible and omnipresent web, consistently extending its reach over the past 3 years. Its members are akin to countless stars scattered across the vast night sky, widely dispersed across various industries. Observe the bustling and vibrant commercial realm, teeming with opportunities and challenges, where transactions occur frequently amidst fierce competition. Akin to a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, concealing countless confidential informations, herein lies significant business plans awaiting launch, insider information concerning substantial financial flows, and the core strategies of competition among major business magnates. Members of the Starry Spy network adeptly integrate themselves, discreetly seeking out these invaluable intelligence. Turning to the solemn and austere political arena, it is rife with intricate power struggles among various factions, where schemes and machinations envelop one like layers of fog, making them difficult to decipher. From the dynamics of international diplomatic policies to the reshuffling of domestic political forces, from the interests weighing behind crucial decisions to the subtle shifts in relationships among political figures. These are the focal points of the Starry Spy Network's members. Armed with their intellect and astute political instincts, they navigate this realm quietly, unearthing vital intelligence capable of influencing the political landscape. The military domain serves as an active stage for the members of the Starry Spy Network in this realm brimming with secrets and strategic planning. Vital information concerning troop deployments, weaponry research, and adjustments in military strategy holds significant implications for national security and the outcomes of warfare. Members of the Starry Spy Network, through their exceptional disguising abilities, may masquerade as ordinary soldiers, pose as logistical personnel, or even present themselves as military experts at various occasions, infiltrating military core areas like unseen eyes. Vigilantly observing all activities, each member of the Starry Spy network possesses extraordinary traits. They utilize their intellect to swiftly untangle complexities in ever-changing scenarios, pinpointing key intelligence clues. Their keen insight allows them to discern the unusual within seemingly ordinary phenomena, capturing critical information hidden beneath the surface. And their remarkable ability to blend seamlessly into diverse environments renders their true intentions undetectable. They're like invisible keys, delving into the heart of various industries, thereby unearthing a wealth of immensely valuable intelligence. The worth of this intelligence is almost beyond monetary valuation, particularly in political and military contexts. For their own, such intelligence serves as a beacon in the darkness. On the political stage, possessing an understanding of adversaries' intentions enables one to formulate preemptive strategies, making wiser decisions in diplomatic negotiations, political alliances, or domestic policy adjustments, thus gaining a greater advantage in the power struggle. In military theaters, the value of intelligence is immeasurable. The outcome of a war is often influenced by numerous factors, and the accuracy of intelligence can directly determine a campaign's trajectory. For instance, foreknowledge of enemy troop deployments allows for sudden strategic adjustments, enabling surprise attacks or clever evasion of enemy advances, thus seizing the upper hand in battle. The Starry Spy network continues to unearth increasingly significant intelligence. Its influence across various domains expands like a snowball, gathering momentum. This burgeoning influence manifests not only in the external recognition of the Starry Spy network's significance, but also in a virtuous cycle within the organization itself. Its influence broadens. Members within the organization gradually attain commendable positions and sway in their respective fields, which in turn facilitates the acquisition of intelligence, enabling them to better unearth more advantageous and valuable information for the organization. Thus, a self-reinforcing cycle of continuous growth and development emerges in this manner. The Starry Spy network has rapidly evolved over a mere 3 years, ultimately establishing itself as a pivotal force in the realm of intelligence that has nearly become synonymous with omniscience, with rumors circulating that there exists not a secret unknown to the Starry Spy network. The Shenghua Chamber of Commerce has undergone a remarkable trajectory of rapid development over the past 3 years, successfully positioning itself among the top 10 chambers of commerce on the continent and occupying a crucial role within the commercial sphere. The extraordinary achievements of the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce can be attributed to its unique strategies in business operations and keen market insights. The chamber skillfully capitalizes on various high-end commodities to attract the aristocracy, with luxury items such as premium liquor, glassware, and tea playing significant roles. Take premium liquor, for instance. This beverage distinguishes itself from traditional varieties on the continent. With its unique brewing process, it boasts a higher alcohol content and a rich, robust flavor accompanied by an alluring aroma. For nobles who seek distinctive taste and high-quality living, premium liquor undeniably represents an enticing choice. The Shenghua Chamber of Commerce has meticulously crafted and marketed this premium liquor, transforming it into a favored libation at noble social gatherings. Whether at grand banquets or intimate soirees, the presence of premium liquor provided by the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce is invariably felt wherever nobility congregates. Glassware is also a rarity on the continent. Its crystalline clarity offers a visual splendor distinct from the common ceramic or metallic vessels. The Shenghua Chamber of Commerce astutely recognized the nobility's pursuit of novelty and beauty, introducing glassware to the market. These exquisitely crafted glass pieces, adorned with intricate patterns and unique shapes, shimmer under the light, captivating all who behold them, whether used to hold fine wines or as mere decorative items. Glassware has become an object of desire among the aristocracy, thereby yielding substantial profits for the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce. Tea represents yet another trump card for the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce. The chamber meticulously selects high-quality tea leaves from various regions, each boasting distinct flavors and aromas. Whether it be refreshing green tea, rich black tea, or uniquely flavored oolong tea, the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce satisfies the discerning palates of the aristocracy. During the noble afternoon tea ritual, The fragrant brews provided by the Shanghua Chamber of Commerce have become an indispensable component, cherished for their elegant taste and cultural significance. Moreover, I have supplied the chamber with elixirs previously unseen on the continent. These miraculous potions possess extraordinary effects, with some capable of curing ailments deemed incurable, while others enhance physical attributes or bolster the prowess of practitioners. For those nobles, these elixirs are not merely precious medicines, but also symbols of status and prestige. Accompanied by high-quality weaponry, these armaments far surpass the craftsmanship, materials, and performance of anything currently available on the continent. Whether it be the exquisitely sharp swords, the robust and durable armor, or the formidable bows and crossbows, these items have become highly sought after by the nobility for both collection and military purposes. The Shanghua Merchant Guild, capitalizing on these unique resources, has swiftly risen to prominence on the commercial stage of the continent. Over the past 3 years, although I have not personally taken up office in my territory, I have meticulously selected and dispatched trusted confidants to manage it. During this period, my fief, Huanyue Province, has undergone a tremendous transformation, truly embodying the phrase "a new visage each day." Once, the area around the Hungry Wolf Gorge was plagued by rampant banditry, with these brigands akin to a swarm of flies, severely disrupting local commerce. Merchant caravans frequently fell victim to plunder, deterring many traders from venturing into the region, which undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Huanyue Province's economy. However, following the Battle of the Gorge, coupled with the support of my family's Merchant Guild and the clandestine backing of the Shanghua Merchant Guild, the commercial development of Huanyue Province surged forth like a steed unleashed from its reins. Trade routes became unimpeded once more, with merchants flocking to Huanyue Province. Exotic treasures, fine silks, and locally produced artisanal goods and agricultural products were exchanged fervently in the markets and towns of Huanyue Province. Shops of all sizes sprouted like mushrooms after rain, infusing the streets and alleys with commercial vitality. I am acutely aware that agriculture is the foundation of a territory's development. Hence, I have consistently prioritized and vigorously supported agricultural advancement. Among numerous initiatives, the abolition of agricultural taxes stands out as a particularly impactful decision. Once this policy was implemented, it spread like a gentle spring breeze across every inch of Huanyue Province's farmlands. The burdens on the farmers were significantly alleviated, their faces radiant with joy, and their enthusiasm for tilling the land soared to unprecedented heights. They eagerly reclaimed wastelands, improved cultivation techniques, and meticulously tended to their crops. In the fertile fields, crops flourished and grain yields increased year after year. Furthermore, I cleverly utilized the special relationship of my grandmother, the Elven Queen. She holds a revered status and wields considerable influence within the Elven community. Through this connection, I introduced many of the elves' unique products to Huanyue Province and propelled them into broader markets. The Elven specialties, imbued with mystery and unique charm, garnered immense attention. Whether it be the herbs exuding strange fragrances with miraculous effects or the exquisitely crafted handicrafts, they created a sensation in the marketplace. Buyers from all over were willing to pay handsomely for these treasures. This series of commercial operations brought substantial financial influx to Huanyue Province. With the vigorous development of commerce and agriculture, Huanyue Province's allure has continually intensified. More and more individuals, drawn by tales of its prosperity, have brought their families to settle here. To bolster the population, we proclaimed that anyone who arrived would be granted land and housing free of charge. Initially, Huanyue Province housed fewer than 100,000 inhabitants, with only a single town, Dream City. However, after 3 years of development, the population has surged to 1 million. The once quiet lands are now bustling with lively towns and thriving villages, teeming with vitality and energy. Yet, as Huanyue Province flourished, I found myself ensconced within the mysterious and unique space of the Xiaoyao sacred ring. It felt as though I had entered a secluded realm, suffused with ethereal energy that danced like lively spirits in the air. I sat cross-legged in this energy-rich area, my heart brimming with anticipation and determination to break through to the great ascension stage. After countless rounds of cultivation, I was finally prepared to launch my assault upon this pinnacle. Drawing a deep breath, I gradually closed my eyes and began to guide the immense spiritual energy within me along a specific route. A gentle glow gradually emanated around me, initially faint, akin to the first light of dawn. However, as the flow of spiritual energy accelerated, the radiance intensified. White garments began to flutter lightly, resonating with an invisible force. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to a tremendous call, surging towards me from all directions, coalescing into visible torrents of spiritual flow. These torrents rushed forth like roaring rivers, continuously flooding into my body. I felt as if I were an insatiable black hole, greedily consuming this spiritual energy, each strand of energy enriching the potency within me. As the influx of spiritual energy intensified, my meridians began to endure immense pressure, akin to being scorched by fierce flames, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through me. Yet, I gritted my teeth and persevered, focusing all my mental faculties on the circulation of spiritual power. This moment. Mysterious runes began to flicker across my skin, resembling ancient incantations imbued with boundless power. The frequency of these runes flickered faster and faster, resonating with the spiritual energy within me, creating a wondrous harmony. My consciousness gradually sank into an ethereal state, as though I were enveloped by a vast starry sky. In this celestial expanse, I could distinctly sense my soul undergoing a continuous metamorphosis and elevation. The surrounding stars shimmered with brilliant light, seemingly assisting in my breakthrough. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from within me, piercing through the mist of spiritual energy within the Xiaoyao sacred ring. This golden light resembled the dawn sun, illuminating the entire space in an instant. Amidst the radiance, my figure flickered in and out of view, surrounded by spiritual energy that burned like flames, fierce and powerful. Accompanied by a deafening roar, I successfully broke through to the great ascension stage. In that moment, I felt as if I had been reborn, endowed with unprecedented power and a deeper comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth, just as I was immersed in the immense joy of my breakthrough. A clear voice resonated like thunder, suddenly shattering the tranquility of the space. Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the great ascension stage. This unexpected voice startled me, causing me to tense up like a frightened deer. My muscles taut with apprehension that I scanned my surroundings warily and exclaimed, Who is speaking? Yet, no figure appeared in sight, intensifying my confusion and anxiety. Just as I was on high alert, a ripple akin to water waves emerged in front of me. Following this, a beautiful figure slowly materialized from the void. She possessed an enchanting figure, a stunning visage, and her pair of lively eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the stars and seas. While her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, she parted her crimson lips and spoke softly, Young master, there is no need to fear. I am the spirit of the Xiaoyao sacred ring. And my name is Linger. I widened my eyes in disbelief, pointing at her as I stammered, You are a spirit? Linger slightly inclined her body, her demeanor respectful and gentle as she replied, Indeed, young master. I furrowed my brow, my confusion undiminished by her response, and thus I inquired further, Why did you not appear before? Linger gently lifted her head to meet my gaze, a hint of helplessness in her eyes as she slowly replied, Previously, your cultivation was too low to awaken me. Upon hearing this explanation, I felt a tinge of embarrassment, scratching my head and offering a sheepish smile as I said, So that's how it is. I composed myself and asked, Now that you have appeared, is there something special at hand? Linger smiled softly, saying, Young master, your breakthrough to the great ascension stage is a significant event. Now you possess sufficient strength to explore some secrets within the Xiaoyao sacred ring. My eyes brightened with curiosity as I queried, Secrets? What secrets? Linger tantalizingly winked, saying, Young master, this secret should not be revealed too easily. However, if you accompany me, you shall soon discover. I hesitated, still uncertain of Linger's intentions so soon after our introduction. Sensing my apprehension, she reassured me, Do not worry, young master. We are one and the same. Your strength benefits me as well. I will not harm you. After contemplating, I found merit in her words and replied, Very well. I shall accompany you to see that. Linger beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Young master, you truly are a person of forthrightness. Let us set off at once." As I followed Linger forward, I inquire, "Linger, just how vast is the space within the Xiaoyao sacred ring?" She replied, "Young master, the inner space of the Xiaoyao sacred ring is boundless, filled with many wondrous places you have yet to encounter. We are merely heading to a small part of it." I marveled. How extraordinary. I had no idea it was so magnificent, Linger remarked. In the past, the young master lacked the cultivation to truly perceive it. She raised her gaze slightly, her expression earnest as she continued. "Young master, consider this. If the Xiaoyao sacred ring were merely a boundless space serving as an ordinary realm for cultivation, it would hardly be worthy of the title sacred ring." My heart brimmed with curiosity, and a flicker of doubt sparkled in my eyes as I responded, "Oh, I see. Besides these attributes, what other extraordinary functions does the Xiaoyao sacred ring possess?" Linger gracefully flicked her sleeve, continuing at a measured pace. "Young master, prior to this, the Xiaoyao sacred ring already possessed the ability to store items, facilitate cultivation, and enhance the wearer's defensive and offensive capabilities. Now, in addition to the further enhancement of these abilities, it has acquired an exceptionally wondrous power, the ability to control time and traverse dimensions." Upon hearing Linger's words, images of the time spirit pearl immediately surfaced in my mind, and I could not help but exclaim, "Controlling time, isn't that akin to the time spirit pearl?" Linger gently shook her head, patiently elucidating, "Young master, the distinction is quite significant. Essentially, the time spirit pearl merely accelerates the flow of time, as if an invisible force propels time to hasten its passage. However, the Xiaoyao sacred ring is fundamentally different. It genuinely augments time itself." I furrowed my brow, still struggling to comprehend, and replied, "What exactly is the difference?" "It sounds rather similar to." Linger gracefully shifted her stance, moving closer to me as she continued, "Young master, allow me to elaborate. If one were to cultivate within the time spirit pearl for a millennium, while only a year passes outside, it may seem advantageous. Yet a significant drawback exists. The age of the individual cultivating within the time spirit pearl would also increase by a millennium. This is precisely why the master has never cultivated within the time spirit pearl. Conversely, the Xiaoyao sacred ring is entirely different. If you were to control the time flow within the ring at a ratio of 1 to 1,000, cultivating for 1,000 years within the ring would result in only a single year passing outside, with your age increasing by merely 1 year. I nodded thoughtfully and said, "I see now. The capabilities of the Xiaoyao sacred ring are truly formidable. That IT is akin to a tailored accelerator for cultivators, significantly enhancing the speed of their cultivation without the adverse side effects of accelerated aging, like that of the time spirit pearl. You cannot imagine how worried I was, fearing that Kangwu and the others would perish due to their slow cultivation speed to preserve their lives. I exerted considerable effort, ultimately sealing them away in hopes of prolonging their lifespan." Linger gently nodded and added, "Young master, you may not be aware, but the spatial barriers in this world are exceedingly thin. Countless subspaces exist beyond this continent, along with other lands. Ascending further leads to the celestial realm, where the most formidable power is held by the 6-winged angels. Above the celestial realm lies the enigmatic divine realm, the domain of the light god, as spoken of by the people of the continent. In the divine realm, the mightiest power belongs to the 12-winged angels. Young master, you can utilize the ability to traverse dimensions to send your subordinates to various locations based on their strengths. Those with lesser abilities can be dispatched to subspaces or other continents to develop their influence. This will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Consider this. Developing in different places not only offers them greater opportunities, but also enables you to establish influence across various realms, thereby amplifying your impact in this world." I slightly lifted my head, my gaze reflecting approval as I addressed Ling. "You make a valid point. Your insights have indeed inspired me. This world is so intricate, with varying levels of power and opportunity in each space and realm. Sending them to different locations to expand their influence will allow them to realize their life's value, while simultaneously bolstering my future plans." As I spoke, I envisioned a grand blueprint in my mind, as if I could already see them flourishing in diverse realms, while my power spread like stars across the vast expanse. Then, with a serious expression, I clasped my hands together, murmuring incantations as I gradually awakened Kangwu and the others from their slumber. They emerged, appearing somewhat fatigued yet steadfast in their resolve. I gazed at them and slowly spoke. Kangwu, you have all reached a bottleneck in your cultivation, a fact you are undoubtedly aware of. Continuing to immerse yourselves in training will only lead to stagnation, and over time, the essence of cultivation may be lost to you. I paused, my gaze resolute as I surveyed each of them, and continued. I now have a plan that I intend to send you to various locations, such as the Divine Realm, the Celestial Realm, and other realms. These places are brimming with opportunities and challenges, ideal for you to break through your current limitations. Once there, you must develop your influence discreetly. Our goal extends beyond personal cultivation. We must focus on broader strategies. At this point, I wave my sleeve gently, revealing piles of shimmering resources beside me. I gestured toward these supplies, stating, I have also prepared various essential resources for you. These materials will help you establish a firm foothold and thrive in those realms. Utilize these resources wisely and develop your influence diligently, always ready to await my command. Upon hearing my words, Kangwu stepped forward, respectfully clasping his fists in salute, and replied, My lord, your plan is indeed far-sighted. We have followed you for many years and understand that your decisions are always for our benefit. We shall not disappoint your expectations and will exhaust our efforts to develop our influence in those realms. Awaiting your summons, the others echoed in unison, their voices resonating with unwavering resolve. Yes, my lord. Their affirmations filled the air, imbued with a sense of determination. I then turned to Linga, my eyes reflecting trust and anticipation, and softly instructed, Linger, please assess Kangwu and the others' abilities and characteristics, then determine the most suitable realms for their development, and send them accordingly. Linger nodded obediently. Her voice clear as she responded, Understood, young master. With a gentle closing of her eyes, Linger appeared to swiftly organize the information about everyone and the characteristics of each realm in her mind. Moments later, she opened her eyes abruptly, her hands moving gracefully as she began to chant a complex and mysterious incantation. As she spoke, the surrounding space shimmered with strange ripples. Then, with a flick of her wrist, hundreds of portals emanating vibrant hues appeared before us. Some glimmered with a pure white light, seemingly leading to the divine realm. Others radiated a mysterious blue aura, resembling an entryway to the celestial realm, while others shone with various unusual colors, likely connecting to different realms. That Linger methodically began to arrange for everyone to enter the portals. She first turned to Kangwu, her gaze steady as she stated, Kangwu, your strength is formidable, and your character is steady and resolute. It is most fitting for you to develop in the divine realm. There the strong abound, providing an excellent opportunity for you to surpass yourself. Kangwu respectfully bowed to Linger and replied, Thank you, Miss Linger, for your consideration. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal leading to the divine realm. Linger then assessed the others, arranging each according to their respective situations and guiding them into the appropriate portals. Each individual, filled with determination, stepped into their designated portal without a moment's hesitation as the last person entered. The portals gradually closed, vanishing as suddenly as they had appeared, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Once I successfully dispatched Kangwu and the others to their respective realms, I took a moment to calm my thoughts and began to explore the capabilities of the Xiaoyao sacred ring in detail. After some exploration, I gained a general understanding of its numerous wondrous aspects. Indeed, this sacred ring is a top-tier artifact. Subsequently, I focused on solidifying the cultivation breakthrough I had just achieved. After all, this new realm requires a firm foundation to ensure I possess a more robust strength for the challenges that lie ahead. Once everything was secure, I emerged from the unique space of the Xiaoyao sacred ring and swiftly returned to my familiar chamber. Upon entering the room, I settled into a large chair, adjusted my breath, and then raised my voice to call out, Mo and to the entrance. Mo Ing, who had been quietly waiting, instantly perked up his ears upon hearing my call. He gently pushed open the door and entered with measured steps. clasping his hands respectfully as he said, "My lord, how may I serve you?" I raised my gaze to Mo Ing, a hint of inquiry in my eyes, and asked, "Mo Ing, during my secluded meditation, has anything of significance transpired?" Mo Ing promptly replied, "My lord, indeed there have been a few matters of note. Firstly, an E and Njio have sent over the earnings they accrued during this time, that my lord, you may be aware that they have been quite industrious, amassing a total of 100 million gold coins. This is the magic gold card. Please take a look at as he spoke, and Mo Ing presented the magic gold card with both hands, and I took the card, weighing it lightly in my hands, and remarked, they have done well. Are there any other matters? Mo Ing continued, "My lord, there is indeed another issue, and was sent word that the Kingdom of Kasa has been exhibiting some unusual activities lately. They are secretly mobilizing troops, seemingly preparing to assault the Iron Blood Fortress." Upon hearing this news, my brow furrowed slightly, and with a hint of concern, I said, "The Kingdom of Kasa has been increasingly unruly. The Iron Blood Fortress is a critical line of defense for us. If it were to fall, the consequences would be dire. Thus, please inform and Wu to find a clever opportunity to casually relay this information to my father. His experience surely equips him to respond appropriately." O Ing respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, my lord, I shall make the arrangements at once." That I nodded, and then Mo Ing added, "My lord, there is yet another matter. In 3 days, the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce will be hosting its annual auction, an event that draws the attention of the entire continent. Njio has inquired whether you wish to attend." That I pondered for a moment, considering the current complex situation and the need for discretion, then replied, "Have him arrange a private box for me, but let us maintain a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention." That Mo Ing responded, "Understood, my lord. Your foresight is commendable. I shall notify Njio accordingly." I waved him off, saying, "Very well. You may go." Mo Ing turned and slowly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. That I leaned back in my chair, beginning to contemplate the potential connections and implications behind these matters. After a while, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and my mother entered with a light step. Her face radiated a warm smile, her eyes filled with concern and anticipation. Upon seeing me, she softly spoke, "Luo Chen, you have emerged from your seclusion." I lifted my head, excitement shimmering in my eyes as I replied, "Yes, mother." My mother's gaze instantly filled with eagerness as she took a few steps closer and continued to inquire, "Have you made a breakthrough?" I straightened my posture, pride swelling within me as I declared, "I am now an intermediate mage." This. My mother's eyes widened in surprise and pride, her voice bubbling with excitement as she exclaimed, "My son is truly a genius. At just 6 years old, you have achieved the rank of intermediate mage. Such an accomplishment is rare in the annals of our continent's history." That I scratched my head, feeling a bit bashful as I replied, "Mother, it is all thanks to grandmother, the Elven Queen. You know how kind she has been to me. She entrusted me with her magical insights. Additionally, she had me drink the water from the moonwell, which is truly wondrous, significantly enhancing my aptitude. Without her assistance, my progress would not have been so swift." Mother smiled and nodded, filled with appreciation as she said, "Indeed, grandmother has invested great care in your development. However, you have also worked diligently. I have witnessed your magical training every step of the way. You must not become complacent due to your recent achievements. The realm of magic is vast, with countless formidable spells awaiting your exploration." I obediently nodded, resolutely stating, "Mother, I understand. I will strive even harder." Mother gently patted my head, her voice tender as she said, "Very well. I believe in you. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" I shook my head and replied, "No, Mother, I feel invigorated, and I am eager to practice some new spells." Mother smiled and cautioned, "You must prioritize safety. When practicing new spells, start with those of lower power and progress gradually." I affirmed, "Certainly, Mother, I will be careful." Upon hearing my response, a flicker of contemplation crossed my mother's eyes, as if she suddenly recalled something. She then added, "By the way, Luo Chen, your grandfather specifically instructed me to tell you to visit him in his study as soon as you emerge from seclusion. I wonder what he wishes to discuss with you." I nodded obediently, responding without hesitation, "All right, Mother." After a brief farewell, I made my way toward grandfather's study. Walking down the long corridor, the wooden floorboards creaked softly beneath my feet. Portraits of our ancestors hung on the walls, their gazes seemingly watching over me, instilling within me a sense of duty. Soon, I arrived at the heavy wooden door of grandfather's study. Taking a deep breath, I raised my hand and gently knocked. A moment later, grandfather's deep and authoritative voice resonated from within. "Is that you, Luo Chen?" I hurriedly replied, "Yes, grandfather." His voice softened considerably. "Come in." I gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. There sat grandfather behind an ancient wooden desk, surrounded by a myriad of magical tomes and scrolls that I approached respectfully and asked, "Grandfather, what brings you to summon me?" Grandfather lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and penetrating as he slowly spoke. "You are now 6 years old. In 1 month, the Junior Magic Martial Academy will begin its enrollment, and I intend to send you there." Upon hearing this, I felt a tinge of reluctance, despite my physical age of 6. My soul was over 30. The thought of attending classes with a group of children was rather disheartening. I quickly replied, "Grandfather, I believe I need not attend. You see, I'm already an intermediate mage. Moreover, the teachers there surely cannot compare to those at home. With mother guiding me, that is more than sufficient. Grandmother has shared her magical insights and alchemical knowledge with me, as a princess of the Elven kingdom. Mother has reached the level of a magic tutor, far surpassing most teachers at the academy. Her instruction is more than adequate." I spoke. I flipped my hand, revealing a mysterious, glowing dragon pearl that appeared in my palm. I stepped forward and presented it to grandfather, excitedly exclaiming, "Grandfather, look! This is my alchemical creation." Grandfather reached out, carefully accepting the dragon pearl and scrutinizing it intently. A look of puzzlement crossed his weathered face as he inquired, "What is this?" I blinked playfully and replied, "Grandfather, do you remember the magical pet, the shadow-winged eagle, that I received on my 3rd birthday?" Grandfather raised his head slightly, a nostalgic expression in his eyes as he confidently remarked, "Of course I remember. That was a highly intelligent magical pet. What has become of it?" I puffed my chest out proudly and said, "Grandfather, I have linked it to this pearl through alchemy. It took considerable effort and time. With this connection, whenever I activate it, the images the shadow-winged eagle sees will be transmitted to this pearl." Upon finishing, I closed my eyes, focusing my mind as I commanded the spirit eye, which was resting in my courtyard, through the magical contract with the shadow-winged eagle. The spirit eye flapped its enormous wings and gracefully took flight, circling around the Luo residence. Meanwhile, I recited a brief incantation, activating the dragon pearl. In an instant, a gentle light shimmered from the pearl. Within that light, images of the Luo residence gradually came into focus, from the grand entrance to the exquisite courtyard and the bustling servants. Everything was vividly captured within the pearl. The grandfather's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a picture of shock as his mouth slightly parted, clearly taken aback by the marvelous scene before him. After receiving the dragon pearl, grandfather fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he raised his head, his expression serious as he stated, "Luo Chen, this is truly a remarkable alchemical product. Its value is certainly no less than that of a divine artifact. You must be extremely cautious with it. Do not let outsiders know." Observing grandfather's solemn demeanor, I feigned confusion, despite understanding the underlying reasons, and asked, "Why, grandfather? Is it truly as precious as you say? I find it particularly amusing. With it, I can behold the scenes outside without ever stepping beyond my threshold." Grandfather gently shook his head, patiently explaining to me, "Luo Chen, you are still young and do not fully grasp the implications of this matter. If this device were to be utilized on the battlefield, its value would be immeasurable. Just imagine, if it were employed to besiege a city, we could ascertain the number of inhabitants within, the stockpile of provisions, and identify the enemy's key defensive positions. In the case of a field battle, with this at our disposal, I could swiftly comprehend the enemy's movements and their vulnerabilities. Once we locate their command post, we could dispatch our most elite troops to eliminate it unexpectedly. With such intelligence, what battle could we not triumph in? The significance of this information pertaining to enemy forces, supplies, and strategic deployments is invaluable." Grandfather grew increasingly animated as he continued, In the past, to gather intelligence on the battlefield, some would even employ flying mages for this task. However, mages face significant limitations while airborne. They cannot ascend too high. Once detected by the enemy, they could easily be slain by magically enhanced crossbow bolts. Consequently, the losses among mages were substantial, forcing the cessation of such practices. But now, with your alchemical product, we possess an exceptional tool for intelligence gathering. N01 would be foolish enough to waste bolts worth hundreds of gold coins on a mere griffin. Thus, this device holds tremendous military value that if it were to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would undoubtedly bring us endless trouble. If captured by the enemy, the situation would be even more dire. Images of the recent maneuvers of the Kingdom of Kasa flashed through my mind. Frequent military movements, an increase in stockpiled resources, and the pervasive atmosphere of tension along the borders. Contemplating this, I raised my head to look at grandfather. Speaking earnestly, "So this dragon pearl is truly remarkable, grandfather. Could you assist me in delivering it to father? You are aware that he is currently commanding at the front, where the battlefield conditions are ever-changing. Every advantageous factor could prove pivotal in determining victory, that if father possesses this item, he could gain early insight into numerous enemy situations, such as troop distributions and supply locations. This would significantly enhance his chances of success." Upon hearing my request, grandfather's eyes brimmed with pride as he affectionately ruffled my hair, saying, "Very well, Luo Chen, you are indeed a good child." My eyes sparkled with delight, and a surge of anticipation filled my heart, prompting me to add, "Then may I refrain from attending school? I believe that if I could dedicate myself to studying alchemy at home, I would undoubtedly create even more useful inventions which could greatly assist father and our family." Grandfather, shaking his head gently, replied with gravity, "I recognize your magical and alchemical talents, but there is another crucial reason for sending you to school. You must understand that you will inevitably traverse the halls of power in the future. The majority of students at the Junior Martial Arts Academy are noble scions, and forming connections with them will benefit your future career immensely as for the children of commoners, should they exhibit talent. You may also recruit them for your endeavors. This will be a vital strategy for your future development." Listening to grandfather's words, I felt a tinge of helplessness. I knew that with my current abilities, I might not glean anything of substance at the academy, and I harbored certain secrets that were not yet the time to disclose. Yet, looking into grandfather's hopeful eyes, I did not wish to disappoint him. So I could only respond, "All right, grandfather." Grandfather's expression turned grave as he continued, "The continent is increasingly unstable. Take, for instance, the emergence of 3 formidable organizations in recent years that cannot be underestimated. First is the Shadow Blade Alliance, a group that operates with extreme secrecy, its members being exceptional assassins, like blades hidden in the dark, poised to strike at their targets. Then there is the Star Network, whose intelligence network spans the entire continent, leaving no information beyond their grasp, resembling a vast and invisible web enveloping the land. Lastly, we have the Prosperous Commerce Guild, which appears merely engaged in commercial transactions. Yet the power behind it is intricate, controlling vast resources and wealth, wielding significant influence in the economic realm. To this day, no one knows the identity of the masterminds behind these organizations, and rumors abound that they are tied to other ecclesiastical factions." After absorbing grandfather's words, my curiosity piqued. I could not help but inquire, "What do you mean by other ecclesiastical factions? I thought the Church of Light was the only one on this continent." Grandfather sighed softly, responding slowly. "A millennium ago, following the harrowing war of the gods and demons, the entire landscape of the continent shifted dramatically. The Church of Light grew and flourished after the conflict, its influence spreading like a tide, gradually dominating the beliefs of the land. Other sects, under the oppressive force of the Church of Light, lost their followers and territories, leading to their eventual decline. To survive, these churches were forced into the shadows, concealing their presence and quietly gathering strength." I nodded slightly, my expression a mix of understanding and confusion, replying, "Oh, so that's how it is that I never knew such a history existed." Though I appeared to accept this information calmly, deep within, a thought began to take root. How splendid it would be if other churches could bear the blame for me. This way, the public scrutiny of me would undoubtedly diminish, allowing me to evade the incessant gazes and gossip that surrounded me, granting me a bit of peace to pursue my aspirations. As I pondered this, a smile involuntarily crept across my lips, as if I could already envision a future filled with ease and contentment. Grandfather furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face, as he added, "Moreover, the current state of the continent is becoming increasingly chaotic. The Church of Light, once an unassailable authority, now finds its influence waning. Previously, the three great empires were wary of the Church of Light, hesitant to act rashly. However, it seems the Church can no longer suppress their ambitions. Each of these empires seeks to expand their territories amidst the turmoil in this environment. Other nations are also restless, hastening their preparations for war. As you can see, the prices of various military supplies have surged as if enchanted, rising relentlessly. Furthermore, to ensure their domestic supplies remain sufficient, countries are restricting exports. Your father, now holding a significant position in the military, is increasingly occupied with navigating this complex situation, resulting in his rare returns. Luo Chen, you must be cautious outside. I have a persistent feeling that our family, the Luo clan, will flourish under your stewardship." I listened to grandfather with a bewildered expression, my mind filled with countless questions and confusion. Instinctively, I reached up to scratch my head, furrowing my brows in perplexity as I asked, "Grandfather, why do you hold such beliefs? What makes you think I can lead our family to prosperity and greatness? Besides, there is still my elder brother. According to our family's long-standing traditions, should the time come for someone to take charge, it should undoubtedly be him, not me. I simply cannot comprehend this." Grandfather's eyes, weathered yet wise, bore into mine, seemingly seeking to penetrate my exterior and glimpse my innermost soul. His voice was deep and measured, imbued with the weight of experience. "This is merely a vague premonition I harbor. Luo Chen, for reasons unknown, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed an indescribable aura of mystery surrounding you. It is a truly strange feeling, one that even I cannot articulate." Upon hearing grandfather's words, my curiosity intensified, my eyes widening like two luminous gems, sparkling with eagerness as I implored, "Grandfather, please tell me, what about me strikes you as mysterious?" Grandfather gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his weathered face as he replied, "My child, I cannot clearly articulate the reasons behind this feeling. However, I do not wish to pry too deeply. After all, everyone possesses their own little secrets. You must always bear in mind a singular truth, regardless of the time or place. You are an integral part of our illustrious Luo family. This is a truth etched in our very bones and coursing through our veins, and no matter what endeavors you may pursue in the future, our entire clan will steadfastly stand behind you, serving as your most solid and reliable support. However, at the same time, you must not forget the weighty responsibility that comes from belonging to this family. This obligation pertains not only to the honor and decline of the Luo lineage, but is intricately connected to each family member. Therefore, my dear child, forge ahead with courage, but never lose sight of your roots." I fixed my gaze unwaveringly upon my grandfather's weathered yet benevolent visage, then resolutely patted my chest and declared with a voice that resonated with conviction, "Grandfather, you may rest assured, regardless of how time may flow or how circumstances may change, I shall forever remain your most cherished grandson and an inseparable part of the Luo family. Even if the path ahead is fraught with thorns and obstacles, and should a tempest await me, I shall not entertain the slightest notion of retreat, for I am acutely aware that upholding the family's interests surpasses all else. This is not merely my duty, but an inescapable mission. Thus, whatever may transpire in the future, I shall resolutely step forward and devote myself to safeguarding our warm and harmonious family, never betraying the hopes and trust you have placed in me." My grandfather, with a heart full of reassurance, responded, "Indeed, I believe in you. Although you are still young, I can sense within you a vigorous spirit, a sense of responsibility and mission towards the family. Now, off you go. You must understand that this time should be well utilized to organize your belongings. For school will commence next month. In school, You must diligently pursue knowledge, for it is of utmost importance to your growth and our family's future." I nodded obediently, replying, "All right, grandfathered, I shall take my leave now." "I will follow your advice, and please take care of your health." Grandfather smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Very well. Off you go." Thus, 3 tranquil days passed. During this time, I was engrossed in preparation for the annual auction of the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce. On this day, Mo Ing hurriedly approached to report, "My lord, we are set to depart. The annual auction of the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce is about to commence." That I rose and replied, "Very well. Let us proceed." Our party galloped swiftly, the sound of hooves echoing in the heavens, raising clouds of dust. After a brisk journey, we finally beheld the headquarters of the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce in the capital. From afar, the headquarters stood like an imposing castle amidst the bustling city, stirring a sense of awe within us. As we drew nearer, the grandeur of the building became increasingly apparent. The towering archway loomed majestically, with intricately carved stone pillars supporting the expansive porch, each detail showcasing unparalleled luxury and refinement. The square before the entrance bustled with throngs of people and a steady stream of vehicles. Yet the edifice emanated an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur, as if proclaiming the formidable strength and esteemed status of the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce. O Ing led the way, dismounting with agility and approaching the entrance with measured steps. With a smile, he politely presented an invitation letter to the reception staff, saying, "Greetings, this is our invitation. Please escort us to our private box." The receptionist, adorned in a splendid robe embroidered with golden threads that shimmered brilliantly, approached us with an elegant grace. Almost as if dancing, he slightly bowed, extending his long, fair hands to carefully accept the invitation. Upon receiving the letter, he swiftly scanned the text with his starry eyes, then leaned in for a closer inspection, as if imprinting each word into his memory. Moments later, his previously tranquil countenance erupted into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the spring, straightening his posture. He respectfully announced, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." With that, he slightly turned to the side, taking a small step forward, his right hand gesturing in an elegant invitation for us to follow. Thus, we trailed behind this courteous guide along a long corridor. The corridor was spacious and well-lit, with walls adorned with an array of exquisite artworks. There were lifelike sculptures, vibrant oil paintings, and antiquated porcelain, each piece a testament to extraordinary craftsmanship and unique creativity, reflecting the owner's remarkable taste and substantial wealth. Before long, under the guidance of the receptionist, we arrived at the entrance of a meticulously prepared private box. Upon opening the door, a refreshing and pleasant aroma enveloped us. The interior of the box was adorned in exquisite elegance. Soft, comfortable cushions covered the seating, making one feel as though they were sinking into a cloud. A finely carved wooden tea table occupied the center, adorned with a set of translucent tea where that exuded a subtle fragrance. The most striking feature was the enormous window, through which one could clearly overlook the entire auction scene below, providing an unparalleled vantage point to appreciate the grandeur of the event. After a considerable pause, silence still enveloped the room. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by like a phantom, appearing in an instant within the chamber. It was Ensure Air, whose movements were as swift as the wind, his steps light and graceful, as if he had melded with the surrounding environment, making not a single sound. Upon entering, he bowed deeply, clasping his hands in salute, and then gracefully knelt on one knee, his actions fluid and unhurried. His composed stature and respectful demeanor inspired a sense of reverence. He then spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Your subordinate pays his respects to you, my lord." Though his voice was soft, it was imbued with boundless respect and loyalty. I could see that moment. I sat composed in my chair, my expression serene and my gaze tranquil. Upon hearing Ensure Air's salutation, I nodded slightly and responded in a calm tone. Raised, my words were succinct, yet carried an undeniable authority. With my permission granted, Ensure Air swiftly stood, executing his movements with precision. He once again clasped his hands in salute, expressing his gratitude. This time, his voice was tinged with genuine appreciation. "Thank you, my lord." These simple 3 words were laden with his profound respect and obedience. My gaze fell upon him, revealing unmistakable approval in my eyes, a warmth akin to the gentle sun in spring. Then, I slightly lifted my head and spoke in a measured yet meaningful tone. Time passes swiftly. 3 years have flown by. During this prolonged period, you have devoted yourselves wholeheartedly to the intricate affairs of the chamber, tirelessly and diligently. Though I have not been directly involved, I have quietly observed the subtle changes and growth of the chamber. Pausing briefly, I continued in a soft voice. Now, under your meticulous stewardship, the chamber has blossomed like a rising star, shining brilliantly. All business operations are progressing and expanding in an orderly manner, whether in trade or internal management. A scene of prosperity and flourishing is evident. Even amidst this tumultuous era, we have successfully carved out a vast domain uniquely our own through our wisdom and courage. Whenever I reflect on this, my heart swells with uncontainable pride. As I reached this point, my smile deepened, and my tone grew more earnest. What I have witnessed today is the fruitful outcome of your relentless efforts. This achievement not only merits affirmation, but also stands as a potent expectation for your future development. Therefore, as a reward for your hard work, I lightly waved my sleeve, and 4 round, lustrous elixirs appeared in my palm. Radiating a gentle glow, I held the elixirs in my hand, my expression grave yet earnest as I introduced them to everyone. These elixirs significantly enhance your innate talents, akin to unblocking the meridians, empowering you on the arduous path of cultivating your skills and increasing your strength. And sure, Air's eyes were fixated on the elixir, his gaze as if drawn by a magnet, unable to look away. In that instant, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered deep within his eyes, as if this elixir were the treasure he had long yearned for. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ensure Air swiftly regained his composure. Burying that trace of astonishment deep within his heart, he bowed respectfully, addressing the figure before him with sincere words. "My lord, your generosity towards us, your subordinates, is akin to bestowing upon us a new life and reshaping our very souls. Were it not for your magnanimous provision of opportunities to rise and your unwavering trust and support, how could we possibly have achieved the remarkable accomplishments we celebrate today? We might still be languishing in the slave market or living in a manner unworthy of humanity, perhaps even facing death itself. Thus, everything we strive for at this moment is merely our duty as your subordinates. We dare not claim these trivial achievements as our own." I slowly raised my head, gently shaking it, the motion delicate yet resolute. My gaze was like a beacon, unwaveringly fixed ahead, as if I could pierce through all obstacles and doubts. Then I spoke. I've always adhered to a principle of clear rewards and punishments, conducting my affairs with utmost diligence. Here, anyone who has rendered service is entitled to receive appropriate rewards. This is an indisputable truth, a matter of natural justice. Therefore, there is no need for you to hesitate or decline. Please accept this honor and reward that rightfully belongs to you." After delivering these words, I paused briefly, casting an encouraging and trusting glance at Shire. He looked back at me, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Yet upon encountering my steadfast and unyielding gaze, he understood my resolve. Thus, he nodded slightly, ceasing his refusals, and slowly extended his hands, reverently accepting the invaluable elixir from my palm. In that moment, his hands trembled slightly with excitement, as if the elixir bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Once the elixir settled firmly in his grasp, and Shire took a deep breath and raised his head, once again gazing at me with profound gratitude. His voice tinged with emotion as he said, "Thank you, my lord. Such great kindness is something I shall never forget. In the future, I will certainly go through fire and water for you." Without hesitation, with that, he knelt on one knee as a gesture of loyalty. That I shifted the conversation, continuing, "Please provide me with the list of items for this auction that I wish to see what treasures have been prepared for this event." And Shire immediately responded, "Yes." He swiftly retrieved a meticulously crafted list from his garments and presented it to me with both hands. That I extended my own hands to accept the list, feeling an invisible force tugging at my attention as I grasped it. My gaze first fell upon the prominent title at the top, before gradually descending down the list. As I scrutinized each item, Some were succinctly described in just a few words, while others were elaborately detailed, akin to a short narrative, meticulously outlining various aspects of the items. Time passed, and the surroundings seemed to grow increasingly quiet, with only the sound of my heartbeat and breathing resonating in the stillness as I focused intently on the list before me. Finally, when my eyes reached the end of the list, I gently closed my eyes, pausing momentarily as my mind rapidly processed all the information I had just absorbed. After a brief moment, I reopened my eyes, a subtle smile gracing my lips, a barely perceptible expression of delight emerging. Simultaneously, a spark of excitement ignited in the depths of my gaze, dazzling like a brilliant firework suddenly illuminating the night sky. Subsequently, I slowly lifted my head, my eyes piercing as I directed my gaze straight at Inshire, who sat across from me. After a brief pause, I cleared my somewhat dry throat and spoke in a measured tone. After my thorough examination and contemplation, I must say that this list is indeed quite remarkable, nearly flawless. However, I do have a few minor thoughts that I intend to add a few more items. This will undoubtedly elevate our auction to an unprecedented climax. I believe this strategy will significantly enhance our trading guild's reputation and prestige, allowing more people to become acquainted with us. And Shire bowed respectfully, murmuring, "As you command, my lord." At that moment, I calmly raised my right hand and waved it gently. In an instant, two soft beams of light shimmered, and as they dissipated, two exquisite vials materialized before the gathered audience. I gazed steadily at them, pointing to one vial radiating a faint purple glow, and announced, "This vial contains purple flame honey, a rare treasure of the world. It possesses miraculous properties. Anyone who consumes it will retain eternal youth, with no trace of age marring their being. Furthermore, it enhances magical power, serving as a divine boon for those who seek to amplify their magical prowess." I paused, shifting my gaze to the other vial, which was enveloped in a delicate white aura. I continued, "Now, observe this vial. Within it is foundation liquid. For cultivators, this is a coveted treasure. Consuming it enables one to enhance their cultivation aptitude, meaning they can traverse the path of cultivation more swiftly and effortlessly, breaking through realms with greater ease." I slightly raised my chin, a hint of pride in my expression, and leisurely continued, "These items, in our eyes, may not seem particularly extraordinary. After all, what we have experienced and possess is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Yet you must understand, for others on this continent, these treasures are as rare as stars in the sky. They might spend their entire lives in pursuit of even a fraction of them. In their world, the eternal youth and magical enhancement offered by purple flame honey, as well as the remarkable capability of foundation liquid to improve cultivation aptitude, are like treasures from a dream, utterly unattainable. Once these treasures appear on the continent, they will undoubtedly incite envy and competition among countless individuals, for their intrinsic value is simply too immense." And Shire's eyes brimmed with reverence, and he bowed slightly. Admiration etched on his face as he spoke. "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. With the inclusion of purple flame honey and foundation liquid, we possess exceptional resources. If we seize this rare opportunity, we shall undoubtedly elevate our guild's standing within this continent. With these precious items, our guild's reputation will spread widely, attracting more powerful individuals and affluent merchants to collaborate or trade with us. Our connections and resources will expand tremendously, ensuring that our commercial avenues become even more fluid and unimpeded. Thus, our guild's progress will undoubtedly soar to new heights." A knowing smile crept upon my lips as I replied, "Do not think that my intention in presenting these items is solely to elevate the guild. I have other objectives in mind. Look at this capital city. Beneath its seemingly tranquil facade lies a torrent of undercurrents. I intend to stir these waters, for only when they are muddied will the hidden forces and conflicts rise to the surface. In such chaos, various factions will clash for their interests, resulting in a tumultuous scene, and in that moment, we shall find our opportunity. Just as the old adage states, in murky waters, one can fish. We can discreetly procure the benefits we desire amidst the turmoil, achieving goals that would be unattainable in times of calm." That I raised my hand slightly, my expression turning serious as I softly instructed, "Very well. You may take your leave now. Exercise caution. Do not let anyone see you depart from my presence. You are aware that our relationship is particularly delicate at this juncture, and we must keep it concealed from the outside world. Should any trace of our dealings be detected, it might shatter the fragile tranquility I have managed to cultivate. While these potential developments may not pose significant trouble for me, I am keen to preserve my current peaceful existence. After all, I have painstakingly created this sanctuary where I can relax completely, free from the clamor and distractions of the outside world. Here, there are no intrigues, nor the need to navigate complex social entanglements. Only simplicity, purity, and the deep-seated tranquility and satisfaction within. Therefore, I must do everything in my power to safeguard this haven, allowing no disturbances to disrupt. In Shire, comprehending my intent, lowered his head respectfully, saluting with clasped fists as he assuredly replied, "Yes, my lord, I understand your concerns. I shall take my leave now and will not betray your trust." With that, Shire silently turned, cautiously retreating to a concealed area, swiftly vanishing from my sight. Inside the resplendent auction hall, crystal chandeliers cast bright and gentle light, illuminating rows of luxurious seats. Upon these seats are seated formidable warriors, affluent merchants, and nobles hailing from various realms of the kingdom. At the forefront of the grand hall stands an opulent stage, veiled by a faint magical barrier to prevent any unforeseen mishaps with the auctioned items. On the stage, a flamboyantly robed auctioneer occupies the center, wielding a gem-encrusted magic wand. With a graceful flick, a brilliant luminescence unfolds in the air, forming a series of radiant numbers. Esteemed guests, welcome to this auction. I am your auctioneer, Heian. Today, we shall unveil a collection of unparalleled treasures. His voice resonates powerfully and magnetically throughout the hall. First up for bid is a magic crystal derived from a 7th-tier fire elemental beast. The Ghost Flame Beast. This crystal harbors immense magical energy, making it an exceptional choice for crafting potent magical artifacts or wands, or for directly absorbing and enhancing one's own magical prowess. The auctioneer speaks. He gestures for an assistant to present a delicately crafted box. Upon opening it, a magic crystal emanating an ethereal blue glow captivates the audience's gaze, its radiance akin to a swirling abyss of the deepest ocean. Imbued with an alluring mystique, the crowd below erupts in a hushed murmurs. The opening bid is 10,000 gold coins, with increments no less than 1,000 gold coins. The auctioneer's resonant voice echoes through the gilded auction hall, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of excitement. In that moment, a gruff voice booms from a corner of the hall. 11,000 gold coins. All eyes are drawn to a robust young noble, clad in slightly worn yet respectable attire, his face flushed with exhilaration. His gaze is fixed intently on the mesmerizing crystal, burning with a fervor that seems capable of melting the precious gem. In his mind's eye, he envisions a future where his child, empowered by this crystal, rises to prominence within their family, leading them toward a glorious destiny. 13,000 gold coins. A cool voice interjects. The crowd turns to see a figure draped in a black cloak. Seated within the shadows of the hall, his features obscured, revealing only a pair of eyes shimmering with ghostly light, reminiscent of phosphorescence in the dark. This sorcerer bids nonchalantly, his tone unwavering, as though engaged in the most mundane of tasks. Yet, an air of confidence and enigma seems to chill the atmosphere around him. As the bidding escalates, the tension among the competitors intensifies. Some eager bidders begin to hesitate, furrowing their brows as their eyes dart between the crystal and their fellow competitors. Gripping their bidding paddles tightly, yet reluctant to call out a price. 15,000 gold coins. A young, dashing knight suddenly rises from his seat, clad in a dazzling suit of armor adorned with intricate designs. Each plate gleaming under the brilliant light of the grand chandelier above, creating a dazzling spectacle. This moment, the knight's gaze is unwaveringly fixed upon the crystal, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination and desire. A confident smile plays upon his lips, as if to declare to all present that this precious crystal is now his ultimate goal, one that he intends to claim for himself. A portly merchant stands leisurely within the crowd. his round chin cradled by a chubby hand, seemingly contemplating something of great import. His eyes flicker toward the crystal, a glint of shrewdness momentarily flashing within. What use could a mere knight have for this crystal? I bid 16,000 gold coins. His voice booms robustly, resonating throughout the auction hall, turning heads in his direction. Clearly, he is confident in his bid, believing himself capable of securing this coveted item. From his self-assured demeanor, it is evident that he possesses a clear understanding of the crystal's worth. In his deep, keen eyes, the quantity of gold seems trivial, for he knows that even an abundance of wealth is meaningless without the strength to back it up. Only when power aligns with wealth can one truly safeguard their invaluable possessions. This moment, the mysterious crystal lies quietly nearby, and his gaze is intently locked upon it, contemplating. Should he successfully acquire this gem, it would undoubtedly serve as a monumental boon for his entire family. The potent energy it encompasses could elevate the prowess of his kin and potentially enable their family to distinguish itself among myriad forces. Ascending to even greater heights, such an outcome would undoubtedly fortify and expand their family's stature and influence. This thought crosses his mind. He clenches his fist, resolutely vowing to secure this crystal. 18,000 gold coins. The young noble's face turns crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he grits his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. His wide eyes are fixed ahead, ablaze with furious determination and unyielding ambition. This sum is no trivial amount, yet for him, it holds monumental significance that it concerns not merely personal gain, but is intrinsically linked to the future of his entire lineage. Should he fail to secure this artifact, his family would face increasingly dire straits, possibly leading to their irreversible decline. Thus, he is resolute in his refusal to relinquish this opportunity easily. That moment. A delicate voice, melodious as a nightingale, chimes 20,000 gold coins. The crowd's attention shifts, drawn to a noblewoman draped in an exquisite white gown. Her refined visage resembles a blooming flower, and around her alabaster neck rests a necklace of lustrous pearls. Each bead radiating a gentle glow, harmonizing beautifully with her gown, exuding an aura of nobility and elegance. Seated gracefully, her eyes reflect an unyielding determination to prevail. The auctioneer announces, "This lady bids 20,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" A brief silence envelopes the room, punctuated only by the soft sounds of breathing and the occasional rustle of garments. Those who had previously contemplated bidding now display signs of hesitation, fully aware that 20,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. However, in the corner of the hall, a young nobleman raises the corner of his mouth in a sly smile. He leisurely plays with his wineglass, gently swirling the crimson liquid within, yet his gaze remains fixed upon the noblewoman. 25,000 gold coins. He calls out casually, his voice soft yet resonant, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. Instantly stirring waves of surprise, the noblewoman furrows her brow, taken aback that someone would dare to challenge her. She glances at the young man, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. 30,000 gold coins. She asserts, her voice imbued with resolute conviction. The young man raises an eyebrow, setting down his glass as he stands, adjusting his collar with purposeful strides toward the auctioneer. 35,000 gold coins, he declares, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the coveted item, as though it were already within his grasp. The noblewoman's expression darkens, her hands instinctively tightening around the arms of her chair, drawing a deep breath. She prepares to counter when the auctioneer eagerly exclaims, 35,000 gold coins once, 35,000 gold coins twice, 35,000 gold coins thrice. Sold! With the fall of the auction hammer, the young man beams with triumph, while the noblewoman huffs disdainfully, rising from her seat and sashaying away from the auction hall under the scrutiny of the assembled crowd, the pearls of her necklace clinking softly as if lamenting her defeat. The auctioneer clears his throat, his voice booming once more. Esteemed guests, next we present an exceedingly rare treasure, a magical sword. This sword is no ordinary weapon. It is infused with mysterious and potent magical forces. When wielded by a warrior, it significantly enhances their combat prowess, empowering them to face even the mightiest foes with the strength of a tiger. This juncture, The spotlight illuminates a beautifully crafted display, stand upon which the magical sword rests silently. The sword sheath is adorned with ancient and mysterious runes, while the hilt is embedded with a gem that radiates an ethereal blue light, as if narrating its extraordinary origin. Currently, the starting bid for this enchanted sword is set at 30,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 2,000 coins. Let us commence the auction. The auctioneer's voice reverberates throughout the hall, instantly capturing the attention of all, their gazes filled with desire and anticipation for the magical sword. In the front row, a burly man, unable to contain his excitement, bellows 30,000 gold coins. His muscular arms swell, revealing his eagerness to grasp the sword and charge into battle. Beside him, a young warrior clad in exquisite armor scoffs disdainfully, proclaiming loudly, 32,000 gold coins. His unwavering gaze is fixed upon the magical sword, as he envisions himself achieving great deeds with the back of the hall. An elderly sorcerer with snow-white hair shakes his head gently, whispering to those nearby, "This sword, though powerful, requires a worthy soul to unleash its full potential." However, his companions are too engrossed in the rising bids to heed his words. The bidding escalates. The price has surged to 40,000 gold coins, causing some to show signs of hesitation. Yet several affluent bidders remain fiercely competitive. The atmosphere in the auction hall is charged with tension and fervor, as everyone is enchanted by the allure of the magical sword. 42,000 gold coins. A middle-aged man with skin as dark as coal and eyes sharp as an eagle shouts, his voice resonating like a resounding bell, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Dressed in a sleek black outfit that accentuates his muscular physique, he exudes an aura of formidable power. In stark contrast stands a flamboyantly dressed nobleman, tall and fair-skinned, whose every gesture radiates elegance and grace. Yet, at this moment, his expression bears disdain and provocation as he coldly retorts, 45,000 gold coins. It appears that a long-standing rivalry exists between these two, each unwilling to yield, the air thick with tension. Whispers ripple through the crowd, filled with curiosity and anticipation for this fierce bidding war. At that moment, a mysterious figure in a black robe shifts slightly, his face obscured beneath the hood, rendering his expression unreadable. 50,000 gold coins, he declares, his voice low and gravelly, yet it detonates in the hall like a bombshell. Gasps of astonishment fill the air, and the previous bidders hesitate, taken aback. The middle-aged man clenches his jaw tightly, his cheeks bulging, veins protruding on his forehead, clearly determined to assert his claim. 52,000 gold coins. However, compared to his earlier boldness, his voice now quivers slightly, as though reaching its limit. Meanwhile, the nobleman furrows his brow, his eyes intently fixed on the item being auctioned, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he appears to have reached a resolution, slowly raising his head to calmly bid 55,000 gold coins. His tone remains remarkably composed, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet the crowd senses the underlying resolve and confidence. The figure in the black robe remains silent for a moment before standing up. He strides to the center of the hall. All eyes drawn to him. 60,000 gold coins, he states, his voice colder than before, as if he has already set his sights on victory. The middle-aged man shakes his head in resignation, conceding defeat. Other nobles clench their fists, ultimately sighing and returning to their seats. The auctioneer, trembling with excitement, announces 60,000 gold coins once, 60,000 gold coins twice, 60,000 gold coins thrice. Sold. As the gavel falls, the figure in the black robe approaches the auction stage, claiming the magical sword, a wave of powerful magical energy emanating from him, enveloping the entire hall and deepening the intrigue surrounding his identity. Item after item fetches lofty prices. The atmosphere of the auction reaches its zenith. The crowd's eyes reflect both reluctance and awe for the treasures already sold, while anticipation for the next item swells within them. Just as everyone assumes the auction is nearing its conclusion, the auctioneer smiles enigmatically, as if concealing endless secrets. Clearing his throat, he proclaims in a booming voice, "Next, we have 3 exceptional treasures, the true highlights of today's auction. Now, let us present the first artifact, the dragon scale armor. The auctioneer elaborates. This legendary dragon scale armor is crafted by the dwarf from the scales of mighty dragons. It is not only indestructible, but also bestows the wearer with the power of dragons, enhancing strength, speed, and defense. The starting bid is set at 800,000 gold coins, with each increase requiring a minimum of 50,000 coins at that moment. A figure who has been standing silently beside me, known as unforeseen, suddenly speaks up. My lord, this item is actually a carefully prepared gift from N12 and the others, intended for your father. However, they've been unable to find a suitable opportunity, so they devised this plan to have you acquire it at the auction, allowing you to present it to the marshal. In this way, they can achieve their goal without appearing overly conspicuous. Upon hearing Insursan's words, a wave of emotion washes over me. My subordinates, who consistently work diligently and loyally, have now shown such thoughtful consideration for me and my family that I nod slightly and respond softly. Yes, I understand. They truly are well-meaning individuals. The royal representative, the young prince adorned in resplendent attire and crowned with a diadem, raises his head slightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes that he speaks with measured calmness. 850,000 gold coins. His voice is steady and authoritative, as if declaring the royal interest in this treasure to all present. Sun Chuan, the head of the Sun family, furrows his brow, stroking his beard before proclaiming loudly, 900,000 gold coins. Sun Chuan understands that acquiring this dragon scale armor would significantly elevate the Sun family status in the court, and any young talents wearing it would surely stand out in the upcoming family competition. Yuan Jingxiong, the head of the Yuan family, snorts disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Chuan, and retorts, 950,000 gold coins. The Yuan family has always been at odds with the Sun family, and he is determined not to let them gain the upper hand in this auction. The royal representative, taken aback by the swift increase in bids, momentarily darkens his expression. However, he quickly regains his composure and declares, 1 million gold coins. The royal family, with its vast wealth, is resolute in its desire for this artifact. Sun Chuan grits his teeth, glancing at his advisor, who gives him a subtle nod. Taking a deep breath, Sun Chuan raises his bid. 1,005,000 gold coins. At this point, his palms are slightly sweaty. This price is already substantial for the Sun family. Yet, for the sake of their future, he must take the risk. Yuan Jingxiong's already stern face breaks into a mocking grin, a smile that sends chills down one's spine. With a sudden lift of his head, he casts a piercing gaze around the hall and bellows in a voice that is both high-pitched and resonant. 1,115,000 gold coins. It is well known that within the Xingyao kingdom, there are 4 prominent families. Among them, the royal family not only holds dominion over the fate of the kingdom, but also possesses the sole saint-level mage, holding an unparalleled status. While the Luo and Sun families are not to be underestimated, each boasting powerful sword saints among their ranks, excelling in martial prowess, with the Luo family backed by the Elven queen and the Sun family supported by the church. In contrast, the Yuan family has been at a disadvantage in terms of martial strength, having spent recent years developing their influence in the shadows while contending with the royal family, the Sun family, and the Luo family. Yuan Jingxiong is now confident in his family's financial capacity, believing that their substantial economic strength could allow them to compete fiercely with the royal and Sun families. Should they acquire this artifact, the Yuan family's martial prowess would draw closer to that of the other 3 families. The royal representative seems incensed by Yuan Jingxiong's bid increase, standing up and responding with a hint of irritation. 120,000 gold coins at this moment. The entire auction hall falls silent, the audience stunned into speechlessness by the soaring price. Sun Chuan's expression becomes conflicted as he weighs the pros and cons in his mind, realizing that this amount far exceeds his budget. Ultimately, he sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation as he relinquished his bid. Observing Sun Chuan's withdrawal, Yuan Jingxiong could not help but allow a subtle smile to curve his lips, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction swell within him. Just as he was about to voice his intention to raise the bid further, his granddaughter, Yuan Wanqi, standing beside him, swiftly grasped his sleeve, gently yet firmly interjecting, "Grandfather, we must refrain from increasing the bid any further. As you can see, The Sun family is already withdrawn, yet the royal family remains vigilant and competitive. Moreover, let us not forget that the Luo family has yet to make an offer. If we were to raise the bid blindly at this juncture, it would be excessively ostentatious, undoubtedly attracting the attention of the three families. Our Yuan clan has always adhered to a strategy of low-profile development. To jeopardize our family's grand ambitions for this matter would indeed be a grave miscalculation that Yuan Zhengxiong, taken aback by his granddaughter's words, sighed in resignation before responding. Your foresight is commendable, my dear girl. Alas, my heart feels a profound sense of reluctance. I have toiled for many years in the realm of martial arts, yet I have yet to break through to the level of Sword Saint. If only I were a bit stronger, I would not find myself so entangled in this bidding war, and I could secure greater glory for our family. That Yuan Wanshi gently shook her head, offering words of comfort. Grandfather, please do not speak in such a manner. The Sword Saint level is not easily attainable. There are but a handful of masters at that level across the continent. You are already extraordinarily accomplished, and your contributions to the family are recognized by all. Furrowing his brow, Yuan Zhengxiong's expression grew somber as he continued. Wanshi, you are still young and may not grasp the full extent of our circumstances. The current plight of the Yuan clan is far from optimistic. Were it not for our command over the formidable Tiger Ben Legion of 500,000, which upholds our family's prestige, we might have already been displaced from the ranks of the four great families by others. That I am increasingly concerned for the future of our family. Observing her grandfather's troubled visage, Yuan Wanshi spoke with conviction. Grandfather, please do not be so pessimistic. Though we face certain challenges at present, as long as the Yuan clan stands united, we will undoubtedly thrive. That I believe our family's future is filled with hope. With a tender gesture, Yuan Zhengxiong affectionately ruffled Yuan Wanshi's hair, imparting earnestly, I fear I may not witness that day. Wanshi, you are the beacon of hope for our Yuan clan. I believe that the prosperity of our family may very well rest in your capable hands. You have always been clever and insightful regarding family matters, and I am confident in your abilities. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yuan Wanshi's eyes, and she expressed her concerns. Grandfather, but I am a woman. The elders in our family hold traditional views and would never consent to my assuming control over family affairs. In their eyes, the future of the family should be steered by a man. Yuan Zhengxiong's gaze sharpened, his voice resolute as he declared, And what of it? As long as it leads to the strengthening of our family. Who steers the ship is of little consequence. Not concern yourself with the opinions of the elders. As long as I am here, I shall ensure you face no injustices, and I will pave the way for you. Just as the eldest prince was about to revel in the absence of further bids, a voice suddenly rang out. 130,000 gold coins. The eldest prince's expression darkened instantly. Taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to challenge the royal family's authority, clenching his fists, he contemplated for a moment before resolutely declaring, 135,000 gold coins. Unhurriedly, I replied, 140,000 gold coins. The eldest prince's eyes widened. This price had reached his limit. Though he felt reluctant, he understood he could not continue to bid, knowing that two more auction items of greater value awaited him. He glared menacingly in my direction before angrily taking his seat. The auctioneer, trembling with excitement, announced, 140,000 gold coins once, 140,000 gold coins twice, 140,000 gold coins thrice. Sold. With that final hammer strike, the legendary dragon scale armor was secured by me. Now, may we present the next auction item? The auctioneer's steady voice echoed in the auction hall. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. This item had only appeared in history once, yet it should not be underestimated. It indirectly led to the downfall of the only empire to unify the continent, the Starry Empire. This is the purple flame honey. The auctioneer continued, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, satisfied by the expressions of shock and confusion that adorned their faces. The purple flame honey is sourced from the purple flame bees, which thrive in the enchanted forest and the beast forest. This honey exhibits an enchanting purplish-red hue, appearing as if flames dance within it under the light. Legend has it that the last ruler of the Starry Empire had a favored concubine who heard of the honey's miraculous properties. believed to extend life and preserve youth. Thus, she urged the ruler to gather the majority of the nation's elite warriors and mages, led by the god of magic and the god of swords, to venture into the perilous beast forest in search of it. This endeavor, however, unleashed a series of calamities. The forest served as a sanctuary for numerous magical beasts. Although they were dangerous, they had previously refrained from attacking humans, deterred by the Starry Empire's formidable military might. However, the large-scale search party disrupted this balance. They felled trees, destroyed nests, and incited the wrath of many powerful magical beasts. The beasts began to unite in retaliation against the Starry Empire. The Imperial troops, scattered throughout the forest, struggled to mount a concentrated defense, and their lines were continuously breached. Simultaneously, back home, as a significant portion of the military was deployed, previously suppressed factions began to stir restlessly. Faced with both external and internal crises, the Starry Empire gradually descended into decline. Although they ultimately managed to retrieve the purple flame honey, and the concubine experienced miraculous effects upon consuming it, it was too late. The empire crumbled under the weight of various assaults, and the purple flame honey vanished into the annals of history, only to reappear before us now. Today, this small vial of purple flame honey awaits a fateful owner. With a starting bid of 1 million gold coins, and each increment must not be less than 100,000 gold coins. Now, let the bidding commence. Standing quietly beside me, and Sure Air listened intently, his deep-set eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Once the auctioneer concluded his remarks, he could no longer contain his intrigue, and inquired, "My lord, are you presenting this invaluable purple flame honey for auction with the intention of utilizing this seemingly reasonable pretext to acquire it, subsequently gifting it to your noble and elegant mother, Princess of the Elves?" Upon hearing this, I initially shook my head gently, then, with unwavering conviction, responded, "Not at all. If I truly wish to present my mother with a splendid gift, I would surely seek a more opportune moment in the future to procure honey of superior quality, perhaps even the rare royal jelly. However, this purple flame honey holds other crucial significance for me." Pausing briefly, I continued with deliberate calmness. "You must be aware of the current political landscape within the court, correct? The reigning queen, though occupying a high position, regrettably has no offspring to cherish. Time passes swiftly, leaving no mercy. The years have etched their mark upon her, and her once resplendent beauty has gradually faded, rendering her appearance aged. However, the queen hails from an exceptionally powerful lineage, providing her with a formidable support system. Even if her youth has waned, her throne remains steadfast and unassailable, impervious to any attempts to destabilize it. Furthermore, in the heart of our esteemed king, the queen holds an immensely significant position, basking in his abundant favor. Now, let us observe those princes. Each one is eagerly eyeing the coveted throne that symbolizes supreme power. They're acutely aware that to ascend to that long-desired position, they must first secure the queen's unwavering support. Thus, these princes will undoubtedly exert every effort to curry favor with the queen and win her affection. As I recounted this, I strolled leisurely around the room, each step appearing as if it had been meticulously considered. My gaze occasionally settled on the blooming flowers by the window, and then drifted to an ancient painting adorning the wall, seemingly seeking inspiration from these subtle details. At this moment, I resemble a chess master who commands the entire board, meticulously plotting a breathtaking and far-reaching grand strategy. Yet, how could those ordinary objects possibly stir the proud heart of the illustrious queen? It is essential to understand that the queen has dwelled within the palace throughout her life. Having witnessed the heights of opulence and possessing a broad perspective, to her keen, hawk-like eyes, ordinary jewels and silks are but mundane trinkets. Here, I pause momentarily, a contemplative expression gracing my features, then, raising my voice slightly, I continued, "However, this purple flame honey is truly a unique entity. It is not merely an ordinary honey. Oh no, it possesses extraordinarily mysterious and wondrous effects, rendering it a rarity in the world. I dare assert that even the most serene and frigid-hearted woman would find it challenging to resist the irresistible allure and charm emanating from such enticing purple flame honey." I gradually halted my steps, A subtle smile playing on my lips as a glimmer of slyness flickered in the depths of my gaze that if any prince succeeds in acquiring this invaluable purple flame honey and presents it as a gift to the esteemed queen, he shall undoubtedly garner her formidable support and favor. One must recognize that the queen's influence in the court is not to be underestimated. Securing her unwavering assistance would place that prince just a step away from the exalted throne. As I reached this point, I paused briefly, scanning my surroundings as if envisioning the fierce contest that was about to unfold. Thus, on the surface, this may appear to be merely an ordinary auction for purple flame honey. Yet, in reality, this auction is a smoke-free battle for the throne, shrouded in intrigue. The depths of our capital have remained tranquil for far too long. It is indeed time to stir the waters and awaken the currents hidden beneath. Let this auction serve as the spark that ignites the political strife, while we seize the opportunity amid the ensuing chaos. Having quietly listened, and Shire's eyes now brimmed with admiration for me. He bowed respectfully and solemnly responded, "My lord, you're truly wise and far-sighted. I shall vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, serving you with unwavering loyalty." And Shire and I engaged in hushed discussion within our private chamber. While outside, the auction hall had descended into a fervor of competitive bidding. The purple flame honey acted like a colossal magnet, drawing all factions to vie for it. The eldest prince sat in a prominent position near the auction stage. Clad in splendid attire, his eyes radiating determination, the auctioneer announced the commencement of bidding. He was the first to raise his paddle, declaring loudly, 110,000 gold coins. He calculated that obtaining the purple flame honey as a gift for the queen would provide him with a robust safeguard in the struggle for the throne. The third prince, unwilling to be outdone, sat in another corner, a slight smirk gracing his lips as if he had anticipated his elder brother's initial bid. He leisurely raised his paddle, his voice tinged with provocation. 120,000 gold coins. He thought to himself that his maternal grandfather was the head of the influential Sun family, well supported by certain ministers in court, and he could not allow the eldest prince to seize this opportunity effortlessly. The second prince, seated slightly further back with his advisors, watched his brothers begin to bid, feeling a pang of anxiety. His faction was relatively weaker, yet his desire for the throne remained undiminished, clenching his teeth. He exchanged a glance with his advisor, who nodded in agreement, prompting him to call out, 130,000 gold coins. The eldest prince frowned, taken aback that his two younger brothers had responded so swiftly. He glanced at his attendant, who subtly encouraged him to continue. Taking a deep breath, the eldest prince raised his paddle once more. 140,000 gold coins. The third prince scoffed. Perceiving the eldest prince's bid as mere bluster, he raised the stakes by 20,000. 160,000 gold coins. This move elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd, as this figure exceeded many expectations. The second prince felt beads of sweat forming in his palms, realizing that surrendering at this moment would mean losing a golden opportunity. Resolutely, he shouted, 170,000 gold coins. The eldest prince's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such determination from his second brother. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he considered that continuing to raise the bid might provoke financial disputes within the court. However, if he withdrew, the throne could slip from his grasp. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his paddle. 180,000 gold coins. The third prince, growing increasingly frustrated, stood up and declared, 200,000 gold coins. This figure had reached the limit of his budget, yet he refused to back down at this juncture. The second prince's face contorted in distress, as his financial resources began to falter under such a high price. His advisor whispered urgently in his ear, "Your Highness, we cannot take any more risks. This price is already excessive." With a resigned sigh, the second prince lowered his paddle. The eldest prince felt a wave of relief wash over him at the sight of his younger brother's withdrawal. However, facing the third prince's 200,000 gold coins, he fell into contemplation once more. His gaze shifted between the purple flame honey and the steadfast third prince. Finally, gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, 210,000 gold coins. The third prince found himself in a precarious position, gazing at the purple flame honey on the stage, and then at the resolute eldest prince. He silently cursed his predicament. Yet he was unwilling to yield easily. Shouting, 220,000 gold coins. The entire auction hall fell silent. All eyes fixed on the standoff between the eldest and third princes, eagerly awaiting the eldest prince's final decision. Just as the eldest prince furrowed his brow, his internal scales tipping toward surrender due to various factors, a nearly imperceptible knock echoed from outside the chamber, shattering the tense atmosphere. This faint knock, barely audible in the charged environment of the auction, struck like a stone cast into a serene lake, disrupting the stillness and drawing attention. The eldest prince, startled by the unexpected sound, straightened instinctively, a wave of inexplicable alertness coursing through him. He fixed his gaze intently on the closed door and called out warily, "Who goes there?" After a brief silence, a melodious and enchanting voice emerged from beyond the door. "This humble girl, Yuan Wanshi, seeks an audience with His Highness the eldest prince." Upon hearing the name, the eldest prince's heart raced, as if a tranquil lake had been disturbed by a massive boulder, sending ripples cascading through his mind. Yuan Wanshi. These four characters resonated like thunder in his ears. It is important to note that Yuan Wanshi is no ordinary individual. She is the direct granddaughter of the esteemed Yuan Zhengxiong, the current head of the Yuan clan, a powerful force within the court, intricately intertwined with various factions of authority. Typically, even the most distinguished officials would find themselves at a loss when attempting to summon Yuan Wanshi, for she has always preferred seclusion, rarely appearing before the public eye. Yet at this critical juncture, she suddenly chooses to manifest outside his chamber, which is utterly perplexing. The eldest prince could not help but feel a whirlwind of suspicion, his brow furrowing as he pondered the hidden motives behind her unexpected appearance. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and turned to his attendant, commanding in a low voice, "Quickly, invite Miss Wanshi inside." The attendant responded respectfully and swiftly moved toward the door. With practiced ease, he grasped the doorknob and, applying a gentle twist, the door creaked open. Stepping aside, he inclined his body slightly, extending his right hand in a courteous gesture. Inviting the guest to enter that moment, an elegant figure emerged, revealing Yuan Wanshi, whose every step seemed to float as if she were treading upon clouds, exuding an ethereal grace untouched by the mundane world. Today she adorned herself in a delicate gown of pale blue, its flowing hem fluttering gracefully in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of a butterfly's wings dancing in the air, swaying lightly like a vibrant blue blossom in full bloom. Upon gazing at Yuan Wanshi's visage, one is struck by her porcelain-like complexion, radiant and translucent, as if sculpted from the finest mutton-fat jade. Her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, shimmering with an ethereal glow, akin to the brightest constellations in the night sky, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, casually secured with a simple, elegant ribbon. Yet, this unpretentious attire only accentuated her refreshing and otherworldly beauty, as if she had descended from the realm of the divine. Upon entering the private chamber, Yuan Wanshi gracefully glided to a position a few feet before the Grand Prince, performing a slight curtsy with poise and elegance, softly uttering, "This humble maiden pays her respects to your highness." Her voice was melodious, akin to the sweet song of a golden oriole. The Grand Prince, upon seeing her, hastily gestured for her to rise, saying, "Miss Wanshi, please do not stand on ceremony." Throughout this exchange, his gaze remained steadfastly upon Yuan Wanshi, scrutinizing her from head to toe, seemingly striving to penetrate the facade of her enchanting beauty to discern her true intentions for visiting him. With arms crossed and leaning casually against his chair, the Grand Prince's deep-set eyes glimmered with curiosity and inquiry, fixating intently on the remarkable woman before him. He slowly inquired, "Might I ask what brings Miss Wanshi to my presence today?" Standing to the side, Yuan Wanshi lifted her captivating eyes, bright and clear like autumn waters, imbued with an air of boundless wisdom and determination. In the face of the Grand Prince's question, she exhibited no signs of fluster or unease. Instead, she responded calmly and deliberately. This auction is unprecedented in scale, presenting a rare opportunity for various factions. After careful consideration, Our Yuan family is inclined to collaborate with your highness and is willing to generously lend you 1,000,000 gold coins to assist you in this fierce competition." Upon hearing the figure of 1,000,000 gold coins, the Grand Prince's heart skipped a beat. Such a substantial sum of wealth was certainly no trifling matter. Yet, years of navigating the treacherous currents of court intrigue had taught him that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The Yuan family would not extend their hand in assistance without ulterior motives. Thus, despite the tumultuous waves of emotion within, he endeavored to maintain an exterior of composure, asking softly, "Might I inquire what specific conditions accompany the Yuan family's assistance?" Yuan Wanqi slightly raised her chin, her beautiful eyes locking onto the Grand Prince's, then delicately pressed her cherry-like lips together before explaining. "Our Yuan family understands the significant value of the purple flame honey. Within the Starry Glory Kingdom, the four major families have long been in a delicate state of mutual restraint. Should the third prince successfully acquire this invaluable purple flame honey, with such a rare treasure and the potential backing of the Empress, his influence would undoubtedly soar, disrupting the fragile equilibrium maintained among the four families. Hence, we sincerely hope that Your Highness can successfully secure this treasure. Doing so would not only bolster your position in the fierce struggle for the throne, but also aid in preserving the balance of power among our families, ensuring the stability and peace of the entire Starry Glory Kingdom." Upon hearing her words, the Grand Prince's previously furrowed brow relaxed, his expression one of sudden understanding, and he exclaimed, "I see now. How could I have overlooked such a crucial point?" At that moment, excitement and confidence shone brightly in his star-like eyes. Just then, a thunderous and passionate cry echoed from outside. 220,000. First call. 220,000. Second call. This announcement struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the brief silence in the room. The Grand Prince's lips curled into a subtle smile. Almost imperceptible, he discreetly signaled to a nearby guard, who, trained for such situations, immediately understood the cue. Without hesitation, the guard raised his paddle and proclaimed loudly, 230,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this bid, the third prince's expression darkened, his once handsome visage contorted with rage, that he fixed his gaze on the purple flame honey on the auction stage, inwardly cursing, "Damn it! I thought my elder brother would give up due to insufficient funds, yet here comes an unexpected challenger. Who is it that supports him from the shadows?" As this realization struck him, he found himself seething with frustration. However, with the situation at such a critical juncture, he could not afford to retreat. All his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, after a fierce internal struggle, he clenched his teeth, suppressing his fury, and turned to his confidant, hissing, "Quickly find out the source of the Grand Prince's funds, and also increase my bid by another 100,000 gold coins." His confidant, recognizing the urgency, nodded in compliance and swiftly departed like the wind. The third prince's strategist then raised his paddle, calling out 240,000 gold coins. The resonance of his voice rang out like a resounding gong throughout the auction hall. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, the Grand Prince, observing the unfolding scene, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He leaned toward Yuan Wanqi and whispered, "Miss Wanqi, it appears that my younger brother is far from giving up. Nevertheless, with the unwavering support of your esteemed Yuan family, I shall undoubtedly secure the purple flame honey today." With that, he straightened his posture, his gaze resolute, as if victory were already within his grasp. Yuan Wanqi smiled gently, assuring him, "Your Highness need not worry. The Yuan family will fully support you. The purple flame honey shall undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for your ascent to the throne." Encouraged by her words, the Grand Prince signaled for his guard to raise the bid once more. The guard announced, 250,000 gold coins. The auction hall erupted in astonishment. This price had far exceeded the original value of the purple flame honey. Yet, all present understood that this was no mere auction. It was a contest entwined with the struggle for the throne. The third prince stood amidst the crowd, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, each droplet resembling a lustrous pearl as it trickled down his pale cheeks. That moment, he felt as though an invisible hand was constricting his heart, nearly suffocating him, for he was acutely aware that his financial resources were on the brink of exhaustion. If he did not act swiftly, he would face imminent failure in this bidding war. His gaze remained fixated on the small vial of purple flame honey radiating a mysterious glow, filled with a mix of anger and resentment. This was the treasure he had long coveted. If only he could possess it, not only would it enhance his own power, but would also allow him to stand out among his brothers. Yet, reality was starkly cruel. No matter how he strained his mind, he could not conjure more gold coins to compete. Just then, the strategist who had been by his side leaned in, whispering, "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, we can no longer afford to remain in an impasse. Should we continue to raise the stakes blindly, we may end up with a loss that outweighs the gain. Perhaps it would be wiser to withdraw and seek other opportunities." Though spoken softly, the strategist's words pierced the third prince's heart like a sharp blade. Clenching his fists tightly, he pressed his nails into his palms, drawing blood, yet feeling no pain. Instead, he roared with a voice tinged with desperation. "No, I refuse to give up like this. Just wait a moment longer. Perhaps there is still a chance." At this juncture, the auctioneer, noticing the atmosphere had reached a stalemate, raised his voice once more, 250,000. First call, 250,000, second call. With each declaration, the hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging on the third prince, seemingly awaiting his final decision. His gaze burned with intensity, fixated on the vial of purple flame honey emanating a mysterious purple glow. At that moment, his heart was engulfed in a tempest of emotion, the fierce struggle within him crashing against the walls of reason like tumultuous waves against the shore. His eyes were bloodshot, akin to two burning rubies, revealing deep-seated desire and anxiety. The pair of hands, which ought to have exhibited stability and strength, now trembled slightly due to excessive exertion, as if narrating the agonizing turmoil of indecision within his heart. The third prince was acutely aware that if he were to relinquish the contest for the coveted Xian honey so readily, he would forfeit an extraordinarily rare opportunity in this merciless struggle for the throne. However, should he opt to continue raising the bid, he could very well find himself ensnared in an inescapable financial crisis, potentially jeopardizing the momentum of various factions, ultimately leading to a regrettable outcome. At that moment, the anxious strategist at his side urged fervently, "Your Highness, we truly cannot raise the bid any further. The current price has long surpassed the intrinsic value of the Xian honey. If you persist in this course, and fate decrees a financial debacle, the consequences would be dire. Not only would we struggle to safeguard ourselves, but the influence we have painstakingly cultivated would likely suffer severe repercussions." After absorbing the strategist's heartfelt counsel, the second prince gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, the muscles of his face contorting in a manifestation of profound resentment. Following a protracted and agonizing internal conflict, he finally relinquished the token of bidding authority that he clutched tightly at the same time. An overwhelming sense of bitterness and rage emanated from his gaze, as if the seething flames of his fury could consume the entire auction hall. Observing the prolonged silence and bidding, the auctioneer raised his voice and declared, 2,500,000, third call. Sold. As the gavel struck with a resounding thud, it resonated within the hearts of all present, inciting a collective shudder. Within the opulent private box of the first prince, adorned with gilded splendor and intricate carvings, a victorious smile radiated from his handsome visage, as if he had conquered the world beneath his feet. He gently turned his gaze to the enchanting Yuan Wanshi beside him and remarked, "Miss Wanshi, our successful acquisition of this invaluable Xian honey is entirely due to the unwavering support of the Yuan family. I am profoundly grateful. Such a great favor shall not go unacknowledged. When I ascend to the supreme throne, I shall forever remember the deep bonds bestowed upon me by the Yuan family today." Upon hearing these words, Yuan Wanshi promptly rose to curtsy, her graceful figure reminiscent of a flower swaying in the breeze. With a melodious and clear voice, she responded, "Your Highness, you overstate the matter. Supporting you is our familial duty. Moreover, this action is also a strategic consideration for the Yuan family's future development. Here, I sincerely wish for your Highness to realize your grand ambitions and achieve great success." She continued, "Now that your Highness has successfully acquired the exceedingly rare Xian honey, I shall take my leave and not impose further." Her voice was as enchanting as a songbird's melody. The first prince, smiling courteously, replied, "Very well, Miss Wanshi, please take care. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." He regarded her with warmth, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Yuan Wanshi gently nodded her head, once more bowing to the first prince before gracefully departing. Her elegant silhouette gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. Meanwhile, in another spacious and well-lit private room of the auction hall, the second prince sat silently, his expression dark as stormy waters. His once piercing eyes were now fixated on the direction of the first prince's box, ablaze with fury and resentment. Upon witnessing the first prince successfully secure the Xian honey, an overwhelming wave of regret surged within him, prompting him to clench his fists involuntarily, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. He muttered through gritted teeth, "How infuriating! I never anticipated that my elder brother would seize the Xian honey first. Humph, but this is merely the beginning. The fierce competition for the throne is far from over, and the outcome remains uncertain." Following the thrilling auction for the Xian honey, the atmosphere intensified and became increasingly charged. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the auctioneer standing at the center of the stage. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to discover what final auction item could possibly surpass the previously coveted Xian honey at that moment, a lady in a splendid qipao gracefully ascended the stage. Her steps were light and elegant, as though she were treading upon clouds. She carefully cradled a remarkably exquisite jade vial, which was crystal clear and radiated a gentle luster, resembling pure white jade. However, what captivated the audience's attention most was the mysterious liquid contained within the vial. This liquid shimmered with a peculiar brilliance, alternating between dazzling gold and profound blue, mesmerizing all who beheld it. The auctioneer cleared his throat and, with a resonant and impassioned voice, proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, before you lies the seed, our assistants of today's auction, the foundation liquid. This miraculous liquid has been enveloped in myriad legendary tales that it is said to have been crafted by divine beings who expended countless rare and precious materials and dedicated a full 49 days to its meticulous refinement. Its efficacy is unparalleled, making it a coveted treasure for those ardently pursuing cultivation, whether used to solidify a practitioner's foundation or to aid in overcoming long-standing obstacles, even enhancing one's innate potential. The foundation liquid possesses immeasurable value. Reliable sources suggest that even individuals of mediocre talent, upon consuming this liquid, can effortlessly ascend to the golden or mage level. For those naturally gifted, the likelihood of achieving the holy level is significantly heightened. Such astonishing effects are truly awe-inspiring. Therefore, the starting bid for this treasure is set at 1,500,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence. At this moment, the crowd erupted like ripples on a lake, engaging in hushed conversations filled with skepticism and intrigue. "That this for real? This sounds utterly absurd," exclaimed a nobleman clad in splendid robes, his brow furrowed in disbelief. "Indeed, despite our extensive experience on this continent, there has never been any historical mention of such a thing," added an elderly man with gray hair, stroking his beard, his eyes reflecting profound doubt. "Could it be that this auction is attempting to inflate prices by concocting some bizarre novelty to deceive us?" A young adventurer, arms crossed and wary, voiced loudly, resonating with many who nodded in agreement, that "I suspect this might just be a gimmick. That vial appears exquisite, but who knows what lies within? It could very well be ordinary essence, exaggerated to an extraordinary degree." A merchant-like figure shook his head, scrutinizing the foundation liquid on stage. "Yet this auction house has always maintained a good reputation. They wouldn't risk tarnishing their name," a young woman hesitantly remarked, though her expression betrayed lingering uncertainty. "Who knows? In the face of immense profit, all credibility may be cast aside. The description of this foundation liquid is so fantastical. I shan't be easily convinced," countered a burly man with a rough demeanor. The auction hall was steeped in an air of skepticism, all eyes fixated on the vial proclaimed as the foundation liquid, awaiting a more compelling explanation or proof from the auction house. Hearing the rising tide of doubt from the crowd, the auctioneer remained composed, fully aware that he must dispel their concerns swiftly. Otherwise, the auction could not proceed smoothly. Stepping slightly forward, he cleared his throat and declared in a booming and resolute voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention that I understand there are many reservations regarding this foundation liquid, as it does sound rather extraordinary. However, I solemnly swear by the honor of the Shenghua Trading Association and in the name of the God of Light." As the auctioneer slightly lifted his head, an undeniable solemnity emanated from his gaze. He raised his right hand to the position of his heart and continued, "Since its inception, the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce has steadfastly adhered to the principles of fairness and integrity, enjoying an esteemed reputation throughout the commercial realm of the continent. We would never jeopardize our own honor, nor would we deceive any of the esteemed guests present here. The source of this foundational liquid is unequivocally reliable, and its efficacy is, as I have previously stated, absolutely certain." The auctioneer's words reverberated through the hall, causing those who initially harbored doubts to waver as they weighed his assertions against their own inner skepticism. A brief silence enveloped the auction hall, with all present awaiting the forthcoming developments. In a lavishly adorned private box, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Jingxiong, sat upright at tea that moment. The door was gently pushed open, and Yuan Wanshi entered the room with the grace of an elegant butterfly, her steps light and poised. Her lithe figure appeared to be enveloped in a soft glow, capturing everyone's attention, with a smile adorning her lips. She respectfully bowed towards Yuan Jingxiong, who occupied the Grandmaster's chair, and softly spoke, "Grandfather, the task has been successfully accomplished." Yuan Jingxiong sat firmly, his deep and wise eyes gazing at his granddaughter, nodding slightly in approval. He then spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. "Indeed, I'm already aware of this matter. However, Wanshi, is our unwavering support for the first prince truly worthwhile?" With that, he let out a soft sigh, a trace of concern etched upon his face. Yuan Wanshi tilted her head slightly, exhaling a breath of contemplation before she began to explain to her grandfather. "Grandfather, this situation is truly one of necessity. You must be as clear as day. The third prince is backed by the immensely powerful Sun family. The Sun family wields considerable influence in the court, their power vast and deeply entrenched, should the third prince ascend to the throne. Following the Sun family's historical methods, our Yuan family would undoubtedly become a primary target for their aggression. To that point, our family's past glory would fade, subjected to exclusion and oppression, and our daily sustenance could become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, my actions are, in truth, aimed at securing a stable future for our Yuan family." Yuan Zhengxiong furrowed his thick brows slightly, a glimmer of doubt and contemplation flickering in his profound gaze, before he inquired again, "If such is the case, why do we not choose to support the second prince instead? Upon closer comparison, he appears to be more easily controllable by us. After all, judging by the current situation, he is somewhat inferior in both power and wisdom compared to the first prince. If we were to provide him with appropriate support and guidance, he would surely become a valuable pawn in our hands." Yuan Wanshi gently shook her head, her captivating eyes shimmering with intelligence as she began to analyze the current court dynamics. "Grandfather, the situation is indeed intricate. Consider this. Although the Empress holds a prestigious position, she is not born a son. This has intensified the competition for the throne among the princes. Among them, the first prince, being the eldest, naturally possesses certain advantages. After all, the hierarchy of age is a significant tradition in the royal family. Furthermore, the first prince has built considerable connections and respect in the court over the years, maintaining good relations with the ministers. Thus, he is undeniably an influential figure among the princes. However, let us examine the second prince. In truth, his own force is rather feeble. Even with our assistance, contending against the formidable third prince would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Moreover, I have had several encounters with the second prince, and for some reason, I find him to be rather inscrutable, harboring a deep cunning that makes it difficult to discern his true intentions. In contrast, the third prince appears to be more open and straightforward as for the younger princes. They are still too immature, lacking the mental acuity and capability to partake in this contest for the throne. Therefore, after careful consideration, I believe that supporting the first prince is undoubtedly the wisest choice." This way, we can leverage the existing resources and advantages of the first prince, thereby increasing our chances of success while simultaneously safeguarding the interests and status of our Yuan family in the court. Grandfather, do you find my reasoning sound? Yuan Zhengxiong narrowed his eyes slightly, a thoughtful glimmer dancing within them as he spoke slowly. Wanshi, what you have articulated indeed possesses a degree of validity. However, this remains merely a preliminary perspective. Now, could you elaborate further on your insights regarding this foundational liquid? What deeper and more unique opinions do you hold? After all, to truly comprehend a matter, one must delve beyond the surface with that. Yuan Zhengxiong smiled at his granddaughter, his eyes brimming with anticipation and encouragement. Yuan Wanshi inclined her body slightly, standing respectfully to one side, her beautiful eyes as clear as water. She opened her lips lightly, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to a golden aureole, as she responded, "Grandfather, do take heed. The Shenghua Chamber of Commerce has, in just a mere 3 years, emerged like a dazzling comet, swiftly rising upon this vast and boundless continent. Its reputation spreading like wildfire, igniting the attention of all. Today, in this tumultuous commercial arena, the name of Shenghua Chamber of Commerce is already well known, a household name that resonates with all, reaching a point where it is virtually impossible for anyone to remain ignorant of it. Their remarkable achievements are underpinned solely by their invaluable reputation. Thus, from my perspective, grandfather, they would never dare nor willfully offer counterfeit goods to deceive all those attending this auction. Consider, grandfather, if this so-called foundational liquid were indeed a sham. The repercussions would be utterly dire. The esteemed reputation of Shenghua Chamber of Commerce, painstakingly built over countless trials, would crumble like a tower succumbing to a tempest, utterly annihilated. Henceforth, their chamber would suffer a grievous blow, plummeting to the depths, unable to find a foothold in the fiercely competitive commercial world. Therefore, based on this analysis, we can almost definitively ascertain that this foundational liquid is no ordinary item, but rather a rare and precious treasure of the world. Grandfather, you see, for all these years, you have remained at the pinnacle of gold, yet have not managed to break through. Despite your current prowess, both within our family and across the entire region, you are indeed a top-tier powerhouse. However, deep within your heart lies a grand dream of transcending to the level of the Sword Saint. Now, if we are fortunate enough to acquire this wondrous foundational liquid, it would undoubtedly present an unparalleled opportunity. Perhaps, with its astonishing effects, it could indeed aid you in breaking through your bottleneck and smoothly entering the realm of the Sword Saint. Such an achievement would bear immense significance and far-reaching implications for our Yuan family. Grandfather, I sincerely believe that we must spare no effort to seize this invaluable opportunity, lest we let it slip through our fingers. Yuan Zhengxiong's gaze turned resolute as he leaned towards his confidant. Whispering, "Increase the bid." The confidant replied respectfully, "Understood." He then raised his paddle without hesitation, announcing 160,000 gold coins. With that proclamation, the atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became tense. The second prince, seated on the side of the VIP area, wore a knowing smile as he lazily addressed his attendant. "The Yuan family possesses some spirit, but this foundational liquid is something I must obtain to go. Raise the bid by 100,000 gold coins." The attendant complied immediately, raising his paddle and declaring 170,000 gold coins. The third prince, unwilling to be outdone, frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the second prince's increase that he snorted softly, signaling his steward, who promptly called out 190,000 gold coins at this moment. The Sun family also joined the fray. The patriarch of the Sun family, with an unyielding determination in his eyes, instructed his eldest son, "This foundational liquid is crucial for our Sun family and must not be seized by others." The eldest son of the Sun family immediately raised a sign and called out loudly, 2 million gold coins. That Yuan Zhengxiong's brow furrowed slightly. The price of this foundational liquid was climbing faster than he had anticipated. However, he was acutely aware of its value. Gritting his teeth, he said to his confidant, "Increase the bid by 200,000. The confidant once again raised the sign, proclaiming 220,000 gold coins. The second prince's expression darkened. He had not expected the Yuan family to be so resolute. He was unwilling to concede easily. for he had his own plans for acquiring this foundational liquid. With his arms crossed, he pondered for a moment before instructing his attendant. Add 300,000, the attendant shouted. 250,000 gold coins. The third prince, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration at the second prince's relentless bidding. He whispered to his bodyguard, "We cannot let him best us." At 500,000, without hesitation, the bodyguard raised the sign and cried out, 3,000,000 gold coins. The members of the Sun family, upon hearing this price, could not help but show expressions of concern. Old Master Sun weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Although this foundational liquid was tempting, the price was nearing the limits of their family's capacity. Yet, if they were to give up now, all previous efforts would be in vain. He gritted his teeth and said to his eldest son, "At another 100,000, the eldest son raised the sign and declared, 310,000 gold coins. Yuwen Zhengxiong's gaze was firmly fixed on the foundational liquid on the stage, and upon hearing the Sun family call out 310,000 gold coins, he took a deep breath. This foundational liquid was of immense significance for his breakthrough to the Sword Saint level. He had to secure it at all costs. He exchanged a knowing glance with his confidant, who immediately raised the sign and shouted, 350,000 gold coins. At this moment, the second prince could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, urgency gleaming in his eyes, and shouted at his attendant, "Add 300,000, 380,000 gold coins." The third prince, too, was spurred by the tense atmosphere, his blood boiling. He did not wish to be outdone by the second prince. He called out to his bodyguard, "Add 200,000 for million gold coins." Yuwen Zhengxiong's hand involuntarily clenched. 500,000 gold coins was already the extent of his financial capabilities. Yet for the future of his family and his own breakthrough, he had to gamble everything. His voice carried a note of resolution. "Increase the bid by 1,500,000 gold coins." With that declaration, the entire auction hall fell into a stunned silence. The second prince's eyes widened. He had not anticipated Yuwen Zhengxiong's audacity. This price had far exceeded his budget, and he could only sit back in frustration. The third prince wore a face of reluctance, but he could no longer afford to compete at this price. Biting his teeth in resignation, the Sun family, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. This price was beyond their reach, and they were grateful not to have blindly followed the bid. Finally, the auctioneer struck his gavel and announced loudly, "Congratulations to Mr. Yuwen Zhengxiong for securing this precious foundational liquid at the price of 500,000 gold coins." That a smile of relief finally graced Yuwen Zhengxiong's face. Although it was a significant expenditure, he understood that this could be a pivotal step in altering the fate of himself and the Yuwen family. Standing on the stage, the auction host wore a professional smile, his voice resonating with politeness as he addressed the esteemed guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, after a series of intense and exhilarating bids, all items in this auction have found their new owners. It is my honor to declare that this auction has come to a successful conclusion. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each friend for their enthusiastic participation. Your support has infused this event with vitality and energy that I hope everyone has gained something from today's auction. Whether you succeeded in acquiring your desired items or merely enjoyed the thrilling process, we look forward to reuniting with you at the next auction. Thank you once again for your participation." The auction, which had concluded merely half a month prior, had been a cacophony of voices, a spectacle of exuberance. The grandeur of the scene and the fervor of the atmosphere surpassed all expectations. The final bidding price was astonishing, setting an unprecedented historical record. This remarkable outcome detonated like a colossal bomb, creating waves of excitement across the vast continent. The already well-known Shenghua Chamber of Commerce skyrocketed to fame overnight, becoming a hot topic of conversation among common folk and powerful factions alike. Curiosity and attention surrounded this rapidly rising chamber, which had emerged over the past 3 years. In no time, the Shenghua Chamber of Commerce was bustling with activity as dignitaries from various locales dispatched their trusted subordinates to negotiate cooperative ventures. Their coveted targets included rare treasures, such as the invaluable purple flame honey and the foundational liquid that could help individuals break through their limitations and establish a solid foundation for cultivation. As for Yuwen Zhengxiong, a man of high rank and authority in the court, his immense power commanded respect. After the auction concluded, he hurried back to the Yuan residence, weary yet determined. Upon stepping through the gates, his expression was grave as if burdened by a heavy weight. Without hesitation, he announced to all present. From this moment forth, he would enter seclusion to pursue self-improvement. This news spread like wildfire, akin to a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of speculation throughout the Yuan residence. The entire household buzzed with discussion, pondering the deeper implications of Yuan Zhengxiong's seclusion and the miraculous effects the foundational liquid might yield. Meanwhile, external factions were also stirred to action, displaying great curiosity and concern regarding this event. With Yuan Zhengxiong's command, the Yuan residents swiftly entered a state of heightened alert. The patrol teams doubled in number, with guards stationed at every corner, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and mystery. Servants moved swiftly, wary of any sign of negligence. Maids hushed their voices, fearful of incurring their master's displeasure. Even the usually lively garden pathways were deserted, with only the occasional whisper of the wind adding to the solemnity. In the midst of all this, I had also successfully achieved my own objective at the auction. I had acquired the coveted dragon scale armor, a rarity whose scales seemed to harbor boundless power and radiated an awe-inspiring glow. Once the auction concluded, I wasted no time in ensuring that this precious armor was promptly delivered to my father. Watching the dragon scale armor being safely transported away, I instructed San to discreetly arrange protection from the Dark One faction for added security. Having taken care of this significant matter, I felt no inclination to relax, for my own journey awaited. That I was prepared to report to the primary magic and martial arts academy. The following day, as dawn broke, I rose early. It was the day to head to the primary magic and martial arts academy, and my heart brimmed with both anticipation and a hint of nonchalance. Accompanied by San, we set forth in the direction of the academy. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped us as we pressed onward. Before long, a cluster of buildings came into view, and the majestic outline of the academy gradually emerged before our eyes. From a distance, the academy resembled a grand castle, standing proudly upon the earth. As we drew nearer, the impressive and dignified entrance of the academy became palpable. The towering gates reached for the clouds, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur that was impossible to overlook. The overall design was both simple and elegant, with every line and ornamentation perfectly embodying its solemnity and reverence. Standing before the gates, one could not help but feel overawed by the sheer force of its presence, evoking a deep sense of respect. On either side of the gates stood two enormous stone sculptures. These sculptures were intricately crafted, appearing as if they would spring to life at any moment. A closer examination revealed that they were not traditional dragons, but rather massive, wild-looking lizards. These lizards bared their teeth and claws, breath igniting with fierce flames, their sharp claws glinting ominously as if poised to rend their foes apart. Despite their fearsome appearance, they emanated an aura of mystery and strength that instilled trepidation in onlookers. The entire scene resembled a breathtaking painting. The two stone sculptures seemed poised to break free from their stony confines and soar into the heavens. Such a magnificent sight was truly awe-inspiring. San and I approached the imposing gates, and as we drew close, two burly, fully armed guards stood like iron towers before us, blocking our path. I had anticipated this scenario. After all, the primary magic and martial art academy was renowned, a place not to be entered lightly. The stringent management system here is well known to all. In the face of the guard's obstruction, I remained composed and unflustered. With poise, I reached into my bosom and cautiously retrieved the crucial identification. This document seemed to bear an immense weight, and I gently handed it to the guard. Upon receiving the identification, the guard scrutinized it with hawk-like intensity, meticulously examining the seals and insignia on the front, then flipping it over to inspect the detailed information on the back. Leaving no detail overlooked, as seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Yet, I maintained my tranquility, quietly awaiting the guard's verification. Finally, after a rigorous examination, the guard confirmed the document's authenticity. His previously taut expression relaxed instantly, replaced by a visage of utmost respect. He slightly bowed and gestured for me and San to enter the academy. Thus, San and I exchanged a knowing smile and stepped into the enigmatic and alluring Junior Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Upon crossing the ancient yet solemn threshold of the academy, I did not meander about the campus like other newcomers, filled with curiosity. Instead, I strode purposefully towards the direction of the dean's office with unwavering determination. My mind was as clear as crystal. Given the prominent status and influence of the Luo family in this nation, I was certain to receive certain exceptional privileges within this institution, as anticipated. When I finally arrived at the door of the dean's office and lightly knocked on the somewhat weathered yet dignified wooden door, a gentle voice quickly responded from within that I entered to find an elderly gentleman, with a kind demeanor and an elegant air, seated behind a spacious desk, smiling warmly at me. After I briefly explained the purpose of my visit, the dean's smile grew even more amiable. He rose to greet me, enthusiastically shaking my hand and generously expressing his welcome for a member of the esteemed Luo family. Subsequently, the dean readily stated that, given my prestigious lineage, I was entitled to choose whichever class I desired to join. Upon hearing this news, I pondered for a moment, yet inwardly, it did not weigh heavily on my mind. After all, my purpose in attending this academy was not genuinely to pursue earnest study, but rather to fulfill familial obligations. Thus, after what appeared to be a casual yet perfunctory contemplation, I casually declared Class 1 as my choice. Frankly, whether it was Class 1 or another class seemed of little consequence to me. Regardless of the class I found myself in, it would not alter the true intent of my visit, which was merely to appease family demands and complete the so-called academic tasks. On the following morning after registration, the sun ascended early into the sky, casting its warm and gentle rays upon every inch of the Junior Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The brilliant sunlight resembled a pair of magical hands, delicately caressing the flora and fauna throughout the campus, enveloping the entire academy in a resplendent golden veil. That I stood quietly amidst the bustling crowd, surrounded by fellow newcomers attending the opening ceremony. Some were huddled in small groups, animatedly discussing their aspirations for the upcoming studies and life ahead. Others stood alone, nervously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Each face displayed varying degrees of expression, some brimming with uncontainable excitement, eyes shimmering with the anticipation of unknown challenges. Others appeared tense, fists slightly clenched, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Beside me, San maintained his usual stoic and unsmiling demeanor. He stood tall and motionless, like a silent mountain, exuding an aura that discouraged proximity. Yet, even this typically aloof individual now harbored a subtle curiosity in his deep-set eyes, seemingly intrigued by the upcoming opening ceremony. The dean stood tall and imposing upon the elevated podium, adorned in a magnificent robe that shimmered with iridescence, its fabric as smooth as silk, intricately embroidered with mysterious and complex magical runes and patterns in golden thread. As a gentle breeze caressed him, the robe's edges danced gracefully in the wind, reminiscent of a fairy in flight. The dean slightly raised his hand and cleared his throat. This seemingly mundane action, however, carried an enchanting power that instantaneously silenced the previously boisterous crowd, drawing every gaze toward the dignified figure on the podium. Then, the dean's resonant and passionate voice echoed across the square. A warm welcome to all the vibrant and spirited young magic and martial artists joining us at our Junior Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Here, you will embark on the journey of chasing your dreams. This will be your starting point. Moreover, this place will serve as a nurturing cradle where you will temper your will and grow into unparalleled champions. The newcomers straightened their backs, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the dean, their focused expressions seemingly intent on imprinting every word he spoke into their minds. However, amidst the crowd, while I appeared to be listening intently, my thoughts had already drifted far beyond the confines of this place. After all, my purpose for attending this academy was not born out of reverence and yearning for academy life like many of my fellow newcomers. My intentions were clear, tinged with a hint of pragmatism to appease my grandfather and perhaps take a glance at the library here. I could see that moment. The dean's resonant and magnetic voice continued to resonate. Dear students, our academy is home to many of the most distinguished and exceptional mentors across various fields. Not only do they possess extraordinary abilities, but their teaching experience is also profoundly rich. in the days to come. These mentors will wholeheartedly impart their vast knowledge and practical skills in magic and martial arts to you all. Pausing momentarily, the dean scanned the audience before continuing. Of course, with education comes governance. The reason our academy can cultivate numerous outstanding talents is not only due to our exceptional faculty, but also thanks to a rigorous and comprehensive set of regulations. This system is designed to ensure that each of you remains steadfast on the path of growth and progress, avoiding any misdirection. Therefore, I implore you all to remember and adhere strictly to these regulations. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, akin to a soft hand caressing the earth. This breeze playfully tousled the dean's snow-white hair, causing strands to dance gracefully in the wind. The dean's already solemn countenance grew even more dignified under this gentle breeze, resembling an ancient and enigmatic statue standing before the assembly. The dean's deep and powerful voice resonated. Children, in the days that lie ahead, you will encounter a myriad of challenges, each more varied and formidable than the last. These challenges will arise not only from your in-depth exploration and practice of magical mysteries, but also from the relentless honing and refinement of martial skills. Yet remember my words. As long as you maintain unwavering perseverance and determination, pressing forward without retreat, no matter how treacherous the path may be, you will ultimately overcome every obstacle in your way. I firmly believe that through relentless effort and continuous progress, you will conquer yourselves, reaping growth and advancement. As his words lingered in the air, suddenly, a dazzling burst of magical light erupted in the boundless sky. This brilliance was as radiant as a shooting star streaking across the night, capturing everyone's attention in an instant. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a magnificent display of magic conjured collaboratively by several esteemed senior magical mentors within the academy. The brilliant light swiftly morphed in the air, transforming into vividly lifelike and breathtaking scenes of magical combat. In some scenes, spellcasters chanted incantations, their hands deftly weaving intricate seals, summoning formidable magical arrays that glimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Others showcased agile martial artists, weapons glinting ominously in their hands, executing slashes and thrusts with fluid grace and overwhelming power. The entire spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving all in awe. The newcomers, witnessing such a heart-stirring display, could not help but gasp in astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape, as exclamations of wonder escaped their lips. Even I, who am usually composed and calm, find myself utterly captivated by this sudden and splendid display of magic. Unable to divert my gaze for even a moment, as the resplendent brilliance of the magic and aura gradually dims and gently dissipates, the director's steady and resonant voice once again reverberates throughout the venue. Dear students, open your eyes wide and behold. This is the astonishing power possessed by both magicians and warriors, and it is precisely this great strength that you are about to embark on a relentless quest to pursue. I sincerely hope that throughout this entire academic year, each of you present can successfully discover your own path forward and fully excavate and unleash the immense potential that has long lain dormant within you. As the director's words come to a close, the grand opening ceremony continues to unfold in an orderly fashion. This moment, the heads of various departments take turns to step onto the stage, each providing a detailed introduction of their department's unique allure and specific course offerings to the eager students below. The first to take the stage is the head of the magic department, who, from a distance, presents an air of mystery. She stands gracefully at the podium, seemingly enveloped in a faint, ethereal aura of magic. With a gentle parting of her lips, she speaks in a melodious tone reminiscent of a nightingale's song, unfolding the wonders of the magic department, from the obscure yet profound magical incantations to the enchanting array of powerful magical artifacts. Every word ignites a spark of yearning in the eyes of the many newcomers present. In contrast, the head of the aura department is an exceptionally robust figure, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a towering mountain. Upon taking the stage, he stands before the audience, radiating a palpable sense of formidable pressure. With his chest held high, he booms, "The aura department is the perfect place to hone your physique and willpower. Here, You will learn how to survive fiercely in intense battles and discover how to unlock the boundless strength hidden within your own bodies. With that, he swiftly demonstrates a series of fierce and dynamic martial techniques, each move striking with tremendous force, leaving the audience in awe, applause erupting like thunder across the square. I could see that moment. I stand quietly among the crowd, my gaze fixed upon those spirited figures on stage, pondering to myself, what manner of conduct should I adopt in this institution brimming with talent? Just then, I keenly sense several unusual gazes directed toward me. Following their line of sight, I find a few new students furtively stealing glances in my direction. It seems their curiosity stems from my illustrious lineage, being a member of the renowned Luo family. However, I pay little heed to these inquisitive stares, for my greater concern lies in whether the library of this junior magic and martial arts academy holds any intriguing tomes as for this grand opening ceremony. It merely marks a trivial beginning in my lengthy academic journey. As the final teacher concludes their impassioned speech, the opening ceremony gradually approaches its conclusion. At this juncture, the director's composed and dignified figure reappears at the podium. He slightly raises his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across every new student like a flash of lightning, as if to engrave their visages into his memory. Students, the opening ceremony is about to conclude. But this is merely a starting point in your long journey at the Junior Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The director's voice, resonant and powerful, clearly reaches the ears of all present. Here, you will undergo the most rigorous training and trials. However, if you persevere and forge ahead, you shall undoubtedly become outstanding magicians and warriors. As the director's words fade, the previously tranquil crowd begins to stir. Students rise from their seats, engaging in hushed conversations filled with anticipation and dreams for their future studies. Slowly making their way toward the exit that along with Ensure San, blend into the bustling throng, departing the venue together. The following morning, sunlight filters through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow on the path leading to the academy. I meander toward the Junior Magic and Martial Arts Academy with a sense of nonchalance. Upon entering the classroom for the first-year magic department, I am immediately enveloped by a distinct atmosphere. The room appears shrouded in a thin veil of mist, woven from the students' mingled emotions of anxiety and excitement. Some students engage in quiet conversation, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and unease. Others sit quietly at their desks, clutching a magic textbook as if eager to preview the forthcoming lesson. Looking around, I observe that these students hail from diverse backgrounds. Most originate from noble families, having received excellent education and exposure to magical knowledge from a young age. They are adorned in splendid attire, exuding an innate grace and confidence in their discourse. Yet amidst these aristocratic offspring, a few figures stand out distinctly. Those from humble origins may lack the resources to explore magic as their privileged peers do. Yet their fervent desire burns just as brightly. Perhaps they are dressed modestly, or perhaps they appear a bit reserved. However, their relentless pursuit of knowledge and the aspiration to transform their destinies through the study of magic, dreaming of ascending from commoners to nobility, imbue them with a unique radiance within the classroom. After a while, accompanied by the soft sound of footsteps and the rustling of garments, the highly anticipated mentor finally strides into the room, clad in a flowing black robe that dances with the wind. He emanates an aura of mysterious rhythm. This mentor possesses a warm and approachable demeanor, a gentle smile perpetually gracing his lips. Yet when one gazes into his deep, luminous eyes, they may sense a hint of an elusive, enigmatic power. He walks confidently to the front of the podium and gracefully raises his hand, delicately waving a finely crafted wand. With his gesture, an invisible energy seems to flow through the air. Suddenly, a gentle radiance flashes, as dazzling as a shooting star across the night sky. The students cannot help but be entranced by this wondrous spectacle, their eyes widening in as the light dissipates. The students are astonished to find that the previously blank blackboard has magically revealed elegant, swirling characters that read, "The origin and essence of magic." These letters shimmer with a faint glow, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and mysteries, awaiting exploration and comprehension by the students. Young magicians, The mentor's voice, slightly husky yet brimming with strength, resonates softly, akin to a whisper from an ancient era, caressing the hearts of every student. Today marks your first lesson since entering the magic department of this junior magic and martial arts academy. Here, I shall impart to you not merely the foundational knowledge of magic, but also guide you in unveiling the profound secrets concealed behind the veil of enchantment. The mentor raises his head slightly, his deep-set eyes scanning the classroom, and continues, "Magic is far more than a seemingly simplistic fantastical force. It is, in fact, an ancient and profound method of harnessing energy that has been distilled through the ages, rooted in the very essence of our vast world. This energy acts as an invisible thread, intricately connecting the souls of all things in existence, whether it be the towering mountains, the ceaseless rivers and seas, or the gently swaying flora under the caress of the breeze. Indeed, it encompasses everything, including the depths of our own hearts, all influenced by this wondrous magical energy. I find myself stifling yawns beside me. My desk mate, a girl with fiery red hair, listens intently. The mentor continues, "Just as the air we breathe and the ground beneath our feet, magic is omnipresent. The earliest magicians discovered this force and learned how to channel it." The mentor slowly extends his hand, reaching into the depths of his wide and mysterious robe. After a moment, he carefully produces a mesmerizing magical crystal that radiates enchanting colors. This crystal, seemingly sculpted with great care, is flawlessly transparent, with a hint of soft blue light swirling gracefully within, resembling a playful fish swimming about. "Classmates, please direct your attention here." The mentor's voice is low yet magnetic, capturing the attention of all. This crystal is no ordinary object. It serves as a powerful vessel for magical energy. As he speaks, he gently places the crystal upon the ancient wooden desk before him. As the crystal made contact with the surface of the table, a gentle radiance suddenly blossomed, reminiscent of a flower in full bloom, captivating and enchanting. This luminous glow swiftly expanded, gradually enveloping a small area, transforming the space into a dreamlike realm. That moment, within this mysterious and fantastical world. The esteemed and erudite mentor spoke slowly. "Children, next, I shall impart to you a crucial and remarkably magical technique, perception of magical energy. This is the key to unlocking the doors of magic." With that, he gently closed his eyes, and his hands, as if drawn by an invisible force, gracefully rose to his chest. "You too must strive to imitate my movements and posture. First, please quiet your minds, casting aside all distractions and turmoil, allowing your spirits to gradually immerse in tranquility and serenity. Then, concentrate your minds to sense the elusive waves of magical energy surrounding you." The mentor's voice seemed to possess a hypnotic charm, compelling each individual present to follow his instructions involuntarily. As time passed, some students began to experience wondrous phenomena. To their astonishment, the seemingly empty space was filled with vibrant, dancing lights, akin to sprites. These lights shimmered in hues of red, blue, green, and purple, each color emanating a unique aura and energy. You see those flickering lights of various colors. They're not mere shadows of light, but embody the infinite mysteries of magical elements. The mentor explained with a smile. Different colors represent distinct properties. For instance, red may symbolize fire magic, while blue likely signifies water magic. Green is typically associated with the forces of nature, whereas purple often hints at the enigmatic powers of electricity. And white represents light magic. Of course, this is merely a portion of the common correspondences. In reality, there are far more intricate and diverse combinations awaiting your exploration and discovery. When everyone slowly reopened their eyes, they found their gazes meeting, and each face displayed differing expressions. Some students furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with doubt, seemingly incredulous about all they had just experienced. Others, however, wore expressions of excitement, their lips curling into smiles, their eyes sparkling with wonder, as if eager to delve deeper into this magical realm. That moment, the mentor, standing before them with a smile, broke the brief silence with his gentle voice. "Children, You have done exceptionally well. This marks your first intimate encounter with a magical world. Now, please observe the colorful magical elements swirling around you and see which color resonates most closely with you. Typically, the magical element that evokes a special connection signifies your suitability to become a practitioner of that particular magic. Here, I must earnestly caution you against attempting to practice too many different types of elemental magic simultaneously. After all, human energy is limited. If attention is dispersed among multiple elements, not only will significant progress be hard to achieve, but it may also lead to distraction, resulting in a jack of all trades, master of none situation. More critically, forcibly cultivating multiple elemental magics may provoke conflicts between the elements, potentially causing unforeseen harm to oneself. Thus, I hope you can focus on a single magical element that aligns closely with your essence. In the days to come, a journey filled with wonder and challenges awaits you. You will have the opportunity to continuously explore the endless mysteries of magic, systematically learn various enchanting spells, intricate magical arrays, and the unfathomable art of alchemy. Moreover, aside from theoretical knowledge, we have arranged a plethora of practical training sessions. Only through practice can you truly master and proficiently wield the magical skills you acquire. However, please remember this. As your magical power grows stronger, so too does the weight of responsibility you must bear. As an exceptional magician, you should always uphold justice and kindness, using your magical abilities to protect peace and assist others. Thus, the morning slipped away quietly amidst the mentor's vivid and captivating explanations of magic, along with the engaging and challenging small practices, when the clear and melodious school bell rang, echoing throughout the classroom like a celestial sound. The students collectively exhaled in relief, each finding their own ways to unwind. Some excitedly paired up, animatedly discussing the marvelous magical knowledge just learned. Others quietly remained seated, meticulously organizing their detailed notes on magic. Yet amidst this lively chaos, I found myself overwhelmed with a profound sense of annoyance to me. Everything in this school felt utterly alien and incongruous, as if an invisible cage had tightly bound me within. Every school rule, every monotonous lesson, and every stress-inducing exam filled me with oppression and anguish. This moment, all I yearned for was to escape this tiresome place and seek a realm of freedom that belonged to me. I cautiously glanced around, my eyes quickly scanning every corner to ensure no one was paying attention to me, before I finally breathed a sigh of relief that I then took a deep breath, slowly closed my eyes, concentrated my mind, and began to silently cast the wondrous teleportation spell. My hands shifted through intricate and mysterious gestures, as if playing an invisible melody in the air. With each movement, a peculiar surge of energy began to emanate from within my body. Initially, this energy flowed gently like a trickling stream through my meridians and acupoints, but it soon coalesced into a mighty torrent. Filling my entire being, it carried an indescribable sense of power, making the surrounding air feel denser like a tea that moment. A brilliant light suddenly burst forth, slicing through the sky like lightning in the blink of an eye. I vanished from my original location. As the light dissipated, I found myself in a secluded, tranquil forest far from the school. This woodland was serene and sparsely populated, with towering trees that stood tall and lush, resembling colossal green umbrellas shielding the ground from sunlight. Sunbeams filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that seemed to lay a golden carpet upon the earth. Occasionally, the sweet and melodious chirping of birds echoed through the stillness, further enhancing the peaceful atmosphere. However, at that moment, I had no time to admire the enchanting scenery, for anxiety filled my heart. Without hesitation, I cast the teleportation spell once more, and in an instant, another dazzling burst of light flashed, and my figure disappeared once again. The next moment, I successfully materialized within my sanctuary, the realm of carefree bliss. This magical space was suffused with a gentle aura, evoking a sense of tranquility upon entering this haven. I eagerly called out. No sooner had the word escaped my lips than Linger appeared before me like a lively sprite. She respectfully inquired, "What commands do you have for me, master?" Frowning deeply, my face etched with profound exasperation. I gazed intently at Linger and slowly responded. Linger, this situation truly vexes me. You see, my obstinate grandfather insists on forcing me to attend school. Yet you must understand, the knowledge imparted by those teachers is utterly useless to me. The students there are all younger than I, mere children of the most immature kind. Although I may appear youthful, my true age far surpasses theirs, rendering it impossible for me to connect with them. Being trapped in that school day after day is driving me to madness. It is simply intolerable. Linger, do you happen to have any brilliant ideas that could help me escape this predicament? Linger blinked her lively eyes, and upon hearing my words, her gaze flickered with thoughtfulness. After a moment, she looked up at me, her eyes sparkling with wisdom, and slowly proposed, Master, in my humble opinion, there is indeed a way to resolve this. Why not consider crafting a doppelganger? With this doppelganger, it can attend school on your behalf. This way, your true self can remain peacefully in the realm of carefree bliss, dedicating yourself to cultivation. Once you successfully break through to the celestial level, it will signify that you can master the wondrous transformation spell. With this spell in your possession, you would be free to roam this vast continent at will. Not only that, but you may even have the opportunity to explore other continents or realms. Upon hearing Linger's eloquent words, my eyes instantaneously sparkled with a brilliant radiance, akin to the resplendent stars illuminating the night sky. Deep within my heart, an overwhelming joy surged forth, reminiscent of a vast ocean's tumultuous waves. This idea is nothing short of exquisite. It not only allows me to deftly evade the tedious and mundane affairs of school life, but also enables me to wholeheartedly immerse myself in the pursuit of cultivation, hastening my journey towards the profound and unfathomable realms. With this thought, I could no longer contain my excitement and eagerly set about preparing to forge my own avatar. At this moment, my heart brimmed with an infinite yearning and fervent anticipation for a bright future. I envisioned myself continually breaking through barriers on the path of cultivation, soaring and evolving at an astonishing pace. I could almost feel the exhilarating majesty of standing atop the pinnacle, surveying the lesser mountains below. The ongoing process of avatar creation and liberation from school became the critical first step towards realizing all these dreams. Within the confines of the carefree sacred ring, time flowed silently, akin to a serene brook that in the blink of an eye. A month had swiftly passed. During this month, time seemed to crystallize into a fantastical journey of profound self-exploration and introspection. All my energy was devoted to the art of crafting my avatar, a process akin to meticulously sculpting an unparalleled masterpiece. Each stage was suffused with boundless mystery and formidable challenges, as if I were groping through darkness, where a mere misstep could plunge me into an abyss. First and foremost, I had to precisely control the trajectory of the spiritual energy within me, ensuring its flow was as smooth as a babbling brook. Next, I had to cautiously extract a slender, fragile fragment of my soul from the depths of my being and gently infuse it into the nascent form of the avatar, crafted from rare and exotic materials. This process demanded utmost concentration. Any lapse in focus could result in the ephemeral soul fragment dissipating into nothingness, rendering all my efforts futile. That I vividly recall the heart-stopping sensation during my initial attempts to coalesce the soul fragment. Even the slightest deviation or mismanagement of power could cause the already feeble fragment to shatter, turning my aspirations to mere illusions. At that time, I felt akin to a precarious walker on the edge of a cliff, where a moment's inattention could lead to irreversible doom. Yet, through indomitable perseverance and an unwavering pursuit of success, I overcame numerous obstacles time and again, gradually mastering the essential techniques of avatar creation. After countless arduous trials and repeated adjustments, and with Linger's tireless assistance, I finally succeeded in achieving a flawless fusion of the soul fragment with the avatar. The moment the final wisp of spiritual energy was infused, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. A brilliant light suddenly ignited within the previously dull eyes of the avatar, as if it had been instantaneously imbued with vibrant life. I beheld it standing silently before me, its visage strikingly identical to my own, yet emanating an ethereal aura that was indescribably unique. Now that the avatar had been successfully forged, my heart, however, felt no sense of relaxation, that I was acutely aware that this achievement was merely a trivial beginning. To truly unlock the avatar's formidable potential and capabilities, it required continuous nurturing and profound exploration to this moment. It resembled a seed just breaking through the soil, brimming with limitless developmental potential, eagerly awaiting my wisdom and diligence to cultivate it. Thus, without hesitation, I embarked on a journey of soulful communication with my avatar. Initially, this exchange felt somewhat awkward, akin to two strangers cautiously probing each other's thoughts upon their first encounter. However, as moments passed, the bond between us gradually tightened and flowed more seamlessly as I gazed at my doppelganger and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, your task is to represent me in the academy and complete my studies. Remember, any significant matters must be reported to me immediately, and we shall remain in constant contact." The avatar bowed slightly, replying respectfully, "Understood, esteemed host. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling this mission," with a gentle wave of my sleeve. A flash of light enveloped the avatar, and it was sent forth from the Carefree, sacred ring. As the light gradually faded, the avatar returned to the school, while I remained within the tranquil confines of the ring, embarking on a lengthy journey of secluded cultivation. Surrounded by a rich aura of spiritual energy, it felt as though I'd entered a realm of immortality. I inhaled deeply, slowly closed my eyes, and, upon centering myself, began to channel the surrounding spiritual energy into my being. This pure energy coursed through my meridians, cleansing every acupoint and nurturing both my body and soul. Thus, in this unique space, isolated from the world and reminiscent of a celestial paradise, time seemed to transform into a gently flowing stream, silently slipping away. Here, time appeared to lose its original significance and value, leaving behind only boundless tranquility and serenity. I became wholly immersed in the arduous yet rewarding practice of cultivation, where every moment was precious and not to be squandered. In this mysterious space, the air was thick with an almost tangible essence of spiritual energy, akin to a legion of loyal servants rushing towards me. This energy converged into an immense torrent, surging into my being with overwhelming force. 5 years passed in a blink, while merely 2 days elapsed in the outside world. Throughout these 5 years, I endured countless agonizing encounters with the surges of spiritual energy impacting my meridians, each sensation akin to countless needles traversing my body, nearly drowning my consciousness in pain. Yet, through tenacious resolve and an unwavering quest for a higher realm, I persevered. Following the ancient methods, I cautiously guided the spiritual energy through my meridians, compressing, purifying, and subsequently merging it into my dantian. This process demanded utmost concentration. Even the slightest error could lead to disastrous consequences. As time passed, my meridians gradually expanded, becoming as resilient as tempered steel, while my dantian transformed from a confined space into a vast ocean of spiritual energy. Each droplet of energy sparkled like a brilliant star, illuminating the expanse. Finally, during what seemed to be an ordinary moment, as I once again directed the energy to break through a bottleneck, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from the depths of my dantian. This force cascaded over me like a roaring tide, thoroughly cleansing my meridians, bones, and flesh. A radiant golden light enveloped my body. Within this brilliance, I could distinctly sense my strength had ascended to the celestial level. A newfound sensation of power surged within me, as if the entire world lay within my grasp. Wise senses became acutely refined, allowing me to detect the subtlest fluctuations of spiritual energy within the sacred ring. My thoughts sharpened, transforming once obscure cultivation secrets into simple childlike rhymes. Marking my transcendence from mortal to immortal. Linger stood before me, her exquisite visage adorned with a smile as radiant as spring blossoms, her beautiful eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. She slightly bowed, hands clasped before her, and respectfully addressed me. "Master, I sincerely congratulate you on your successful breakthrough to the celestial level. This is undoubtedly an astonishing and monumental achievement. From this moment forth, The level of power you possess has undergone a profound transformation. You have truly become a bona fide immortal. After a brief pause, she continued enthusiastically, given your current level of prowess. I believe you are entirely capable of learning some advanced spells. For instance, the enigmatic transformation technique, which, once mastered, would allow you to effortlessly alter your form and appearance, whether for stealth or navigating complex situations. It would be a breeze, perfect for when you venture out to explore the continent. Furthermore, I highly recommend two other equally formidable and practical spells: the art of summoning soldiers from beans and the technique of transmuting stone into gold. Let us first speak of the art of transforming beans into soldiers, in moments of fierce battle or when a master is in dire need of reinforcements. A mere handful of ordinary beans, when gently scattered, can miraculously transform into a formidable army, vast in number and obedient to your command, in the blink of an eye. These soldiers will execute every order issued by their master without hesitation, charging into the fray and bravely confronting the enemy. Now, consider the art of turning stone into gold. Its prowess is truly beyond imagination. Regardless of how unremarkable a stone may appear, once infused with your masterful magic, it can swiftly metamorphose into an invaluable treasure of gold. Reflect upon the practicality and convenience this skill offers in numerous situations. As I quietly listened to Linga, whose voice was as melodious and clear as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, each of her words flowed into my heart like a gentle stream. Gradually, my eyes brimmed with eager anticipation, sparkling like the brilliant stars in the night sky. With joy swelling within me, I nodded enthusiastically, a radiant smile gracing my lips as I replied, "Indeed, Linger, your insights are profoundly enlightening. These spells, just as you have articulated, possess immense and formidable significance." Subsequently, I commenced my studies based on the principles of these enchantments. Taking a deep breath to calm my thoughts, I gently opened the spellbook bestowed upon me by Linger. The yellowed pages exuded a faint, time-worn scent, as if they held within them millennia of wisdom and arcane power. Seated cross-legged within the palace of the Carefree transcendent ring, I closed my eyes, adjusted my breathing, and dispelled all distractions. Then, I extended my hands, forming specific seals, while silently reciting the ancient and cryptic incantation in my mind. Initially, as I activated the spell, I felt my internal spiritual energy flowing like a gentle stream through my meridians. Each droplet of energy resembled a minuscule bead of water, gracefully gliding along the walls of my pathways, imparting a subtle yet distinct wave of energy. However, as I delved deeper into the mysteries of the incantation, the previously scattered spiritual energies began to converge. They merged like countless rivulets coalescing into a mighty river. Surging relentlessly through my meridians, this torrent of powerful spiritual energy infused me with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and strength. At that moment, I concentrated intently, envisioning myself as a free-spirited bird. Images of the bird's agile form, delicate wings, and soaring through the skies flooded my mind. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, and my body began to undergo extraordinary changes. First, a crisp sound resonated from my bones, as if they were rearranging themselves, becoming lighter and more elastic. Next, my arms began to transform slowly. Muscles contracted, skin stretched, ultimately morphing into a pair of expansive and powerful wings. Simultaneously, a soft, fine layer of feathers sprouted across my body, shimmering with iridescent hues, resembling a magnificent feathered garment. Once this miraculous transformation was complete, I eagerly flapped my newly formed wings. With a swift whoosh, I ascended, momentarily leaving the ground. Initially unsteady, I soon found my balance, soaring freely between the palace halls. The gentle breeze caressed my feathers, bringing a refreshing coolness and delightful sensation that I stretched my wings wide, experiencing the unique resistance and thrust created by the wind flowing through the gaps of my feathers. In that moment, I felt a profound unity with nature, becoming an integral part of the sky. Ever since mastering the astonishing transformation technique, I became utterly absorbed in the in-depth study of the art of summoning soldiers from beans. To facilitate this, I collected a multitude of high-quality spirit beans from the spirit herb region within the Carefree transcendent ring. These spirit beans lay quietly in my palm. They emanated a subtle, almost ethereal glow, suggesting that they contained boundless, mysterious power awaiting awakening. With bated breath and unwavering focus, I meticulously infused my spiritual energy into these spirit beans. At the same time, my lips parted, and I began to chant the intricate and arcane incantation. As time progressed, a wondrous spectacle unfolded before my eyes. The once dormant spirit beans in my palm began to rise, seemingly imbued with life, and hovered in mid-air. They glimmered with a gentle, soft light, resembling beautiful stars scattered across the night sky. However, this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, the luminosity radiating from the spirit beans intensified dramatically, the blinding brilliance rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Following this dazzling explosion of light, each spirit bean underwent a magnificent transformation, morphing into tall, imposing figures of soldiers, clad in armor and wielding an array of sharp weapons. They lined up in perfect formation before me. These soldiers, conjured from the spirit beans, stood tall and proud, their eyes gleaming with determination, as they collectively proclaimed, "We greet our master." Their resounding voices echoed through the heavens. Faced with such a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene, an indescribable sense of accomplishment and satisfaction surged within me. In that moment, I deeply appreciated the wonder and grandeur of the art of summoning soldiers from beans. Each soldier possessed terrifying prowess, at least at the divine transformation stage. Observing their imposing demeanor, I felt a tinge of concern. Hence, I turned to Linger beside me and inquired, "Please help me devise a solution. The power of these soldiers is far too formidable. If I were to deploy them across this continent, it could lead to significant trouble. Is there a way to slightly diminish their strength?" Linger chuckled softly, covered her mouth, and playfully replied, "Master, you truly are a little fool. You summoned soldiers using spirit beans this time. However, you could easily opt for ordinary beans instead. Moreover, consider this. You are transforming one bean into one soldier. If you could transform a single bean into multiple soldiers, their strength would naturally diminish. This would effectively disperse the magical and spiritual energy originally concentrated in one soldier." Upon hearing Linger's words, I felt a sudden epiphany, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I have overlooked such a simple yet effective method? Linger, you are truly clever, having pinpointed the crux of the matter so swiftly. I must certainly give this new approach a thorough trial." A jubilant smile spread across my face as I envisioned the sight of those weakened soldiers bravely battling on the battlefield. Finally, the moment arrived as I embarked on my journey to learn the art of turning stone into gold. Filled with anticipation and apprehension, after a diligent search, I stumbled upon a colossal stone in a serene and secluded valley. This stone towered like a small mountain, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. I approached it cautiously, marveling at nature's craftsmanship. Then, I invoked the extraordinary power of the Carefree transcendent ring, drawing the massive stone within. Standing firmly before it, I adjusted my breathing, taking a deep breath of fresh air, as if to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into my being. Once prepared, I slowly extended my hands, gently pressing against the stone's rough surface. In an instant, a powerful attraction emanated from the stone, as if it sought to engulf my hands. Yet I did not retreat. Instead, I gritted my teeth, focusing my mind, and summoned the long-dormant spiritual energy within me. This energy surged through my meridians like an unstoppable torrent. I meticulously controlled it, guiding the energy along the prescribed path dictated by the spell, maintaining a steady and rhythmic flow. Simultaneously, my lips trembled slightly as I chanted a series of obscure and intricate incantations. Like a gentle stream flowing forth, as time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on my brow, yet my gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the stone before me. Suddenly, a miracle unfolded. The once grayish-blue stone began to undergo subtle transformations. Initially, faint golden specks emerged, barely perceptible. But soon, these specks spread like wildfire, and the entire stone's hue transitioned from gray to a dazzling, resplendent gold. The resplendent and brilliant radiance was so intense that it was almost blinding. Yet deep within my heart, I could hardly contain the overwhelming joy and excitement, for I was acutely aware that I had successfully mastered the art of alchemy, transforming stone into gold, and henceforth, a limitless supply of gold coins awaited me. Linger gently remarked, "My master, behold, you have already acquired these 3 celestial techniques. However, the realm of celestial arts is vast and boundless, with many wondrous techniques yet to be learned. But fret not, my master, for you may take your time. You can venture out now. Where do you intend to go?" I lifted my head slightly, pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. "This continent currently exists in a state of tranquility, and I have no desire to disrupt this peacefulness. I think I shall explore other dimensions." Subsequently, with a delicate wave of her jade hand, Linger conjured a portal emanating a faint glow, which gradually materialized before me. She smiled gently, beckoning me to enter. I took a deep breath, filled with curiosity and anticipation, and stepped into the enchanting portal. As I crossed the threshold, a powerful force enveloped me, propelling my body forward uncontrollably. Before my eyes unfolded a narrow passage shimmering with an ethereal blue light, resembling a time tunnel leading to an unknown realm. Surrounding the passage, countless mysterious runes flowed languidly, sparkling like brilliant stars in the night sky. The light emitted by these runes danced around me like animated threads, whispering ancient and enigmatic tales of time and space. I dared not pause for even a moment, my feet moving swiftly as I advanced along the passage. As the distance diminished, my yearning for that unknown dimension intensified. At that moment, a sudden burst of dazzling light erupted ahead, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the sky, momentarily blinding me. Instinctively, I squinted, yet the brilliance was so overwhelming that I could scarcely open my eyes. When the light finally abated slightly, I managed to pry my eyes open and was astonished to find myself amidst an expansive, lush forest. The trees towered majestically, reaching for the heavens, each trunk robust enough that it would take dozens of people to encircle one. Upon closer inspection, the trunks were adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, some resembling meandering rivers, others evoking the grace of drifting clouds, and still others appearing as ancient totems passed down through tribes. From afar, the entire forest resembled a vibrant, mysterious tapestry, masterfully crafted by nature itself, captivating all who gazed upon it. Taking a deep breath, I slowly closed my eyes, concentrating intently, summoning the potent force of my spirit within. As I directed my will, this mysterious and intangible energy surged forth like a torrential tide, rapidly expanding in all directions. The consciousness seemed to possess life and awareness, traversing mountains, rivers, and dense woodlands with astonishing speed. Every corner it touched illuminated my mind like kindled flames, revealing scenes that had been concealed in darkness. It was as if a vast and vibrant canvas was unfurling before me. Suddenly, my attention was drawn to an unusual glow thousands of kilometers to the south. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a grand city emerging in the distance. The city appeared dilapidated and worn, its streets chaotic and teeming with a bustling crowd, yet marred by disarray. Amidst the ruins, towering palatial structures stood out, drawing the eye with their imposing presence. Swiftly, I formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within. The surrounding space twisted violently, as if grasped by an unseen hand, distorting the very fabric of reality. In an instant, the scene before me seemed to be torn asunder and reassembled, becoming indistinct. Yet in the blink of an eye, this chaos dissipated, revealing an entirely new vista. Upon focusing, I found myself standing securely not far from the city gates. However, I chose not to instantaneously enter the city. After all, such a conspicuous display might provoke unnecessary complications. Thus, I took a deep breath and began to walk toward the gates, step by measured step. As I approached, the full view of the gate gradually came into focus. The structure appeared quite ancient and dilapidated, marred by the ravages of time. The deep scratches, pits, and faded paint seemed to narrate a silent history. recounting the trials and tribulations this city had endured through the ages. Each mark bore witness to a tale of yore, evoking a sense of melancholy at the relentless passage of time and the vicissitudes of fate. As I slowly stepped into the city, the scene that greeted me caused my heart to plummet. The once bustling streets were now a chaotic ruin, as if ravaged by a cataclysmic disaster. Debris littered the ground. Scattered belongings and splattered blood bore testament to the horrors that had unfolded. The air was thick with acrid smoke and the stench of blood. The houses lining the streets had their doors and windows barred, some precariously teetering on the brink of collapse. The hurried passers-by were shrouded in expressions of terror and despair, their eyes vacant and hollow, their steps weighed down as if burdened by an insurmountable load. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts caught my attention. Following the source of the commotion, I beheld a group of imposing, muscular orcs encircling a few humans, mercilessly tormenting them. These orcs towered over ordinary men, their sinewy arms bulging with veins, their fierce visages instilling dread. One of the orcs brandished a massive wooden club, bringing it down mercilessly upon a human man. The man, unable to evade the blow, was struck violently on the head, blood gushing forth as he was sent sprawling to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The other orcs erupted into raucous laughter, continuing their brutal assault on the remaining victims. "Ha ha! You feeble, puny humans are as fragile as ants, easily crushed." With an arrogant guffaw, a brawny orc, as massive as a mountain, swung his hammer-like fist with a force that thundered down upon the frail chest of an elderly man. His white hair and wrinkled visage a stark contrast to his withered form. A resounding thud echoed, and the unfortunate elder was propelled backward several meters, crashing to the ground. As he landed, his face turned ashen, blood trickling from his lips. His hands clutched at his chest as he trembled, emitting agonized groans. "Please, do not harm us. We beseech you to spare us." A nearby woman clutched her shivering child tightly, her once beautiful eyes now filled with boundless fear and despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice trembled with sheer terror, exuding helplessness. "Humph, you wish for us to cease? Dream on. This is the fate you pitiful humans deserve." Another orc, his face contorted in malice, showed no mercy. Instead, he lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicked the defenseless elder, who lay on the ground, utterly powerless to resist, with another dull thud resonating through the air. The elder suffered further injury, unable to withstand the ferocity of the assault, his anguished scream echoing hauntingly as he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Please, spare us. We have done no wrong." The child, terror-stricken, wept uncontrollably, his cries piercing the very heavens. Reverberating throughout the valley, he nestled closely in his mother's warm embrace. Yet his frail form trembled incessantly, akin to a leaf caught in a frigid wind. The orcs before them, however, wore sinister grins, spewing vile and repugnant taunts. "Why do you weep? Little brat, cry again and I'll teach you a lesson." One particularly burly orc brandished his fist menacingly, while the others erupted in cruel laughter that echoed ominously, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. Indifferent to the mother and child's desperate pleas and terror, the orcs continued their brutal assault, reveling in their merciless cruelty. Each punch was imbued with tremendous force, striking the fragile bodies of the human race with a resounding thud. The unfortunate mother could only exert every ounce of her strength to shield her child, enduring the brutalities inflicted by the orcs. Yet, how could her frail form withstand such ferocious assaults? In that moment, the scene unfolding before my eyes ignited a blazing fury within my chest. I felt as if a volcano, poised to erupt, was roaring deep within my soul. That I widened my eyes, fixating intently on those merciless orcs, my heart swelling with an uncontrollable rage and profound sympathy for my beleaguered human brethren. In light of this poignant spectacle, I could no longer maintain my silence, nor could I remain an indifferent bystander. A powerful sense of justice surged from the depths of my being, compelling me to take immediate action to halt this inhumane atrocity. Thus, I inhaled deeply, then abruptly opened my mouth, summoning all my strength to unleash a thunderous shout. "Stop!" This cry resounded like a thunderclap from the heavens, deafening and echoing through the air. Its volume was so immense that it reverberated throughout the entire street. Lingering in the atmosphere, the orcs, who had been reveling in their violent spree, were abruptly startled by my earth-shattering exclamation. They trembled involuntarily, halting their actions and turning to gaze in my direction. Initially, their faces bore expressions of astonishment, which swiftly morphed into menacing scowls, glaring at me with a ferocity that seemed as if they wished to devour me whole. Among this group of orcs, one particularly imposing figure, with a grotesque visage, stood out prominently. Given his appearance, it was evident that he was the leader of this savage band. He stepped forward and bellowed at me. "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram, or you won't like what happens next." I took a deep breath, my gaze unwaveringly fixed on the orcs in the midst of their violence. And without hesitation, I raised my right hand. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable sensation surged within me, as if a mighty torrent was raging through my veins. Then a mysterious and profoundly potent force erupted from my palm like a volcanic blast. This power was intangible, yet its overwhelming impact and sense of oppression were unmistakable. And I watched as visible ripples of energy radiated from my hand, swiftly expanding outward, enveloping the orcs in a vast, unseen net. Faced with this unforeseen development, the once arrogant and domineering orcs were suddenly stricken with fear. They stared at me in disbelief, their eyes filled with an overwhelming terror. As the invisible waves continued to spread, the orcs' bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, as if ensnared by an irresistible force. In the next moment, an even more astonishing spectacle occurred. The orcs' feet slowly lifted off the ground, their bodies involuntarily soaring toward me. They struggled desperately against this mysterious power,